Yeah, peep this in the live stream. I found it right away because I remember the name of it. Now, it's up to you because I'm just putting it there for your consumption, whether or not you're going to be able to make heads or tails of this guy actually. It's interesting to say the least, but that's all I can say. I like tech stuff, so it just I don't know.
Just have no physical evidence of any quantum computer.
Dean, you really got you got an angst against this shit, don't you? Like, what what capacity have you dealt
I
with?
should be from Missouri. Show me state.
The show me state. Fucking show me.
Show me. I've tried to buy a quantum computer. I can't. There's only 15, I think, in the world.
Bro, how much money do you got, bro? You know, how much money do you think
I work on a golf course.
They're ridiculously expensive. I mean, these things, most of the time, they have to
buy one. I don't care.
Have to operate at like extreme sub-zero temperatures to be able to actually.
I'd have to buy one, tear it apart. Like I said, I worked in a semiconductor fab. I know how they make a very, very intense process. It takes 30 days to make a computer chip. Make them on wafers, silicon wafers. Maybe 100 chips on each wafer. It's incredible. It's like alien technology how they make them.
It's like tiny little.
It's here in front of me on my computer. I can see it.
Well, make heads or tails of that video at least. When you got time, look into this, man. Just what he's saying, what he's proposing. Fuck, dude. Like, I'm not gonna. I don't know. Just if we know that the advancement of technology is making leaps and bounds, like shorter number of years than it used to in the past, why couldn't this be something that's...
law?
Hey, I got one for you. Prove the underlying claim of how semiconductors work, let alone quantum computing.
I can tell you exactly how they work.
No, I didn't say. Tell me the story, bro.
Okay.
Everyone's got a story, bro. Remember? Didn't you say that 5 minutes ago?
Oh shit!
Well, it's an electrical circuit. They're just very small. Useful.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, I worked in a semiconductor plant.
Okay, so you seen the little circuit?
Yeah.
Billions on a little wafer. That's what you saw with your eyes while you were there.
You see the
What's powering your? Are you talking to a cell phone or a computer? How do you think that works?
Did you see
notice how you didn't answer my question?
Okay. Ask it again.
So you could appeal to utility fallacy, right? But the quantum computer guys can't. It's a pretty good double standard you got going on there.
I have computer chips in my computer, in my cell phone.
I don't care.
Looked at them.
Yeah. Cool story. Have you ever toured them? Yeah. I know, that's great.
You're right.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the billionth part of the little wafer, bro? No, you haven't.
Well, you got microscope.
Well, no, you haven't. Oh,
you're right.
They do, but you don't. So you're just trusting their story, bro.
$dollars to build a plant, or they're just making it up. Okay. I'm just saying, there's more evidence for silicon chips than there is for quantum. So,
I get it now.
Okay. So you watch this. Watch this crap. Hey, watch lots of money.
You can't buy one.
Dude, you answered your own question. There's only 15 in existence, dude. What makes you think that you can't buy one is an argument, dude? You realize how dumb you sound right now? I could care less whether you tried to buy one, dude. Think about it this way. Have you ever heard of something called...
We have quantum computers.
Yeah, my point is that you not being able to buy one is irrelevant. And it's not a point at all.
Okay. It's not irrelevant.
One, they're not for sale. Two, you don't got enough money, even if they were.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh.
Elon Musk.
Hey, you can't buy. You know what else you can't buy? You can't buy Princess Diana's crown either. Oh wow. Whoa.
The fuck?
Well, it depends who you ask.
I don't know, dude. I'm just frustrated, dude, that you've been in here making nonsense arguments ad infinitum.
I'm just saying, I don't believe in quantum computers.
Okay, there you go.
Kind of my main point.
Fair enough.
If you believe in them, fine.
Okay.
Fine.
It's not about
Seen
belief,
evidence.
dude. I'm just criticizing. I'm criticizing your arguments. Okay. You can't even understand what's going on right now.
No, I've had a few glasses of wine.
Fucking Dean,
Carried
dude.
away.
Well, that could help.
That's
Hey,
not. Well, that's not helping. Fucking.
I have something pretty funny. Somebody, a Glober or something, on the politics server one time was trying to tell me that the photoelectric effect had nothing to do with semiconductors, guys.
Heard it. I forgot what is the photo.
So utilizing the photons from certain like a beam of light or laser, and it bouncing off the plates that you're talking about, and having the mechanism of where it separates the positive and negative charges and flows them
Yeah.
and can stop the flow and start the flow.
Yeah, and one other thing too before Flatsy, don't forget to buy Nvidia stock. That shit's going up, like massively, because they started doing all this fucking shit going on. People are making hand over fist, brother. I'm telling you, something's happening. Whether or not you think that's
Man,
gonna happen, but Nvidia stock.
Listen,
is
I seen a
going
guy.
up.
I seen a guy make a computer out of water, where he has spigots and it falls down into little trays and then it fills up into other trays. And depending on where you put the water in to begin with, controls the output, and you could do calculations.
What the?
Is this the same guy that was
That's right.
calling me crazy?
That sounds like kind of a Minecraft thing.
Yeah, it does.
No, just dude. I mean, think about it. A lot of computing is just logic gates, and you can create physical gates that work the same way.
Yeah, we need
You're
to
not
make
wrong.
more
Like and or
Clean.
nor and yeah.
It's pretty
Well, we
amazing
don't-
how they make chips, though.
Yeah, we don't know what it
like
does, but
alien
it
shit.
looks pretty though. Fucking hell. Like, all I'm saying is check out that video, man. It's pretty interesting. I mean, the advancement of
So you asked
technology
the
is
question.
wild.
You asked the question earlier. Why are people interested in this type of thing? I'll tell you the answer. The answer is from the mouths of the people who invented this stuff years ago. What did they say from their own mouth hole? They said, "We want to
Mouthhole.
map
think it's-
human consciousness. We want to map human consciousness, and we want to use this technology to commune with extra dimensional entities and tap into their knowledge and power."
Yeah,
Interesting.
and I would think about this though, AI. How appealing would it sound to tell somebody, if you upload your consciousness to this one thing, you could live forever, essentially. Wouldn't you think about that if you know that your demise was at hand? Would you be like, well, I am getting old, so I mean, what could it hurt?
Is it-
I'm gonna
but
be
is
live
it
forever.
you?
Live forever.
Is it really like the truly you? It's a copy of you. It's not
Well,
actually.
how would you know? Like, you would see something happening where the person would like expire, and then the next thing you know, there's a
Yes.
talking AI being like, "Hey,
Well, that's what
man,
I
it's
mean.
me."
Like
I'll
the
tell you.
copy.
I'll
the
tell you the
copy-
answer.
The person that's
It's a
sitting there
spiritual-
watching the original body die, they wouldn't know. They would think that they are you watching themselves die. But
Dude,
the
have you
person
seen?
dying-
Have you just right now the version of AI that's out right now? It's getting better, bro. So how much more deceptive would it be for something even way more advanced to be telling you, "Nah, it's me, bro. It's what do you mean? Like I
Yeah,
just
no, I
passed
get you.
away. I'm over here."
Right. So that's
Yeah,
called the 6-day paradox. Famously made famous in the movie called The Sixth Day, where they made the clones of themselves physically, and then they quote unquote downloaded the recording of their mental data. And then very quickly they found out that the clone that got their mental data was exactly like you said, a copy of them, and they were
Yep.
both alive at the same time. And then they had to fight each other to the death for who would actually get to live.
I want to see that movie.
So when
Yeah,
you download
that's what it's called.
something,
Hey, I'm writing that.
the number 6 th 6th day.
Okay, I got it.
Oh, that's
I
lit.
mean,
It's
I
an
gotta watch
Arnold.
that
It's an
this
Arnold
weekend.
Schwarzenegger movie.
that sounds biblical. Just saying.
Okay, yeah.
It is
Arnold
pretty good.
Schwarzenegger, biblical? I don't know. How old is it, AI?
Is that the one with the Archangel Michael at the end?
Oh, dude, that's got to be like 20 years old, man.
No shit. How come I
I
haven't
know the one
fucking
that the
heard
other
of
guy
this?
was talking about, though. Is like it's basically hell on earth, and the archangel comes down and protects the guys in the gas station and all that. That's a
Oh,
good movie.
dude, you like that? What was it?
Legion.
Fuck.
Phenomenal movie.
No. Fuck. I know what you mean. It looked like those demonic beings that he was
The
fighting.
grandmother literally tells the pregnant woman that she's going to burn in hell.
No.
Yeah, I think it's called Legion.
Yeah, Legion, bro.
Yeah, no, I
Legion,
think
yeah,
that's the
a
one.
good one.
The Archangel Gabriel was fighting Archangel Michael. If you can
Ice
imagine
Cream
that.
Man. That guy was creepy.
Yeah,
Man.
well, that's the thing. He came down and he tried to smite them, and he couldn't.
So he.
I think that's in.
Gabriel,
He's a
I think
pregnant
that's
girl,
in.
and they gotta save the baby.
Yeah,
what?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's in the Prophecy universe. So there's a couple of movies called Prophecy. I believe that's the name of it, and it's a similar kind of thing, but they're the much older versions.
It was like a comic
And it
book
has,
universe
like-
or something.
No, it was.
Tell you guys, I met those people in real
it's
life.
not Angel.
Actual real people.
All
Yeah,
met
I met-
angels
The
before.
one in the
I met
past
those
that had Christopher Walken in it.
That's where he assassinates somebody or something.
No, it's about I think the first one was a girl. An angel comes to help try to protect the girl, and I don't know. It all has to do with warring angel factions, basically.
Doesn't have to do with.
That's probably what's really going on. Who knows? But I've actually met those people in real life in Austin.
What, the actors?
You don't have to believe me, but they would tell me.
I remember now.
Stuff.
I remember now. So
this
the plot of the
guy-
movie. Go ahead.
I was going to say this. Every now and then they would tell me something. They don't like to speak directly. They always use indirect, which move objects around. But anyway, he's like, you know what happens when you die? Like, no, what? It's like, it's just memories. At the time, I was like, that's kind of sad. Just a memory. Then I'm like, wait a minute. Your consciousness is just a memory. You could re-input it into a different body. You're still alive, right? You don't really die. Your physical body dies, but
Well, I think that's
You
what we
got
were
your
talking about
memories.
earlier. It's not really you,
Yeah, it's kind
though.
of weird.
It's like a copy of you.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Because like right now,
Yeah.
and say with the advanced AI. Sorry, you were gonna say something, man. Before I go on.
Yeah. So everybody knows. Everybody that's anybody who's dealt with technology and software knows that when you copy a software, the original instance remains. If you move or download a software, right? What it does is it copies it, but it doesn't actually move it. It just makes a copy and then deletes the original. So in either of those instances, that wouldn't be good for the concept of you living on, because you're either getting erased or the thing that
Copied.
lives on is just a copy.
I mean,
So
that's kind
to
of
solve this problem, you can't just move the data recording of the brain. You have to move the consciousness itself.
the physical body, the physical carrier.
Right. So how this all comes together is, remember earlier on, the guys who invented this technology said that they want to map human consciousness. They want to understand how human consciousness interacts, because human consciousness is supernatural. And the natural world, it interacts with it, but they want to know how. And the concepts behind things like quantum entanglement, superposition, and all of these non-local phenomena, the basic postulation is that the soul, the spirit, right, is non-local. It has no spatial dimensions. Like, it's not here, it's not there. It just exists in non-space. And your body exists in space. So how does non-space interact with space? Well, you have some kind of entanglement with it. And so what you have to do is you have to create a body that the spirit can be connected to. And so by creating, quote unquote, a quantum computer, you're getting closer to creating essentially an empty vessel for a mind to possess.
Ghost in the Machine.
Right. Right, but the
Yeah.
second problem,
Yeah.
the second problem, if you remember what I said earlier, is that these guys are also trying to connect to supernatural entities of an extreme nature, a highly powerful nature. So it's not going to be, like the way this all goes wrong is they make this body for a human, right, to download a consciousness or to attach a consciousness to, but rather than a human being able to attach to it, one of these other entities attaches to it. And they essentially create a conduit for the entity to enter the world.
Yeah. That same guy I was talking to you about, I was seeing shit, right? I was on drugs. I was doing meth, but just explaining it away to that. But I was like, dude, I'm seeing things. This is a guy I know 10 years. He's like, his response to me was, hey, do you need help? It wasn't like that. It's like, his response to me was, I was telling him what I was seeing. It's like, they put chips in people's heads. Like, that's when I was
just
like,
want
what
to
the
say,
fuck?
I have a couple friends that do the certain types of hallucinogens, but does that actually inform reality? That's the difference. That's where you have to kind of question what you see.
I've seen crazy stuff that I can't explain away. I've seen, was reading like newspapers or the Bible. I used to be into the Bible, and it was the same story over and over and over again, at different chapters, but like every book's divided into little chapters, kind of. And it was saying the same thing over and over again. And I saw that. It could have been done due to drugs. I get it. I don't know, but
But was it also
weird
possibly
thing was all
something
these.
that was like buried in the recesses of your memory? And I've always found that the people that I know and myself personally that have done that type of thing, it's mostly kind of bringing up old things that you don't usually think about.
I know is that's why I got out of Austin. I was almost the guy said he was Satan, shit like that. I was like, I'm just gonna get out of here. Like,
What
you're not
the
going
fuck?
anywhere. Like, yeah. And I left, and I got here to Tennessee. They still call me every now and then. They say the same crazy shit. I'm not on drugs now.
Oh man! Speaking
Whoa.
of, speaking speaking of crazy shit, you ready for the coup de grace? The culmination, the
Gras.
pure resistance. Yeah. So
No, I don't
so
believe.
now we have it laid out where they're going to create a body for a disembodied mind, right?
Like a
Then
dick.
then what they want to do when they create this ultimate machine is they want to connect it to a reservoir of all electronic human data that exists. So they've built one somewhere in the lower Midwest, a reservoir of knowledge where every single digital file that exists is being sent.
I'll tell you,
Okay,
these
so the
guys that I'm hearing
entire
about, they knew everything I've ever done. They knew everything I've ever done. All your skeletons in your closet. They
yeah, we
would
got
show
it.
you. They
Yeah,
didn't tell
yeah,
you.
exactly.
Honestly,
Yeah,
yeah, that's not surprising.
It's
Like
weird.
the amount, like the
right.
way that
So you got right. I'm going somewhere with this. So you got the disembodied AI computer waiting for its intelligence to enter. They want to connect it to all human digital knowledge, and they've tested the process being in control of the military. So now think about this now. A supercomputer artificial intelligence that's capable of being possessed by a spiritual entity connected to all human knowledge and the military. Well, what does that
Yep.
sound
And
like?
that's
Hey, check this out.
well,
Before I'm gonna
sounds
put
like
a
a
cap.
story.
I'm gonna put a capstone on this right here. This is gonna be what AI is talking about, and this is gonna give you chills. Right, what I'm about to do
My
right now.
goodness. Yeah, but just before you
Yeah,
go
no,
on,
it's
All right.
I did want to add to
it,
that
that,
before we get too
it
deep into it.
sounds like it sounds like a story, but I mean, they're building the facility. They've already tested the AI in control of the military in the United States soil. The only thing they're waiting on is the quote
you don't
unquote
know that. You read it.
enlivening. Oh my goodness, dude.
Seriously.
Honestly, I wouldn't say he's too far off. I'm not gonna lie. Like that is a thing that's happening. But
Yeah.
the only thing that I would personally say would detract from that is individualism, especially within America. Like I'm Canadian. I don't know if anybody knows that, but Canadians are ridiculously brainwashed, but within America, the individualism is something that I greatly like about you guys. I don't think that any, whatever you want to call it, AI, it
Well,
doesn't
check
matter.
this out. Yeah,
It
well,
doesn't
just wait.
factor that in. That's all I'm
Yeah,
gonna
just
say.
wait a minute, because like I'm about to show you something that speaks to everything he was saying. All right, I'm gonna post it in the live stream voice text. I want you to look at this. I was gonna read it out, but I'm just gonna post it so you can see. This is in the book of Revelation, the final chapter in the Bible.
Curious, I'm unfamiliar with the NLT. What's that?
New Living Translation, but
Okay,
it speaks of more of a thought for thought versus word for word. So it's kind of translating it in a more colloquial sense.
okay. I would be more familiar with the either NIV or the King James.
Yeah, this is pretty much how we talk.
Okay.
But I'll read it out. It was kind of cool. He was then permitted to give life to this statue so that it could speak. The statue of the beast commanded that anyone refusing to worship it must die. He required everyone, small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to be given a mark on the right of the hand or on the forehead, and no one could buy or sell anything without that mark, which was either the name of the beast or the number representing his name. Wisdom is needed here. Let the one with understanding solve the meaning of the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. His number is 666. It's crazy, right? But everything he was
Yeah, the
saying,
preceding.
it's I don't know.
The preceding verse is that the statue was made in his likeness, in his image, and placed in a particular location.
Image
then
of
after
what?
that
Sorry,
comes
I don't get the context. Image of what? Sorry. Checking like
the
Baphomet?
Antichrist. No, the Antichrist,
Okay.
Why am I to
which
believe?
is a man. I mean, dude, you could play this. I'm meant to believe a book. I'm meant to believe a story all day long. But let me tell you something, friend. I could give two shits whether you believe it. They believe it, and they have the money and the big guns.
Oh,
You get it yet?
I'm gonna
Oh,
die
you're
of
gonna
old
die
age.
anyway. Oh my goodness, dude.
This I want to say this. Adding
Fuck,
to your
dude.
point and
Stop
like
worrying about it.
what you've been.
Yeah, you're not worried about it, dude. Dude, listen.
No,
It's not about you. You ever stop to think it's not about you?
Yeah, I would
That's the
like to.
problem with you, dude. This entire time we've been talking to you this whole night, you couldn't barely let people finish sentences without making it about you, your experiences, what you talked about, what you said about. And now you're like, oh, so blase. Like, get real, dude.
Just saying, it's
I,
something written in a book and some guy wrote it. Sounds
hold
cool.
hold on.
Dude, who cares? There are real implications for this. Dude, I'm going to put it to you as blunt as I can. Some people do care, and they don't care that you don't care. Okay? Follow?
Yeah, we like facts, and let me tell you something. The Bible will definitely prove itself. It has proven itself throughout time. It's one thing that you can always look to for answers, no matter who you are. If you want answers, you can go there, and you will find them. But
About the poor tribe in South America that doesn't have access to this book. Going to hell? What's going
tell
to happen
that
to
to
them?
the pastors that go there and give them all access to it.
Right, so
I
you
would
can't find God unless somebody shows up in a boat and gives you a book.
It's
Makes no
probably the
sense.
most widely distributed book on the planet, and that's the whole thing. Is like the stories that are.
What about the Muslims? Are they going to hell?
But it's
Are
not
they
even
going to hell?
about that. It's the fact
Burning naughty
that
place?
the lessons.
Hey, well, I mean, that's great. That's great. Yeah, that's great, dude. But see, you're mischaracterizing the claims from the book itself because you're saying that if people don't have access to this, quote unquote, are they going to hell? That the Bible doesn't explain that the reason people go to hell is because they don't have access to the book. It says verbatim that the reason they're condemned is because they're sinners. Period. It's the only
What is
reason.
they sin?
Isn't there also exceptions for people that don't actually receive the word of the Lord?
No, it's like this. So the Romans 1 speaks of it, where it says that God showing His invisible qualities and His divine nature throughout creation, people still turn to worshiping idols and such. So it didn't matter that they saw all of creation and wondered about, like, wow, there must be something greater than me. There were people that would look at that and still turn away from that and say, like, you know what? It don't matter. I'm going to worship these gods because I think that's pretty cool, because I can worship this god of nature, this god of, wrath or whatever. It doesn't matter. So for me,
Rockstar.
yeah,
Well,
whatever, right?
but to that extent, if they were never actually delivered the word of God, that they would know better, really.
Yeah,
really.
yeah. But the point is, there is no innocent guy in the, in some indigenous place. Like there's people that know and understand that there is something greater than themselves. But when they are in those places, they choose to worship fish gods and different deities in their mind, pantheon of gods.
I
So
guess
it's
I think of it historically, though, as I mean, the same time that the Christians were having their issues in Europe, the people of South America were sacrificing virgins. It's just they didn't know necessarily the word of God and Jesus and everything, even though it happened at least 1,000 years ago.
You don't know that
Perspective.
happened.
yeah. So
Say that.
there's a lot of things.
I mean, we definitely know that they sacrifice virgins. Like there are literal
Okay.
mummies of and corpses of things that they've done way
I've
back.
not seen one.
Anyway, but I just want to bring it all the way back to what we're talking about. I guess because of the fact that technology is advancing, we know that AI is a thing, and if they are building something that's going to be in the way of like having some type of, robotic system that's going to do what it sounds like it's going to happen in the Book of Revelation. It sounds it's crazy, but it sounds what they're
I'll tell
attempting to
you,
do now. I mean, it sounds like what they're leaning towards. They
I worked
want to
in
have
automation.
AI
I worked with
be
computers.
like a consciousness. So I don't know
It-
how
I
you
mean,
want to
my
deal with
friend
that,
has a
man. They're
new
talking about these things right now, like in
well, no,
AI is over.
it will happen,
Listen,
but I mean, is there actual scripture that predicts this type of thing?
yeah. I just pointed out the reason why AI was even laying out that argument for
Well, no, I
what's
understand
been
that.
going on now.
It's like,
I worked in
is there
automation
really any?
on PLCs, programmable logic controllers. My friend has a car. It almost killed him. The system that's supposed to detect when you get close to a car, it slams on the brakes by itself. He's driving
Like
down the
What
road
was
at 60
but
miles
what?
the
an
Listen,
fully
hour. He
self-driving
almost
in
yeah.
Teslas and
killed
stuff.
Think about this. Think about
He
this, right?
slammed on the
That's
brakes.
yeah. Hold on, Dean. What that scripture speaks to is that this statue that was given life, it commanded people to worship it, or people will die, right? So it didn't matter who it was. How could one thing like that statue have that much power over all of humanity? It sounds really crazy to think about. Like, what kind of authority would that statue have, or power that it could do such a thing? Like logistically, think about it in that way. If you think the earth is a globe or flat, it doesn't matter. Right now, logistically is the only thing that scripture is speaking to. How it even speaks to people, small, great, rich, poor, free, slave, all of them. It
What,
didn't matter who you
I'm
are.
not sure what statue are you talking?
You want to break it
Uh,
down to like very like brass tacks. I mean, you could almost relate that to worshiping the cow in the desert, and the
yeah, but
Jews
but
cast
if
it
it
out and that
affects,
sort of thing. It's like, I
yeah,
mean,
bro, but
you're basically picking a deity to worship outside of God and stuff like that. It's just,
no, but this is actually something that people could fear because it's already giving a command out. How could it give a command out to everybody that
Yeah,
was
buddy.
like rich, poor, free, slave, everybody, and it was given this command out
Yeah, so
to
let me read you a scripture
you
here.
know.
Two scriptures. So in the past people had idols, right? Statues. But what does the Bible say about it? It
false
says
idols. That was the idea.
they yeah, but it says they have legs, but they can't walk.
Hmm.
They have arms, but they don't grab. They have mouths, but they don't speak. So what it's saying here is all the idols that people had, they didn't do anything. They couldn't cause harm. They couldn't cause good. They couldn't walk. They couldn't talk. They couldn't do anything. Now you finally have a statue, an idol, that literally comes to life right in front of your eyes.
Hmm.
We'd have to see it.
I know that, and that's the reason why people are going to be in awe about it. And how could it affect if it was like, let's say, localized? If it was a localized statue or an event that this was happening to, then why does it speak so broadly as to he required everyone small and great, rich and poor, free and slave. So it's encompassing all people everywhere, right?
It's not even a matter of religion; it's a matter of convenience. It's the fact that human beings are prone to convenient ideas, which is basically
Well,
the way that's driven the entirety of the industrial revolution, is to make life more convenient for the average person, and that's what we're living with right now.
yeah, but look,
It's
yeah, but
Well,
it's saying there no one could buy or sell anything without the mark. So there's a mark that was to be given. This thing was going to give a mark, and everybody had to take it. And otherwise, you weren't going to be able to buy or sell things. You weren't going to be able to eat. So the threatening thing about it, it had some type of power over people like getting something to eat. You weren't going to be able to eat, buy, sell, trade. Nothing was going to be done without this mark. And so the power that it was
I've
given.
started gardening. I'm growing my
Yeah.
own food. So
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, in this particular instance, that's the kind of authority it was given. So everybody in this earth doesn't have a luxury to have that specific access. And of course, nowadays people depend on, uh, the government or grocery stores, or they're not really focused on gardening and stuff like you are. But you know what I'm saying?
that-
So
it's
it
new
would
to
be a
me.
real threat to some
I
people.
would
Yeah.
I would definitely associate with what you're saying. It's like the people
You know
that I
what?
know, they're overly dependent on the government. It's ridiculously so. It's to the point where 50% or more of their lives are dictated by the government, and they're completely okay with that, and it bothers the shit out
And
of
they
me.
vote.
Yeah, but here's a scary part. Remember, like a couple years ago, when the panic hit the streets, everybody was concerned about buying the most shit out of the stores, and there was like a frenzy to go there. People were knocking each other out for toilet paper, brothers. Do you
Toilet
not remember
paper.
that event that just so
Yeah.
I definitely remember that.
that's that in and of itself is controlling you already. So if you didn't have access to buy or sell or do any of that shit, what do you think kind of panic would be in the streets? Fucking be anarchy, dude. Like,
Exactly. No, I completely agree. My family has reevaluated our entire life, because realistically, if you live in any city center or anything like that, you have about 3 days worth of essential services. That's it. 3 days. That's pretty much all you really have. My cousin actually lived that. She lived and worked in Toronto, and they went through a blackout for 2 weeks, and they basically starved for about a week and a half. And
Jesus, dude.
it's ridiculous to even consider the fact that our government, they play a big game, but at the end of the day they're absolutely useless. It's really sad to
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
consider. So
Produce
my
nothing.
family, we've completely tried to revamp our entire life. My mother's got into canning, and we're doing a lot of preservation, and we're basically trying to afford ourselves a basic 2 week, if at minimum, 2 week
Yeah.
surplus of food and meat and everything like that. And it's not
Yeah.
easy.
Off grid.
Honestly, it's not
Off
easy
grid.
in today's day and age.
And we're just talking about, small local events, like blackouts and, weather stuff. But this here is a bit more broad the way it reads, so it's kind of like speaking to like something that has an authoritative power or dominance over all of the people, rich or poor, free or slave. Can you imagine that type of that's bananas crazy, man. That is off the charts. So if that is possible, that technology will advance in the future, and something like, like in the movie Terminator, what's the name of that computer? The main one, the
The
AI.
Oh,
T9000.
the Skynet.
The
Oh,
Skynet.
Skynet. Yeah,
Like
yeah.
if Skynet goes online, the moment that happens, bro, it's fucking lights out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yo, you think about it. Like something has that much authority and power. Fucking hell, dudes. What are you gonna do
It's
against
already here.
that? Like, yeah, you could have 2 weeks supply of food and stuff, but then after that, what? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, let me ask you this
Fucking hell.
question. Let me ask you this question. So in the Terminator turned violent against the humans because it had the parameters to protect itself, and the humans tried to turn it off. So it then said, okay, the humans are now the threat, so I'm going to target the humans. Now, in the scenario I laid out earlier, which true or not doesn't matter. This is just a scenario that all these coalescing stories come to. They're going to take the AI and they're going to connect it to the the cache of all human knowledge. So everything everyone said on the internet, all the phone calls, all the Snapchats, all the dating apps, all that stuff, YouTube, everything. So the computer's going to crunch that, and then they want the computer to give it answers about the human condition. So what do you think the AI's conclusion is going to be after looking at all that nonsense? Is it going to think, oh, humans are the greatest thing ever? They should totally get a promotion.
Kill us all.
Yeah, we're
Or
a
is it going to
scourge.
think, yeah, exactly. It's going to say Control Alt Delete.
Or at least try
All
to in the
please,
first
yeah.
instance. But if not, it's going to wind up being this scenario where it's going to be like, all right, bow down before this person here who's going to tell us that we're all going to be, taking this mark or whatever it is, some method of control.
Yeah, dude, that's like, yeah. Where do we see that from Marvel, from Loki, where he's like, you guys want to be ruled.
Yep.
You guys need a leader. So I'm the only one who can lead you. So now I'm going to force you to be led by me.
Well, Albert Pike, that Freemason guy from the 1800s, said, "The people clamor or beg for a leader, we'll provide it for them."
So okay, so something even more interesting about this, because the number 666 comes up, but interestingly enough, has a lot to do with cosmology, and it's input into a lot of things that the tilt of the Earth and so on, about like things to do with cosmological aspects, and the speed. I think the rotational speed of the Earth around the Sun, if I'm not mistaken, 666,000.
600.
Yeah. Do you know about that, Dane? Like, there's some
Yeah.
type of numeric values that are ascribed to it that has that specific number to it.
I've heard people relate the tilt of the Earth and the passage of the solar system through the galaxy.
Well, you take 23.4 minus 90 degrees is 66.6 degrees, right?
Yes, and what is it? The golden ratio, if I'm not mistaken, 369.
1.618.
Right. We got something working in the way, because at the end of this particular verse here, from 15 to 18, it's saying wisdom is needed here. Let the one with understanding solve the meaning of the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. His number is 666.
They say it's carbon. Like carbon atom is 6 protons, 6 neutrons.
Yeah, theologians have been debating on the contextual meaning of this particular passage, but I'm looking at it like, oh, if it's asking for this wisdom, to decipher this in a way that we can have that understanding. So it's the number of the beast, obviously. But
it's funny. I had heard it from a different perspective, in that the how would you say it? The antagonist of the Christian belief was Emperor Nero.
Yeah, Nero was.
Yeah, his name translated into the Roman numeric system would be 666. He was the beast, realistically, in this context.
Yeah, and I see more of what's happening in the Book of Revelation that hasn't been happened yet. So we get like the meaning of, like, let's say a Skynet type of AI system that hasn't been online yet, but is ready to receive some type of consciousness that needs to be input into it before it actually activates. Even if with all the computational power, it still needs to have that element to make it become, the power to become life. Like, it's not alive. And so,
I mean, Revelation was very subjective, and
sure.
I'm just saying, how would you
Yeah, it's
attribute?
a dream. It's a dream, but
But how would you
rhetoric.
attribute, say, the devil dragon, for lack of a better word, to the satellites of Starlink?
Hold on. I would say this. That's a preterist point of view, which was actually a lot of doctrine came after that when the Roman Catholic Church took over Christianity. A lot of things happened back then that caused the Dark Ages. They used themselves as like a gatekeeper to the scriptures, and anyone who would translate those scriptures so that people could read them for themselves were persecuted, killed, and publicly, so, that no one else would do it. And right up until the King James time, when the printing press came out, the mass production of
Like the
the
whole
Bible
Gutenberg
was
thing.
was uncontrollable. So the
Yeah, that's right.
the doctrines of what happened back then started being distorted from that time on, because there wasn't a way to suppress the Bible getting to the hands of the layman. Sorry.
That was the whole point, though. But I mean, does that
Yeah,
mean
but
Well, how did the
does that
Bible
mean
come
that it was a
about?
Yeah,
mistranslation? Is it a mistranslation through
no,
the ages? Is that the idea, or
no. I'm
no,
saying
no, 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 no. Hold on. There's no such thing as translation through the ages. That's called transmission. Translation and preservation of a text are two different things.
I only mean that it was through different languages? It wasn't directly into the English language. That's all I mean.
The Septuagint was in Greek. And there was
Through
the Council of
many
Yeah, but
Nicaea,
yeah,
where they put together the Bible
Hebrew and Greek, and it went
500
all the way
years
to
after.
the original Saxon, and I mean, it even went through like Aramaic in some sense.
no,
Geneva
no.
Bible. There's all kinds of
Biblical,
Bibles.
the biblical canon was not decided at Nicaea, Holmes.
Okay, I don't know. Like,
Look, it's a common misunderstanding
Well,
because a lot of people say it in
not
names.
initially translated from the
there's
Jewish
Apocrypha
text,
and all that shit.
mainly because of the way that things were written down back in the day.
I don't know.
Who
I
knows
couldn't
who
hear
wrote
you.
it? Might be some guy writing Harry Potter type novels. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't want to disparage the Bible in
I
any
know.
way, but
Me
the
neither.
way that it was, the way that it was brought to the modern era, for the most part, it was through Hebrew, then Greek, then English, all the way down.
You know what Adam Green
Yeah,
is?
Hebrew,
Adam
Greek,
Green, No More
and
Moose. He goes over the Kabbalistic Judaism. These rabbis, there's hundreds of videos, and they just talk about how stupid. They call us goyim. You're not Jewish, you're a goyim. Now, the nations is their key euphemistic word.
Yeah,
And they
regardless.
want to destroy us.
Regardless
You
of
guys
any,
know about that shit.
I've heard plenty about it, but
They're like, we
regardless
created
of
Christianity, we
know
created
about it.
Muslim, Islam.
Well, listen,
Let's
there's
do it.
plenty of Jewish.
Esau and Jacob. Shit.
Listen, there's plenty of Jewish people that don't follow the Talmud, that take the scripture,
Exactly.
and there's even Messianic Jews. There's a whole
In my
plethora of
family,
people.
they know
we got
nothing about
Hasidic
Judaism.
Jews at that rate.
They're Jewish.
Yeah, but you're talking about a scripture that's been passed down through the age. And these people hold
That's
it
No, it was.
sacred because
that's where I
they.
was trying to start with. Like, I don't really care about the lineage of the peoples necessarily. It's the translation through the ages.
It's not just about. It's not about that. It's not about whether or not they were able to translate it correctly. Please hold on a second. It's not about that. It's about the contents of it and how things have played out, given the knowledge of when these things were written throughout history and how they've played out to be absolutely 100% true. You can verify it yourself.
Well, hang on.
You're welcome to.
No,
A lot of people talk about
explain
it.
that to you.
They haven't. So I'd say that you should reserve yourself
You control all
to
the video.
not speak about it unless you've learned about it.
Like, how could they establish Israel?
Yeah, Dean, we can't hear you, man. You're too far away. Yeah, what gives it its truth that holds the truth claims to it? Is it like things that have been in the past in history, things that they're speaking of in current events, and things that will be yet to come? So all these things are aligning with either things that have happened or are happening or will happen. And if you see it in that way, it is,
They're
for all intents and purposes,
making a
man. It's
movie.
a very
Making a movie.
yeah, it's a very prophetic
Pretty
way.
scripted.
Say
It's
again.
not prophetic. It's,
Yeah,
listen,
it is.
if I have a
Yeah,
lot of money, a lot of power, I could make shit happen 10 years from now. Okay?
No,
Control
you
the
can't.
media.
You're not in control, dude.
I'm not.
At the end
I'm
of
just
the
saying,
day,
if I
though,
did have control, I can make things happen 10
No, you
years from now
don't.
and say, oh,
Nobody
I'm
has
a
that.
prophet.
Nobody has that.
Yeah, that's
And
a fool's errand. That's a
yeah,
fool's paradise. You
I
think
can
you do.
I can prove it to you, Dean.
No, no, no. I
I
don't.
could
I
easily
don't
prove it
believe
to
in
you.
prophecy. I don't believe in
No, no, no,
prophets.
no,
It's
no.
all
Wait,
bullshit.
wait. No, for you to
Yes,
say the opposite, yeah, because what you're saying is the opposite of that. You're saying no. If I really wanted to, I could have control, and I could make some plan of 10 years from now when I'm rich or whatever that I'm gonna control something. You don't. That's not the. You don't have that. I can tell you why.
I'm
It's
just saying
so
that's what
easy.
they're doing. That's what's going on now.
Nah,
I
bro.
think.
Check this
No,
out.
you can't. It's not just 10 years. You have to make a prophetic arrangement well beyond your actual.
Yeah.
It has to be far ahead, way beyond what you can actually control. That's
Just
way.
saying. A lot of these. I watch a lot of rabbi videos where they're spewing all this. They fucking hate. Not hate. It's just
We're not
they're
talking
God's
about that,
chosen
dude.
psychopaths.
Yeah, but
It's just it's
you're
the thing,
kind of
though.
you got these
I don't
groups
believe
of
in any of
people
it,
in
but
mind, Dean, and I think that's it's poisoning the reasoning in your head. So you're viewing it through a lens of kind of a conspiratorial way, and you
well,
can't
I'm
see
just
past
saying.
that. So that's to you how you're filtering everything that you're hearing through
I
that
don't believe in
specific
any of it.
lens.
Just saying,
I,
like Donald Trump, Jared Kushner, they're all Shabbat Lubavitch Jewish converts or whatever. They go
yeah.
to
So do you
the
think it's better?
Israel and
So do you think it's better just to say
it's
because
funny. It's like a
yeah,
movie.
you think it's better because you have some people that are acting a fool that you're going to go ahead and dismiss any of the truth claims that are being said in the scriptures. So for you, it's just easy. Well, that guy's a fool and that guy's a fool, and these guys are bad dudes. So I'm going to say this book is
They're
wrong.
not bad. I don't think they're bad.
I
They're
know
just
that, dude, but
playing out a
listen, Dean, the way you're judging this is based upon the way you feel about these specific people, whether it be a group of people or just individuals themselves. You're saying that based upon them, and what I can see is that they are following mistruths or misguided, and they're saying that this book is the way, and I just don't believe that. So you're basing your understanding on what they're doing, and I think that's very wrong. You shouldn't do that.
Completely agree. Honestly,
That's all I'm
the way
saying, Dean. That's all I'm saying, bro.
yeah.
Because we keep hearing you saying these things over and over about these individuals or these groups of people, and it's like they have nothing to do with the veracity of truth claims that are being spoken of in that book. They're not heavy. They've got nothing to. They're just people that could have misinterpreted things, or they could be, doing things that are against what scriptural passages are. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you're just judging your
exactly.
idea of the book based on that.
Hey, I don't.
But the one thing that I would say is that the way that I was raised personally as a Christian, even though I may not believe today, is that you don't pass judgment on other people based on their
I mean,
personal the way that they went about life. Like they have completely different perspectives, and you can't pass judgment on those people. That's not for you to say. Like,
well, hang on. I can pass judgment on. I've seen someone just walk up behind somebody and smack them across the head and steal their wallet. I could pass judgment. Like that's wrong. Shouldn't have done that.
it's a
Nah,
lot
but
different from what you were describing earlier, though. Like
yeah,
that's
you were.
something that
Yeah, bro, you were giving a
I'm just
judgment.
saying, it's not a
Yeah,
broad brush thing. You gotta.
yeah, but that's what you did. You said it's not, but it's what you did. You said those individuals that were reading passages out of the Bible were
Rabbis, yeah, the
yeah,
rabbis.
rabbis,
God's chosen
whoever.
psychopaths, I think they
Yeah,
are.
you could
People,
include
sorry.
some more
God's
people, but
chosen people.
see,
In the Bible, God wrote it.
see, so now you're
I love that.
lumping
Like,
yeah,
God
but
wrote the Bible.
so
Wait a minute.
do you think because you have this viewpoint that you are correct?
No, I have no idea. I don't know anything.
Well
I'm
then,
totally
why are you
ignorant.
making a
I'm
judgment as
ignorant.
in you're making a judgment
I'm just
call
saying
as
I
if
don't believe what people say. I don't believe in the
no, you
Bible.
don't believe what
Somebody
they
wrote
say.
it. I don't know who wrote
Yeah,
it.
bro, you don't believe what
Sounds
they say.
good.
Hold on a minute, Dean. See, you have
Okay.
this angst against people having to tell you perhaps something that challenges your worldview, and I get it because you don't want to change your opinion. You want to keep it to where you're just angry at what it says in the book for some reason,
Hey,
perhaps
I'm not angry.
moral. It sounds like it because you keep interrupting, like you want
I'm
to prove a
baffled.
point.
Okay.
You don't have to, dude. There's nobody that's arguing with you except for you wanting to make an argument, and then us trying to get through you by, trying not, or for you not to speak over us. Problem is, like I said before, doesn't matter what people do when they read the book, and then you're saying that, well, because they're a specific type of individual or people, groups of people, and they're supposed to be God's people, but they're messing it up. Therefore, the Bible's incorrect. That's what you're doing. What it
Oh,
sounds like
okay.
you're
Let
doing
me.
right now,
All or
based
nothing
upon what
valid.
we've been hearing.
That's an all or nothing
What do you
fallacy.
believe about the Bible? What do you believe the people from Israel are God's chosen people?
Yeah,
Believe that.
so the veracity of the claims of the Bible would state that people are adopted sons and daughters of God. There is not like there's a lineage, right? There's two. There's a lineage of people that were chosen by God, and there's also people that were adopted into son and daughtership of of the Creator. So that was because
You have of
because
that.
of because of something they were born from, but because they were blessed by God. And so these people
I
are
love you,
chosen
man, but how do you know that?
You are
because
talking about
you
the chosen people were the
Yeah,
ones.
is that objective
Hold on.
truth? Is that
Oh,
objective truth?
hold on, hypothetical
I mean,
G.
I would say
Objective truth? I'm out of here.
it comes from people.
Later. But this is ridiculous, bro. You should just fucking leave this
Don't
conversation.
get
It
triggered.
comes from people that
Don't
are
get triggered.
more studied
Shit's
in the
fine.
Bible than any of us are, and I would
You're
agree with that.
Book.
you're
Somebody
forgetting
wrote
that
it.
the same people that you're appealing to are the from
Who was
like you're
who's the guy who's triggered? That wasn't bro, was it?
no, that's
that was
That's me. No,
hypothetical.
it's me.
That
Oh.
definitely was not me. That was somebody else.
That was
Yeah,
Brooke.
it
Get
threw me
mad.
off because I was like, "Why your mic was lit up?" And I was like, "That's not like
Somebody was yelling and said they're gonna leave or something.
Yeah,
yeah."
that was hypothetical.
Well, all I was
His
trying
hair
to
was on
say was
fire.
that like I've talked to a fair few so-called religious scholars, and I appreciate their perspective on the Bible far more than I would ever interpret. That's basically where I was coming from.
well, I would say this, even in the scripture, the people that were chosen did not understand the messages and killed their own Messiah. So I would say at least you need to take that into consideration, that there's some message there, that there's a deeper meaning, and that you yourself should prove it to yourself by reading the scripture yourself and not take other people's words for it.
Well, it's not.
I would
It's
say that extends into life itself.
yeah,
It,
but
it's one of the ideas of do your own research. It doesn't matter what the topic is.
of course, right? But I mean, it's a primary experience of you reading through the scriptures and going through yourself and not listening to what these groups of people that you disagree with. I think that's the most important part. So if you're disagreeing with the group and they claim to be, or you think that they claim to be, you know, um, uh, you know, God's chosen people, like you can't just say, well, they're God's chosen people, they're messing up, so therefore the Bible's untrue. That's what it sounds like in a short way. That's what it sounds like you're doing.
Yeah, I don't believe that they're God's chosen people.
No, I
I'm
know
sorry.
that. I know that. You've
Yeah, I would
stated
agree.
that.
And the way they talk down to you, it's very God. It's so bad.
What are you choosing? What are you choosing for?
I mean, we're just people saying shit. It's not some rabbi in their basement. It's like Rabbi Schneerson, the seventh Rebbe, or the Apocalypse.
Who cares what, dude? Listen, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what rabbis say, dude. We have the primary document.
Well, that's what I say. It's cherry picked from the Torah. It really doesn't matter. God doesn't choose people. If you accept His Son, if you accept Christ, you are saved. You know.
Okay, so then why is it this? I have chosen you, my people. Why does it say that?
I don't believe in the so-called chosen people like that. That's not.
Okay, so then why does the Bible verbatim call them the chosen people?
Well, it's more of the people of Israel. That's, I would say, it's a distinction.
Yeah.
The people of Israel.
But why do you,
different.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The chosen people are those people, and he chose them for specific reasons, which he told them what those reasons were. Right?
The Levant and Jerusalem and everything like that is significant for the Israeli people, and they occupy that area for a specific reason.
That's fine, but do you think that the Creator is not extending that up until now, or you think that was only then and not now?
I would say it holds for all time. It's a matter of.
If you want to understand, you know what Kabbalah is. I think most of you guys have heard of that. You study that, and gives you a better understanding of
I don't know,
all
man. It
these.
sounds like you're getting your
Yeah.
information to study. I don't know.
Well, I don't
just
believe in any of it. It's just what they believe, and the people that powers that be,
That's
they're
what he's talking
Kabbalists.
about.
What it
Because I
seems
went
like.
through this. I went through this that you're going through now, but
Yeah.
you're not done. You need to keep going. Wherever you are, don't quit
No, I'm
your
an
research.
individual. I have no
Yeah,
race.
no, but
I
I
guess
was
I'm
definitely
Polish, German, or whatever. But
I can relate to the
speak.
things that you're learning because I learned them too. But that that isn't the broad spectrum. It's kind of like a distraction almost.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I agree.
Given modern times, I mean, personally, I'm English, German, Ukrainian, and partially Russian. So, given the
I mean,
current
it's
period of time, it's kind of fucked up. Given with my family and everything.
Right. So why did God choose the Israelites? For what purpose?
he didn't, and they just wrote it in a book.
Okay, so in the book, why did it happen in the book?
You got another book that says the Aborigines in Australia are God's chosen people.
Ooh, I
Yeah,
know.
so the correct
Reading the wrong book.
answer,
Honest.
What are you talking
let's hold on a second.
about?
The correct answer is you don't know. That's the correct answer, right?
I
Actually,
know.
no,
I agree with
I
you.
would disagree.
That's me.
I don't
don't
even
know.
think it has to do with the book itself. I actually think that if the
I'm better
so-called
than you.
Jewish people want to have a homeland, it would be in the Levant. It would be close to Jerusalem. It would be close to.
You're
Gypsy
missing the
grifters. They
point.
lie.
That's the
Steal.
point of his question, guys. He asked you a direct question.
No, Flatsy, it's just like a lot of people think they know enough about the Bible to be able to criticize it, and they don't know any of the major concepts from it.
he's
All
back.
Yeah,
They've never actually
where was
studied
the
it.
first? Where was the first temple of
He's
Solomon
back,
built?
Crit.
Where was the first temple of Solomon built?
Oh, right next to where it wasn't built.
Right next to where the mosque is built today. Like the fact that the Muslims decided to completely take over the entire area.
Okay, who cares? Who cares? Why is the temple? Why is the temple special?
Because it was the first holy place of the Jewish people. They have the
That's
claim
because
of the
they
area.
said it was. You believe that.
Oh my goodness!
Saying it's the fact that they
No,
they literally built their
wrong.
religion.
It's a building.
I mean, yeah, that is part of it, but that's not like the real significance of the temple.
Where else would it be though? Like
hold
where else
on.
would the
Okay,
where
I'll
else
tell you
would
the
the
answer. I'll
homeland?
tell you the answer. I'll tell you the answer from the Bible. Okay, the temple is a shadow and substance and typology of Christ, and Christ is the usurper of the temple. He himself claimed to be so.
But
Okay.
dude, we're talking Christianity. I mean,
No.
no, hang on. I just want to say, like,
No.
Judaism is way before Christ. Like, the
Listen.
basis of Judaism, like the
Now,
Temple of Solomon, and the basis of the religion was in the Levant.
why
It was
did
in Jerusalem.
Yeah. Oh
That's
yeah.
where they
Yeah.
belong.
yeah, but why
Jewish people belong. I'm just saying that the east coast of the Mediterranean. That is their homeland.
okay, but why
Yeah. But why? Why is it? Why is it their homeland?
hold on.
It's where they historically occupied the place of the Middle East. Like I say,
Yeah. But why did they occupy? Right. But why did they occupy that place?
It was given to them.
I
Right.
would
It was
just say
promised to them. Who was it promised to?
Abraham, all of his sons.
Ah, there you go.
descendants of Abraham. Yes, of course.
Yeah. And who are they?
No, wrong.
Bloodline.
There you go.
You're born in not in that bloodline. You're screwed, man. All you can do is be one of their
No,
slaves.
that's not true.
End of days coming.
No,
That's what they say.
see, that's the problem. That's why you got to read the whole thing. So what it actually says
Noahide.
is that the
Noahide laws
promise.
are.
Yeah, I know that. So what it
The
actually
modern
says.
thing of what the Bible, the one that came after the Talmud, and that's what I mean. Is like the original specification of the Jewish people was in the
6 million.
Levant. That's where they belong.
They lie their asses off. That's all. And they're in my family. I'm very Jewish in a way. A lot of Jewish relatives. kick me off. Probably.
Right, so who is the second part of the promise made to? So it was Abraham and something else. What was the second part?
Jacob, Israel.
No,
No.
that's
Jacob
not
and
what he's
Esau
asking.
is the big deal.
It's the second half of
Esau
what
and
he's.
Jacob.
I think they'll
Esau
get
All
it
right,
is
I'll
soon
from
enough.
answer it. I'll answer it.
Soup.
To his seed, not to seeds as of many,
Yep.
but to seed as of one, which is Christ.
Yep.
It's all about Christ. It always was about Christ. That's what the whole temple was, the whole symbology, the whole typology. It's all explained right there in the book.
In a way, I would agree that that's what Christians would say, but
Yeah,
realistically,
It's in the Bible
I
that
have to be
all
I
about
have to
that.
be the devil's advocate here. And honestly, when you look all the way
you believe
back,
the Bible. Jesus is from the house of what? David or Jacob, or he's
Yeah,
Jewish.
look,
Basically, Jesus is Jewish. He's
all the
not here
way
for the
back.
Gentiles.
Yeah, I mean that's great, dude. But the all the
He's
way
gonna stomp
back
you out in
is,
the wine press and cut your head off. Jesus is not your
oh my
friend if you're
god,
not
dude,
Jewish. That's what I'm saying.
dude, you're too ignorant to speak in this conversation.
Did he
Okay,
just
so
say that?
you've been
What?
revoked. He said
What?
Jesus is going to stomp out everyone that's not Jewish because he's never actually read the Bible and understand what it says because he's retarded.
Sorry, I was kind of getting distracted. I was talking to my husband, but I thought you were going to when Israel was established because of. Never mind. Yes, but I put that in the chat earlier. Said
but
that,
that might actually be a good point. Is Israel was established due to what?
but I was putting in the chat that the entire Old Testament and New Testament was about Jesus Christ. Like literally, the entire
Yep.
Bible is about
Yep.
Jesus.
I mean, that's a bit of a stretch. The Old Testament
No,
didn't.
No, he's the focal point, man.
that's the whole point.
The point for the New Testament, I completely agree.
No,
But
no,
Well,
dude. It's
Dude, you never heard of the proto evangelion?
Old Testament was
I will
the whole
separate your
point.
seed
Would you
from your seed will crush
The whole
his
point
heel,
of
but
the
he will crush
sacrifice of Jesus
your
Christ
head.
himself was the fact that the Old Testament beliefs would not be adhered to anymore because the sacrifice itself was Jesus Christ. He was the sacrifice. That was the point of modern Christianity.
you don't think that there were over how many? Was it 300 prophecies that predicted Jesus Christ?
Well, of course, understandably, but that was the prophetic Christianity.
Yeah, but that
I
was
mean,
happening all throughout the Old
that's
Testament.
that's actually what spawned the idea of Islam. And the fact that there was only prophets, there was no the spawn of God himself. Like the Trinity did not exist in Islam. And they took that idea and ran with it to the fact that Christ was only a prophet. He was not the spawn. He was not the son of God, as the Christians believe it. He was only a prophet. And Muhammad was the final prophet. When you actually consider the two belief systems together,
All the prophets were there for Jesus to be the whole
well,
Bible
all
and the
I'm
prophets
saying is that
are all
Jesus
to that
Jesus was not a prophet. He was the Son of God. That's what I'm saying. But there are different ideologies, different beliefs saying that Jesus himself was a prophet and not the Son of God.
yeah.
ain't
So
that
No,
yeah. So
no. So what
this is
the Bible describes Jesus as a threefold office: prophet, priest, and king.
yep.
Yeah, to
All right.
an
So
extent in terms
just
of the reference to the Trinity.
so, bro, just real quick, I want to
Right?
before it gets lost,
Holy crap, dude.
I do want to say this because it speaks to the point that we're speaking of earlier, that everything was written about him. So it's very important that in one of the passages it does describe this. Colossians 1:16, it says, "For through him God created everything in the heavenly realms and on earth. He made the things we can see and the things we can't see, such as thrones, kingdoms, rulers, and authorities in the unseen world. Everything was created through him and for him." It's not for people think that we are the focal point of all of creation. It's Christ. He was the focal point. And the reason why all of the scriptures were written the way they were. You see
this
what
is
I'm
the
saying? takes
salvation. This
Yeah,
is
no, I definitely understand that.
takes the
this is
eyes.
the
It takes the eyes off the people and puts it straight on him. Like he's
No,
the main
exactly.
focus,
No, I
not us.
completely agree. It's through Christ that we understand the world. I get that. I completely
Well,
understand.
well, people think that we're the ones that are special. We're the ones that, you know, and to some extent we are because we are, God created us in His image, His likeness. But at the same time, the focus of all of this creation story was the main focus, which was Him. All things were created. Everything under the sun was made for Him, through Him, and by Him. So,
Understandably, I guess the one point where I would digress from that type of logic is the fact that humans themselves do actually have some value. It's not necessarily, not every single thing that we create is divinely inspired, I guess is what I'm getting at.
no, yeah. What I'm saying is because of all of creation, where it was moving towards was that, the redemption story for all of creation. So it started from the focus on Him to the end was going to be Him. So nothing was, the beginning and end was all going to be about Him.
In a way, like,
So
as we were created, as we shall go.
everything has value. Even something like an insect has value to the way that things, the order of nature. Like you have things that have value in their own order, and we have
it's
our order, and we are definitely under Jesus Christ.
what a
But
great.
we
Oh,
still
go ahead.
don't. Yeah, sorry, that doesn't take away our value, and you can be grateful for the value that you have because the whole idea of a human race at all was for Jesus Christ.
Yo,
I guess that's where
let me quote a verse. Let me quote a verse. Who holds the wind in their hands and rides the clouds? What's his name? And what's his son's name? Do you know it?
I would say Yahweh and Jesus.
Right. And so that verse was from the Old
Prophecy right
Testament,
there.
right?
I suppose the only way that I personally would digress is that when it comes to human lifetimes, the only actual progression is technological. It's not, again, it's not divinely inspired. Like the majority of things that we create as human beings, it's through our own logic, it's through our own ideas. It doesn't actually follow through the progression of, say, a
What is,
theistic ideal.
what does that come from? Where would you give that credit to? To yourself?
No, not necessarily, because a lot of the vast majority of people would say that they stand on the shoulders of giants, whether it be the people that created the ideas that they built upon, or they
That's
Yeah,
a
used.
but where
weird.
do
That's
ideas come from, bro? Where do they originate? From the person, or for somewhere different, from somewhere unknown?
Honestly, that's probably subjective.
Well, I would
I would
say
say,
you can't say that because you didn't invent something. That information that was put into your mind to think about something was actually given to you to think about.
well,
Otherwise, you
exactly
wouldn't
what
move forward.
that
Yeah,
goes
so it
back to
comes.
the.
So that comes from somewhere else. You're just an information interpreter. You're interpreting information, and you're like, "Oh, that's a good thought." But where did that thought come from? Did you originate
Well,
that
that's
thought?
what I mean. Like, but just is it actually divinely inspired, or is it the fact that humans have achieved so much that the way that we contemplate the world can actually produce those outcomes?
creation is divinely inspired.
Oh,
So anything that is from
That's
this
that.
creation.
Well, that's entirely an argumented idea. Like the creation
philosophical.
itself, we can argue all day, but the point is, like, where does actual inspiration comes from? Is it divinely inspired, or is it completely possible that it is actually a mechanicalistic idea from the basis of humanity, from everything that
Yeah,
we've ever learned, from
it's
all of
not.
the ideas coming together?
Yeah, it can't be from neurons firing in your brain because if that were the case, then it would be completely you know, materialistic. It's biological. It's
Well,
chemical.
some would say deterministic. Some would say that it doesn't matter about free will. Some would say that it actually comes from a constant
Oh,
development.
oh man, it
Yeah,
don't matter. It don't matter because in order to parse free will from determinism, you have to think of it as being on an equal dimension. If you just think of determinism and free will as being in different dimensions, then one is just a subordinate dimension of the other. And then it's perfectly congruent that from your experience, you have operant free will and a deterministic dimension. And both would be true.
Yeah. And I would say I
and it
struggled
is
with this.
possible.
I struggled with this before, bro. But I think what he was saying was more on point because as we started talking about this subject matter a little bit more in depth, I would agree with that because in our understanding, let's say for today or tomorrow or whatever, you're gonna say things like, "I'm gonna choose to eat, whatever, a hamburger," but in all reality, you're gonna
Well,
wind up eating. You're gonna
it
wind.
may not even
Hold
be
on. Let me
something.
just lay it out. You're
Well,
gonna
I'm
wind
just
up
saying it
eating.
may not even be something that I
Yeah,
consciously agree to. It's
yeah,
something
I
that
know that,
happens.
but that's where I'm going with it. So you could eat something entirely different because a friend brought some tacos or something, and you're just like, dude, that's amazing. Wasn't thinking about eating it, but I was thinking about eating a hamburger. But what happens is because all of these things that you think that you are in control of could also be something else motivating things to happen in a particular way. So they're all of it's working like together. You can't understand it because the access to that type of information is far beyond levels of understanding that you could ever access. So
No, yeah,
you
exactly.
you
No.
you, you could only you basically can only see what's in front of you. You can't see the whole picture, and that's
Yeah,
I
the
and
would
you
thing
even
that
say less. It's you can't even realistically say what's in front of you because like the things that we perceive are always subject to whatever it may be that would distort our perception. Yeah,
yeah, but you can't
personally and
rule
everything.
out. But you can't rule out that inspiration isn't. You can't rule out that inspiration is divinely like
But what is
inspired.
that inspiration though? Is that
Yeah, but
inspiration?
because
But
when
that's the whole
inspiration,
deterministic
listen,
ideology.
I want to say this. I want to say this. You can't rule it out because when inspiration strikes you, it comes out of nowhere. So it does kind of feel like it's divinely put in place. So it is still your choice to act upon the inspiration or not. How many people have been inspired to do something but suppress the inspiration?
Understandably, but is it really your choice? Or is it more of a deterministic
yeah, but you can't think of
eventuality
it.
based on
You can't think of it in that way because, like I said before, what you see in front of you is only your understanding of like the way life is proceeding. So for you to contemplate that thought, then you would have to have access to a thought of like how the entire layout of how things are supposed to go in all of history. So you don't
It takes
have access to that. You only
but do
yeah,
have
we
access to
actually
what you know. So
do
like
we do we
it's like
decide that
basically
or is it
you know
determined? That's the
yeah,
idea.
what I'm saying is the way it's laid out in the word is that the alpha and the omega, right? The beginning and the end, everything is already written. But the thing is, you don't know the in between parts. Like tomorrow, what you're gonna do? How do you know what you're gonna do tomorrow? It's unknown to you. That access of information is not to you. Everything is real. The choices you make, everything that you do, and so you can't say whether or not that it was determined for you tomorrow to talk to your friend that you didn't speak to in 10 years. You can't there's no way to determine that. But you could say it feels like it's destiny or it feels like I don't know, like something just happened and it just we're now talking. You know
Well,
what
I
I'm saying?
guess at the end of the day, we don't know because
There you
well,
go.
yeah,
it would take a certain
I
mindset
just got to take a quick
to
break. I go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
I'll be
sure.
right back.
sure. I would like to say this to the live stream at least because I would say that it takes a certain mindset to act on an inspiration that sparks up out of nowhere. I'm somebody that I write music, so I know what that inspiration it sparks out of nowhere and then it comes to you and I can write a song less than 30 minutes and then not write another song for years. So the
Yep. So
inspiration
why is it that you have to do it on the eight beat?
see that's not a thing. You don't think about that kind of thing when you've got the
No, it is a thing. It is a thing. The
What do you
way
mean?
the way that music plays out to be melodic, to be symphonic, to have any language contextuality, it follows certain rhythms and beats, right?
Yeah, yeah, it does.
Keys, all of these things. So, who
Well,
invented those?
chord progression.
Humans?
No,
Did humans
well,
invent those?
Like,
yeah.
what sounds good
Well,
to the
sort
human
of, not
ear?
really. I don't know.
Yeah, what
No,
sounds
the
good to
answer
your
is
ear?
no. How could you invent what sounds good to yourself? You just hear something and you recognize it sounds good.
That's true.
That's your faculties that you already possess. So without
Yeah,
those faculties, you can't even begin to do anything. So the sheer fact that those faculties are preordinate is where all of that creativity flows from.
yeah. The chord progressions are things that I think about. I do think about the chord progressions and the melody over them, and how I'm going to transition to something that will make it more interesting. But I'm not actually thinking about that when I'm writing the song. The song is being written sort of with that in mind, but mostly with a message in mind, an agenda.
Right, but we know that some people set out to do that, and what they produce is dog shit, and what other people produce is good to listen to, right? And there's a distinction between the two. When one follows certain ways of doing things, it sounds good or even beautiful. And when another person just does whatever the heck they feel like, it sounds like absolute garbage.
Yeah, there is a defining line where you're not just doing whatever you want. You're actually trying to make it cohesive and interesting.
Yeah, but what
But
makes you think that that thing that you're doing is cohesive? You know what I mean? Like, why would you
yeah,
want to?
take a bit
That's
of yeah, it takes a bit of acumen in that area. Sometimes people have that naturally though, so it's not
and where does that
so.
come from? Because it
Yeah,
all comes from somewhere, right?
no, I'm on
Stems
your
from
side
somewhere.
on this, guys. So but you're bringing a lot of things into my
Dude, it's
mind.
all the point is it's all an expression of faculties that you already possess. You weren't taught these faculties, right? You were taught the conventional language of expressing them, but you weren't like the ability to recognize good music versus bad, like nobody's taught that. There's
Yeah,
finer refinements you're taught, but the core fundamentals are just the human. They're just innate in the human.
I find that I can find appreciation in a lot of different styles and types of music just because of the kind of talent that goes into it. And it may not be something that you like, but I like it. um, but I also am a musician, so I can appreciate things that most people wouldn't like or would even think about being something that would.
Right. So, for example, is a monotone screech played at the exact same pitch, tone, and intonation for a continuous 3 minutes? Is that music?
No, I would, but
No,
I would.
not a,
That could be
nobody could. Nobody could define that as music. Nobody,
right,
not
but I
one
could
person.
say
Like
that
Yoko Ono.
Oh
that would
my
in itself
gosh.
to be able to screech is also something that not everybody do. Not everybody can screech in a certain pitch here and there. So some people can control that and use it in music somehow to make it seem more pleasing.
Yeah.
Like
So, okay, perfect. So now let's go to the next stage. So, is my intuition to smack that person upside the head? Did I come up with that, or was it
don't
just my
don't be
natural reaction?
don't be biased. Let's
No, but
say
seriously, if somebody's doing something like that, you're annoyed by them. You're not
no.
entertained or amused by them.
That's not true because I've listened to Job for a Cowboy and Entombment of a Machine. If you listen to the song, you hear this guy do a pig squeal, and it is in perfect placement. It sounds really good to people who understand the style of music.
Yes.
Oh
So
my god.
it's not what that's not what I described.
You don't think a
Jeez.
pig squeal perfectly placed
No,
in a
listen. It's just like Jim. It's just like Jim Carrey said in the movie. You want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? Remember?
Exactly. Then the girl tried to kill him.
Ain't
yeah,
nobody.
but don't know what I'm talking about. I wish that you knew what I was talking about, but I've
Look. If you have a piece of music, and there's a pig squeal put in at the appropriate time, right? That is much different than the scenario I was describing.
yeah, true, but that I was trying to
Oh,
expound on that
Why is
somebody
a
that
pig
makes
squeal appropriate?
sounds can also utilize them in a pleasing way to some folks.
oh, dude. I mean, bro just made it sound funny when he said that.
You got a pretty mouth.
what kind of live stream do we have where Bro L is asking when is a pig squeal appropriate?
Are you guys? Do you even
Hold
know?
on.
Glad to
I
contribute.
can't let this go on.
Oh my god.
Does anybody
She
know?
is absolutely 100% correct. I'm just going to say, and I can give you an example of that right now, where it is a sound that is an ugly sound at the very first time you hear it, but then after
Mute,
you hear it again,
mute him.
it.
Oh
I'm
god.
just
Put him
telling
on
you.
moot.
Hey
He's
man,
not wrong.
I was
He's not
trying to
wrong.
take your back.
I
I was
got you.
trying to take your back.
I was kidding.
I feel like we're gonna get
Okay,
sound
well, I'm
blasted
just
right
trying
now.
to say there are things where
This is like-
you hear music and the first time you
Put 'em
hear
on
it,
moot.
it's an ugly sound. And then
That's
That's
a
some
moot.
pretty good roboting right there.
You are roboting, dude. Like hard. Was that your example? Because
Nah.
You're like,
Amadeus.
All right. If I'm a robot,
do you guys know Fiona Apple?
oh god, dude.
Yeah.
You're
Yes.
bringing like
absolutely.
there's some terrible music out there, by the way.
Oh,
And Crit probably. Do you have a collection of these bad music?
No, I had just okay, so I grew up and Yoko Ono was a thing, okay? And people are like, "Wow, that is so bad. Like it's so bad, it's good." Okay? Cuz that time frame is all about like expanding the concept. What is good, what is bad,
Pushing the
And
boundaries.
yeah, pushing boundaries. And then when Fiona Apple did it like in the 90s, people are like, "This is just awful." And then people are like, "Yeah, it was even more awful when Yoko Ono did it." Like had she just existed just in that one time frame, where just squealing and screaming like a banshee was singing.
Oh
Like,
no. Oh hell no. I don't know. I see AI lighting up, but I don't see anything coming out.
look, I was about to post the song for "Job for a Cowboy," and the guy that has like this skeleton head on that you guys are going to think is satanic. So I don't know if I should do it. It may very well be satanic, but I don't know. I listen to music, and I wasn't always a Christian, so I've listened to a lot of different things and can appreciate different spectrums of music.
At this point, I'm actually curious what qualifies as satanic.
Hello.
Oh, is that Lexa?
Yes, it's me. Hello.
Dude, we haven't spoken to you, and your hair was on fire the last time we spoke.
How long was it ago?
Oh man, months even.
I think it was a little more than that.
You're the 14-year-old, right? Or now probably a little bit older.
I'm 15.
15 now. Congratulations.
Thanks.
What made you come back?
I'm not entirely sure, but
Oh,
I want to see what you guys are doing.
okay, for you guys who don't know Lexa has an older brother who at one time came on here, was trying to calm Lexa down because Lexa had the meltdown of meltdowns. I mean, you probably have never heard a meltdown like this. It was nuclear, my friends.
I was here.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. You'd have to hear it to believe it, because you couldn't believe it.
You guys know that my brothers don't believe in flat Earth, right?
Yeah. But he was a bit more cordial than you at the time.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it now, though? Like, what's up with the? You still gonna
course.
aspire to be
What?
someone who works with the what agent? What? Because you live in what country is it? You said
France.
you live in France. The European agency, I think, is what you were talking about. You wanted to apply for, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I prefer NASA or SpaceX.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you aspire for the
You can't.
whatever.
I don't know if you know this. If you are a foreign citizen, you cannot work at NASA
Um,
or SpaceX.
yes, you can. There are some French people who I
No,
saw.
there's not.
I've talked to people who applied on SpaceX and who got how do you say that? Employed? Yeah, who worked there. So I'm
No,
sorry.
no, you can't.
So they're just lying to me.
Yeah, their definition of working there means something completely different. Like
Okay,
they got a tour
if
of the
you
building or something.
if you want, yeah.
I don't know. I would say it's more of the fact that they would contract people out from other countries and they'd fly them in and have them work on visas and stuff like that. I think that's possible.
What's the goal of talking about that anyway? You guys don't believe this company?
Well, you have your own space program. France is one of the European nations that actually has a space program, if you believe their story. So
Yeah,
why would you then say like that meme, the scumbag guy saying no to something very simple and then picking something that you can't do? It seems like
because
you want a self-defeating prophecy. You want to manifest a destiny that you cannot complete, and then wonder why. Just go get a job at France.
no,
Like what?
because
You know what, bro?
bro, the situation in France is
You
trash. Salary is trash. They are
exactly.
late in every single way. This European Space Agency is late in every single way. Like for me, there is no reason to work there. I mean, despite the fact that it's a space
I
company.
can actually verify that for a fact. The Ariane space program is failing, and it doesn't really matter what the Europeans do. Like they're going to have to partner with America. It's not. It's literally not a question.
So, Crit, he wants to be a real space cowboy. I mean, none of this fake cowboy shit. You know, we don't want France or India space agents. We're looking for NASA.
Yeah,
Big
an
balls.
asshole.
Looking for Nasher. Nasher? Anyway, Alexa does believe that the Earth is a globe. He defends it vehemently. So I don't know if he wants to lay out an argument, kind of get the ball rolling.
Would you want to try to at least lay out some kind of argument?
Okay.
Because I think I'm going
yeah.
to let you know that if you ever spiral out of control over flat Earth, that's also a lifetime disqualification from any space program. So you're already out of the running. You just don't know it yet.
If you think so. So
It's kind of test
feel-
questions, bro.
What? I don't really get.
When you're going to be in a space program, they ask you about the flat Earth, and if you spaz, you're disqualified.
If yeah, I'd have no problem talking about that. I don't get what you're saying.
Well,
Really.
that's why, because they need people that can be composed about the topic. So when they're, have to give a fluff story, they're not going to be found out. Because they kind of had a bad situation with the astronauts, if you remember, after they allegedly went to the moon and it was the pinnacle of human achievement. They all looked like somebody shot their mothers. Oh, wait a minute, friends. I'm sorry. Is it too soon? Somebody did actually shoot their mother.
So what?
Yeah, see, you didn't know, you weren't aware that the astronauts supposedly that went to the moon, one of them their mothers were killed, dude.
Yeah, sad, I guess.
Yeah, just letting you know. So the point is, you got to be very emotionally stable to be an astronaut. That's the point.
Yeah, I don't really want to be an astronaut. I mean, it's not my priority, you know.
Well, good, because you're not going to be. So you can write that down right
Hold
now.
on, Crit. I was thinking about a meme, dude, but there is one that I wanted to show.
You guys really
I'll
make
put it in
lots of
text chat for you, bro.
All right, let me tab back in.
That's what I was hearing when you said that comment.
What, me?
No, I'm talking to Crit.
That took me 5 seconds to figure out what was going on.
That's what I was hearing when he said that comment, dude. I'm just like, fuck, man.
Oh,
So what I first saw was somebody getting their head smashed against a turnbuckle in the corner of a boxing ring.
yeah.
Took me a
You're
while
like
to figure
get it
out it
through.
was somebody.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
just
but he.
saying it took me forever to figure out it was somebody
Yeah, but
stepping on somebody.
he
Into
was
your
he was
skull. You would
it,
not.
yeah, but it was every word. You are not going to be a astronaut. Like you could hear that. That's what I was hearing when I saw that. It's like,
It's
dude,
very
I got
funny.
the best gift for that. Anyway, like, so you still haven't said your evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Uh,
Go on,
uh,
man. If you're
so
1 year
yeah,
older, you
yeah.
can give us
So
a good one.
first, I just want to ask you a really quick question, really quick. Do you
What?
guys believe that what make us fall to the ground, make for everything fall to the ground, is gravity or something else? Because I'm not
I think
sure.
it's
Yes.
3-toed gnomes pulling everything down.
Come on, man.
What's pulling
Well,
everything down?
yeah. Well, what do you think? I
Me?
say what I think. You say what you think. Not this
Yeah,
game.
I think it's gravity.
No, well,
Okay.
nobody. Listen. Nobody said anything. The name for the phenomenon of things falling to the ground is called gravity, so it's just a tautology. You haven't explained anything or mentioned anything. You've just named the thing that we already know is the name of the thing.
Okay.
You know the thing. It's like Joe Biden. Hey, have you heard of the thing?
Yeah, so people describe things falling to the earth phenomenologically as a title called gravity, right? In
Yes.
common language, that's what people refer to it as, right? So things falling down isn't caused by gravity, it is gravity. So if you're going to say the cause, now you're just saying the cause of gravity is gravity. That doesn't even make sense.
That's why you're not going to be an astronaut.
So you have to parse out the phenomenon from the cause because those are two separate things, right?
Yes.
Right. So now that we know that, can you restate your question in a coherent manner?
What makes an object fall down?
Ah, there you go.
So
Oh, you thought I had the answer?
yeah, what's the answer?
The answer is, hold on, let me phone a friend. Deep doop boop beep boop boop.
You can't
Neil
say
deGrasse
3-toed
Tyson.
gnomes. I already
Nobody.
got it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Nobody knows. Beep dop deep doop doop. Michio Kaku. Nobody knows. Deep dop deep doop doop. Oh, everybody's replying they don't know.
So you don't know.
Yeah, man. I told you
Oh,
3-toed gnomes. Duh.
nobody knows. There you go. There's the answer.
All right, thanks.
Do you know now?
Yes. Okay. So are you okay with saying that if
You don't know.
gravity what
No, go ahead.
are you okay with saying that if gravity exists, as I believe, as in the way I believe it exists?
So you believe it? Okay. You have a
Yes.
faith-based belief
Of course.
system that
What?
you have a faith-based belief system. You just
Okay.
believe it.
No, I don't believe it. I know why I believe it, so it's not believing.
Hold
It's
on. We
more of
screwed
a
up again.
what?
Are you switching back? Are you switching
No,
back to interchanging
no.
the word
Listen,
gravity?
listen. Hey, I'm really
Hold
bad with
on, dude.
English. Okay, so don't take 100% seriously every word I say, because if I
Well,
say believing, I
it's
don't
not
believe.
about you, dude. But I know I understand. I understand your problem. but it's not your problem alone. People who are very adept in English suffer from the same problem where they use the same word, gravity, to describe both the phenomenon, which is the effect, and the cause of the effect as both being gravity. And then you end up with a big causal loop and an incoherent sentence. So you have to parse out when you're talking about the phenomenon that we all observe and the alleged claim of the cause. You follow me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. So I'm not going to tell you how to do that, but I'm just saying that's what you need to do. Otherwise, we're going to be struggling here.
Okay. So can I say my thing now?
Your thing. Say your thing.
Okay. So, are you okay with saying that if gravity exists, as I think it exists, a flat Earth cannot exist, right? Or not?
Because
I don't even know what you mean by that.
Well,
Because I
because
didn't know in that sentence. I didn't know in that sentence if you meant the effect or the cause claim.
well, none of that. I just mean, a flat
Here, how
Earth.
about you do this? How about you do this? How about you do this?
Don't
Whenever you're talking about the effect, you
don't
say the effects of gravity, and whenever you're talking about the cause, you say the cause of gravity. How
the
about that?
effect of gravity. Okay, the effect.
Okay, perfect.
So, a flat Earth cannot hold its shape if gravity exists, right?
because
Because everything pulls on everything.
because
That's
Mhm,
that's the
excellent.
effect of gravity.
Okay, I'll do it. Let's do an experiment. You want to do it with me? I'll do it
There
right
is an
now. Hold on.
experiment.
I need it.
Yes,
Yep, I got one. I got one for you right now. It's very simple.
I don't think you got an experiment. But okay.
I do. So here's the experiment. I have a water bottle.
Yes.
Now, the lid is on the water bottle.
Yes.
I'm holding the bottom of the bottle in the palm of my one hand, and I'm holding my other hand on the top of the bottle, and I'm pushing it together, and it will not crush. I can't crush it.
Yeah.
Now I'm undoing the lid, and listen, I crushed it. So why is it able to be crushed in one instance but not the other?
Well, because when you have the lid on, when you press on it, there is pressure building up, which make an opposite force of your of the force you have applied
Sure,
to.
sure. Yeah, let's simplify it.
Yeah.
Let's just say with the lid on, it's able to resist the force of my hand. With the lid off, it's not, right?
Yeah.
So that means that structures don't just collapse for no reason, right? They have to have an accumulative of forces that they can't resist. So an easy rebuttal to your claim would be that the structure of the Earth simply resists the forces.
So you think to clarify things, you think the model you think exists is resisting gravity because it has a structure, right? So something.
Well, yeah. Well, think about it this way: when I put, okay, let's do the bottle again. So we're not going to
I
use my
think
hands at
I think I
all.
got it. Go ahead.
We're not. Well, no, we have to do this again because science is about progress. So we're just going to take a bottle. We're going to put it on the ground. It's now attached to the Earth. It's not crushing. It's not being crushed. Still not being crushed. Something's wrong here. I thought you said that things would be crushed.
What do you mean?
You told me that the Earth would be, if gravity was real, quote unquote, the Earth would be crushed.
Well,
So if you're expecting the Earth to be crushed, then why isn't my bottle crushed?
I didn't really get what did you do with your bottle? You just place it on the table?
It's just on the ground, dude. It's just sitting on the ground right there.
Why isn't because the bottle is strong enough to resist the gravity?
There you go. That's the answer, friend. It's such a simple, elegant answer, validated through direct experimentation.
All right.
There's no
So
rebuttal.
okay. So
So your premise that the Earth would be crushed is false.
Yeah, because now you told me why, so now I know why. So it's more clear now.
Perfect.
So I saw some YouTube videos and also I think on this server that it was also a question of density. Is it also the case? Density and stuff? Why are we staying on the ground or not at all?
Well,
Like I'm
if you're
denser.
less dense, than the ambient environment, you float, right?
Yes, of course.
Right. So the reason why you're on the ground is because you're not less dense than the ambient environment, right?
Yes.
So you're more dense than the ambient environment, right?
Yes. Also, yes.
So ipso facto, the reason you're on the ground is because you're more dense than the ambient environment. Period.
Yeah, but
But
Now
why
that doesn't exclude. Hold on, before you go on. That doesn't exclude other possible truths. That just demonstrate that that's true. Okay.
yes, but is it for you the only reason? Is it the only reason why we are staying on the ground or not?
It's a sufficient reason based on experience.
So there is
Whether it's the only reason or not is unknown.
Yeah, air pressure is pretty strong too, and the fact that it pushes everything like lighter up and everything heavier down in
what?
any kind of like a isolated environment, I would say that that would be sufficient too
Uh,
as another factor.
that itself is evidence of gravity, though.
Because
No, it's a property of gas behavior, not gravity.
so it would be
Hold
useless.
on, no, he's got to be punished.
What?
Okay, so you said gravity, and you didn't parse out whether you're talking about the cause or the effect. So which one?
In what
Not
situation?
you, the other guy who interjected.
Okay.
He said that itself would be a
I was eating my
demonstration or
chips,
a proof
but I
or
think that was about
showing
L.
gravity, but he didn't say whether he meant the cause or the effect, so he's got to parse it out. Otherwise, we're just going to dismiss what he said.
Bruh, that's to you, bruh. Bruh.
Cause and the effect of gravity itself. The fact that we have a graduated atmosphere is itself because of gravity.
No, that would be more to my point of gas behavior. So I would say that the more dense things, because of gas pushing in all directions, the heavier things would be pushed down, as in, and the lighter things would be pushed up.
In terms of
What are we talking about here?
gas, like equalize.
Are we talking about the cause or the effect? Because you still haven't established that yet.
I mean, necessarily those are different things. The effect would be the stratification of the atmosphere, but the cause itself is gravity.
Okay, so you're not using the word gravity to describe the effect, then, right?
Well, the effect would be, to an extent, like what's observed. The effect is like I said, the stratification of the atmosphere. You got a higher pressure closer to the Earth and a lower pressure above, but the cause of that would be gravity.
So then someone would have
Baseless
to ask, what do you
assertion.
mean by gravity? No, that's not a baseless assertion at all. That's just a name. He's just saying that the cause of this effect is named gravity. At this point, we know the name of his alleged cause. We don't know what his alleged cause is.
That's right. What's the why?
I mean, I understand that the whole gravitational effect is a controversial point in this topic, but realistically, that's what causes the stratification is the effect of gravity.
Okay, so now what you just described is a causal circular loop, dude.
I mean, you asked about the cause and the effect. The cause is
Okay,
gravity.
so
The effect is
okay, but
stratification. That's the cause and effect relation.
okay, great. So we know the name of your alleged cause. So what it do like?
Yeah, you're gonna have to be able to
What it do
expound
like?
on what
Did I hear that
what.
right? What
Yeah,
it do
yeah,
like?
Yeah, he's
yeah. So we know Brenda be the name of the chick, but what she do like?
I mean, girl, what that ass do? Is that what we're saying?
just
Yes, that's what we're saying. We're saying we know it. We know what it's called. We just don't know what it do.
yeah. You're
What it
ascribing
do? What it do
that.
is the gravitational effect. What it causes is the stratification.
No, the
You're
causal
still
mechanism.
not answering the question, man.
What?
No, I understand that. The AV pointed that out. The causal effect. Yeah, you're right. It's the mass. The mass is the causal effect.
And there it
Gravity.
is.
Gravity.
Ding, 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 ding.
Well, I mean, come on. Like, I mean, what do you expect me to say?
You sound like Italian gangster there. Hey, come on. What do you expect me to say? Hey, Vinny,
Gabagool.
get a
Hey,
load of this guy.
Gabagool. You fucking, yeah, you want to fucking, I got some guys. They'll come after you.
So mass, I guess, would be the cause.
Well,
Right?
realistically, yes. If we're talking about
Alright.
gravitation at the surface of the Earth, then it would be the mass of the Earth that causes the
Yeah.
gravitation. I know you guys have heard this.
Sure. Yeah.
Is there anything from AI? I thought,
Yeah, the millions of computations that's going on through his circuitry is probably gonna come back to you in a moment.
okay,
He thinks-
sorry. I didn't realize he was a legitimate AI program. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's
Okay, so you say the mass causes, right? So how does it do that? How does it cause it?
I mean, how does mass do? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, how does mass do the thing?
It's
that
in
you're
the
claiming
same
it does?
sense of the alignment of electrons within a substance creates a magnetic field. It's the same do as the cause of the effect.
An alignment
I'm
of
sorry.
the electrons.
yeah, that was it.
Hold on. Go ahead. Repeat that.
No,
It's an analogy. I'm relating electromagnetism to the effect of gravity. It's the fact that when you align electrons within a substance, which effectively you create a magnet, which produces an electromagnetic field. In the same sense, mass creates a gravitational field.
okay, I got my soundboard
Really?
out. Hold on, I got a
That's
soundboard.
Oh, please no, not the sound.
We'll continue.
Is that for me? Is that for me? Am I?
Yeah, it was for you, dude.
So I guess at this point I'm losing. Is that the idea?
Well,
is that your
I mean,
is that your theory, or where did you come up with that?
It's not really necessarily a theory. It's the fact that there are fields. There are electromagnetic fields. There are gravitational fields. There are fields related to the strong force and the weak force.
Wonderful.
wait, gravitational fields.
Yeah, so we can
Is he
measure
saying
all that.
fields or feels?
Well, you know, when you get in your feels about gravity. So.
Emotion.
you're feeling-
I don't give a shit.
That's when
about
you're feeling down.
Human emotion. I mean, if you boys want to talk about human emotion, I'm all down.
He's
I
just
got
bullshitting.
hours of
He's just
content.
bullshitting.
Yeah, don't let gravity get
I
you
am
down,
legitimately I'm legitimately talking about gravitational fields. Like I'm talking about physics here, but I just say
Well,
apparently
repeat what you said about electrons.
Okay, let's go there. Well, you know what, man? Are you trying to bait him into some electric universe gravitational explanation? Mm-hmm.
you're talking about me, like electric universe. No,
Remember, well, look, that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind being talking about that, but I just don't want to vary away from the point that
Actually,
Homeboy
honestly,
was asked for evidence that the Earth is a globe.
but we're also talking about like
Just 1 second. The other homeboy was asked for evidence the Earth is a globe. He posited the idea that gravity is somehow intrinsically connected to the shape of the Earth
to the exclusion of other possibilities, right? So we want to make sure we at least stay in that vein as best we can
no,
before we go off
are we
into
talking about
something
my
else.
characterization or his? Sorry, I want to create a bit of a divide there because I wasn't trying to create a thing, but all I'm trying to say is the fact that said object has mass, given the Earth, let's say, it distorts, space-time to create a gravitational field. That's
Cool
where
story,
I'm-
bro.
You said something
Bruh.
about
It's not
electrons.
bro,
I
it's
want to
bruh.
hear
It's
that.
bruh.
I want to hear that
Cool story,
again.
bruh.
I want to hear exactly what you said about
Sorry.
electrons.
Huh?
Well,
You said something about electrons.
I was
What
just
did you
making.
say?
No, you're right. What the point I was making is that the electromagnetic field is similar to the gravitational field.
Okay,
Not
what proof do you have for that? That's quite a claim. That's an extraordinary claim,
well, I'm
actually.
saying similar. I'm not saying completely analogous. Like it's of course, because gravitational fields are attractive entirely, and electromagnetic fields can be attractive and repulsive. They're not completely analogous, but the point being is that you can kind of conceptualize it based on a negative and a positive attraction. It's very similar.
But where are you
I mean,
pulling?
I go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, where
No,
are you
sir.
pulling this information from? What is
Out
your
of his
foundation?
ass.
No,
Well,
it's
I
not
don't
out
want
of
to
my
say
ass.
that, but like because, bruh, like, can you post a
Thank you.
citation? Something, man. Give me. I don't care about it. Just give me something, bruh.
All right. So how do I put this? So the Cavendish experiment. I know you guys love that one. Kind of, you love to rip it apart and all that sort of thing. But when it comes down to the Cavendish experiment, if there was some sort of electromagnetic interaction, it would completely nullify the experiment. But it doesn't, because
That's interesting, actually. That's very interesting, but we don't have that.
I did the Cavendish experiment just to let you know.
Oh,
I mean,
tell us.
most university students that study physics do the Cavendish. It's pretty much like a first year experiment.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, I know. But
Okay, so
Got a lot of glurf, dude.
take first year physics in any university. I guarantee you're pretty much going to
You
do
did
the
you did a Cavendish experiment?
You'll set up the entire thing. You put a mirror.
Well,
you
tell
have
us about it.
laser. I'm
what's
just
the hit
saying.
I want
rate
to hear
on
that story.
What's
The
the
whole
hit
point-
rate
hear
on
that
that
story.
monkey?
Sorry,
Yeah,
hang
what's-
on. Who am
I'd
I
love to hear
answering?
that story.
No, I know he likes to hear that story. I want to know what the hit rate it is on that monkey when you do it the first time.
The hit rate.
Yeah, is it you get that with the desired effect every time? First time to charge?
It's not entirely consistent. I'm
Holy
honest.
smokes!
Well, no, because
Stop the press.
No, but honestly, every student is not going to set up the experiment exactly
Oh,
the same.
so it's based on user error. My bad.
No, you're right. No,
Okay.
honestly, you're right. No, that's taken into. That's why they do about 20
So-
different experiments across
I mean,
4 different
could this be
student
like
groups.
the Texas sharpshooter fallacy? I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. It's the fact that every single
Hmm.
group of students, they actually narrow in on the gravitational constant every single time. They're
Narrow
within.
in. Is that a linguistic way for saying that they don't get it right until they actually do?
Yeah, you're right. No, the point is it's
That's
not
a lie
sorry,
to
man.
glurf.
It's not the
I'm
exact same.
that guy.
I'm just
I'm
saying.
that
No,
guy,
I understand where you're coming from. I really do. It's just
Well-
You know it's a bullshit experiment, man. Come on, man. Be honest with us.
no,
It was a bullshit experiment.
the
not a
deflection.
bullshit.
The deflection happens. It's just not the same.
It's
for
cool,
every
dude.
single
Just
one.
be honest with us, dude. It's cool to be honest with us.
But there's
Honest
only
in what sense? Honest in what sense? Is like
Honest in that you saw no actual evidence that there's something actually happening here, and everybody had different results. Just be honest.
no, that's not what I'm saying. They do
That
have
is what
different
you said,
results.
actually.
No,
but-
hang on. What I'm saying is they have different results, but they all conform to the same idea. The fact is,
what
you
the
actually observe-
hell?
you do observe the deflection of the masses every single time. It's just you don't get the exact same measurements every single time. That's the only difference.
That's the story of my life.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
I mean,
Dude, imagine.
it's
Yeah, but think
literally
about this.
entropy. It's the fact You can't have every single person
Yeah,
set up the
imagine.
experiment every single time the exact same way. Like, it just will not happen.
Ah,
Yeah,
well,
you're right. But imagine hanging two things from a thin string and thinking it's not going to move.
No, they know it will move. That's the point. Is that they measure the
oh.
deflection. That's the whole
Well,
thing. It gets attracted. They measure the deflection
I'm not
using a
buying this
laser.
story for a second
And
at all.
okay, all right, that's
I'm
fine.
buying it for a second.
That's totally up to you. I mean, I've seen it
Yeah,
done.
it is
Personally.
up to me. Like I've seen
I'm just
YouTube
saying.
videos.
I've seen it done personally. Like
Okay.
you can deny it.
Okay.
You can make up your own mind. I really don't
Okay.
care.
Well, hey, send me a link, dude. I'm the most open-minded person out there.
Trust
Send
me,
me a
I've
link.
done that. I've done that a lot of times in this server, and doesn't
And
seem to
what?
matter. Does it?
Hey, I'll happy.
The
to
Does
only
mind
the
over
only way.
matter?
No,
He's
honestly,
ask-
like
he's
I
actually
respect
asking for
I
it, though.
respect the way. No, I respect the way that you guys do your thing, right? But it's like if you really want to see it done, you got to do it yourself. That's all I'm
Well,
gonna say.
then hypotheticals
No,
denied
it's
because you're like, I don't get it.
It's not even hypothetical. It's done hundreds of
Okay.
times, thousands
Well,
of
then.
no.
times.
That's my
every single
name. That's my name. I'm a hypothetical
Yeah,
genius.
that's him. He wants the.
And
he
what
wants that from
what
you.
I'm trying to tell you is I want to look at the link because when I go online and look at YouTube videos of this supposed experiment, it doesn't look legit to me. So I would love to see
Okay,
a
well,
actual
again,
legit version of this.
the vast majority of videos that I could show you are from YouTube. So if you don't believe YouTube, then
Well, no, I'm talking about the experiment that you did.
It's not that I didn't personally set it up. I was there to observe it. I didn't set it up necessarily. But I understand the methodology of everything that they did. You know what I mean? They
Well,
don't
just
have
know
enough. They don't have enough.
Me,
they don't have
I
enough
ain't buying
equipment.
it.
Okay,
I ain't
that's
buying
fine.
it.
That's fine. All right.
Just me personally. That's all I
No,
got to
that's
say about
cool.
that.
I
All
can't
right,
refute
cool.
that. That's really all I can say. Is
Yeah,
that
I mean,
if you
it's
don't
a bunch of
accept,
bullshit if you look into it. So that's all I have to say about that.
I'm just saying I have looked at. I've seen the actual thing done. Like I've seen the Cavendish
Yeah.
experiment. But if you don't
And
agree,
I've seen all the
then
failures on YouTube trying to do it, which we've all seen actually. Anybody
course.
who's actually looked into it has all
Okay.
seen that.
okay. Well,
It's well known. I mean,
I literally
not a
can't
secret.
refute that. Like there's nothing I can do to.
Well, it gets brought.
Well, you
even
can go on
admitted-
YouTube and look. Yeah, you can go and look on
Exactly, and
YouTube
I
and
can
come
show
back to
you
me.
as many YouTube videos as you could failures that actually confirm it. Like
Well, what does that mean, though?
I'd love to look at that. Actually, send those to me. I'm asking for those.
It almost sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, bro, but you're saying that everybody who got the null result is they didn't do it right, user error, right?
yeah, no, yeah, I yes, for the
Well,
most
there-
part,
I
I would
mean-
agree.
And there sure is a lot of that. Sure is a lot of that.
No, you're probably
But-
right.
That's all I
Honestly,
have to say about
it
that.
isn't easy because you have to set torsion balance. You have to let it sit for 24 hours. And then you have to have massive enough weights that actually deflect the torsion balance. Like, it's not an easy experiment. Like Cavendish, there's a reason that he put it in a shed and didn't touch it for weeks just to measure the deflection. What he did back in the day, it was a rigorous experiment that took a long time for him to
Hey,
actually.
can I ask you a question? And I want you to be honest with me. Is it possible that it's bullshit?
Is it possible? I'm
Yes,
just gonna
the
say.
Cavendish.
Well, okay, honestly, I've never personally seen it falsified. So if you
No,
can
that's not what I
falsify,
asked you. I'm talking about the old school
you
guy.
said, is
The
it
guy
bullshit?
who went in his shed. The
Is
guy
it
who went
bullshit?
in his
Yes.
shed.
So
Is
with
it
it
possible
being,
that ain't real?
yeah, well, that's what falsification means. Like you could basically say that is bullshit. It's wrong, right?
No, that the guy in history was actually doing
The
what he
guy
said
in
he did.
history, Cavendish himself. Is it possible that he did not have accurate readings back in whatever 18 blah blah blah?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, no,
that
yeah,
was
I would agree with that. It's just the fact that it's being replicated centuries after. That's the point. Again, like I say, I've personally seen it replicated. So I mean, it's I know it can be done. That's what I'm saying. It's Cavendish isn't the only example of it ever happening in the entirety of history. It happens all the time. Like I say, I've been in a university physics class where they replicated the experiment over the course of a week. They did it one way and then the other. They measured the deflection, the sinusoidal curves, and everything. They derived the literal little g from the entirety of the experiment. You know, the whole point itself, like Cavendish wasn't really looking for gravity itself. He knew gravity existed. Like he knew it was an effect that could happen. For the most part, he was actually.
Yeah, but how do you know that? Like, that's
I'm just going based off of what the actual
okay.
Cavendish experiment was for. Like he was
What was
looking
it
for.
Yeah, what was it for?
For the most part, he was actually looking for the average density of the Earth. That's what he was
Okay.
looking for.
But he got what? You know, a potpourri of like truths coming out of it, which is horizontal
Well,
attraction.
he was wrong. He was wrong. Like I mean,
Oh,
I'll admit it. He
I
was
mean,
wrong. He was like, given our current understanding and the way that we understand the Earth, like with all the satellites, which you know I understand you guys don't agree with, but all of our measurements today, he was wrong. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people like to point it out, but he was wrong. He wasn't completely accurate.
at this point, somebody at their desk is throwing the papers up in the air. You know, I mean,
Yeah, well, those
Like,
are
you have
probably
to be honest. Like, is that all we've got? We've got a couple sticks in the sand with shadows.
it's
Like,
it's
where's
definitely
the
not all we
real
got.
evidence?
you
Like,
think
where
there
is
would
the
be?
real shit, dude? Like, we should have it. Come on, man. This should be so obvious. If it were true, right?
Yeah,
If
but
it were true, we should have all kinds of evidence.
Yeah, it'd be evidence 9 ways to
It would
Sunday.
be everywhere.
Yeah.
What we use today, though, is laser interferometers. Like we can measure the mass because of not only just ground-based measurements.
Exactly. That's my point. That's my point. So why haven't you settled the argument?
Honestly, to be completely honest, the
Yeah.
majority of the evidence, like nothing against you guys, but the majority of the evidence that I post in this server and the politics server and FED server and stuff like that,
Look, man,
I don't get
I want to
any.
be friends with you. Let's send each other a friend request. I want to see all the evidence you got, bro. I want to see it all.
Literally don't have the time. I'm sorry. Like,
I have one more question for you. The
the
Are
only time
you
I have is
moving?
when sorry.
Are you moving right now at this very instant, just like me, at 1.3 million miles per hour, right now, at this instant, point A to point B? Are you moving at 1.3 million miles per hour right
I get
now
where you're
at this
coming
instant?
from, but you're culminating the entirety of the solar system, the
Doesn't
galaxy.
matter. It is what it is. Point A
No,
to
I
point B.
understand. No, I completely
Point A to point B.
I get it.
No way around that.
No, I know you're right. I completely understand, but I do agree that I'm moving. It's just
I want you to tell me that you're moving at 1.3 million miles per hour at this very instant, just like the rest of us.
speed doesn't matter. It's acceleration.
Okay. Well,
Well, we can get into that. I just want you to acknowledge that we are all moving right now, as we speak today, on this interwebs
yeah.
Through the
at
universe.
1.3 million miles per hour.
Like, you're culminating like literally the solar system, the star itself.
I'm talking point A to point B. There is no relativity here. I'm talking point A to point B.
Well, hang on. I would
I like
disagree.
it. I like it,
Relativity
bro.
is
Okay. Hey,
relativity
let's
is
do
very
this.
much
Let's go on
relevant.
Google. Let's go on Google.
And what
Let's
reference?
do a search on how fast am I moving? Am I moving at
Right.
1.3 million miles per
On
hour?
what reference?
Somebody's trying to make a point. I don't know if I'm missing that.
I think you're trying to obfuscate and get out of the answering that question.
I'll follow this
You
point. I
have to
just thought-
believe. You have to believe that you and I both are moving at 1.3 million miles per hour at this very instant.
I'm asking
You and me.
And that's what I'm saying. And like we're including all of the different inertial motions of the
That's
galaxy.
right.
So
That's right.
yeah, no, I would agree. I definitely would
Okay,
agree.
so I'm moving 1.3 million miles per hour. I want to hear you say it. I'm moving at 1.3 million miles per hour. Let's hear it.
Okay, I'm moving at 1.3 million miles per hour.
Okay, good. I love it.
They,
Good
they
for
are
you.
going to,
I
they,
don't
they are
mind
going to
the
make
reason that I
men
don't mind
out of
saying
I don't believe that, but
No, I understand. No, I
God
indicate
bless you, dude.
You're
Hey,
within
honestly,
your right to
you
say
earned
that.
a lot of respect by saying that. I have
Okay.
yet to have somebody tell me that.
Yeah, but
So you're the
again,
very first,
that's
and
what
you've
I want
earned my
to. I
respect.
just want to confirm the fact that you are including every single inertial effect.
That is correct.
Every
But
single
hey,
little one. I agree.
if
I
you're moving,
definitely agree
if you're
with you.
moving at 1.3, you're moving at 1.3.
I agree with you.
Okay,
That's my
good.
point. The one point that I would say is that as human beings, as how do I even put this? You want to even go back to the laws of Newton, the laws of motion, the ones that he created. It literally doesn't matter. Mainly because
Look, man, I appreciate that. And look, I could go into how is that even possible through a vacuum of space that sucks the air down? How is it even possible to move at 1.3 million miles per hour through a space vacuum and the air sticks to the ball? I could get into all that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
That's what I mean. All right, let's just talk about it. How rapidly does the Earth rotate? How fast do you think it actually is? You know, I hear the whole 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
I mean, according to the globe model, supposedly it spins one time per. Yeah, it's like 1,035 miles per hour.
160 degrees every 24 hours. It's
Correct.
literally slower than the hour, twice as slow as the hour hand on the clock.
Yeah,
It's extremely slow. But the point is, the radius of the Earth. I work in kilometers personally, so it's 6,372 kilometers for the radius. So at the apex, it's only moving 1,000 so-called kilometers an hour, miles an hour, you know, whatever it is. Realistically,
very quickly.
Well,
I just want us to agree.
You would
Go ahead.
assume
You go ahead.
you would assume it's very quickly, but realistically, inertially,
No, I'm. Go ahead.
well, I'm just saying, from an inertial reference frame, with everything moving together, with the atmosphere moving together, with us moving together, with planes and boats and all that sort of thing, it's not very fast. It really is not.
Quick question. If there were no sacred atmosphere that would save us, and I am on whatever we want to call it, and I'm on the equator, I am literally traveling at over 1,000 miles per hour.
Tangentially.
No. Literally.
Oh, tangentially. No, it is tangential.
Literally. What do you mean? Okay, tell me.
But that would be your tangential speed. But if you consider a lot of people like to talk about that.
Is what I said wrong? Are you not literally moving?
I understand what you're saying. It's but if you actually consider the centripetal force at the equator, it's at point.
No, I get it. You're moving. It's a big ball.
It's almost inconsequential. That's all I'm saying. Did he cut out?
I don't know. It just annoys me. Hello?
Was it the hypothetical genius guy, or was it somebody else?
I don't know. I don't really look which one is talking.
I was the one arguing. I don't know specifically who it was arguing with me, but
yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there's so many people in this chat things, and
you have no idea. They honestly have like 35 people. Yeah. A good day.
It's so weird having so much people here, hearing us talking, not saying anything.
Yeah, actually, I do appreciate this chat. I tend to listen to it at work. I find it really entertaining. Most of my coworkers listen to music and stuff, but I really like the discussion and argumentation and stuff like that.
I appreciate you for being here, man. Everybody that's a part of this chat is making it, possible that we continue this programming.
I appreciate
your help, and with your help, we can continue to do so. So please make your donations to AI Ardent at aiardent.com. I'm just kidding. I'm being facetious.
I honestly, I was literally going to almost tell you to F off, but
no. No, you guys go ahead, man.
I'm totally done. It's again, it's just.
I don't care, man.
I really appreciate the fact that you guys hold this space open for people to actually have these discussions, and you don't kind of pile on and try to overwhelm the discussion itself when it does happen.
It's it's a natural. I think that people, we all should express ourselves in a way that we can have the freedom to have this kind of discussions. And sometimes you just need to do it the way it happens, and sometimes it sounds like spiraling, so I think that spiraling is kind of needed at times. For example, like Lexa, when he was 14, he's 15 now, came in here and his hair was on fire, dude. And one of the conversations we had, a meltdown. but he seems to be doing okay. He hasn't like really gotten, you know,
Uh,
upset or
I'm
anything.
I'm into drugs
Well, I
now.
was gonna say I'm surprised that
You're
somebody.
into what?
I'm into drugs now. This is why I'm calm.
Oh my god, dude! Really?
Just kidding. Of course not.
Well, that'd be all I was gonna say.
I don't know. I think he's lying. I think he definitely is. He thought you guys were gonna agree with it.
Yeah, he's just now. He's just like, oh shit.
Oh no, of course no.
And I think we were actually talking to him prior to you, bro.
Is
God,
he a
when he-
Glober or?
I'm
Yeah.
Glover.
Hardcore.
What? Oh,
He's a militant one.
if you want to say.
All right, I can vibe with that. I get that.
Well, just let him. Go ahead, Lexa. Tell us what your strongest evidence was. I think you went into Gravity and Cavendish. You were even going to talk to us
I
about
mean-
that, but you got drowned out, I guess, because every bro was talking to Hypothetical Genius.
Well, if you.
Oh, he's
this
back.
argument- what- This argument doesn't really work if you believe that there is a structure holding the flat Earth. You know, you see what I mean or not?
Yeah, but that was AI's point. But I guess
Yeah.
you were going to chime in on the Cavendish when bro was talking about it.
So
You
still-
said you did Cavendish yourself, didn't you?
Yeah, I did Cavendish.
All right, well, tell us.
Yeah,
what,
no, I think everybody should. It's a very interesting experiment, honestly.
Yeah, of course. I really liked doing it. Yeah.
That is a
Right.
total bunch of garbage bullshit.
Oh.
If anybody has looked into the Cavendish experiment, it is a bunch of garbage bullshit.
Okay, here we go again.
And you know it. I'm just telling you. Okay, send me a link, dude. Show me. Because every
links
link
is-
that I can
I was
possibly
just
find.
no, honestly, I was saying to the panel just now. I honestly think it's an experiment that every person should do. If you actually want to appreciate the
I
fact,
want to do it. I just want the truth.
I mean,
Why-
honestly,
why-
if you, sorry, who was interrupting there?
No, so sorry, go ahead.
All I was gonna say is that the experiment itself, you actually want to get it from reputable sources. It's basically about $300. You could do it yourself. It's not difficult.
I did it for less than 300.
Go ahead.
To be fair.
So it's a magic trick. It's a magic trick that costs about $300 to pull off.
It seems like a magic trick. Yeah, I mean, I personally,
Make it
Not
real
to sound-
simple.
not to sound like a
I'll make it real
nerd or
simple.
anything, but I actually used to do magic. I had gimmick cards and everything. Like
I love magic, bro. Yeah.
It's kind of like an Ouija board. Crit.
Yeah,
Some
pretty
sleight of
much.
hand, dude.
Ouija board was
Okay,
more
hey,
of a
hey,
more,
back to
Ouija board was a
Cavendish.
bit of a collective delusion. The Ouija board was it literally
It
was.
is,
sponsored
dude.
Yeah,
by
how is that
Bart.
different from Cavendish? I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Whatever.
No, because
Okay,
it
all right,
moves
all right.
like
Not.
the
Hey,
Ouija
but
board.
for real. I hope that one of the two of the people here send me a link to the best YouTube Cavendish experiment that they can send me. The very best.
Let's see. I think I
Yeah.
saw one day. It was
Send it over.
Yeah, actually, Alexa probably even has like direct footage of it.
Yeah,
so-
I've looked. It's all a bunch of bullshit, but we'll take a. Hey, I'm happy to take a look.
Hey,
I could be wrong.
If I ever decide, if I decide to get the equipment and I actually take a measurement of the experiment, would you accept that or what?
Dude, not only would I accept that, I would drink a fucking 12-pack with you and we would do it together.
Oh hell yeah, Jägermeister.
So here's a link.
Yeah, with some Red Bull, I'm down.
Fucking A, man. Jager bombs all around.
Here,
I'm
how
down with
about
that.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
So the Earth's core has apparently been slowing down.
That's
This is inside the Globetard. Okay, inside the Globetard religion.
This is
Scientists-
No, you're right.
yesterday.
I have heard about that. The measurements are.
Are you
Yeah,
interested?
so what does
fairly
that mean?
confusing.
What's supposed to
Um,
happen now?
It actually would reduce our electromagnetic field, like the dynamo. I'm not sure if you guys were around earlier when I was talking about that, but the electromagnetic dynamo would actually reduce. So our protective field from the sun would diminish to some extent.
So then what's going to happen?
Have some more severe solar flares. We're probably going to have a Carrington event. You guys probably heard of the Carrington event back in the day. You know, we had electrical lines like literally catching fire and stuff like that. It is possible that might happen.
Savannah, tell us about the Carrington event.
No, hold on. Just wait. Okay, and this
sorry.
is going to happen when?
I would say within the next like 5 years or so.
Okay, well, they're saying 30-20.
30-20.
30-20, yeah.
Okay, that's something outside of what I've been watching.
That's what I'm
Well,
saying. It'd be interesting to get the different predictions.
That's
You're
just
like,
around
you-
the corner, though.
No,
yeah,
I
like
mean,
you
I've
predict
just heard-
5 years. So it's better. I think that's a better prediction. Because after 5 years, when absolutely nothing happens, we can ask you, what the fuck, dude? You said within 5 years,
yeah,
the
but it's
slowing of
more
the slowing of the core of the Earth would
prediction.
cause a
Guaranteed.
Carrington effect.
You know what I mean?
Nothing's changed
The way
at
that-
all.
How do I?
See, their prediction's so far out, it's over 1,000 years. So right now, the core is slowing. How do you know that? Oh, because in 1,000 years, something might happen.
It's more.
Wow.
It's more of the.
Great prediction, homie.
Well, I don't know the ones that
5
I'm
years,
aware of.
but
The ones that I'm aware of, it's more. You can actually predict the motion of the magma and the mantle and everything in the core itself.
liquid
because-
magma. Sorry, bro.
Magma.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, I love Austin Powers.
I know. Hey, can I ask you and the other guy a question? I'm curious how old you guys are. I'm not judging, I swear to God. But I am curious
The other guy.
how much I'm not judging. How much you guys like Star Wars? Like on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm just curious of that question.
Me,
Like totally
Should all answer actually. That's probably a good.
Yeah.
Point. Let's get a
Yeah,
consensus.
well, I'm just curious.
is it a question for me too?
Yeah, for both of you guys.
I would say it's everybody. Like let's all answer. That's a good
Yeah,
question.
no, I will answer that for sure. You want me to go first? I'll go first. I'm 42 years old. I have never seen Star Wars.
You're missing out, man. You are
I'm
missing
That's
out.
what everybody tells me, dude. That's what everybody
32
tells me.
years old and I'm indifferent to it.
Have you ever seen it?
I've seen
I
a little
am.
bit. I've seen a little bit here and there, but eh.
It didn't do anything for you.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah.
I'm 15.
I think
I've seen 2 of the films, and I.
Did you say
kinda-
15?
Yeah. What did you say?
Holy shit!
Are you really 15? I do not believe that, dude.
I am 15. What's
Yeah.
What's it, what? Hey, what year were you born? What year were you born? Quick,
No,
quick.
don't. We're not going to do
I mean,
that.
hey,
He wants
it's
to-
got to be
okay.
like
Really
2010.
Hey, listen up.
Very, very
If
simple.
A or B, right? If he wants to LARP as a 15-year-old, he can do that. If he's actually 15, don't be asking any personal questions. Don't be weird, dude.
No, you're right.
Oh, I was just testing
that
him.
is weird. Like if he's 15,
I was just
don't even
testing.
ask.
Yeah, so
Everybody
if
knows.
he is actually 15, don't be asking him anything about his personal life. And if he's
Okay,
not
fair
15,
enough.
he's LARPing at
But yes,
15,
Let's
then
even stop
holy
talking
shit.
about it. Let's completely stop talking about it.
I'm not 15.
Next- what's the
yeah,
next
I am
person?
15. Sorry, I am. Oh, fuck, I'm 15. Sorry, I'm stupid. Yeah,
Okay,
but-
have you seen Star Wars?
Next person.
Yes.
Next person.
Yes, and I didn't really like it. 5 out of 10. Sorry.
Okay, the only thing I do want to say is which Star Wars.
Oh my God, that answers the question, bruh.
I think that was the 2nd and the 8th one. I'm sorry. Yeah, not maybe
God, I feel so bad for you.
maybe it's not the best one. Yeah, I know.
Bruh L is revealing himself
Hey, man.
by
I mean,
the second.
I'm only 30 years old.
But you love Star Wars. Just admit it. You love
You're right.
it.
You're right. You're right. I
You
do.
fucking love it.
It's,
Okay.
yeah,
Tell
1
them
to
what-
6.
tell him what the tattoo is of the Star Wars. icon. Tell him, bro. Tell him, bro.
Honestly, I have 0 tattoos on my body.
Okay, well.
You're 30 and you love Star Wars. That's pretty wild, bro.
Well,
Do you collect the toys and stuff?
I do not have a single miniature or model or anything.
Because a lot of the anti-flat earthers, they do like, live streams and podcasts, and behind them you'll see all kinds of like Star Wars and Star Trek.
Oh, no.
Lego.
Actually, you know what?
A Lego.
I have one single Lego model, and it's because it's what's called the CHIME. It's the
That's cool.
Canadian
That's cool.
Canadian Hydrogen Intensity Mapping Experiment. I'm Canadian, of course, so
Oh,
I love
stop. Stop.
Hey, I'm a bit of a patriot. I'm just saying, much as my country is a piece of shit and they're falling apart, and I don't really have any trust
Hey,
in.
well, we have
for my
that in
country.
common, dude. We have that in common.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Like
It is terrible.
Is the situation really?
Hey, who won the Stanley Cup this
Trudeau
year?
destroyed our entire country, literally.
Is this
All because someone honked a horn at them. He got
And you know what? We actually had a Jewish MP go in front of our parliament and say that the phrase "honk honk" means Heil Hitler. That's how
Yeah.
fucking ridiculous it got.
Dude,
yeah,
this
just
guy's an
honking
ally,
the
dude.
horn, and they can
guy's a
seize
friend.
all your bank accounts, get you stranded.
I was actually pretty damn close to that. Like I was there the day before they started rounding people up. It was ridiculous. I went
That's
for
wild,
like
bro.
I probably shouldn't out myself, but like I'm a gun owner and everything in Canada. I shouldn't even say that. Like you guys have the Second Amendment, you guys have the literally enshrined rights and everything like that. But I could have the RCMP show up at my door tomorrow for talking about this right now. It's like, you know,
Hug you if I could right now. I'm from Texas, so I love you. You're on my team as far as I'm concerned, bro.
fuck, I envy the shit out of you guys right now. I know so
Yeah,
many people
well.
down there. Like,
It is pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie.
So how is it
Goddamn.
possible for Trudeau to stay in office this long? I mean, isn't there any
we
sort
don't
of term?
we don't have term limits.
Wow.
Yeah, it's absolutely dog shit. The only reason
he could stay in there forever.
I don't know if the people voted for him, he could stay there indefinitely.
Conceivably, yeah. That's wild.
Really, dude?
Yeah, no, it's actually the way it goes up here. It's if we actually had
It sounds like a monarchy, though, isn't it?
yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Kinda.
Like, we actually have what's called a governor general that actually signs all of our laws into effect. We actually have a basically a how do you put it a conservator of the monarchy in Canada that signs all of our laws into effect. Like we have to
Like
ask.
a prime minister, or what do you mean by that?
No, it's literally above the prime minister. It's called the governor general. Like
Oh, wow.
they have to sign all of our legislation into law by decree by the monarchy, effectively.
And they choose not to do it?
Yeah, they can veto
They have
it.
like veto power.
Oh, I never heard that
That's
before.
wild,
So it's
dude.
almost like a Supreme Court, but nobles.
That's
that
like
run
bigger
it.
than
Not even-
that's bigger
literally,
than the
it's not
prime
even a
minister.
Supreme Court. We have a Supreme Court, but they are a singular power. It's the
That's
governor
like
general.
Judge
It's a
Dredd,
singular.
bro.
It,
I
it's-
am the law. Like,
Oh, it's
fucking hell,
literally
bro.
unbelievable. Like it's.
Hey,
it's
what's the name of that? I'm gonna write it down so I can search it later. What
well,
was the name of that?
the official position is the governor
Yeah.
general. Governor general. Yeah.
Governor General.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
They're
It sounds like a
basic.
guy that could smash your nuts, dude. Like without even thinking about it.
Yeah, well, for actually a lot of the time it's a
Yeah,
woman.
pro
so-
wrestler. That's like pro, like a WWE. And here comes the Governor General.
And his name is Purdue. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah,
You know
I
what
mean,
I'm saying?
He pulled
yeah,
out his
Yeah.
signature move, the Trudeau. Everyone
You-
raise the Hong Kong.
you guys talk shit about John Cena. I fucking wish we had John Cena. Like, we actually have people in our government right now that are literal traitors to the government, and they will not name them. They won't jail them. They won't name them, and they won't even call them out.
Your government's all
Man,
fucked, dude,
it
to
was
be
pretty.
honest.
It was pretty fucked up how they started going after their personal bank accounts.
Oh
the
yeah,
truckers.
the Freedom
That
Convoy.
is a dude. That is a
Yeah.
absolutely effed up thing to do, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No,
my
they are
hypothetical's
going
like,
after
man,
your
how
personal- can you
fucking
imagine that?
dare you?
well,
He's going after your personal money
No, exactly. It's money. It's
into your
everything,
bank
literally,
account.
Everything. They can take your property from you.
Literally.
We actually had
Damn.
an MP, like it's a member of parliament in our system. It's modeled after the British Parliament, and he actually said that we actually do not have an absolute right to private property in Canada. He stated that outright and right in
you
front of.
guys are fucking naked over there, dude. Like how?
Oh, it's
I don't even
ridiculous.
know.
It's ridiculous.
That's
Absolutely.
so
looking-
bad,
I'll
bro.
be
Hey,
looking
come
for a
down
way
here
out.
to Texas, brother. I'll open you wide open
Literally.
arms, Ruth.
You don't know how bad my entire family wants to move to the United States. Like we are just so ready to we're gonna sell
do it.
every single thing. Like
Do
Well,
it.
but the thing is, like, we are patriotic Canadians. We own guns. We're ready to defend
I can
ourselves.
understand that.
You
Yeah.
know
How
what I
about
mean?
I'll make a deal with you? If you get rid of Justin Bieber, I'll make a spot for you. Yeah.
Are we
Chris,
making trades?
Yeah.
Chris,
Trading
like I'm gonna dust,
Bieber
I'm
for
gonna dust
I
his feet off
actually,
for you.
funnily enough, I know where Bieber lives.
No shit, dude.
My mother's from the same town, Stratford. Like I literally know where Bieber lives. I've gone past his house. I've been there.
No, but he's here in America now. That's what I'm saying. So if you can,
Yeah, well, the whole Haley
deport.
Baldwin and yeah, no, I get that shit. It's like
We'll
he's
deport via catapult.
oh, if you
if you
send
make
him
that
back to
happen.
Canada, I swear to God, within a week he's gone.
Hey,
Yeah, I was about to say.
where'd he go,
bro,
eh?
we'll trade.
I don't know, eh?
I know where this man lives. I'm just saying.
It's like a lot of those Canadian people are just awful. Like Justin Bieber is like that. Anita Sarkeesian. I'm
Oh,
trying to think
she's
of
terrible. Oh,
yeah,
my
but
God.
like Crowder, like Steven Crowder.
You know
You're
what?
like they're just like holy
Not
shit.
terrible.
I'm not gonna
Not
lie.
terrible.
I actually used to follow that guy back in the day, but he completely fell off. Like as soon as he
He
started,
did.
he started beating his wife and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Really?
Like,
Nah,
Like
dude,
going
he didn't
through
do that.
trying to
Did he-
union
did he do
bust.
that?
he did.
Yeah,
He
I don't know
actually
about that.
I saw the video. He said, "Hey, you better fucking watch, or else you're gonna get
Whoa,
it."
there's a video of it? I'll have
No
to
way,
check
Yeah,
it out.
the
bro.
wife recorded it, and then he said it's out of context.
Dude, that's
Really?
fucking fucked up, bro.
Oh,
Crit,
yeah.
did he do it, Crit?
No, I don't know if he did it or not. I'm just saying that he's out there union busting. Like, who the fuck are you to come to America, use our airwaves and our free speech, and then go and start union busting, then pick a fight with some union pensioner, then after they whoop your ass, then challenge this 60-year-old guy to an octagon fight.
Yeah, no.
Do you
you're
remember
right
that
on
shit?
Yep.
No,
Yeah,
I don't know anything about that.
You talking about Crowder did that, man? Come
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Crowder did that. He went to, I don't know what, like Chicago or Detroit or something. There was a union protest because they're doing some union busting bill, and he goes there and just rebel rouses. And at some point, I guess the crowd got a little bit pushy back and forth, and he pushed some dude over, like some old guy, some disabled whatever union worker, pushed him over. The union worker got up and just socked him right in the face and broke his tooth. Like,
Oh.
Yeah.
So
No,
then-
I mean the guy is literally, he's known as a shit disturber. He just goes around and just causes shit. That was the whole, for the most part, the change my mind aspect that he did back in the day was okay. But beyond that, he just wanted to start shit. That was the whole point. That was his content.
yeah,
Okay,
like to get
okay,
people
okay.
worked up and stuff. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, why not just do that in your own country? Why do you have to do that here?
Well,
Because it seems like it's a destabilizing society. Like it's a controlled demolition to bring in shock jocks who are specifically going to say
considers
things.
himself American now. Like he's completely denounced his Canadian identity. He has fully embraced the American identity. He doesn't want to divert from that.
I have a problem with that. Like, dude, anybody who rejects where they came from, I have a problem with that. I didn't even know he was from Canada, to be honest with you.
Honestly,
Yeah, he used to be. You're a
I
child.
didn't even know that.
You know the funny
gonna
part is
say,
he
I
was
know
a
where-
child actor on French TV.
Yep.
Like
Well, I
he'd
was
run
just
around
bringing
like.
that up.
Fucking kidding? What?
No,
I was
I'm
just
not.
bringing that up. No, and the reason that I completely I completely understand where he's coming. Quebec, like nobody in Canada likes Quebec. That's what I'm saying. He was grown and raised in Quebec. He did a whole skit about being a disabled Quebecer and everything like that. And you know what? It's funny back in the day, but as a Canadian, I understand why he dislikes Quebec so much.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know, man. There's just a part of me, and maybe it's like my, Texas roots, because we're like stupid over here. But like,
Really,
I don't
it's
know,
like,
man.
you know how you guys have the Louisiana kind of appreciation of the Quebec like background and everything like that.
Sure.
No, I think that's a little bit. That's Creole, which is like
Yeah,
Islander.
it's
Yeah,
French
that's not the same
Creole.
as. Yeah.
I mean,
No, it kind of is. It is a little bit. I would say
well, all
it
I'm
is.
saying is like, okay, so when I was down back in
It's like
Louisiana,
voodoo and shit.
yeah, well, not necessarily. Like, okay, I guess I'm taking it from my own perspective. When I was down in
Okay.
Oh,
Louisiana,
I guess
Go
they
ahead.
call it hoodoo. You got to call it hoodoo now. It's like if you say voodoo, it's considered
was that a
problematic.
slur or some shit?
Yeah, they think voodoo is a slur.
Oh,
Having to deal with,
that's ridiculous. Can I say
Yeah.
retarded? Is it retarded?
so yeah, it's supposed to say you're supposed to say
Yeah, you can say
hoodoo.
that.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
Everything's way
That
too
is
PC.
so stupid.
Yeah.
Everything's way too PC these days. So get ready for
Oh my
bans
god!
on how you speak.
You don't even know what it's like. My government is literally spending $200 million on a censorship bill right now. Like
Yeah.
they're specifying certain things that Canadians are not allowed to say. Absolutely insane.
There you go. And so, it's like a landmine. You don't know you're going to step on one, and boom, all of a
Yeah,
sudden.
you could just be like a visitor. Like, say you go there for vacation, and you say honk or something, and bang. You know?
Fucking crit, dude.
But hey, I'm a honky. Like I'm literally a honky. Like I'm a
You're-
purebred Canadian honky. You know what I mean?
All right, you know
But
what's
if I
going to
say
happen to
that-
him, right, Crit? They're going to, strip him of his house, his car, all that shit. He's gonna
And he
be
goes to
walking around.
open his refrigerator, and there's like a lock. You were
Yeah.
talking shit on Discord, a Flather server. You know?
This
I
guy's
mean,
gonna be
It's not even a
effing
joke
like
these days.
pretty
Seriously,
quick,
man.
dude. I can feel it.
You always
'cause-
wondered about like what they do with like at some point is Trudeau going to go after the goose, the Canadian goose? I mean, because don't they just fly around honking all day, honk honk? And like,
They spend more time in America than they do in Canada. But somehow.
oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I live in northern Minnesota, and
Yeah.
like all day you just hear them honk honk, and like,
Well, we call them cobra chickens up here because they're just brutal.
oh yeah, they're super territorial. Like,
Oh my god.
I mean, you do not like mess with them. You know, like there's people like on the roads and stuff. Like
Yeah.
they'll cross the road and they'll just stand there and look at you. Like you
Yeah.
think you're gonna. Yeah, I'll let you know when you can pass. You know, like those street
Well, we-
guards that like you'll guard like
Exactly.
a school.
We have
They'll just
entire
walk out into the street and just stand there.
we have entire golf courses that are shut down for at least an hour because a goose family decided to sleep in the rough. You know.
Yeah, the bastards are aggressive too. So be
Well,
aware.
we're also literally legally banned from even touching them. Like they're basically like a national treasure. We can't do anything about it. We can't even.
Oh,
you
it's
know,
like the eagle, like the American eagle.
yeah, similar.
Is that like the Canadian eagle?
We don't. I wish we had one. The Peregrine Falcon is the closest we have.
The flag would have honk on it at the bottom of it.
Oh, I actually, you know what? I'll be right back. I'm gonna share an image that I crashed, but I'll be.
He's hugging a goose or something. He's become a goose hugger.
Dude, there's some good people over there, man. Actually. But
Yeah,
some
but the
good
government's
Canadians.
the government's all
Oh,
jacked
the
up.
government's just out of fucking whack, dude. Out of whack. It's like
Perhaps
California or something.
Perhaps one day United States just needs to take over and we'll
Yeah,
free them.
bomb the
You're not
crown
supposed
until
to
the
say
crown
that out
surrenders.
loud.
Like finally, actually make good on the promise of 1776 and purge the world of the crown.
Yeah. If they want to
Here,
be
we
on
got
our
rid of the crown
internet,
here, but maybe the rest of the world needs to.
Yeah,
you
we'll
know.
cleanse the north and then won't worry about the south because they're coming in.
they really
anyways.
should just annex.
They got their
They
own
Just
thing
become
going on.
America.
Yeah, they're coming in anyways, Crit. So we don't need to worry about them. We'll just tell them about the rules and send them as the A team to go in first and
You always
run
wondered,
that
like
way.
people talk about it's so problematic how like America got involved with the South America, like in the wars on drugs and stuff. They go, dude, they did that all on their own. All we said, hey, here's some money if you fight drugs, and they're like, hell yeah, right?
Yeah, I'm
They
telling you,
ran
man.
with it. Like they could have said no. They could have said, you know what, we got
CIA
our
ran
own
with
problem.
it?
Yeah, but you don't think Tricky Dick had anything to do with it, Crit?
Well, of course they did. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the CIA and everything, but the people in power still could have just said, like, other countries did, like Chile and Argentina. They said, "Get the fuck out of here. We're not going to get involved with this war on drugs." but like Colombia and Peru and like El Salvador. It's like take the money if you want to. There's strings attached to it.
Yo, what is that image that you just put, bro? Like that is hilarious, bro. Is that the current state of affairs of Canada? Alrighty then. Got a beaver wearing maple leaf, but it looks to be like a bra. I don't know what that is, but other than
There's a
that,
lot going on there, actually. You
there's quite a
got
bit.
Maple Leafs as a bra. You got him. Wow.
What does he have in his hands? What is that?
I'm not sure. There's a little crown up atop there, and he's riding on a geese, a goose, a geese.
What is that? The plural form of goose? Gooses?
Geese.
Yeah. Mini geese. But
Many geese.
I think the best goose ever was Mr. Sensible when his goose got cooked.
dude, I coined that term. I'm telling you, it did. Because when you say that you're sitting in a chair, I believe I'm sitting in my chair. Yeah. It was glorious, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, especially because he was live on YouTube at the time too.
I'm telling you, there's moments in history where you just gotta, it's like etched in your mind. That's one of them right there. The moment where you hear somebody says that they're not sure if they're sitting in their chair, live streaming, being sitting in their chair. Gaming chair, that is.
Yeah, a gaming chair, mind you. Like it's like he's leaned back, he's all up on that motherfucker. Like it just shows you that like inside his worldview, this conversation can never end because he'll never know. It will always be he doesn't know for sure.
It's like the never ending story. So
The never-ending spiral.
Oh, it's a damn good movie.
yeah, the never ending spiral. You know that theme song?
In the book is even better. I mean, check it out. But like, in the book or the movie, they end with Fantasia being completely destroyed, and he talks to a childlike princess after he gave her name, and he said there's a little piece left. There's like one grain of sand, but you can bring it back. You can bring it back by being making wishes and using your imagination. In the
Oh,
book,
kind of like the globe.
yeah, as long as there's a little bit of lore left, they can.
Hey, that's cheap shit.
So in the book, though, Fantasia was going to be completely destroyed. Like, and it was Sebastian instead of Bastian. And there's like an author, like a guy who's sitting there like a god who writes the whole story, everything, writing down everything that happened. And he's going to close the book. And the childlike princess and slides her hand, stops him from closing the book, and says like, Bastian, you need to save this world, right? If he closes the book, Fantasia's gone forever. And he says he can't. He can't do anything about it. Like, you picked the wrong person to help you. Like, I'm not important. And he says, what would it take for you to be important? And he's like, I'd have to be a prince. And holy shit, someone like
What
sawing
the hell
wood.
was that?
Someone fell asleep.
No, that can't be true. That can't be true.
So then he basically gives like he's a warrior prince and he goes around killing monsters and saving princesses and does these. So the second half of the book is all about what he thinks it would take for him to be important,
Hell,
important enough to save.
sounds like my
Fantasia.
last D&D campaign. Holy crap!
No, but
Oh yeah, it's got that little aspect to it where the reluctant hero.
It's the same title though, or
Yeah. It's two parts. So the first part is all about him, basically stealing the book and skipping school and all that stuff. And then the second
when you
half,
say the book, is it the book that writes the story? Is that the
yeah,
whole thing?
yeah, the actual novel. Like if you you'll go to the library or whatever and get the book. like the actual the book that the movie's based on. They
It's
only
like, so the
they only
person,
cover the first half of the book.
so
Does it
say
have like
the,
Ouroboros on it?
it's not a Viking novel, come on.
So what would be the takeaway on all that?
I think it
Like,
That
has
you're
Ouroboros
already
on it.
important. Like you don't have to be
that
convinced
you're
of that.
already important. Okay.
Yeah, like you're a human being. You have the value just by being who you are. It's not a human doing. It's a human being.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
matter. Your life
It's-
matters. Your ideas matter, and you can create a whole world. You
It's
can.
it's not just the life of the human being, is it? It's more of the
Do you remember you guys remember the exchange he had with the wolf? His name was Gamort, right?
Yeah, like
line
the
that
nothing.
freaked the fuck out of me when I was a kid. That
Yeah,
actually,
you
Yeah, the
remember
nothing
that?
made it.
Yeah, the exchange when he reached that the cave of the Gamork, and it was showing like the timeline of like what the Gamork was recording from Atreyu's like you know his like trials and tribulations throughout Fantasia, and then the exchange that he had with Gamork was kind of like, I don't know if that was like a real meaningful part for people to like understand some other deeper truth. Do you guys get
I mean,
that? Like it was
well,
kind
is
of
it
like
meant
it was
is it meant to
weird.
be like prophetic in that sense?
Theory.
Yeah, it was kind of
what's your
deep,
theory?
dude. Well, he was telling him because the exchange was like, this he was searching for the boundaries of Fantasia, and Gamork was like, "What do you mean? Fantasia has no boundaries." So the thing he was searching for was not something that he was really looking for. So he basically his endeavor was like for naught, you know. So there was something like an overarching understanding that Atreyu couldn't grasp. He didn't really know what was it all about. You know what I mean? So there was some kind of
Yeah.
like deeper truth that was, and I
Yeah.
really like that exchange because it
I
was
need
like,
to watch it.
Yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from. It's more or less that there's a certain amount of information out there that the people of the book themselves don't want to acknowledge, but
Yeah.
he wanted to search out. He wanted to go beyond the knowledge of the average person.
yeah. And so it was just like this really crazy exchange between the reader of the book and the, I don't know if it broke the fourth wall, but I would venture to say it almost did because in a sense, within the context of the character playing the boy who was reading, what was his name?
Well, it was Bastion in the
Bastion.
movie and Sebastian in the book.
So Bastion in the movie, but Bastion was trying to figure out like why the book was so like intense and why was it seeming like it was real. But then it almost seems like when the princess was telling him this, the way he's looking at this story, others are watching his story. It was like creepy, dude. They were breaking the fourth wall. I was like, dude, this is crazy. Because like we're watching the
Fourth
film.
wall?
Yeah.
What's
Yeah,
fourth wall?
in the book,
I get that sentiment.
Yeah.
It's more of a not necessarily breaking the fourth wall, but understanding that there may potentially be somebody watching you, watching what you do, and your actions do have meaning in that in that environment.
I think I'm not sure if it's in the movie, but in the book he's reading and he gets to the council and they're saying, "Hey, we wanted Atreyu the warrior, not Atreyu the boy." And when he's reading the book, he's expecting himself too. He was expecting Atreyu would be this, sort of warrior, this epic, legendary warrior. So then they're describing what Atreyu looks like to the rest of these adults, these wise men of all these different fantasy races. He stops and he freaks out. He goes, like he kept saying over and over, "Why does Atreyu look like me?"
Yeah.
That's a good point. It's funny when actually I hadn't considered it before, but it's more or less of like seeing your better self. And
I'm telling you, man, the story was hitting you on so many levels when you actually it's an entertaining film, but I think the storyline of that was a bit deeper than what most people got out of that film, at least to my knowledge. And I would always be fascinated by the fact that it was like somebody's interpretation of a story, of me interpreting that story that he's actually going like it's. It's multi-level.
I was going to bring that up actually. There's likely every single person will come away with a different perspective. Like there's a different idea in every different person that actually views that.
But I see it kind of like the thing that Gamork was telling Atreyu at the time of the exchange, which to me was like he thought he was gonna supposed to have this epic battle, with Gamork, and stop the Nothing, which the Nothing is kind of a weird thing for like, how can the Nothing be destroying everything? You know what I mean? It was almost
Well,
a
that kind of
paradox.
tied into the never-ending story, of course, right?
Yeah. But it's like the thing he was searching for was the boundary of, and to me, like I know this might not seem we're on par with that, but it sounded like what people search for on the plane that we're existing in right now, the boundaries to the earth. Where are the boundaries to that? We're in searching for that, the big questions, the deeper meanings, and the Gamorka was just summarizing, dude, there is no boundaries to Fantasia.
I mean,
Like I don't know, it was
no,
blowing me
I
away.
would agree. It's up to interpretation, but I wouldn't necessarily say they were going that direction. That's all.
Well, because the boundaries to Fantasia were the places that he knew that if it was possible to reach it,
Yeah,
So,
okay. I guess I get where you're coming from.
yeah, it's just like what people search for in life. They want to see the limits to the reality. Where are they? I don't know. It's
That's the
There
worst part
isn't.
about
Yeah.
that's,
there isn't. Yeah, there
no,
isn't.
exactly. I would agree. Like that's the worst part about reality itself. Like the limits are pretty much unattainable. They're almost unobservable. They don't exist for the average person. Like there's only 1 in a trillion. Well, 1 in a billion, let's say. People on the earth that would actually be able to observe that limit. Like the vast majority of us just we have no chance.
So, are we a character within a story that someone's reading? That's gonna bake your noodle.
Actually, interestingly enough, I watched a video about that, the NPC idea. Are you an NPC? It really depends on how you yourself perceive reality. If you think that you are just some automaton that reacts to its environment and does so in a very
Yeah.
specified way, then yes, you probably are an NPC. But if you are one of the lucky, excuse me, one of the lucky few that can actually determine the outcomes of most, most interaction and things that happen to you in your life, then there's good potential that you are a free acting agent within the universe.
Dude, you're chubbing me up right now, dude. Speaking my language.
I could go
Damn.
deep into this, like,
Dude, I could go deep.
Hey, what does Neo say, or not Neo, Morpheus? You really want to know how far down the rabbit hole goes? Like, if you
yeah, it goes very deep.
Everybody's mind's gonna be completely fried by the time we're done with a conversation like this.
Hey, brother, I've been up literally all night. I'm on a cocktail of drugs. I am very much ready to go down that hole.
Yeah, you're gonna be.
Man. Oh, go
You're
ahead.
not gonna. At the end of it, you're probably not gonna be knowing if you're actually existing right now. You're gonna be like questioning, dude.
Well, that's the thing. I'm very much grounded. I'm completely comfortable with the reality. But hell, if you guys want to go down that hole,
Dude, I'll go there all day with you, bro. Like, let me ask you this. Have you ever had a dream that was more real than the reality that you live in this world, this realm?
Yes.
Like people who have
really?
Me too.
Yes,
See,
I can actually
the
say
thing.
that.
Once you've had me too. Once you've had that changes everything.
Okay, is this in a sober mindset going to sleep, or is this like an inebriation type of a trip?
Me
Doesn't matter.
personally,
It is what it is. Yeah.
well, it does for me. It does matter. Like I was very, let's say, intoxicated on a couple different things. When I went to sleep, I basically lived a different life for about a week.
What the fuck, dude? As you or as another character?
No, it was a completely different life. Absolutely, completely different life. It was something that foreign to me. But I worked a different job. I completely had a different outlook on life and everything like that.
What?
And that was as real as the world you live in today.
You've had the same
Yeah,
experience,
yeah.
hypothetical.
No, I haven't lived a whole week, but I have had multiple experiences where I've been in a dream state and sometimes not even in a dream state. Like I have had visions, like totally conscious vision. Like our consciousness is so fucked, dude. Super fucked. Like it's totally a different thing than what we think it is, in my personal opinion. But
you
like
think that
I've
a
had
lot of
those experiences.
do you think that a lot of people that think they can say with an affirmation that reality in this particular instance is real, you could say there's like reality in many different layers, or what?
Well, it's just like I've had such experiences in a way that were more real than in the current world I live in. Just like if you ever search NDEs, dude, NDEs, I was fascinated with it. I have like one of my best friends had a near-death experience, and when you talk to those folks too, they will all tell you the experience they had is more real. Like that is a more like even in their conscious state when they come back, they're like that is more real than what I live in here.
What
And
what did they characterize that as? Like an existence with a body or without a body?
well, I can only speak
You
for
know what I mean?
myself. Yeah, no, it is a consciousness. It's like a soul. And for myself, so I record all my dreams. Like when I wake up in the middle of the night, and I had one fucking crazy ass dream one time, which I honestly should put on the internet, where I felt like I saw the fabric of the consciousness, like the connected consciousness
I
of
was
all of
actually,
us.
I was gonna ask, like, you saw something way deeper. I was gonna say, like, did you see like people that you know are dead? I've had.
Yes, I've seen that. I've seen that multiple times. First of all, I feel very fortunate. And I do feel like I get an insight that other people, like I've come to terms with that and okay, whatever. People call me full of shit. But what I saw one time, and I can play you, like I could literally play you right now because I constantly wake up and record when I wake up from a dream and just start talking, crazy shit. Because the details are crazy. I'm like, the woman had burn marks on her hands, and
Well,
like,
mine wasn't
it gets crazy.
like I just know that I used to sleepwalk all the time, and I would literally talk to my mother in the middle of the night. There was an instance once where I saw my grandfather, and this is a man that passed away when my own father was about 18 years old, long before I was ever born. And I can swear to you to this day that I actually saw my grandfather.
Okay, can I tell you something real quick? I saw my grandfather who came to me, and I don't even call this a dream. I literally saw his vision. He was dead, and he gave me a look through his neurolinguistics. Like he did not speak to me, and basically I had knocked up my ex-girlfriend or my baby mama. I did not even know that at the time. And this dude comes and visits me in a quote unquote dream, but it wasn't really a dream. I was awake.
It's like an angel visiting you.
He came and I'll tell you the look on his face. If it was all the look on his face, he just goes, essentially, you don't even know what you've gotten yourself into.
Oh my God, he spoke to you.
He spoke to me through his facial expression. And that my grandfather,
I can
my
agree.
dead
I can
grandfather.
associate with that.
So when you have those kinds of experiences,
no, I can associate.
before
I
you
thought you
even
meant like
know
he
that
literally
you're having a baby coming. No, he did it through his facial expressions. He didn't say a word.
That's what I mean. I can.
He looked at me and goes, "Oh man, look what you've gotten yourself into." And I'm like, "What's going on, bro? What are you telling me?" I knocked up Ashley.
Congratulations.
So I have these like I know. Well, now the kid's 5 years old, and you go through all the bullshit of having a kid. If anybody has children, they know. But anyway, I had that experience. So like, what am I supposed to do with that? And then I have all these other crazy experiences that I could go on and on and on. So I don't know what to do with those things. That's my only point. That's all.
Yeah. I only had the one. I guess that's why I kind of struggle with the whole idea itself. It could have been, as far as as far as I'm concerned, it could have easily been a hallucination. It could have been just something I did. Middle of the night, I woke up, I was groggy, I looked up, I imagined my grandfather. The only thing that I would kind of preface that with is I don't even know what my grandfather looks like, but I described the image of the specter of whatever it is to my dad the next day, and he literally said that it was basically what his own father had passed away.
Dude, I'm telling you, these are the things that pull me back, dude. Because I've seen some I mean, I'm just getting started, you know. I've seen some great, like I could play you a video because I do constantly record my dreams, which are wild. Because if you do it right when you wake up, I don't know, maybe I'm lucky, I don't know. But dude, there was one time where I felt like I saw like it was a pink fucking conscious, like a brain, like a connected brain that we were all connected, and it literally, I'm recording this. I was like, I just saw it. I could play it for you. I was like, I just saw it, and I just break down in tears, dude. Like in the middle of the night, dude. So how am I supposed to explain that?
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of, in a sense,
Like you
inexplicable.
wake up in the middle of the night and you just start crying over this beautiful like consciousness thing that I saw. Like I don't know what to say about that. So like
There's not
that's
much.
where
Yeah.
I've honestly thought about making a YouTube channel and just posting all of my fucking dreams, dude. Like, cause I record them all, dude. I mean, honestly, like 100 of them. They're all on my phone. And they're wild, dude. They are wild, bro.
I mean,
Wild.
the only reason I laugh at the moment, personally, I've got a kind of issue with seizures and stuff like that. My neurologist would absolutely love to see a recording of every single, nighttime event. Just
Telling you right now, I'll tell you right now, I almost want to play them for people because I know people are listening. They're like, okay, maybe whatever. Dude, not only do I have these, I have reoccurring dreams to the point where I even know I'm being fooled and I'm in a dream. So I have a reoccurring dream where we're getting attacked and there's all these like planes flying over. Yeah. And I go, I've seen this before. I'm in a dream. I don't need to be scared anymore. In the literal dream, and I'll wake up and record all of it. And if you heard my recordings, you would be like, yes, that is a dude that literally just woke up and recorded his dream.
Well,
Because it's
a
detailed.
psychologist may look at that video and think that you're completely out of your fucking mind.
Oh, I know. I don't know what to make of it. And I know that a lot of people don't have that. I feel very blessed in all that. But to be honest with you, I honestly am going to post them, dude. I should post them. They are wild, bro. They are wild. I have
out of curiosity, though, do you actually get a full night's sleep? Like, do you sleep through the night, or?
I would say pretty normal. Yeah.
I mean,
I would say pretty normal.
Based on my own personal perspective, really, like I get about maybe 5 hours if I'm lucky. Like,
I mean, I'll be honest. I get fucked up, and that may have some effect on all this. And I'm totally open to that. But I'm not doing like hard drugs when I have these dreams.
Well, hey, what do you?
I'm just like straight up getting smashed. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, but all I'm saying is I've had dreams that felt more real than this world. Okay? And then I hear my buddy who had a near-death experience, and he's telling me it was more real than this world. So I'm like, I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what I'm living in here.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Some would actually interpret that as the fact that the afterlife does actually exist, and that's the scary part. That's the one thing that really frightened me.
Dude, near-death experiences, like look into people who have had near-death experiences. That honestly changed me. I was an atheist back in the day, dude. A diehard atheist.
I'm
Dude, I had
an
a YouTube
agnostic,
account.
you know.
I had a YouTube account named Jesus Mohammed just to fuck with people.
Oh my
Just to
god.
fuck with people. Now so I'm 42, so this would have been 20 years ago I made that account. But this is back in the Christopher Hitchens days.
Oh my
Dude, I
god.
was like, dude, I'm
That
fucking,
man is like, oh.
yeah, I was like,
I
there is
wish
no
he was
God. Fuck
around
this
today.
shit. Oh, are you talking Hitchens?
Oh my god, Christopher Hitchens, like,
Yeah, he
I
died too
literally
soon.
can't even emphasize the fact that we need a man like that. We actually need a man like that. We do. Yeah, the amount of people that talk about the separation of church and state, and I just, we need a man.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, obviously he was a huge intellect, and he went too soon. I think about him all the time, actually, even though I don't agree with him most of the time these days. But regardless, he was a great intellect, and he drunk himself to death. I mean,
Yeah.
so it's just like
I mean, you're not wrong. I actually worry
I
about
think
the
about
fact
that
that,
all the time. Cause see, I
yeah.
get fucked
Oh
up
no, I
too.
do too.
You know?
Like I legitimately think that I'm on the same pathway. Like
I do too. I have. I've been like, dude, am I Christopher Hitchens? Just
well,
this
I'm only
fat guy
30.
just getting fucking wasted,
Yeah.
jerking off to the internet, not doing shit. Yeah, I think about it all the
It's
time, dude.
amazing. It's amazing the kindred spirits that we can find yet.
Yeah, no, I knew you and I were.
But at the end
You
of
know,
the
we probably
day,
don't.
it's
You
just
know, it is what it is.
we'll never see the fruition of our appreciation for democracy and life and government. It just won't happen.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, we're a nothing burger, regardless if we're on a big old spinning ball in nothingness, or if we're in a perfect unison of godlike whatever. At the end of the day, nobody's gonna remember my name. Nobody
Yeah,
gives a fuck, dude.
I say
It
that
is
all the
what it
time.
is. We're all just talking here.
Yep. The only reason that the vast majority of us get together in this Discord is because we enjoy the fact that we may disagree, but I like the disagreement because we can discuss it, we can disagree, we can argue. And at the end of the day, for the most part, does some people are assholes and that sort of thing, but for the most part, we all have a good time.
Dude, I almost feel like my purpose here is to keep people from being assholes.
Well, good
So,
luck
like,
with that.
chill people the fuck out and be like, hey, be open minded. You could be wrong. People hate when I say that. Trust me.
Oh no. Well, hey,
I don't like that.
hey, like
But
as a
what I'm
Glober,
trying to say is,
I'm just gonna say like there is a very slight possibility that I'm wrong. Less than 1%.
as a flat earther, I'll say the same. I
Exactly.
still feel like I'm right.
We can
but,
agree. We
and
can
I'm sure
agree.
you do too.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
We can agree to disagree, but at the end of the
Fair
day,
enough.
we can have a civil discussion and appreciate the other person's perspective. That's what I
100%, brother.
appreciate.
Man, if you're in Texas, we'd be boys. Ah,
Oh, I
too
fucking
bad.
wish. Oh my god. You don't know how bad, like, if I could move my mother and father, my brother, and my best friends down to Texas, and you guys would have at least 10 more taxpayers. You know what I mean?
I know. It's a
Like
lot of people are
we
moving down
want to
here.
go down there so bad. We actually, to be completely blunt, we actually want the United States to annex Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, BC, if you guys feel so inclined. But the territories in the north are basically ripe for the picking, and you would almost have a complete access from Alaska right down to America without question. Like, I actually think there wouldn't even be any opposition. Like it's just the way that Canada is structured, the way that we kind of the way that we do our politics and everything like that. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the equalization payments. I don't know if you heard about that before. So the prairie provinces in the east, or sorry, the west, Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan, they provide the vast majority of what am I looking for? Like oil and like the commodities that you guys want, right? Like we extract a vast amount of crude oil, we ship it down south, you guys refine it, and it's distributed across the entire world. Those provinces want to be annexed by America like ASAP. It was just very weird to say, mainly because the only real thing that's keeping the Confederation together is the fact that Quebec lost the referendum. So the referendum back in the day, my dad was growing up, it was literally 50.5% to stay within the Confederation of Canada, and 49.5% to secede from the Confederation of Canada. Almost every single person in Canada outside of Quebec wants them to fuck off. Like, we don't want anything to do with them. They basically should be a francophone colony and all that sort of bullshit. Almost every single province in Ontario, save Quebec and maybe a couple of the so-called eastern provinces, we all want to be American. We want to be like the 51st to 56th state. Like we want to be part of North America. I'm just gonna say that outright. The vast majority of people that I know, they want us to secede. We want to get into the American economy. We want to actually complete. Like we don't actually have any. We don't have a northern defense force. You want to talk about like the Arctic Circle and Russia and everything? We literally rely on the American military. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to say it.
Honestly, it kind of feels like the whole world. I mean, for the most part, the whole Western world kind of. Which, to be honest with you, kind of like my whole theory is like pretty much there's the deep state, CIA, whatever you want to call it, is actually running this show and has been for a long time.
The military and military industrial complex, it's a very strong lobbying group within America, and I completely understand. I don't really give like all I really want to know is
hey,
the
you
fact
know what?
that
Hey, I'm with you.
I'm just saying,
dude.
Like
there are times where I'm like, maybe it's a good thing that the CIA. But see, I'm one of those type people, so people don't like me saying that kind of shit. But
hey,
maybe it's a good thing. I don't know what the alternative is. Maybe it's great that we have this CIA deep state.
Exactly.
I don't know.
No, I was going to point that out specifically. I'll be the first to tell you that the deep state is actually completely detrimental to Western society. I'll be the first to tell you that, and I'm Canadian. We don't even have a deep state up here. You know what I mean? But yeah. I understand the way that the so-called Yankees operate. I completely understand that. It's the point that I'm getting at is that I don't want North America to have any weak points. You know, that's why I'm saying like I think Canada should secede into the American Republic. Because we need to get rid of the monarchy. We need to get rid of. It's just. It doesn't matter. Like whatever the circumstances, I don't give a fuck. Like I want to be part of that. Not only because I don't know if you guys have heard recently, but our crime rate has absolutely fucking skyrocketed, and we don't have the right to self-preservation, and we do not have the right to actually have like to keep and bear arms like as you do in the States. You know, we could have some absolute degenerate piece of shit refugee come over and just terrorize our entire neighborhood, steal all of our shit, and he'll get out on bail within 2 days.
I feel like you and I could sit around a coffee table and fucking have the most amazing conversations, if you know what I mean.
Honestly, I swear to you, I wish I could. Like,
I wish I could too, man. We gotta friend up, man. I don't know how this works on this platform, but I'll figure it out.
Hey, man.
Fucking A, man.
It's one thing I appreciate about you Yankees, and I say the word Yankee at complete
I got you.
complete admiration. There's like, I love Americans. I've been down to America. My grandfather spent half of his year in America all the time, and this man was, don't get me wrong, he was like third generation so-called Nazi. You know what I mean? Like he was straight from Germany. But his entire family, my Ukrainian
Hey
grandmother,
guys,
we fucking
as
love
long as
America.
it's flat Earth related, your father and grandfather can do whatever he likes.
I don't even give a shit about my grandfather at this point. It's like I can do whatever I like. I'm the one
Obviously,
that.
you missed the bit that I said. As long as it's flat Earth related, they can do what they like.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't give a shit about flat Earth at this point.
All right, hey,
We're just talking. Hang on. I'm
we're
just talking.
yeah,
I'm
we're
just
shooting the
talking
shit.
straight politics. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, you
Obviously,
guys have.
you missed the point of said wording.
No,
As long
I
as
did.
it's
No,
flat Earth
I heard what
related,
you're
he
saying.
can do whatever he likes.
No, I get that. Like
So,
flat Earth. All I'm
please
saying.
comply with the server rules or choose not to speak at all. I leave it up to you.
Am I being?
I'm rolling out. I'm rolling out. Hey, bro. You're my bro. We'll talk again.
Well, I'm just
I'm
saying.
out of here.
Am I being warned here? Is that what's going on? Or?
No, they're just trying to get things back on track.
Okay, no, I totally get
I'm
that.
rolling though. Hey, I'll send you some shit. All right.
All right, sounds good, man. Have a good one. All right, well, I'm gonna shut up. You guys have whatever discussion you want.
Happy trials, man.
Well, hey, I'll still be here. I'm just saying.
We don't mind people discussing stuff as long as it's FE related. That's all.
No, I get where you're coming from. It's like half an hour. Nobody had really been discussing any flat Earth topics, so I just kind of rolled with it. But if you guys want to get it back on track, then by all means, you do what you got to do.
No, we just don't want to see anything bad happen to the server. That's all. Because if you have a look through history, some not so nice stuff has happened. So.
Hey man, I've been here for a little while. I know you guys are trying to be like YouTube compliant. I know you guys are. I get it. Don't get me wrong. I mean, if I'm overstepping, you let me know, and I'll shut the fuck up.
Well, I've asked you nicely, so that's as far as I need to go. Thank you very much.
No, that's cool. Back to flat Earth. That's cool.
if one of our members who are still operational that has bot DJ abilities, if you could press play on the jukebox, that would be much appreciated.
of really no consequence. If the meat of the document is about the way in which things are measured, planned, used, etc., saying that it's referencing a non-rotating flat Earth, that's more pertinent than simply an assertion the Earth is a globe. Now, if they had all kinds of trajectories and mathematics and simulations based on globe mathematics, that'd be a much different scenario. And Jem is right. If they did have that, we wouldn't know because we haven't read the other 6 pages. Now, if Jem had actually let me finish my sentence, instead of being a paranoia hyperbolic, he might actually get somewhere with some conversations he has.
Do it. I asked you to post the other 6 pages, and all I've got is objections to why we should bother to look at the rest of it. And you guys are supposed to be truth seekers. You're supposed to
Dude, did you even listen to what I just said?
What? Nothing about
just
posting.
talk through it.
No, I listened, and you didn't post the document. It's useless.
Dude, what I said has no relevance to whether you even have a document to look at. Does it?
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, any reference you make to this document, which you just did, is irrelevant until we know what the document says. And we don't know what the document says. We know what the title of the document says and what one line from page 7 of the document says. That does not give us a full understanding of the document. Only children would try to pretend that it does.
Jem, you obviously didn't hear what I said at all.
You can have another go if you want. I think you just rambled on about how it wouldn't matter if we couldn't see the rest of the document. I disagree.
No, I think not what I said at all.
I think to get a full understanding of this document, you need the full document.
Jem, your assertion was that if it simply says the Earth is a globe elsewhere, or if it simply references the Earth as a globe, that is somehow as compelling as trajectory math, etc.
That was not my assertion at all in any way. I didn't make that assertion whatsoever. I used that
pretty much that.
I used that as an extreme example when Miggy was saying that we didn't need to see the rest of the document. And I said, well, what if it said the Earth's a globe on every page? I was being a bit flippant, I admit. But, what if it did? You need obvious.
Well, if it did, then my assertion stands.
Well, my point would be, I don't think it would say that, but I do think it's more likely to have a full explanation of what this thing is all about. And from that, we could all gain an understanding of why it says what it says. It could be that there's a flat, non-rotating Earth. I don't think the evidence, the document will reveal that. I think if we see it all, it will reveal something else. But at the moment,
I'll put it to you like this.
At the moment, you guys are happy in your ignorance.
Listen, most globe arguers agree that in certain scenarios, even when it doesn't actually mention it, that to take it as if it is flat and non-rotating is much simpler, and effectively the tolerances are so small or the effects are so negligent that it really doesn't matter. And if you did calculate it this way, it would be the most practical, usable way to do it, because all those other things are so inconsequential. Because most of the time, when these arguments come up, it's where people are in charge of the thing.
That's what I say.
It's like you could correct it.
That was my argument, and that was my argument.
Right,
but
yes.
I think you made it better than I did. I have to say, but yeah,
right. To which I would then add a caveat, which is, if the supposed curve and spin are so negligent that you could just disregard them as being valid into any practical effect, then what point is there of even saying they are curved?
You'd have to see exactly what practical effects you were modeling, right?
Coriolis.
If you just wanted to model how the shape of an aircraft moved in the air and how its flying surfaces, how adjustments to those changed how it moved, then I don't think you would need to take account of those things. But I'm no expert in this subject, I have to say, but I'm just guessing. I'm just imagining kind of like a model aeroplane hanging in a wind tunnel or something like that. I'm thinking you wouldn't need to account for those sort
Well,
you know?
that's basically using our argument, Jem. Like, because we know that practically it's not even going to consider anything that the globe is actually proposing that we need to use. So if we're looking at it from in that respect, then we're saying, okay, we're starting off with this model that we don't need to kind of use anything that the globe is actually defining as what it is, Coriolis effect or anything, because we don't need to account for that. Then we're bang on.
Well,
it's exactly.
But it's a model, Mickey. It's a model, though.
But what I'm trying to explain to you is that even if it is a model, and we're trying to figure out what a plane's going to do by using this model, it's the most practical way to use the idea that you're going to support aircraft, within flight and all that. Like, that's why would you even consider it being on a globe where the altitude changes? The actual trajectory, and like there's a lot more involved with the complicated.
Well, those are your beliefs, Miggy. You're bringing in the idea that planes need to dip their noses and things like that. Well, they don't. That's why you wouldn't need to consider that.
How about the Coriolis effect?
You're bringing in that. Well, look, it's a model. Now, let me explain what a model is. Right? It's a simplified explanation of something. Often it's mathematical. A good easy example, everyday example of a model, right, is a subway map. You've probably seen them, right, in cities with subways, right? And they're all the lines are kind of at right angles, and they've got nice sort of right angle curves when they go, and it takes the line around a corner, or sometimes they're diagonally 45 degrees, but they're all either 90, 180 or 45 degrees. Well, we know that the lines on a subway system don't actually run like that. There's little twists and turns in them, and they go up and down and stuff like that. But that model of the subway system allows passengers to figure out how to get from one destination to the next. They can figure out how long some of them predict the time of the next train and things like that. So it's a very useful model, but it's not an accurate depiction of the subway system. And this is the same sort of thing. You can have a useful model that makes predictions about certain aspects of something, in this case, the flight of a missile, but it doesn't necessarily have to account for everything, because you don't always want to model all of those things in one go, because you're adding in too many variables that you've got to account.
It's not like it wouldn't. The analogy would probably not fit what the example we're trying to talk about here within the context of the missile, because
we don't know because we've only got the one page.
No, what I'm saying is that in the overall, the overarching understanding that the Earth is what we're talking about, because that's what they exclaimed, even in the one little sentence or two that they said you're on a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. That right there is telling you the whole Earth. Like, it's not just this one little piece in Arkansas. It's talking about everywhere on Earth. So that is the important bit I think you're not looking at.
Hang on, to understand that, though, to actually know that what you've just said is true, what you would need is the rest of the document so you could figure out exactly what this is all about, what things they are actually calculating for, why they're calculating for those, and why they're leaving others out. And I think you would need that.
I know why they're leaving them out, but
those sort of claims.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, because anywhere you go on Earth, you're using the same principle that they're actually talking about in that page that we've seen. So if everywhere on Earth this is applicable, then everywhere on Earth we're using the same.
Now you're speculating again.
No, it's not speculating. Why would they?
All right, well, in the rest of the document, Miggy, it says the Earth is definitely a sphere, and all flat Earthers should take note of this sentence. I think it says that in the rest of the document.
Well, that's good.
I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, go with it. Hopefully that makes you sleep better at night. But obviously,
hopefully the stuff that you're making up. Hopefully the stuff that you're making up about the rest of the document. Hopefully that makes you sleep.
I don't have to make up the rest of the document.
You literally just did, Miggy. That's my point. Yes, you did.
Because if they're using this,
you don't know if it refers to the whole Earth.
I don't care about that. I'm talking about what
you just said that. Those are you don't care about the words you just said.
Because if NASA is using something like this, where they're talking about a flat, non-rotating Earth for this missile, where are they using these missiles? Tell me that, Jeff.
Well,
Are they using it right only in this specific area? They didn't say that, right? It wasn't in the document and what we read.
We don't know that. We don't know that, Miggy, do we? Again, you're speculating on what's in the rest of the document. You don't know if it's in the rest of the document. Why are you speculating like that?
I don't have to, because I'm telling you, if they're using,
you do have to.
No, this jargon that they're using is specifically so that you can understand anywhere that they use this missile, it's going to have to be used with this model of a flat, non-rotating Earth.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. Otherwise, why would they even say it?
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because it says so in the document. Even
It does not say that. It does not say anything about the whole Earth that you've just said. Doesn't say that. You added that. You added that in yourself. That was your thoughts about it.
Where is it applicable?
It says
I don't know. We haven't got the whole
it says
document.
the Earth.
Look, you can't give me this fragment of
Get the
evidence
fuck
and
out
then
of
laugh
here,
at me
bro.
because I want the whole thing.
I am, because
You
you
should
don't
want the
understand.
whole thing. You should want the whole thing. You're supposed to be a truth seeker.
I am a truth seeker, Jim.
So why are you quite happy to just go with the one line that confirms your bias and try your best all
I don't have
costs
to,
to avoid actually understanding what the document is about?
It's in the conclusion.
It's just
not one time
hopelessly.
they're talking about, brother.
What?
One time, and how many documents you think this?
I didn't say it's one time. I've never said that. That's another straw
said
man
one
you
line.
guys are laying on me. Why are you doing
So
that?
what?
When did I? It's at the moment we can see one line, and that's all Miggy is going on.
And what is it telling you in that one line?
Listen, he's not interested in any of the other document. He doesn't want to understand. He doesn't. Let me finish. Please let me finish. He doesn't want to understand anything about what the document actually talks about. He's just happy because this line says flat, non-rotating Earth, and he just wants to go with that.
Yeah,
and he's
Jim,
pretending. He's pretending that he's a truth seeker, and he cares about truth.
I don't care if the document further on down
He's here to spread the truth.
Says that there's a rabbit humping the turtle in the bushes. I don't really care about that. What I'm talking about is what it says.
Why don't you?
It says right here on that document that it's using a flat, non-rotating Earth. Where are they using that?
And you think that that's an honest?
Yeah,
you think that that's an honest, truth-seeking approach to really discover, to really understand what this is about. That's the approach you're going with.
Because where are they going to use this model if not on Earth?
We don't know, Miggy. We haven't got the document. How many times have I got to? No, not perfect. I didn't say I don't know because it's incomprehensible. I said I don't know because we haven't got the rest of the document and we cannot form a full understanding of it. I want to, you don't. Because you're dishonest and you want to hide from it. You're scared of what it might say. I'm not.
The guys who
I'm
wrote the
not scared of
documents
it.
put it in there.
I'm not scared of it, and I wasn't scared when you said you were going to bring it up because I know about it. I'm not scared of it. You are.
Then you got to ask yourself one question: where is this being applied?
Yeah, the question I'll ask myself is why are grown men scared of documents? That's what I'm asking myself. Why is a grown man? Are you asking me the same? Are you asking me the same question again, Miggy? So I can give you the same answer again.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
We don't know. We don't know because we haven't got the whole document. I want it. You don't. I want to get a full understanding of it. You don't. You want to try and pretend.
I have the document.
You want to try and pretend you've got a full understanding from one line of it. Right. Can I have the document?
Did you hear that? He's got the document.
Great.
So can
And
we
you
go further
post
with
it?
the documentation and validation, please? Yes. Instead of yelling and screaming your point that doesn't make any sense because
Shut
you tried
up.
to bring up
Shut
document.
up.
Hey, first of all, you can tell me to shut up or you what? It doesn't bother me, hon. Just
I
show
will
me what a
do.
disrespectful asshole you are. Now, I can stand my own too, babe. Don't try to come at me.
Well,
Okay?
what are you?
Sit
Nobody
down.
needs your
Sit
input.
down.
All we need is the
Seriously, you need to
document.
sit down.
All we need is the document. We don't need your input.
We're trying to provide that document, but you're too busy going off and yelling.
Providing the document doesn't involve you
I
speaking.
posted the document
All right,
in the
I've got it.
chat.
I'm just pointing out to Stacey that didn't require her to speak.
What page you want to go to, Jim? What'll satisfy your little feel here?
Jim.
Well, I'm going to read the whole document.
Oh, go ahead.
Right, this is
What I'm going to tell you
I got you
is that
locked, stock, and
entire
barrel,
document
though, so.
That entire document doesn't even mention a sphere or globe. So just an FYI. There's 108 pages.
This one mentions no wind, though. So tell me where on flat Earth there's no wind for an aircraft to fly in.
I think when they
give
wrote
it a
paper and
break.
included Earth, I think they knew about wind.
Well,
It
why
sounds
didn't
like
they?
they're just
Why did
scared
they?
to talk about what
is
the fuck they actually mentioned.
Is
You
the
just want to
wind on
talk
Earth?
about what they didn't mention again.
Well, they did
Jen.
mention wind. They do mention wind, Chocolate. They do
Oh,
mention.
so then
wind.
that's your bad because you just said they didn't. So who
No,
the fuck
I didn't.
cares?
No, I did not. No, I didn't. I said.
You don't even know
I
what you're
said.
saying anymore.
I
bro.
said. Listen. I said they didn't include wind. Okay, that doesn't mean they didn't mention it. They specifically did mention that they weren't including it. So go ahead.
You know what
So
they
go
also
ahead.
mentioned?
So
They
go ahead.
mentioned it was flat and non-rotating.
So go ahead and tell me what. Well,
That's
they
pretty,
mentioned it was.
That's pretty shit compared
Okay.
to a
Okay.
magically
So
spinning ball,
does
right?
the flat non-rotating Earth have no wind?
Why would they need to mention wind? Because
Are you breathing?
Earth has wind.
Right.
You know that?
They already know that.
Do they have to specify that there's wind? Or they had to specify that it's flat and non-rotational. You don't want to argue about that, but you want to argue about they didn't mention wind. Are you kidding?
Yet again, Chocolate, I didn't say they didn't mention wind. I said they specifically did mention wind. They specifically did mention wind. They
So whether they mention wind or not,
I know.
whether they mention wind or not, what they specifically also did mention was that it's flat and non-rotational.
Look, Chocolate, you can keep repeating that, but try and get with it, okay? Now, listen carefully.
Get with it.
They specifically mention that they're leaving out wind of their calculations for an aircraft. Now, do you have an explanation for why they would do that?
Over a flat stationary plane?
Over anywhere.
Over Earth,
Because they
which
already,
they're saying is flat
know
and
how to deal with
non-rotational.
wind. Yeah, they've already dealt with wind for years, so they already know how to deal with that. So
If they're building a fucking aircraft,
so could it be? So
if
could it
they're
be
building
then?
a fucking aircraft that literally depends on wind to fly, I don't know why they would specifically have to mention that. But what they do specifically mention is that it's flat and stationary.
Just
and
keep
not a ball.
repeating that. Just keep repeating that.
Well,
Chocolate.
because you want to
Because
avoid
that
it,
makes
bro.
it-
You've been
because-
avoiding it since
because
I got in here.
Look, I'm not avoiding it. I'm trying to make an attempt, and as I have been since I've been here, to explain why they leave things like a curved and a a curved. Please let me finish. A curved and a rotating Earth out of this. Now, when I brought up wind and said that that's out of it, Stacey immediately piped up and says, "Oh, well, because they're used to dealing with wind." Well, of course, they're used to dealing with a rotating and curved Earth in the same way, and that's really
Are
my
they really?
point.
Because they
Well,
didn't say
are
that.
they,
They
Jen?
said
Can you
flat
prove
and
that?
stationary.
Well, the point is that would be reasonable in the same way, wouldn't it? Okay. If the Earth, we're just saying it's all hypothetical at the moment, right?
Wait,
No-
can I ask a
neither
question?
of
Is this
us
for a
know.
missile?
Neither of us
Wait, Is
know.
this for a missile? Wait, let me just ask a question, please. Is this for a missile that's supposed to go how fast that they're worried about wind?
The one-
Or is it a plane that's going a lot slower, so they have to adjust the wind because
well,
of
it's-
how it's
well, it's-
moving?
well,
And we're
it's-
talking about two different things here, right?
We are talking about two different things. There are two
Right. So
documents.
how fast
Hang
does that
on.
missile go?
Listen,
Does it have to
listen,
worry about the wind?
listen. There are two documents.
listening.
There are two documents on the table at the moment. Thankfully, we've switched to the one that I'm more familiar with, which is the one that deals with aircraft and not missiles. Okay. I have no idea how fast the missile goes. Whatever question you ask me, I have no idea. No reason why I should have any idea. I don't know why you asked me that. Now, I would like to read this document if I can.
Well, read the document while you're doing that. See if they could tell you anywhere there where this was being applied. The model, as you state, of the flat, non-rotating Earth. Where is this applied at? Let's find out. See if the document says anything about that. I, of course, don't need to.
I'm not sure what question you're asking me, Mickey.
Okay, so
No,
we first started. Like, you read the document. I'm saying when we first started talking about this, I asked you, where is this model that we're talking about being applied? Even if they claim that it's a globe
and it spins, all these other things, whatever else the document might even say, why and where is the model being applied on Earth? Because
as I understand it, this one is used for sort of. I'm not sure if it's actually in wind tunnels, or I think they maybe simulate with this or something. It's that sort of a thing, as I understand it.
So you don't know yet. You're just saying you're right now. You're based upon what you're.
It's been a while. It's a while since I dealt with it. I came across it when it first came out, which was about sort of 3 years ago, and then sort of fiddled with it around then when it was popular, and then forgot about it. But of course, in Flat Earth, these things they get refuted.
Talk about the document that's been around since '88.
The thing is, these things in Flat Earth, they get refuted, and then people get, they realize it isn't a strong argument, and then they disappear for a bit, and then they raise their ugly heads again. And
I don't even know how we got talking about this, but yeah, it's not really for me a point, but I mean, it just to show you that even in their models, as they claim, because
we got talking about it because it was, you were doing all your.
But that's the problem. I know that these guys are going to say globe or whatever else in those other pages. I know that. It's NASA here we're talking about. It's not. They're not going to continue to. Oh, they leaked information about the flat, non-rotating Earth. Now they're going to dive into how the Earth is flat. I already know it's NASA. They're not going to be talking about that. They're going to be talking about how it's a globe and all this other business. But what I'm interested in is if they're using a model of flat, non-rotating Earth, where is this being applied?
I've answered that. Biggie, I answered that question, didn't I? Tell me what my answer was. So I know that you heard me.
You said that it was wind tunnel, right? And you said, I think that it could be applied in a scenario where they're using it like a wind tunnel.
Something like that. I think it might be more computer modeling of kind of like wind tunnel operations.
See if you can.
But I'm not entirely sure.
Like I said, I really don't care. If you're going to go on a bunny trail, that's your.
But Miggy, don't you think you should care? Don't you think you would? Why don't you want to have a full understanding of what this document's all about? Because it might reveal even better evidence for you, right? It might say something that's even better for Flat Earth.
Right.
But you don't know that because you're only bothered about this one line.
Because it's
and I find that astounding.
The obvious that I know that the Earth is flat and non-rotating. It's already citing. Even as a model, it's already citing what I already know in reality. I don't need to go any further than that because it confirms everything that I know. So it doesn't matter if later on down the road, NASA, the other pages that you read say, definitely a globe, of a definite size and shape. It works this way. I don't really care. To me, it doesn't matter. They're using this model. And that's all I care about.
In that case, all I can say is then, Miggy, I feel sorry for you. If you think that is sound, if you think that is sound reasoning that can lead you to, accurate conclusions about reality, then I feel really sorry for you.
Because I'm glad. I'm actually glad. I'm actually glad that
it's not
has to
sound
use
reasoning. Because they show you a magical spinning ball
really matter,
they assume a flat stationary Earth, and you think that's the same thing, same difference, right? It doesn't matter. Get the fuck, bro. You're the one that's delusional, bro.
No, look, I didn't say it was delusional, and I'm the one that wants to get a full understanding of this document. Miggy is desperately trying to avoid getting a full understanding of it because, as he's just admitted himself, he knows it will say things that make it not
it's NASA, Jim. It's NASA that we're talking about here. Like I said, these guys are not like proponents of the flat Earth. For number one, so even if we're looking at a NASA document, I already know going into this what the other pages are going to say without even looking. They're going to have explanations about how the globe is doing what it's doing. What I'm
think about it, Mickey. This is pretty bad for a hostile witness, right? Because they're the ones that show us the magical spinning ball. But yet in their documents, nicely shuffled away. There you go, flat stationary plane. But when we actually have to put vehicles in the air, right? We got to take this shit serious. We got to put lives at risk, right? So we take the Earth as it is, flat and stationary. We don't play around with the little magical spinning ball shit.
You think we should take you seriously when you're deliberately ignoring more than half of a document? You think that should be taken seriously?
People drove dune buggies on the moon. How should I take you seriously? Are you out of your
You know,
mind?
I'm just like
we
I
can
said,
show that happened. We can
I'm
show plenty
actually-
of evidence that happened very easily. So
Yeah, I know
there's-
you
there's
consider
every
video as
reason to
evidence,
believe
Sam.
that happened.
I know you consider video as
Well,
evidence.
you
and-
have to prove it's a ball first, and you haven't done that. So
If you watch my video, how I know we went to the moon, Miggy,
Did you
you'll
redo
see.
that thing, by the way? 'Cause you
You'll
said-
see what I present as evidence, and
I'll get-
and it,
I'd rather.
It doesn't
listen to
include a lot of
astronauts
video,
bumble
I have
all
to
over
say.
themselves, telling stories, telling campfire stories, telling fucking nonsensical bullshit that grown men like you are supposed to believe, right? Get the hell out of here. I'm gonna watch your video. No,
You
I'd rather listen to
call
the
it that.
astronauts themselves blow up their own spot.
you
Get
can
outta
call
here.
it that, but clearly it isn't that. You know,
Gem
you can say it's a very-
Panda, Gem Panda, just to ask you a quick question, Duty, are you in the live text at all? The text for this channel, yeah.
No, I'm trying to read this document
All
and
right,
be
mate.
angry at the same time.
All right, mate. Just to say, I popped up a thing there. Satellite dishes popping up in Ecuador. They're pointing towards the sky. You want to reiterate what you told me in your server one day, that's proof of geostationary satellites?
Why do you think it wouldn't be?
Why do you think it would be? Where's the-
Because they're pointing up in the sky, so they can't be pointing at a tower, right?
Oh, so a satellite dish pointing up in the sky means that there's a geostationary satellite?
Well, I mean, I think if it's receiving a signal from one, I think that would be a
Yeah.
reasonable assumption, right?
Okay, are you familiar with?
Are we
flight-
assuming they're not receiving signals, or are they receiving signals?
I'm going to ask you a question. Are you familiar with Flight Radar 24?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. So on Flight Radar 24, if you go above Ecuador, there's satelloons that provide internet services, 4G satellite services all around the world. Do you know there's such a thing as Project Loon?
Yes, I know, but so what?
So the point
that's
I'm
like saying.
making,
Go ahead. Sorry.
So the point I'm making is, you said that was proof of geostationary satellites.
No, I didn't.
You did. Yes, you did.
Absolutely, I would never ever have used the word proof. Never ever. You guys use that word. I would never have said that in a million years.
You did. You did. You were witness.
Absolutely not. You're lying. You're lying.
20
I'm sorry, mate, but you're lying. I don't want to be rude to you, but there's absolutely no way I would ever have said proof. I never ever say that word. You guys say it all the time. I never say it ever. Proofs exist only in math. Only in math.
Guys, let it be noted now that Gem Panda, whether he refuses to admit it or not, in front of about 20 other people on his server, admitted and said and gave that proof there, which is pathetic.
I'd given that as evidence. I would have given that as evidence.
That as
not
evidence.
proof.
Yeah.
Evidence is not proof. They're two different things.
Out of my inbox.
Yeah. So
Evidence
anyway,
is not
let it be known this is the type of stuff that Gem Panda thinks is evidence of geostationary satellites. It's not.
Well, why wouldn't it be? Have you given me any good reason? Have you given me a good reason why it's not? What your argument so far? Listen. Let me respond. Please let me respond. Your argument so far is there are trains, therefore cars are fake.
Oh,
Let Breaking respond. Hang on. Let Breaking
There's another way of doing it. Therefore, that way
he's addressing Breaking, so let Breaking respond, please.
Yeah. Miggy.
Yeah.
I need a mod in my inbox now, please. Thank you.
Yeah, let Breaking respond, please, guys. Go ahead, Breaking.
Before Breaking goes ahead, I'm happy. Just one second. I'm happy not to participate in the debate if you need like a pure moderator, because I know Miggy, you're kind of moderating and debating, so I'm happy to just be a mod if it's needed.
Yeah,
anyway,
bro. Thank you. I gotta actually get OJ's inbox real quick. Yeah, if you could.
Yes. So just to respond, thank you there, Miggy. I think that was saying let me respond. I'm going to post some stuff of Project Loon. You can easily look it up yourself. It's on Flight Radar 24.
Dude, I've been here for 5 years. I'm not a newbie that's just walked in off the street. I've heard
You're
Project Loon.
acting like a newbie. You said you did. You said
I did
you
not.
didn't.
I didn't. When you asked me if I'd heard of Project Loon, I said yes, of course I've heard of it.
Right. So
It was the Radar 24. The first thing you mentioned, I'd never heard of.
Right. So that's the point I'm making. You'd never heard the Radar 24. So that's why.
There are things hanging from balloons. We all know that. That's not news.
What's hanging from them?
Some great bit of evidence. You're just telling me that in some places there's an alternative way of transmitting stuff. So what?
Gem Panda, what's hanging from the balloon? What's hanging from the balloons?
I bet it's not satellite TV transmitters.
It's satellites. It's satellites, dude. There's your satellites. That's your satellite.
Is it satellite TV transmitters?
Of course it is, dude. Yeah.
Is it? Prove it.
Of course it is.
All right. Let's see the evidence. Let's see the evidence.
Dude, you have got no proof.
You've made the claim. Let's see the evidence. Don't tell me about me. We're dealing with your claim that you just made. Let's see your evidence that these satelloons are transmitting satellite television.
Right.
Okay,
That's fine. Okay.
So, Breaking, do you want to go ahead and do that? Stacey's been trying to get in. Stacey, do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll get what he's looking for.
Oh, sorry, I actually forgot because I'm getting DM'd as well, and I have stuff going on my server. So can you give me one moment too, and I'll be right back.
Sure. Does anyone else want to speak? Is there anybody else who'd like to speak?
I want to know what.
Oh, I know what I was going to ask him.
I just came in halfway.
Evidence. Like, Jim, what do you think evidence is? Because evidence and proof, you use two different statements there. Like you said, I didn't say proof, I said evidence. Well, for me, evidence is proof. So can you verify to me what evidence is for you?
I think what you've just said, in a way, is true. For you, evidence is proof, and I think that's the nature of it. I think I can show you evidence, but only you can decide if my evidence amounts to proof for you. And this is why we have a jury in a court, right? Because what's proof for one person isn't proof for another person, and we recognise that, and that's why we say we need 12 people to all agree that this is proof for something before we, convict someone, right? So that is what I would say is the difference between evidence and proof.
Okay.
So
I appreciate that.
One supports an argument, one subjectively substantiates the argument for a person, but not for everyone necessarily.
Then can I ask you, what would the word be to be used then? Because the proof wouldn't be the word, I guess, necessarily to use anyway, because then you say everybody can have their own definition of proof. So to validate our reality, what would you use? That validation, citation? What are you looking for to? Because you want validation too.
I think to be honest with you, I mean, I'm a bit pedantic about the use of this word proof, because when we're in debates and stuff, you can get yourself caught in a corner where you say you can prove something, when in actual fact you can never prove something. You can just offer evidence for it and hope that it proves it. So that's why I tend to be a bit sort of pedantic about it. I don't think it's really that wrong to say this is my proof for this. It's in a sort of colloquial sense. But for me, I think proofs only exist in maths. We can prove that, we can prove 2 + 2 = 4 in a 10-based counting system. But for me, that's a proof. So I know we had this lengthy discussion the other day about verification and validation. And I think you guys are being, I think you're being somewhat unfair in the way that you use that, because I don't think you always think through what it is that you're asking for. And where we got to the other day, it seemed to be with Miggy, was that the only evidence that he would accept from me would be evidence that he had already checked himself and personally collected himself, which, that to expect people to give you evidence you've already got seems, I don't think that's right. So I would say, but I would, I think, of course, you need ways to verify what's true. We can't just take a photograph off the internet and say, well, look, satellites. So I guess what you've got to do is...
can also, can't you, I'm asking a question actually, can't you just make up a bunch of math though and make it fit to things? And we're talking about what we can observe and do with scientific methods on natural laws that we could prove. I mean, when I say prove, I mean what you actually can do in your reality. Natural laws that you can verify for yourself, experiment after experiment. So those things, The globe model should be able to easily prove at this point. I mean, it's 2020,
Well,
and
I would say
why that
I would
the
say it
masks
can.
don't.
I would say it can.
Okay, tell me how the masks work correctly then, please, because I'm really looking 60
Well,
miles with my own eyes, and I'm seeing Chicago, okay? And I've seen that with my own eyes. So please tell me how you're having this massive refraction that doesn't exist, and it's bending
Well,
like
why
that.
do you say
in my own eyes.
why do you say that refraction doesn't exist? I'm not trying to
No,
catch.
wait. I didn't say refraction doesn't exist. Refraction does exist. But refraction doesn't exist to the point that you're trying to compete, not you. But
Okay,
people
well,
are
why
trying
do you
to make
say?
it exist.
But why do you say
Because
that?
there's no proof of it. Because there's no proof of
No.
it. Can you prove it to me that it does that?
Well, again, we're back
Besides
to
the
proof.
simulation?
We're back to proof, aren't we? I mean, what we can
We're
do.
talking about reality, though. What we're trying to observe,
Well-
right? Scientific method, but it also has some observations in it, all right?
Right.
So we're talking
And-
about what we
and
can
that's how we
actually
know.
prove
And that's
with
how
those
we know.
things.
That's how we know how light behaves in different mediums, because those are
Okay.
things. Hang on. Those are things that we can test in a laboratory, right? We can stick a light in one place and stick material between it and somewhere else and see how that light behaves, and that's how we
Right.
know how light refracts in an atmosphere. So
Right.
we have an atmospheric pressure gradient, which is, I'll be as brief as I can because I know you've heard this before. We have an atmospheric pressure gradient that gets denser as you get closer, and that denser atmosphere makes the light change angle. Usually, well, it makes it change angle so it goes down. A bit like the easy demonstration of this effect is a spoon in a glass of water, and if the glass is half full, you see like a bend in the spoon if you're looking at the whole glass. Do you know what I mean when I say that? Are you
No, I
still
do
with
know
me?
what you mean when you're saying
Right,
that. Absolutely.
right.
Go
So
ahead.
that's an effect of refraction where the light that's traveling through the water is traveling it's taking longer than the light that's traveling through the air. It actually travels at the same speed. It takes a longer route, essentially. So
Okay, is there any for me then to prove for myself then? Is there anything that you could show me experiment wise that I know refraction, I understand that, but that you can refract?
well, the
And
best one.
Chicago, that far, 60 miles away, that
Right,
far
well,
they
the
should
best-
be, I should be able to see it at all. So they can
The
refract
best one, the
above
best
the
one that I've
horizon like
seen.
that for me in my own eyes.
The best one that I've seen that you'll instantly reject is the lasers through the sugar solution. And you'll just say we don't live in a sugar solution, but we do live in a fluid atmosphere that gets denser towards the bottom, just like the sugar solution does in the fish tank. You've seen those, right? A laser going through a fish tank. Have you seen those?
Right. I actually
And-
have, but
And it
you
bends.
We're not looking top to bottom. We're looking
Go ahead.
across. Sorry.
Right, but it still has the
Okay,
same.
go ahead.
It still has the same effect on the light, right? The light where you see that.
Yeah, if you were looking top
Hang on.
down, but
Hang
we're
on.
looking across.
Let me finish.
I'm answering it. Okay, fine.
Okay. If you look at the side of the fish tank, you're looking at the laser bending down. You're looking, if you like, at a cross section of your observation. If you were shining that laser across the lake, and that laser would, someone's on one side of it, it would bend down to you towards you on the other side of it, just like it does in the sugar solution. But a sugar solution is more useful because it has a much more profound effect on the laser. And therefore, we're able to see the laser doing that in a small space like a fish tank. But the problem is, if we just put atmosphere in that fish tank, it will have no effect on the laser over that short space. You need a lot more atmosphere over a lot longer distance for it to have a bit of an effect.
Okay, so why don't you guys try to do a different test then to prove that?
Well,
I'm saying until you can prove to me that you can literally refract Chicago up that like that with light and bend light like that, because the only thing I do is a simulation. That's ridiculous to do that. So if you guys can show me that light can actually do that and refract something, then I can see with my own eyes. I know Chicago should be there, by the way, but I'm gonna go ahead and refract it up above the horizon like that, the entire thing, the whole skyline. If you guys could show me something like the light can do that, then I would think a little differently about, maybe the globe model could possibly maybe exist.
But then,
in reality, you guys can't.
But the problem is, you say you're all about the science and testable science, and then I show you what effectively could be a laboratory experiment. And
Well, you said could. You're not showing me exactly what I am witnessing, and I want a proof of it over and over again that can happen in nature with a scientific method experiment. You're showing me something like it. That's not the same.
But that would just be me showing. Hang on, let me finish. That would just be me showing you another observation where there was refraction, then, wouldn't it? But
wait, there you go. There you go. It's refraction. I said refraction exists, but you're not showing me this super duper crazy refraction that people keep claiming that can refract Chicago all the way up. It's impossible.
But he's missing an element with the sugar. Hold on, he's missing an element with the sugar solution, and that element is obstruction to see around. If you could do something like that in the sugar solution, that would be swell.
Well, you could easily do that. I mean, you could just put an object in the bottom of the fish tank. I don't think that would make any difference. I can't see how it would.
Yeah, you would have to see a target from around that object that you put into that tank.
You would. I mean, another demonstration of that, you've probably seen this one as well. Have you seen the plasticine, the silly putty on a propane tank? Have you seen that one?
All right, I'm going to interrupt real quick. Jim, if you want to post anything, I think you were able to in the arena text, like stuff to support your argument or whatever.
Right.
You should be able to. I'm not sure if you can.
I don't really like doing these arguments anyway.
No, I know. I'm just telling you that.
I don't really care about proving things to you guys. I mean, I think that, my thoughts would be the evidence is out there. The stuff's out there that substantiates this. The refractive index is well tested.
Okay, so we can squeeze this stone then. He's already set in his ways, and he
interesting.
But he says we can go look for it.
Yeah, but
let's squeeze another stone.
Can I maybe finish the point? Maybe.
Sure. Sorry, that was rude of me. I apologize.
I can't remember what the point was. It's probably only rambling. But I think the evidence.
I was going to mention. Sorry, one second, Jim Panda. You'll be able to finish your point in a second. Breaking down Wall of Lies. Do you want to go ahead once Jim Panda's finished his point, because you were trying to get in, weren't you? So
I'm done, mate. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're on about the satellites.
Right, have we got the satellite TV thing now?
Yeah, we haven't got the satellite TV. I'm looking, trying to find, as in the satellite TV, what we do have there is that the communications is used from satellites. So, and I'm looking through Sky's documentation. There is nothing to prove at all, no documentation to say that these geostationary satellites are providing any Sky TV. In fact, what they're now doing is revolutionizing it and saying that the satellites are not needed. So no proof of geostationary satellites to provide any satellite TV. Satelloons that are using a communications network from balloons with satellites on them, that's proof and is noted. But if you want to provide me some proof of a geostationary satellite, go ahead.
I think we've launched 120 new satellites in the last week. So yeah. I don't know where you got the idea that satellites aren't needed anymore.
No, proof of geostationary. That is hundreds of miles above the Earth's surface.
I can't provide you proof. I can give you evidence of things.
Right. There's no proof. Yeah. That's all I wanted to know. There is no proof.
Yeah. You can seize on that if you like, but there's no. You prove anything to me, anything you like.
I can prove that there's no curvature. You want to
prove it to me. Go ahead.
Yeah. Why? Okay. So the Earth is a ball, correct, in your eyes?
You're proving it to me. You don't need me to speak. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll prove it. So we've got long distance footage of 100 miles with zero curvature.
I don't believe you. I don't believe that footage. You expect me to believe footage?
I'll put the uncut videos up for you.
Do you believe Superman?
I'll put the uncut videos up for you.
So what? Fake? The fake CGI videos.
Right. Well, that shows your integrity, dude.
No, it shows that you can't prove anything to me, mate.
It shows that you don't even want to take a look at any of the evidence that is presented to you that shows you as totally disingenuous, a liar, a faker, and how dare you even come in here and try and present your arguments.
Because I'm making a point that you're missing, mate. I'm making a point. You demanded that I prove something to you. You can just do what I just did. And you do frequently. All of you do. I'd show you a bit of video. You go, video? What? Superman's on video? I mean, you do that. Listen, you do that to me all the time. And that's my point.
That's not true.
Listen. I can offer you evidence for something. Only you can decide if it's proof. Listen. Let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. I wanted to make the point. You're spoiling it. Okay. So that's why I said I can't give you proof. I can give you evidence. You have to decide.
If I give you evidence, so if I provide you with evidence of infrared footage that's uncut video from an altitude that you should be seeing curvature on the Earth over 1,200 miles, if that's not evidence enough, what more would it take for you to accept we don't live in a flying spinning ball?
Well, I would have to ask you about that footage, and I would have to ask you how you know about these distances involved. Because I know the footage that you're talking about. It's no surprise to me. I know who Joe Tolan Media is. And I don't think he's established that he's seen 1,200 miles. I think he just said he was. And you lot just believed him. I don't think there's any evidence whatsoever. He didn't point to a recognizable landmark or anything that said he was seeing 1,200 miles. It's just a blob of water, and he said it's, I don't know, whatever Great Lake it was.
So just to ask a question then, you've discounted that footage of Joe Tolan Media. Okay.
Of course, it's
absurd. Why have you discounted that? Can you prove why he's got it wrong?
No, he has to prove how he's got it right. He's making the claim that he's seeing. Look, he's making the claim that he can see 1,200 miles. He needs to substantiate that claim. He could do that easily by showing what he can see, applying it to a map. He kind of does this, and
he does all that.
And he could show us something recognizable that cannot be something else. And he does not do that. He doesn't show us anything where we go, that can only be that one thing and it can't be anything else. He just doesn't. And I would love to see it if he could. It would be amazing. I would be gobsmacked. I'd be suicidal, but I'd be gobsmacked.
OJ, did you want to come in there?
Honestly, I'm not sure how to slow him down at this point, because I was trying to point out earlier that he was interrupting you when you were trying to give him evidence or proof by saying, he doesn't really have to accept it. And then he's given a logical reason as to why by telling you the story about Jay Tolan, which is fair for the audience. It's a debate tactic. But
it wasn't actually about rejecting his evidence.
But now that I'm about to make my point, you're really cutting me off when it's about to get used. How about this? Is there what evidence would you accept? Because, the whole difference between something we could do here on Earth and something that satellite does, we can't verify that the medium of space exists, which is really nothing because it's space, nothing.
I can tell you what I would accept.
We can verify that the ground is not curving at 8 inches per mile squared like it should do if you're on a globe with a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
I can verify that it's not. That it is.
If you verify, that it's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, you can verify this?
Yes, easily.
Oh, please proceed.
Oh, all right. I hate doing this shit.
This is the arena, so it's separate from the other live stream and how we deal with things here. So everything's well within the context of being in this room. So just to let you guys know, this is kind of what it's gonna shape up to look like. So Jet Panda is going to be able to really come back in here. So long as, like I said, there's no. Go ahead, OJ. Go ahead.
Sorry, Jim. I don't mean to make it unfun for you.
No.
I'll be quiet.
No, it wasn't. It's no problem. So what I would accept, this is where I was going with this, right? The world record breaking long distance photograph. You guys tend to like that photograph, right? I think most people are kind of happy with that photograph. I am. Okay. I can show curvature of the Earth in that photograph.
Please do.
Mathematically demonstrated.
Please do.
You're going to have to watch a video.
That's okay. Can you explain the video?
It's not too long. Oh, the video is me explaining it. So, hang on. Oh, God. It's not the best one. I've got a better one than this, but it is a good one.
Shout out to Jedi. What's going on, brother?
Shout out to Biggie. Good to see you.
What have I got on here?
They muted me and we're going to kick me out.
Leaving chocolate.
I just wanted to go ahead as my. Ooh, I get to moderate. This is nice. If there's any other Globe guys who wanted to talk as well, I noticed that Damon is in here. Cards. Feel free to speak up as well if you want. It's not just all about Gem Panda. So
I think it is. I think it is all about me. I think.
Probably you because
Gem Panda knows
I just wanted to, one second breaking. I just wanted to welcome any other Globe guys to get involved as well. This isn't like a pre-scheduled debate as far as I can tell. Maybe I'm wrong.
No.
If there's any other Globe guys, if there's any other Globe guys, feel free to come in as well. Anyway, breaking, please
get the video yet.
Yeah, Damon E, I was just going to point out, Damon E, we've had a chat with him the last 2 days in here. He don't know diddly squat, so he'll probably be in here to learn off of Gem Panda. He ain't got a clue what he's talking about. He don't even know his own model. So that's him done.
Well, that's again, it's a bunch of assertions that you have no evidence for. All I did was say something about a photograph, and you rambled on for about a half an hour and then muted me and said you were going to kick me out.
No, I never muted you once, dude. I was actually, believe it or not, the guy that unmuted you. You moved up to the 20th. Yeah, that's okay. It's just I felt sorry.
You want a good Samaritan trophy.
Damon, one second. I muted you earlier, dude, but I'm moderating here, so I'm not going to continue that debate here. If you have something else you want to talk about, please bring that up.
Right, I'll just stick my video in the chat here. It's time-stamped. You need to watch it till you see the horizon drop, because I make a couple of points about these photographs. It's probably about 5-6 minutes, something like that.
My point was just simply that you can let Gem go on for an hour, But me, I say one sentence, and you want to freaking ramble on for an hour and kick me out.
You were the guy.
I'm just a little fit to you.
I'm sorry.
I'm just a little guy. I don't have no subscribers.
You were the guy that was arguing against every NASA video that was shown to you yesterday. You hadn't got a clue about Satelloons. You hadn't got a clue about any of that, dude. Yeah, you didn't know about Satelloons. You didn't know NASA's launching balloons with satellites on them. You hadn't got a clue about any of that.
I actually know quite a bit about that, but I was wanting to hear what you were saying, and when you said something, I was disagreeing with you.
That's ingenuous, because yesterday you hadn't got a clue, and then I provided all the evidence, and now you've got a clue, so you're just a disingenuous.
No, I knew that there were balloons with items attached to it. I didn't know that you called them Satelloons.
Yeah, so you're a clown, basically. I mean, you're in here debating your stupid globe model, and you ain't even got a clue about the arguments that are presented against NASA and all the rest of it. Have you watched all the bloopers on NASA?
It's just a trendy name for a thing hanging from a balloon. I don't think
it's just a trendy example of the truth.
You got something on me because you know the word Satelloon, which is a ridiculous term.
Oh, dude, it was showing all them videos yesterday. All them videos yesterday.
You're just brand new to this shit.
Yeah,
It's been around for a while. That's all it's showing.
He's been here ages.
You still got the price tag on it, bro.
He's been here ages, dude. He's been here years.
Ages when? I could affirm. Yeah, you, Jim. I know you've been around for years, but this guy, Damon, who is he? I don't know.
Look, I was on the internet, and Flat Earth formed around me.
All right. That's true.
You, Eric Dubay.
Before you were even a thought, buddy. Seriously, you're fucking.
I was only wanted you.
By the way, why are all the people lying about the curve there, Jim?
Did you watch that video yet?
So why are all those people lying about the curve there, Jim?
Otherwise,
what's up?
They're not gonna watch it.
Somebody said, "Who the fuck is Jim Panda?" How could they say that?
You got a fan, Jim.
Oh no, I'm more concerned about my lack of fame here than anything else. This is more important than the shape of the.
No offense, I didn't know who you were until about 4 months ago, hon.
Oh no, well, you haven't been here that long.
I knew who he was about. I knew who he was about 20 years ago.
How long have you been here, Tracy?
Yeah, I knew who you were about.
I was looking at
20
Eric
years ago,
Dubay and all
dude.
that stuff back in 2014 and stuff. I knew nothing about you. I ran in and saw some glow busters and Darren's and all those people, but I still didn't know you because you're not known.
Right. But when did you actually? When was the first day that you called yourself?
When I met Sven, and yeah, he has met you on tour.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's
what
like
I met about. Yeah,
end of last year. End of last year or middle.
Correct. I never heard your name. Never.
So nobody knew Gem Panda 20 years ago?
Hey, do you guys mind if I cover the video that Jem just kind of posted? I actually did watch it. I kind of skimmed through it, so I might have missed some of it. Right, but I do want to cover that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Jem, my question is, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of skipped towards the end, so I didn't hear a lot of the stuff that you said, so I could be missing something. So if I do miss some things, fill me in.
I will.
But from the gist of it, what I'm seeing is that you're saying that the horizon drops lower than the mountains, right? And that's proof of curvature, the horizon drop, right? That's like the whole gist of it, or did I miss anything?
I guess that's the main point. Yeah, there's a couple more bits to it, but like
Okay.
how much of the mountain is obstructed? But yeah, we do see the horizon drop, and it's calculable because we know the height that it was taken at. We know the height of a mountain in the foreground, and then we know the height of the mountain in the background.
All right.
Okay, so here's my statement and my question, right? My statement first would be, what's up?
No, I was gonna say, Coach was trying to get in here to this room, but he can't get in for some reason.
I'll deal with it in a minute. Just let me finish this point and I'll take care of it. So my question number one would be, is there a prediction with the globe model that actually predicts that horizon drop with the elevations on all the math? And if there is that prediction, I'd love to see it. And number two, it's not a straw man because I've heard flat earthers say this, but a lot of flat earthers parrot this, I think, and it's wrong. Horizon does not always rise to eye level. It depends on the atmosphere, right? There's days where it's shortened. There's days where it's, it could be shortened through the atmosphere. So I'm not one of those persons that don't believe the horizon always rises to eye level. I think a lot of the flat earthers got that from Eric Dubay because he said it a lot from the first videos. And I think a lot of people just stuck with it. But even in optics, you can prove that the horizon or horizons don't always rise to eye level just with optics. Now, when you include atmosphere, that's including in something else. So I'm with the idea that isn't sufficient evidence, but if you had a model, if you can show me like a model where there's a prediction with the observation that you're claiming that this fits the globe, I'd be happy to see that.
Right. Well, to answer you the last bit first, I think if you're saying that the horizon doesn't always rise to eye level, that what I'm offering there is a refutation of the argument that the horizon does always rise to eye level. And I accept the fact that you don't make that argument, but I think we would all have to accept that an awful lot of flat earthers do. I've heard that said many, many times.
Yeah, I accept that.
So
I accept that big time.
But as you say, that argument is useless for you. Okay. Now, as for the model, I would say, now we know that there is refraction required for them to get these these long distance photographs because they say it on the website. So, and they take, they spend many years perfecting this craft, and there's only a couple of days a year when they can get the shots. So we know there is some refraction going on, but I think at this altitude, because we're high up, I think that's going to be fairly minimal. So I think you could go with standard refraction at 7/6, or
right,
the radius 7/6 of the radius, right? So the radius plus a sixth, and I think that would get you pretty close. It might not be bang on, but it would get, because it's 275 miles. That's an awful lot.
What I would think would help this discussion, Jem, a little bit is because both of the sides do things I think they can work on. I think like the Globers do this, and you could agree or disagree, but they do every time you see a horizon drop or a boat being obstructed by curvature. It's never an actual prediction. It's just like the observation, and you're calling it curvature. I think it'd be nice if we can actually get globe predictions, like on this globe model.
I included the maths. I think, for the angle, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did.
Oh, I did skip over it. Remember, I told you that, so I might have missed that. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that. But I'm talking about other videos. I'm not talking just about this one. Like, I'm talking about, there are a lot of videos where like people say like, oh, every time you see like something being obstructed, it has to be Earth curve. But there's never really a prediction with the model. Like, how far was the boat? How high was the observer? Like, it's just like the observation is the claim of it. I think that's something the Globe should work on, and we should work on like
I think this provides a prediction, and I think the problem is, I think that the sort of observations that you guys do, I think, are ineffective for making this determination. I just don't think that looking at the horizon, I think we've all established that, or at least you guys have, with thousands of observations, that this just isn't a great way to do this, because for there to be enough curve for it to be, or enough drop for it to be apparent to you, you need to be quite a distance away. And if you're quite a distance away, it becomes difficult to see stuff. And we're always up against that. And particularly when you do these low level observations. And that's why I like ones like this that are done. This one is quite high. I think I prefer it maybe a bit lower than this, ideally. And there is a better one I can point you to that I think is just a brilliant piece of evidence. And it's something that a guy, I don't know if you know Miles Davis, he did in Scotland. And he's on.
I saw it with the mountains. It was on Nathan Oakley for like months.
Hill and a bridge, and then there's something else in the background that he knows the known height of, and we can see that there's a drop between them. We can see, it's there, it's clear for all to see. And sorry,
is that not refraction?
I think there's some refraction in there. Yeah, because we would add in standard refraction when we're at that height, right? And we could be sort of reasonably confident that was going to be a useful calculation to us, because when you get down very low, like you guys insist on doing these days, there's always going to be a lot going. Well, not always, but usually there's going to be quite a lot going on, and often there's loads going on. And also, that observation wasn't done over water, and that helps as well, because you don't get the.
Right. Real quick, is Carnivore a part of your server, Jet Panda? Is he
yeah, okay. I should probably go if they're all coming in here.
Well, no, I gotta.
So
I just wanted to confirmation because
just to get back to the whole Kosho thing, what am I supposed to do? I didn't mean to brush it off, but I was like, I just didn't want to lose my train of thought. Is he still banned? Does he need a special role? Like, what is it that he needs to get in here?
Yeah, he's going to get the Gladiator tag. Jem Panda has a Gladiator tag right now, and I think if Jem vouches for Carnivore, I'll give him the tag as well.
Yeah, he's a good lad. He's one of us.
We're just handing out these tags just so that you guys can have access to this arena back and forth.
I'm feeling a little left out.
I'm sorry, mate. I'll shut up now. I'll go home.
I'm talking about like who Jem.
I don't think I have a Gladiator tag.
Look, you gotta stop leaving Damon out, please.
I don't like me.
You're upsetting him.
All right, Carnivore.
I'm so upset.
Oh, llevo baby con
Carnivore, you on the mic? Real quick.
I do feel a little sad about it now.
I don't know.
I've got your back, buddy. You're all right.
I mean, I can't even be impressive to the flat earthers. That's pretty sad.
Oh, come on, Damon. I got yelled at by Jim Panda like, no, ain't nothing, and I didn't whine like a little baby.
It's a rite of passage, Stace. It's a rite of passage.
I've been run over by Jem a few times, I think, acting an idiot.
See, everyone has. Everyone has. I'm known for being an irritable. I'm known for being an irritable old bastard.
It makes you feel good about it afterwards.
Hey, at least you admit it, honey. That's what counts. At least you're
It's good that you can admit it, but you also need to throw having a whiny voice in there.
A whiny voice. Yeah.
You whine, Jim Panda, and it's my fuck. I hate that about you. You've got a whiny voice. It's really fucking annoying. Like, I'm sorry, but I cannot watch your YouTube videos and not.
Panda's voice. I think Jim Panda has a nice voice.
Thank you.
It's that typical British 50-plus-year-old man's whiny voice. It gets on my nerves.
Bambi's talking to me in a Scottish accent, saying these words. I mean, please.
Yeah, but that's okay. Better than having a 50-year-old
I know, but
British
you'll always have it, Bambi. You'll never be able to get rid of it. You know.
Yeah, well, yours is going to get worse with age.
You'll always be there, holding you back.
By the way, send the people in there. Send the people in there to get the tag up.
People think about deep fried Mars bars.
Come on, guys. Mickey's trying to moderate. Be a bit.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, send the people in here so they can get their tag. That way, we can do it and get everybody's kind of sorted out.
I don't think there's any point now. The Earth's the globe. Come on, just.
Yeah. Send the people in here, Jack.
Yeah, and you got any verifiable proof for that?
That was good. That was good.
Verifiable proof for that crap. Please.
I'll have a nice rest. And
we got a load of observations blown by little old
If you're so comfortable with it being a globe, why don't you just, give up the server, and just go back to regular life? Why are y'all worried about flat Earth? That you actually named your server Debate Flat Earth and More.
Yeah, but
you were saying 3-4 years ago, flat Earth is dead, bro.
Point. Two or 3 years ago,
it's still here.
2 or 3 years ago, there was a point, but there isn't now. That's gone.
There's no point in you debating because you haven't proven anything yet.
Really, 2 years ago, but I kept kidding myself on that there was, but there wasn't, and that's why I rarely debate now. I hardly ever do this. I just take
you got seniority now. You just send in the minions now, right?
Well, no, cool. I don't send. I don't control anybody.
I know.
And they're in my
Legion of Doom and shit. I get it.
I just know about the secret army.
I felt really, really bad about Demon. The world's smallest violin played for you. So I don't want Branch. I don't want Branch to be ignored. Gem Panda, you have a fan. Can you give Branch a shout out? He said that he would love that if you could do that.
Can I not ignore
Branch is indeed my second favorite globe earther, next to Scott Beach. I've said this before. Thank you.
Shout out to Branch. Scott Beach is.
Isn't that nice? Aww. Isn't that
to be honest, Scott Beach is my favourite. He's the only reasonable, level-headed one.
Yeah, he's the best by far.
He's a sweetheart as well. Scott Beach is the only acceptable glober.
He does have his shit together.
He does. He's level-headed and he's nice to debate against. He's not rude, crude, or he never raises his voice. He's a nice guy.
I get my feelings hurt too badly.
And his dad was a war hero.
That's true.
Didn't think I was going to say that, did you?
I mean, it's got nothing to do with him, but that's very nice of his father.
What is war hero?
Yeah, he flew, 250 combat missions at about 4,000 feet or something like that. Probably the most dangerous combat flying that's ever been done.
He killed a bunch of.
Well, that's what we consider a war hero, right? Someone who helped win a war.
Like murder people.
Well, that would be a different issue, wouldn't it? But we would still consider war heroes to be people who helped win a war, who were brave and in combat, right? That's what war hero means. Whether you think war is a nice idea or not, it doesn't really change that.
Oh, just
war is for the bankers.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, I don't care. If you want to say that, that's fine.
No, I know it for a fact.
Okay, all right.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying really hard not to, but
I think I actually understand Jim Panda. Yeah. Yeah, because people have given and they've been indoctrinated in a program and they went to war sometimes for other reasons, have given their lives. And so they are a war hero because for them, they were trying to do something good for you. But in reality, they relied to a program just like the Globe model, like we talk about. So I can understand Jim Panda's point on that, even though I don't want to. Damn it.
I'm not in favor of war. Who is? Nobody likes war, do they? But you know,
that's why we should stop propagating this globe lie. Maybe they would be like, well, then again, there's always been war. So
what would be the best way? What would be the best route, right, to stop propagating the globe lie, as you've just said? What process would we follow to do that?
Stop teaching it in schools from kindergarten.
Okay, how will we go about achieving that?
By stopping the flood of false information.
Right. So, I mean, I'm talking practically here.
Look, you can teach it as a theory. That should be done because it's not a fact. That's the point. This should be taught as a theory. In fact, kids should know both. Not just the globe that they throw in your face when you're a little kid. And then at the movies, when you go sit down at the movies, you're indoctrinated with that shit day in and day out. Are you kidding me? Yeah. No wonder the kids don't question it. They've been indoctrinated with the crap. The only way to break out of that is to actually open up your fucking mind and, hey, start with a clean slate. Stop believing everything you're told because that's exactly what people are doing. Believing what they're told. I want verifiable.
What's up with all these?
Crap that's being said.
What's up with all these kids? Well, I have a new question. What's up with all these kids wearing NASA shirts? Like, shouldn't it be SpaceX shirts? Like that would be like me wearing like a Haley's Comet T-shirt or some shit like that. Like, what's up with that? NASA's not the front man right now. So what's up with this propaganda?
I think people think it's a cool graphic to have on a T-shirt, I guess. But my question was about, you know, everything that was just said in that kind of mini rant about, you know, education. Fine, if those are your goals, my question is, how do you plan to achieve them? How do you get from where you are now to this stuff?
That's what I'm working on, Jim Panda.
And
I'm trying to work through my own state right now, working with the mayor and everything else, and we're trying to do it differently because we can't. You're right. I can't go to the schools. They'll shut me down. They will not let me talk about any of this stuff. So therefore, I have to go outside of the school, use a library, bring the students to them. And I'm actually doing it through truth and try to bring about angular resolution and things like that to them to make them think that stuff that they've been told is a lie. Look at the things deeper. We've already been taught that correctly in school. So yeah, I'm going to go step by step, slow as I have to. But at least I'm going to do something about it. Is anybody else doing it? No, they're too damn scared. That's the answer. Try somewhere. Start. I mean you, but I mean the rest of the world. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's the point. You have to start freaking somewhere, one step at a time.
I tell people every day, man. I mean, there's people that know that when I walk into my store, they know what my views are. They know it for a fact. I've talked to them about it. I'm not shy about this stuff. I talk to people in person about this. The internet's not the only place, and actually doing it in person is actually a lot better.
Just to be clear, is this woman talking about?
I think maybe you're trying to listen slightly what I'm saying, although I think Stacey.
No, I get what you're saying, but the whole thing is how are we going to overcome the Rockefeller school system that was put into place unless we go out and do it independently on our own and out of the school system? Because like she just said, Stacey said, we're not allowed to talk about this stuff in school. You'll get in trouble. You'll get kicked off of school grounds for bringing this stuff up. Stuff like that. Are you kidding me? Yeah, exactly.
And then just simply asking the question. Just simply asking the question, and then you'll have people like you guys who want to just say, oh, look at these stupid people who should just take a class and finish school because they're asking questions about their world. And we're just trying to tell y'all, like, hey, we're asking the same questions. Like, why don't you ask these questions? But you just want to turn around and tell us, oh, we're just stupid.
Jim
Well,
Panda,
how are we going to progress like that?
Tour? We had a UK university tour planned, 5 destinations, and we had that before the lockdown. There are people trying to make this an actual point for everybody to understand. Yes, we were going to hit the universities right out front. So yeah, there's people trying to do something. There is ways of doing this. We can't get in, then we'll go out front to the point where we can stand, and we'll bring those kids to us. Get spouts and other people to hand out books and all those things. It's important.
I'm not saying there isn't ways to do it. I just don't think anyone or well, very many people seem to be following the routes that you would follow. Let me give you an example. And this is kind of more, I guess, more of an Americanized issue because we don't really have this in the UK. But I know in America, for instance, in some states, there's debate over what should be in a history book, right? And sometimes anyway, let's not get into that. But there's debate at school boards over which history textbooks they should use and what should be included in them. And so, that's the sort of thing I'm talking about. I imagine you guys are approaching a school board somewhere or something like that. Those sort of routes to if that was the goal for it, to get it taught in school, that I think would be the way to go. Right?
There's open meetings for corrections and other things that you would like to see put into the textbooks and stuff. But
good luck with that.
The majority
listen to the parents and
I'm sorry. Good luck with that.
Anybody can go. You can go. I can show you a video.
But ultimately, that's your goal. That's what you want to achieve.
No, you're right. You're right. Exactly. I have to reach more people first and get people to understand it, and actual parents to understand too. And when they start questioning their own schools and their board systems, that's when the change will happen. It's not going to be me doing it. It's going to be the parents saying, "I've had enough. I'm questioning my schools or what my kids are being taught."
Right, that kind of makes sense. So what you kind of if you like you're saying you need greater numbers, if you like, perhaps in one place or that are linked somehow, so that you can act as one and force pressure that way. Okay, that makes sense.
Yes, and through the school, so through the parents that have the kids in school is the most important. And we're getting the people doing that and having the understanding of signing petitions and stuff. You can actually get somewhere. I'm not even saying through the other ways that they want us to do it. You're going to have to do it completely opposite way of that. When you break the system, it's not the way they want it. The system's completely controlled. So we're going on the opposite side. Yeah.
Okay. If you've got a curriculum sorted out, though, for instance, if you were ready to go with this, I mean, I know you kind of mentioned you were perhaps working towards this. What, how can I put this? What can you do to make sure that everything that you're teaching is correct?
Absolutely.
Well, if I could step in real fast, everything that's being taught, like a lot of it can still go. All you have to do is take the theoretics out of it and then explain this is theoretical. This is what we can establish using an empirical method called a science.
Yeah, no.
It's about evidence. It's about evidence, honey. It's about literally theories are in that. They're teaching the wrong even gravity. People come in here and don't even know which gravity. They're like, what? There's 2 gravities? I mean, they don't even know what they're being taught.
No,
so therefore, we want to get to.
That's just
no. I'm talking about there's a.
It is.
Okay, let's get to what we're talking about. I get what you're saying now. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay. If I go down that path, but I get you. Okay. But the point is there's stuff being taught in school systems right now that's theoretical, like you just said, that doesn't have to apply to these kids. If there's no proof, you have absolutely no proof in 2020 of this rotation and everything, then why are they teaching it to the kids? It's valid. It's
because
it's settled science.
We do have.
Well, then let's see it. Let's show the proof then, because we're waiting. Dang it, Jim Panda. I mean,
Stacey, you're coming at this from a flat Earth point of view, and you've got to not for a moment. You've got to not at this from a flat Earth point of view, and the flat Earth point of view is space stuff. I can just ignore that. Well, you can't, And most people. Hang on. when you stick this to most people in the streets, and I've watched a lot of the Global Eye Tour. In fact, I've watched all of the Global Eye Tour.
Okay,
a lot
good,
of it
great.
twice.
You were there.
So right. So, but when you put this to people in the street, and when you say to them, "Why do you believe it's the globe?" 9 out of 10 of them will go pictures from space. Most of them put that top of their list. And so when you say there's no evidence of the Earth's rotation, you know, for me, when I used to come home from the club at 3 a.m, stick the telly on when the space shuttle was up there, and there was like live, you know, going around the Earth. I can see the Earth rotation on the TV every night. Do you know what I mean?
Of course you can on TV, right? Because it has to be real.
But for most people, I know you guys say that, but the first thing that you were offering me earlier on, or that I was being offered as evidence, was some video of something. And most people accept, you know, the world is on fire at the moment because of a video of something. You know, most
but
people,
this is not practical stuff.
Videos from down here, as opposed to pictures.
Most people accept video as evidence of something, and photographs.
Jim, I never gave you one video.
And accounts of people who say that they've been to space. You know, all of that adds up for people, and I think. You know, the thing that, I'm sorry, I know I'm rambling a bit. I will shut up soon. I'm nearly but I think the thing that you guys get away with so easily, so often, is this whole space thing. You just write it off, and most people who argue with you let you get away with it. When the reality is, if you were trying to propagate this idea out into the general public, that's your biggest obstacle, in my humble opinion.
Yeah,
if you'll allow me to actually get people to look at the shit that NASA shows them, they start seeing it. Just with this last SpaceX nonsense, people were like, "Wait, what? Wait a minute, this looks like nonsense, right?" When they look at it, but a week prior, before the SpaceX rocket took off, mad hype about it, like, "Oh, this is gonna be dope. This is gonna be dope." And then as soon as I tell him, "Well, did you watch it?" No, he didn't really watch it. So I go through it with him and I show it to him. And he's like, "Wait a minute. This just looks like, this looks ridiculous."
Well, so, that's because you're going through showing what you think are anomalies. And
I just tell the guy, just watch it with open mind, just watch it.
The truth of it is, the vast...
What do you mean it doesn't...
Hang on. I'll explain. The vast majority of the millions of people who watched that launch thought it was awesome. I did. You know, I watched it and I thought it was awesome. That's most people's impression of it. Most people didn't look at it.
Just like Star Wars.
Hang on. Most people didn't look at it and go, "That's ridiculous." They just didn't.
Well, I'm not really talking about the launch of the rocket itself. I'm more talking about the craft when it was in supposed space. And when they're flipping back and forth between cameras, and you can see one looks almost concave, the other one is convex.
Really? Right? You really need
to... Jim and Chocolate, he's going to try to appeal to the fact that you have... Hold on. He's going to try to appeal to the fact that you have a jaded outlook. Here's the thing. I know, Chocolate, but listen, as a debater, that's his job. So let me finish because I'm in the mid-talk. I let you talk.
Sorry, I'm going to have to moderate through all of you. Please don't talk through each other, or I'm going to find the mute another motherfucker button. Let OJ make his point, and then you can respond, Jen.
All right.
Second of all, outside of the simple, like, it's flat and stationary, this is what we can observe. So now you need evidence or information to prove otherwise. Okay, that aside, you also made a point about, the mounting evidence that we've been to space, but the fact is there are billions, if you could believe that number, of people on Earth, and how many people have been to space? So it's not really mounting evidence if you look at it from that perspective, and that is just a logical perspective. Continue, Chocolate. I'm sorry.
I can't remember what the last point was now that I was going to respond to.
Well, can I say
I was just addressing your point. I'll make it real quick. Flat. I'm just addressing your point of, most people walking around on the street, their first response to why do you know it's a globe? Because pictures
Correct.
from space.
Right.
All I'm saying is that's kind of just the program. That's how that works, right? Everybody has had a globe in their classroom. Everybody had posters of the solar system in their classroom. I had all of that, right? And I thought it was cool at the time. So you just grow up with that fucking indoctrination implanted into your head, right? But until some people actually look at it, like me, I used to look at all the NASA shit. I looked at the moon landings way before Flat Earth, and I was just like, this just doesn't seem right to me. It doesn't seem like reality, man, because I'm looking at it and it doesn't present itself to me as being real. I'm sorry, that's just how it looks to me. And then people now, when they look back and they see this shit, they're like, wait a minute. And even now in 2020, we're still putting up footage that a regular person, if they actually look at it and say, wow, this looks like crap. Well,
I just think
that's the indoctrination being broken right there, my man.
Well, I think
because it just, come on. You can't tell me all the footage that you've seen from NASA. You really, I'm
I
sure
haven't
you
seen
will.
any footage at all from NASA that I think is fake. Not a single minute.
God.
Not a frame of video that I think is fake.
Can I ask one question?
Hang on, just let me respond. Hang on, let me respond to the other point that I'm now 4 points away from.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which is where the horizon, how the horizon changed in that SpaceX footage. Obviously, this is an effect of barrel distortion. You can you can very easily see it. It's concave towards the edge of the lens. It's more curved towards the top edge of the lens. It's very obvious. You can see it. It's the horizons are in different places on each camera, and that's why the curve looks different. Any normal person who's just considering that footage as is would say that. Now, if you've told your friend incorrectly that that's indicative of fakery, then maybe your friend is not that knowledgeable on this subject, and he thinks you are, and he's taken your word for it.
And I've walked into conversations.
I'm still talking, but all you've done.
Relax, bro.
No, you talked for a long time, dude.
Your friend is not a science.
All you've done is tell him something that's incorrect. You've got away with bullshitting someone with something that wasn't true. That you didn't.
Let's always look at this.
That you didn't carefully consider for yourself. That you should have done.
I told you he was going to appeal to the audience.
You're out there proclaiming the truth, and you've gone out and said something really, actually quite silly.
Okay, and does that count for the regular people who saw it and then just actually ran up on me and were like, I was watching this SpaceX shit.
Well, they aren't regular people.
Look what I ran into.
We aren't talking about regular people. We're talking about your mates who know you're a flat
I'm
earther.
talking about regular people. They're not flat earthers. I'm talking about the people
where
who
are the
weren't.
newspaper reports from all the people demanding that it's saying it's fake?
That's what I'm talking about. Most people who were excited about it didn't even watch it, Jem. That's what I'm talking about.
Really quickly, Jem, you were on the Globe Wide Tour, okay? You met Sven at one point, right? Did you ever speak out there with them? Did you ever do any face-to-face connections with any of them on that tour with people on the street to know how the people will react? Did you one time give your time for that?
Do what? Hold on.
Did you give your time on the street speaking to regular people about what they thought that they lived on? Did you actually verify what the Globe Wide Tour was all about?
Oh no, I watched every single interaction.
I asked you a question specifically. You were on the tour and you met, let me finish. You were there. Did you not speak to them people there, like the content creators, did you ever speak to anybody on the street? Did you speak on behalf of people on the street?
What would I do? Say, oh, the Earth's a globe, passerby.
Okay,
what would I?
Have you tried? Did you even try?
People would think I was mad.
That's the point. Wait. That's the point. How can you speak on something if you haven't done it? Okay.
Well, because my basis for my claim, my 9 out of 10 people claim, is the in the street the activism reactions that I've seen, and I've watched many hundreds of hours of flat Earth activism. Hundreds.
Well, then why did you even go to the tour, meet them, and shake hands? Why did you even go there? Why did you waste your time meeting flat earthers if you weren't going to be there to give any kind of interpretation of anything, Jen?
Well, I was quite happy to point. What I really would have liked to have done was told them about three simple things.
Oh, you were quite chummy, by the way, with people that you weren't chummy with before this tour, correct?
Can I finish?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, honey.
What I would have liked to have done was
that's not the question.
What was the question?
What have you done? Not what would you have liked to have done?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know what you.
You haven't done anything, but you're speaking like you have. And
Right.
so you get on the street.
And I'm telling you why I'm
Hey,
speaking.
wait. Until you get on the street, like
You're gonna go on
stop for a
again.
minute.
All right.
Stop for until you get on the street like one of us and actually speak about the globe or anything on tour or any on the.
You're saying the same thing again, Stacey. That I have to wait 2 minutes.
You can't speak
before.
on
I got
something
half a
about other
sentence
people.
out, and now you've interrupted me to say the same thing again.
Well, you think that you know what the
Stacey,
word ask how did you reply?
Stacey, what's his response?
Right, my 9 out of 10 claim is based on the hundreds of hours of video I've watched of flat Earth street activism. That's how I can say, how I think. Well, what else have I got to go on? My point is about how people react when they're presented with flat Earth. So it isn't about what happens when I present them with a globe. It's what happens when they're presented with flat Earth. And what happens with when they're presented with flat Earth, when they're asked how they know they live on a globe, most of them say pictures from space. They just do.
Okay.
You know what? I mean, I think the thing that all of you are ignoring right now is that Jim Panda is absolutely correct. And let me tell you why. He says people look at the TV and they say that's a rocket going to space and everybody's happy about it. And they pat each other on the back and they say we went to space and that's real. I mean, the one that watched, obviously. And then, you know, like they're given flat Earth proof and they're like, that's ridiculous. And even someone who's been in the flat Earth movement, like Jen Panda, I guess, for a long time, and he still thinks that Chocolate told his friends some sort of incorrect advice. And then so he was misled from the path of true globedom, like by
Chocolate. Oh, no, he was just misled. He was just told something that's not true, and it sounds like
all I said was watch this.
Bullshit him with it.
No, sorry. All I did was say watch that, because again, like I said, he was mad hype about it before it happened, and then after it happened, when I asked him about it, he said, "Oh, I didn't even really." So I had to tell him, "Could you watch it, please?" And then he did, and he came back to me like, "What the hell is going on here?"
Well,
so that's all I'm saying.
What specifically did he not like then, without your prompting? What did he come up with?
He didn't like that the camera was flipping back and forth between showing a round Earth and a almost concave Earth.
Right, so all he needs is a little bit of knowledge about barrel.
See, yeah, he's okay. He's off the path.
Please continue, Chocolate. Sorry. Please continue, Chocolate. Stop interrupting, Jim.
Yeah. He didn't like that. He didn't like how it looked. Yeah. I know you have your pre-programmed excuse for it. It's just a little weird when a camera can simply turn the Earth from fucking round to not round. It's just retarded, bro. On the same rocket? Come on. Happening on the same live stream at the same time? Flipping back and forth between two different Earths? Come on, man. Anybody who looks at that with any type of intellectual honesty is going to say, that's just a little weird. I don't care about your little barrel distortion fucking excuse, bro. Right? Then he looked at that. Then he looked at the rocket landing, and then all of a sudden, this live stream. Can I finish?
No, because you're on another point.
Finish, man.
On to this point.
Dude, let him finish.
All right,
just one more point, because these are the two that stood out to him the most, was the rockets flipping back and forth and showing the two different Earths, right? And then you got the live stream that automatically cuts out when this rocket is supposedly landing back on the barge, right? Okay. And that's something that a lot of people thought was weird. And yeah, I know SpaceX already has their pre-programmed excuse for that too. I get it. But I'm talking about the regular folk who are not into this discussion and want to see a cool rocket landing back and then all they're met with is, oh, look, the live stream went down. We lost the satellite signal, and then it comes back on. Hey, look, ta-da! There's a rocket for you, right? So I'm pointing out that if a regular person actually pays attention to that type of shit, they might say, hey, they might start questioning it. Say, this doesn't make sense. But regular folk don't care. Oh, we went to space. Yay, great, right? Pictures from space. Like you said, that's what everybody says until they start looking at it, right? Until they start seeing, oh, NASA fucking photoshops their own shit. And they tell you, enough. I'm done. Go ahead. I'm done.
Right. Do cameras cause barrel distortion in an image?
Yeah, obviously.
Right. So why? So if they do, why is it? I don't care about that barrel distortion excuse. How is that an honest way to proceed?
Because I'm not talking about myself. Who knows what that is? I'm talking about a regular person who will just be watching it and
so did you tell him about it then, or did you just allow him to think that it
yeah, I told him they have an excuse. Because he asked me why is that happening? Why is that going on in the same live stream at the same time?
I'm glad you put it. That's a little weird. Hopefully he'll look into what barrel distortion is, and he'll.
Yeah, I told him to look at it, but what I'm saying is he brought that to me after I told him to watch it. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but there's an answer for that. It's not anomalous. It doesn't help you, does it? Anyone in the general public that saw that and thought, what the fuck is going on there? If they were bothered about it enough, they would look into it and they would find the explanation for it. And the explanation is perfectly reasonable. Anyone can test it easily with a camera and any straight edge.
How come there's no barrel distortion in the program?
No. Okay, but what about his second point? Okay, we accept your answer. Okay, finish your answer, and I also want to hear the second point.
Anyone can test it, and I don't think it's intellectually honest of you to just dismiss it and say, oh, barrel distortion. Although, to be fair, you did say you told him about it, so that's fair enough. As for the camera,
obviously, I don't think that's happening where it's happening anyway.
Okay. As for the camera cutting out, as you know, there is another perfectly logical explanation for that. But if you watch the one on a few days later, the rocket managed to make it all the way to the barge without the camera cutting out. So
that's lucky.
Well, it looks like it was on that occasion. So
not during the big all the fanfare for that live stream. We had to wait 3 days to get that live, right?
Plus, well, sometimes that's the way it is, right? But
no cutting out with the guys up in space. But
I've just
in
finished
2020, we can't get a satellite.
See, this is why you guys
get a
can't
camera.
be taken seriously, because you just can't allow a person just to make a
make his point, Jem. That's all. All you've done is talking through him.
Cut me off halfway through what I'm saying.
And everybody else.
What I was saying, I just wanted to respond.
Jem, trying to moderate. Yeah, trying to moderate.
I wanted to respond to his 5-minute diatribe that he'd already made twice. Anyway,
I wanted to make a comment on the whole situation. So when you're done, I got to say something.
All right. Well,
make it point. So, Jem, make your point. Then Reggie's going to have a go. Thank you.
All right, the final point I wanted to make was there is footage of it landing on the barge. It's just sometimes it's from elsewhere, and sometimes it takes us a couple of days for it to work its way through the system. But that what I mean. But that's the way it is. If it's out there on a barge, you know what I mean? It takes a while for it to get back to somewhere else, right?
Very nice.
You know what I mean? But they have it. I saw some from a drone, I think, once where it was landing on a barge. So, you know what I mean? There is footage of it landing. It's just you guys go, aha, it cut out for a second. Take. As if that in any way relates.
Well, I have
faking the whole thing, but apparently they couldn't. They're faking the whole thing, but apparently they couldn't fake this 1 second where it landed. That's just too complicated. Well, we're just making it black for that.
You have footage of the new rocket landing? Because I saw some that was posted that apparently was almost the same as the old footage that happened like 4 years ago. Somebody showed me. Do you have that?
I've watched all the recent. I didn't watch. There was a launch yesterday, wasn't there? I haven't watched that.
No, I mean when the big SpaceX thing, when that rocket, that particular
I watched that
came
one.
Back down.
The one with humans.
Have that? Yes.
Yeah. What about it?
Could you link that one? I don't know if I've seen that one yet. If you
Chocolate, I think that's it there, dude. I found that out. I think this is the most recent one. Would that be correct, Jim Panda?
I think. Is that the one where you actually see it land? I think it is.
Yeah, but that's the point I was going to make. Right.
Well, all right. I know what you're going to say. It's goes for a bit overexposed, so you don't really.
Yeah. So the overexposure again is like, look, let me put my hands over my fucking eyes and let's see nothing while it's landing again. It's just as bad as the other. Get the fuck out of here, you clown.
But how is this in any way a logical argument when there are hundreds and there must be hundreds of pieces of footage of SpaceX rockets landing. Hundreds, all the way to the launch pad, no problem. Hundreds of them. But no, this one, it's fake because they had to take out this 1 second. How does that make any sense in anybody's world? In a filmmaker's world, in a space engineer's world, it just doesn't make any sense.
Dude, I watch fucking King Kong on the telly. Does it make him real? Wake up. Fucking spastic brain. Look, honestly, you are retarded. Honestly, you are the biggest fucking retard I've ever met in my life. I've never met. Is anybody
claiming that a King Kong movie is evidence of a real King Kong?
Yeah, that's what you're claiming. Your space is real based on movies, you fucking clown.
No, that's a different thing, and you know it. Don't be silly. That's just being silly. And if you're going to go down that line, all video is off the table, isn't it? For you, all video, no more Black Swan. That's because that's video.
Well, this is the difference. The video that we're using is video that you already use, and we're just pointing out the defects in that shit, right?
Well, his argument was
showing video and going, hey, check this new shit out. No, we're showing the old shit that's already been there and saying, hey, point this out. Look at this. Look, there's a fucking scuba tank. Oh, look, there's some fucking wires. Oh, look at this. They're overlaying some shit. The ball's going through this fucking guy's hand. Bags over there. Come on, man. You got eyes. You can fucking see. You know damn right well they're thinking that shit.
Let's not watch the video that my arguments are based on. Let's not watch those. Let's not
pile on. Let me respond to each point. Don't pile on. Else his point is completely lost behind your point. Because then I have to respond to what you've just said, and I can't remember what he's just said. So if you pile on top of each other like this, his point is for.
Because you got to bring
Don't let me respond. Stop me from responding again. All talk.
Let him respond, and Wrench is also waiting, guys. So let him respond, and Wrench can go.
Right. I don't know that everything's being faked. I think all of the things you're talking about are just anomaly hunting nonsense. And to respond to what Breaking said, his argument was that if something's on video, it should be disregarded because Superman's on video and that's fiction. Well, I think that's a nonsense argument. And if you're going to follow that line, which is a rejection of everything on video because some things on video are fictional, then all your videos are gone. No more J. Toller Media, no more Black Swan, no more 200 proof the Earth's not a spinning ball. It's all gone. So if that's what you want, if you want to keep making that stupid, ridiculous, intellectually dishonest Superman argument, keep making it. But it's ridiculous.
No, let me respond to him. Let me respond to him, yeah. What I'm saying is, Jemsy, can you not hear I'm responding to?
Oh, James.
I'm just asking if he's some type of anime character or something.
Well, that's pointless then, isn't it? Go on, Breaking.
Yeah. The point I'm making is King Kong was on the tele. You're saying that space is every video, and that's what we see, so we have to believe it. But guess what? We ain't got the fucking brain cells of a tiny little fish in a jar. We can use our initiative. We can use our research by looking through the video.
Well, if you want,
don't interrupt, please. I'll let you finish.
You're dropping out.
Yeah,
Breaking. If you okay.
point I'm making is when you can see hundreds of anomalies through all the NASA videos about space, the ISS, and everything else. Come on, Gem Panda, what you're saying is, I'm blind, I can't hear, and I know nothing. You know, every single video is truthful. My gosh, look through the amount of anomalies. We're talking about common sense here. And what you've done is you left your fucking common sense at the door before you come in here.
Well, if you actually look into the process of anomaly hunting in photographs, and you look at, read about that, Google anomaly hunting and read about it. It's just the fact that you think you found hundreds of anomalies is just, for me, is just more evidence of how ineffective and that process of anomaly hunting is for determining facts about reality. It's just anomaly hunting. You could take any bunch of photos or any video, and I'll be able to find you stuff in it that is anomalous. And people
So are you saying stuff
hang
that
on,
you can
I'm
verify
still making
and
the point. People have proved this time and time again. I can point you to a great video where on YouTube where someone does it like a little challenge where you have to pick which photo's got the problem with it, and then the next week he tells you which one it is. It's just not an effective means of determining facts about reality. Final point, which is what you said. Now you're saying because it's on television. I'm not saying believe something that because it's on television. You're saying, I think, disbelieve it because it's been broadcast on television. I don't think that's reasonable. I think most people...
You're putting something in the same...
Nearly there. I think most people... I think most people
can verify it and put it in the
Can
same
I finish?
basket or
I think
something that you
most...
can go to the beach
I think most
and
people...
verify.
I think most people consider video to be good evidence of something. Courts do. We use CCTV all the time to convict people. Body cam.
There's a difference between that, dude. You're talking about video where you're never someplace that you're never going to go, and 99.9% of us are never going to go, and we've got to take their word. 100% their word for what the fuck's going on. So if you choose to believe that, and we can find hundreds of anomalies in their video that you will never go to and I will never go to, right? And still choose to believe it, then the joke's on you, man, I guess.
Well, like I say, I don't think anomaly hunting is very effective.
You would say
I'll also say this. I'll also say, go ahead.
You would say there's a big difference between going somewhere where I could buy a P900 and get on a plane and go to California and go do those observations myself, right? With the oil rigs. I think I could actually do that and replicate that if I wanted to. Right? But neither you nor I could go to space and replicate any of that, right?
Well, you don't.
Yeah, you could admit that there's a big difference between that type of a video where anybody can get on a beach and fucking take a video, and then the other one, which is space, where only astronauts can go. Can you admit that there's a big difference between the two, Jim?
No, I can't.
No. Okay.
Why not? Because that's kind of logically consistent. We can't verify this stuff because you can't go to space. Why don't you think? Okay, respond.
Because I don't think that that's why most people believe a piece of video. Like, for instance, what's happened in Minneapolis. Most people don't think, well, I know that's true because I could go to Minneapolis. They think, I know that's true because it's recorded on high definition video. It's got sound.
Give me a
Somebody. Well, they do. They don't think.
Yeah, they might do that.
I believe it because I can go to Minneapolis.
It doesn't make it right. And you trying to make an excuse for it is pathetic. Literally pathetic, man.
Make an excuse for what? I don't know what you're talking about.
We're talking about verifiable.
That damn ignorant.
What?
We're talking about the difference about going to a beach with a fucking camera and then going to space. There is a stark difference. 99% of the people can get a camera and go to a beach. 99.9% of the people can't go to space.
But
so it's 99.9% of the people. That is unverifiable, isn't it?
Well, for a start, that's a figure that you've just plucked out of your arse. So
well, that's 99.9% of the world think they live on a ball.
Look,
so
the point
we understand that we can, 99.9% of us, because only a certain amount of people have been to space, The vast majority of the population of the Earth can get a camera and go to the beach. The vast population of Earth can't get in a rocket and go to space. Is that correct?
No, not in any way.
We can all get in.
Incorrect. It's
we can all get in rockets then, can we? We can all fuck off space.
Can I answer? If you presented a piece of evidence, like, for instance, the Black Swan that we all know and love, most people can go to a beach, but that's not going to the Black Swan. If you want the Black Swan to be believed, people, according to you, have got to verify that and go there. And of course, the vast majority of people on Earth can't do that and wouldn't want to. But more to the point, this is why you
could. That's the point. More to the point is the argument.
Please let me finish.
The argument. It's
all
not
right,
the location.
Don't let me make my point. It's more important.
Yeah, go ahead and explode, bro. Nobody cares about your feelings out here, bro.
Jesus,
right?
what is the point? I'm trying to make it, but you're talking, so I can't.
Like your point. Let me go
I have, but you've stopped me from making it, and now you're saying you don't have your point.
Bro, you have no
Just
point.
be quiet so I can make it, then you'll find out. If you're right and I don't have a point, I'm about to look really silly, aren't I?
Yeah.
Look silly, bro.
Hold on. I want him to respond. Oh, he's gone. Oh, no, he's still there. I want you to respond about everybody being able to get into a rocket and go to space.
I'd love to respond. And the point of this argument is about what people in the street believe and why they believe it. And most people don't disbelieve something because they can't immediately go there. That's silly. That's not a reasonable reason to reject video and photographic evidence of something. And you guys can pretend it is, but it isn't.
It's pretty
Excuse me, that is not verifiable proof. None of what you see, that is just believing. They're literally just believing. Literally. That do you understand what verifiable means? Panda, do you know what verifiable means? Literally?
No, I'd love to know. Please tell me. What does it mean?
It means something that you can actually go and verify yourself if you want to. Like they just said, we can go verify, the Canigou to the French Alps photos. It have been done several times, and even in infrared, double infrared.
But you haven't done it, and you still believe it.
Don't interrupt me. Now we can go finish, we can go actually, test these laser tests, and we can actually repeat these laser tests. You can't go to space. You can't go up there and take a photo. So none of that shit is verifiable. What we have is actual verifiable evidence. You have no verifiable evidence. That's the point.
Well, first of all, that's not true. There's plenty of what you would call verifiable evidence.
Share one with me,
all right,
please.
cut me off after half the sentence. Go ahead. Because we all right, you talk again. Go on, say some more.
Yeah, Jim, can I talk to you for just a real quick second? I mean, it goes back to a few months ago.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you probably don't remember me. It's a really offhand conversation. We probably talked for about 5 minutes on your server. We're talking probably early March, like probably the 5th of March, around there. We had talked about the virus. And I had said, people don't need to panic yet, right? Just let for the data come in and wait and see what happens. And you went thermonuclear on me. And you're like, I'll panic if I want to.
Right.
And I'm like, yeah, do you remember that conversation?
I do remember that conversation,
okay. Yeah. And I'm like, yes. I go, that's okay. It's okay to panic. But at the end of the day, panic is not going to solve anything.
Yeah. I'm not sure we're talking about panic. But anyway, yeah.
I wasn't telling you that you were wrong.
You were very right. So let's talk about verifiable.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to. If you would just wait. Okay.
Go ahead.
So now we're talking about in March. From my point of view, it appeared to be it was going to be a big deal, but it turned out to be even maybe a bigger deal than some people were thinking, and maybe not as big deal as other people were thinking. But the goal was to continue to keep talking with logic and reason and science, which meant to be talking with each other instead of talking at one another. That's the only thing I really wanted to say. Is I think that was at the time it started off, it was kind of hot, and you were kind of screaming. But at the end of the conversation, I thought it was okay.
Because I was shitting myself, mate, because I knew my business was about to go down the pan. And to be fair, I was right to be shitting myself because things are not good.
Yeah, and I got that, and I really thought that it was really more important for the cooler heads to kind of like level things out. So, like in this conversation
eventually, but you know what I mean. At that time, I was in a. I'm happy to admit I was in a state, and I think sometimes you need to be in a bit of a state as well. I think because. Anyway.
It'd pass if it was your business, but man, if you were like wearing your face mask in your car or some shit like that, then you don't get no pass.
See, for me, I think it's like for like verifiable for science. I mean, I'm an old guy, okay? So I was 8 during the Apollo mission, and I grew up and and basically we're talking about things will be better in the future. There was a lot of violence in society in the 70s.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, So I had expected by this time. So why I'm a flat earther was I expected by this time there would be an intergalactic space race. There would be like people reaching about what society, almost like which society is going to expand to the next galaxy. But yet,
don't you think in the 70s we all got sort of caught up in that whole space race thing, and we saw this leap forward in technology, and we all just thought it was just going to keep going in that same direction, and it didn't. So, yeah, but we did think there were going to be cities in space, and holidays on the moon, and all sorts of. I mean, I think it's a US senator or some politician. I think he might have even been higher up than that, and the day after Apollo 11 landed on the moon. He said he came out saying he wanted to ask for funding for a landing on Mars. That's how excited people were about this sort of stuff at the time. So I think there was a sort of an element of that. People they imagine this bright future, and it's never quite how we expect it to be, is it?
Yeah, it's like where people kept saying in the 60s and the 70s, give peace a try. And there's still been endless limited war in third world countries over some sort of limited resource that people really don't need.
Right. I mean, there's a great interview you can probably find with Arthur C. Clarke somewhere, and he talks about how people in the future will be able to communicate instantly with each other. It's done in like the 1950s or something. And he says, there'll be a day when a man will sit on a beach in Tahiti and do business in London. He actually conceives the internet in this TV interview and talks about how we can do business and how we can communicate. He and like I say, this is in the 50s, like, maybe really 30 years before we had internet. And then directly afterwards, right after he's said this brilliant prediction about the internet, he talks about how we'll also all have monkey butlers to run around our, servers in our houses. So it just goes to show that even the cleverest people who can make the most astounding predictions of how technology will advance could also get it hopelessly wrong at the same time.
Like in the 80s, I was in the military and stationed in the South, and I went to Disneyland for the opening of Epcot. Okay, to kind of get my age away here. But when I went to Epcot, it showed some teenagers on some sort of weird hover vehicle that looked like, like the speed racer thing from.
Right.
Then the parents would say, "Don't stay up too late. I want you home by 9." And the kids were in the middle of the desert, like the Sahara Desert, and it made it seem like the parents were like on the East Coast, like in Boston or some shit. Right. And I was like thinking, holy crap, the world of tomorrow? You're going to say, kids, here's the car keys. Go check out the Sahara Desert. Be home by dinner. Fast forward to 2020, we're seriously bombing people who live in the Sahara Desert for some sort of bullshit resource that no one. I mean, like, really, at the end of the day, do you really need all this clean coal and this oil and these fossil fuels? Why haven't, like, green like power sources taken over at least. If somehow the ISS can function completely off solar panels, why can't my mini mart function on a few solar panels?
Well, I think that's a sort of if you like, a technological paradigm shift that we're working toward. I interviewed actually a few months ago for a job working for a power company, and I had to read up all about this company, and their whole shtick at the moment is all about how electricity generation is changing, and now they're having to take electricity from, rather than from one big central power station, they're getting it from people's solar panels. And then they have, in some factories where there's a lot of heat generation, they have a system for recycling that heat and generating electricity with it. And there's also this wave power and wind power and all these things contributing, because essentially they've got to. Because in Europe, I think by, is it 2030 or something like that, it's very soon, all new vehicles will be electric. There'll be no new petrol vehicles. And you imagine all of the car journeys in Europe, every single car journey, all of the energy used up in those car journeys that's burning in those engines, all of that energy has now got to be generated from electricity. That's
Hydrogen based electric vehicles.
Massive change.
Hydrogen.
It's a massive change in the quantity of electricity that we're going to need. Vast change. The guy at the interview told me that as things stand, the only way that they could cope with this change is to build 6 new nuclear power stations, which for our country is that would be a vast, enormous, huge investment.
I would think that battery power would be a lot farther along than it would be, right? Especially for vehicles, considering that we were using, a fucking dune buggy on the moon that was just battery powered, and that bad boy could move, couldn't it? You ever seen them videos of that dune buggy rolling on the moon is all battery powered? I wonder whatever happened to that. I wonder why it just went dead for a couple decades, right?
Well, it's a really
I wonder why they weren't trying to push that.
I can tell you.
They had the technology.
I can tell you why. It always amazes me that you guys don't know, because a thing I hear so often in Flat Earth is NASA spent $52 million a day. You guys are clued up on their budget and you're pissed off about it. Well, you aren't the only people who are pissed off about it. When NASA landed on the moon in 1969, despite the fact that some senators were very excited about it, polls of the general public showed there was only a 53% approval rating directly after Apollo 11, when people were
That's just because most people
Nixon was an
still,
asshole.
skeptical, true skeptics, right?
Well, I think
and knew that it was a crock of shit.
No, I think
people didn't trust Nixon. It had all to do with. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think because most people thought, like they often do now, that there's better things to spend that money on. We've got bigger problems here on Earth that we need to deal with before we send people to the moon or send people to space. And that's why Nixon defunded Apollo. He said he did when he came when he came into presidency. He commissioned a committee to look at NASA's plans and their expenditure and all of that. And they concluded, and this is all public, it was published in 1970, their report, you can go and read it, and they lay out in that report basically what we've seen from NASA since 1970. And what they say is they want to develop a space shuttle and a space station. Well, the space station actually never got funded. It was going to be Space Station Freedom, and the basis plans for that eventually became the plans for the ISS. But there was never enough US funding to actually do a space station for USA on its own. The only way that could do it,
being because the US people didn't really buy into the idea.
Well, that's not exactly correct, Gavin.
You can say what you think their reasons are for not buying into the idea, but essentially you're right. People think there's other things to spend money on, and they only want to spend so much on space. There's only so much political support for it. And that's why we haven't been back to the moon, because people want to spend They don't want to spend that money on going to the moon. They want to spend it on other stuff.
Like war and bombs and...
Yeah, well, Space Station Freedom was supposed to be a refueling station to go to Mars. So ISS doesn't do that. ISS can't even refill to go to the moon.
That's right. I mean, they had all these big plans to keep humans, doing planetary exploration. But part of the NASA plan was space shuttle, space station. The idea of that was to make space travel more every day, having a reusable spacecraft. And the other part of the plan was to have more unmanned robotic craft exploring the planets. And that's what
But freedom, freedom didn't mean human freedom. It meant freedom to move across the universe.
Right.
Reagan addressed this when he said, like, when we establish a space station freedom, it won't be about American freedom. I know I'm not quoting exactly. I'm kind of paraphrasing.
Well, generally,
it's going to be about freedom to move to the through the solar system and see what's going on. It's going to be I think he kind of said the phrase like gas station for the galaxy.
I mean, American presidents have often hinted at, sharing space programs with other countries. Kennedy actually twice made statements in two speeches. He made statements about sharing the moon landings with Russia before, obviously, before he was assassinated. But he did that twice because he knew he was going to get a bit of a battering from the American public for spending all that money on going to the moon. It wasn't really a immensely popular idea politically, and that's the case since. Americans want, they want their taxes spent on solving the problems in America, not sending men to the moon. Understandably.
Well, this is why, even since the 80s, when Reagan talked about space station freedom, there's been a drinking water crisis. Like, Native American reservations have had little to no access to fresh drinking water still to this day. And now Flint, Michigan, but yet NASA spends $100 million every 39 hours. That could repair the drinking water crisis 7 times every 100 hours.
You make a compelling argument that I cannot refute.
That's why I kind of feel like this top-down command economy, federal government overreach is why there hasn't been an advancement of science in over 50 years. So why not defund NASA, privatize it, and people like you or other people who really care about these issues can pool their expertise, their resources together and pick up where the federal government has failed?
Well, I think there's an element of that anyway, because of course NASA doesn't really build spacecraft, does it? It commissions private companies to build spacecraft for it.
Well, defense contractors.
Yeah. Really. So, but I mean, I really think that's what it's all about. I mean, and I've always said this. I think if you're looking for the big lie in NASA, the big lie is that it's just about science, when clearly on multiple occasions it's been about developing defense technologies, and still is. And that's definitely okay. There's great science going on, and I would certainly disagree. There's been no science advances in the last 50 years. I definitely disagree with that. But there's certainly science going on, but it's also definitely developing defense technologies, and always has.
Which really looks at, people talk about, the American defense budget, right? Like, cut that. But if you look at the American defense budget, it outspends 14 other nations, 13 of which are allies. And if you look at space budgets, NASA outspends the next 7 agencies combined.
Right.
But yet somehow there's not enough money. How much money would it take at that point?
Well, like I say, I mean, it's always a compelling argument, and this is why it always fascinates me when you guys can't figure out why people haven't been back to the moon, because it's just not politically popular to send people to the moon because of the reasons you're stating. Because it's always an easy problem that you can point to here on Earth and say, look, why the fuck aren't you sorting this out? It's only going to cost you $10 million, and the problem's fixed.
Dude, in the 80s and 90s, man, everybody was on board with this shit.
Jem, you've been around this argument for 3, 4, 5 years. What's the biggest argument that flat earthers have regarding space?
Biggest argument. Well, I'll tell you the one that rocked my world. Shall I tell you that? The one that rocked.
It's like we're like our brains are linked because I don't think you've had a good
argument. But I can tell you the one that knocked me off balance was the non-linear aircraft model. That thing we were talking about earlier, the one that says the flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth or whatever. The first time I saw that, I was watching a Robert Bassano video, and he showed that, and confirmation bias kicked in, and my first thought was, he's faked this, right? So I looked up the document, I found the document, and there was just this moment, right, when I laid my eyes on the document and the words were in there, and I really wasn't expecting to see the words in there. I thought he'd photoshopped it and something. And I thought, what? I tell you what, just for a moment, my heart missed a beat, and then I thought, hold on a minute, what is this document you're looking at? And then I started reading it, and I asked a few people, and then I got an understanding of it. But that was one that did knock me off balance, I have to admit. I was like, what the... Because, in the end, for me, it didn't... It wasn't a flat Earth evidence, but...
Is that about space, though? I thought about space.
Space, I just... Nothing. I mean, all I see is this anomaly hunting. And I also see some things where it was mentioned earlier, that like the clip of the guy when he's undoing that panel on the ISS and it looks like he drops that nut. That I often see that carted around as a tiny little clip that's been carefully edited to make it look bad. And if you watch the whole thing, then you understand what's going on.
Come on, man, it ain't edited that like that.
Have you watched?
You act like that shit's edited. Yeah, I've seen the whole thing, of course.
Right, let me get some more.
Always go to the source, man, and it's exactly what happens. He drops the nut.
Well, if you want to believe that, I don't see a nut dropping. Well, it looks, and the video's been cut.
Jedi wants to get back to his
point. He dropped the nut because they tried to make it sound like there was zero gravity. And there's not.
If you want
there's
to
not
that.
Zero gravity.
But if
there is gravity.
But if
even if flat Earth, there's still gravity there.
But if that's the case, why was the video cut in the way that it was? Why is it whenever I see it, I only ever see these few seconds of it, and I don't see the bit that follows it up? Because without that...
Because they tried to make it sound like the government lied and tried to make it sound like there was zero gravity once you get about 200 miles up. And there isn't. There's still gravity.
But my point is, when I watch the whole video, it doesn't look suspicious. When I watch
there's a downward motion.
Hang on. But when I watch the little flat earther clip, it does look suspicious. And I think that's because the little flat earther clip deliberately makes it look suspicious.
How the fuck can you make it deliberately look suspicious when it's the same video as the original one? I'm just saying, even if they show it lapped a couple times over and over again, to reinforce the fact that the nut's fallen, it's still the same.
That's the problem. The government said they wouldn't fall, and it did. So why did it fall the direction it fell?
It did,
and it fell down.
It did.
It fell downwards.
It didn't.
I don't know.
So this is how
you're talking about the toilet video, right? Where the guy was screwing around.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, Jedi, go ahead. I didn't mean to step on you.
Yeah, no. It's because I'm kind of interested in the response that Jen gave. He just going, videos and this, that, and the other. That's not the biggest argument we've got against space, mate, and you know that. The biggest argument that we have against space, the vacuum, is it can't next to a pressurized system without a physical barrier, so we've got gas pressure. That's the biggest argument, isn't it? Because it kind of goes against natural law.
Completely ridiculous. I don't know how any of you have been silly enough to believe that, really.
What? So you want to keep gas somewhere, the only way that I can do it is to physically contain it, and your necessary antecedent of gravity doesn't affect gas.
I mean, if you... What's the best response to this? This is how I look at this, and this is why I can't get how you guys have bought into this so easily. If it's true that the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, and for 200 years people have been learning about the second law of thermodynamics, they've gone on to study it in higher education. Some of them have gone on to careers where they've used it. And this has been going on for 200 years. And the only human being to go, hold on a minute, the vacuum of space violates this law. The only person is Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley, who have never...
No, why don't you pick up a...
Please don't interrupt. Let me finish. They've never done a scientific experiment. They've never demonstrated this to be true. Listen, let me finish.
You're building a straw man, and again, you're using Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser.
Let me finish the straw man, then respond. Okay, you must censor me. I've got to be censored. Right. So they've never done an experiment. They've never demonstrated this claim to be true in any way. They've just read some stuff from a few cherry-picked citations, and from this they've constructed this nonsense that no one on earth, apart from them, is claiming to be true.
I did before I even started watching their channels, mate.
Well, I don't believe you.
Well, then that's just your opinion, mate. No, I've asked this question since I was a little kid.
Opinion, wouldn't it? So
Jem, I want you to answer the question. If I want to keep gas dispersing into an available space, how do I do it?
I have no idea. I'm not interested in this question. It's a nonsense.
It's not. No, I am.
Establish that your claim is true. Your claim is.
It is.
The vacuum, well, establish that. Establish that the vacuum of space. Establish that the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Show me how you know that is true.
Because every single time I want to contain gas dispersing into available space, I have to stop it with a physical barrier. Because entropy would mean that our atmosphere would disperse into that space. There's no physical barrier.
Understanding of it.
Then can you give me a demonstration of not a physical barrier?
No, you need to give me a demonstration of your claim.
I am. Every single time I want to keep gas somewhere, I've got to contain it. Every time you want to keep gas somewhere, you have to contain it.
Yeah, and on Earth, it's contained by the gravity well of Earth.
But the gravity well, what's a gravity well?
Well, I mean, if you don't know,
No, I'm asking you. I do know.
It's not my job to tell you what that is. You should know
the mass of the Earth sitting in the fabric of space-time, bending and warping it. Yeah. So, is there any science? Yeah, I do, Jem. Please don't interrupt me. I'm really trying my hardest not to interrupt you. All right? Okay. So the demonstration of keeping gas in places is physical containment. You're saying a presupposition of a ball Earth in a space, fabric of space, is bending and warping and keeping the gas here. You've got a demonstration of this.
I haven't said any of that. I didn't.
You said gravity well.
Right, I said there's a gravity well, that's right.
Yeah, you just declared naturally there's a gravity well. Explain your gravity well. I've just done it for you. Can you do it?
I don't have to. If you want to deny it, go ahead and deny it. I don't care.
Prove it.
I don't. Look, one thing, again, I can't prove things to you. Only you can decide if they're proof. And why would I do that? What would be the point?
Saying gravity well isn't proof. Again,
I'll tell you why. Because it is the biggest argument that we have regarding the space being a vacuum, and you can't answer it. You don't want to answer it because you're not intellectually honest enough. You kept strawmanning with Nathan Oakley. Shut up. You kept strawmanning with Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser and all of this fucking bollocks. I'm just asking you how you keep gas from dispersing into an available space. Where every single other demonstration, when we're talking about vacuums, you need a container.
All right. Well,
doesn't affect gas, does it?
Show me any reputable source that agrees with you, with your idea that the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
I got that covered. I got that covered.
Any reputable
You're the dumbest person here, and you're talking the most. Shut up!
You shut up! You shut up!
You friggin' clown! I got it right here.
You
got
get emotional, guys. Come on, you guys. I mean,
coming here bellowing at me to shut up.
Gas expansion into a vacuum, mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, infusion. Shut up! Gas expansion into a vacuum, mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, infusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. You're saying a decrease in entropy. You're in violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Have a reputable source which says, show me listen to what my request is first. I want a reputable source that says the words that the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
There it is.
Go on, save him. Go on, save him.
There it is, right there.
Where?
Right there in live stream. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong damn 1 second.
Of course you are.
Of course you are. You friggin' punk ass.
Arena QE.
Right there. You don't need a source saying the vacuum of space because you're not going to say, shut up!
Right, this doesn't say what I asked it.
It's the second law of thermodynamics. Listen closely.
I want the words. Listen closely. I want the words. The vacuum
expansion into a vacuum is increasing entropy. That's it.
I want that. I want the
Your
words.
position is decreasing entropy.
I want
it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics on its face. That's it. You're done.
Again, this is just your opinion about
entropy.oxy.edu. What is the second law of thermodynamics, Gem Panda?
I muted him because I don't know where the moderation is at, but I'm not going to allow him to talk through. Can you repeat that, please, Quantum? And then
I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave if you're going to be biased.
Hold the fuck on. And you. I want this conversation because I led him down this fucking path. So, without getting emotionally upset, Gem, listen to the response, Quantum Eraser, as kindly as you can, please.
From the entropy site, .oxy.edu, gas expansion into a vacuum, the mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis, each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. You're saying there is a decrease in entropy in direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Over.
Okay. I'll respond to this. If I'm interrupted, I'm going to leave, okay? All this is what I said at the start. This is just Quantum Eraser constructing his opinion about this.
Entropy.oxy.edu. It's not me.
All right. He's constructing his opinion about this.
It's not my opinion.
He's interrupted me twice now. Okay?
Because you are falsely accusing me.
I let you speak.
Entropy.oxy.edu. Did I say Quantum Eraser?
Right.
Jim, you yelled at me and I'm a woman. Jim, if I
why are you interrupting me now? Why can't I just answer?
Stacey, everybody else, Stacey,
that's all.
Gem Panda and Quantum are going to have this conversation brilliantly as they can. Everybody else, please shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I want moderator. He said that it's my opinion. I just gave him a citation from...
No, he's saying the same thing again before
I'm not done yet.
You were done. You've said this. You don't need to say
You said it was my opinion. It is not. We're not going to let you monologue for 10 minutes.
You're doing monologuing.
It was my opinion.
Answer. I'm still being opinion. Please mute him so I can respond. Please. It'll take me 2 minutes. I'll be gone.
Please don't build a straw man. Please don't build a straw man. He didn't say that. It's not his thoughts and feelings. He's giving you the reference.
Right. This reference does not say that the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. That is a conclusion that Quantum Eraser is drawing from this statement. This statement does not say that, and he will find no reputable source that does. Even though he claimed he could, there will be none. He's a liar.
Gas expansion into a vacuum increases in entropy. I just gave it to you. You don't need to say it. A story doesn't need to say it again. He can say a brother, a grandfather, a father.
Again, it
doesn't need to say that.
Can you answer this question? Time out. Can you answer this question, Jim Panda? What? You're saying that's his interpretation. Is there another interpretation or something?
Well, if
just give it. What other conclusion can you draw? That's all I want to know.
If you want to ask me a question, I'll answer the question, but you don't tell me how I can answer it first. Okay?
Yes, what other conclusion can you draw? That is the question.
I'm not interested in that. The point is...
Well, then if you're not going to answer that, you're not really answering my question or his question.
I want to make my point. That's right. I'd like to make my point about what he said.
You already did, and it's incorrect. Gas expansion into a vacuum is an increase in entropy. We have gas pressure, you have a vacuum. It's an increase in entropy, right? You're saying there's a decrease in entropy in violation of entropy. The second law of thermodynamics.
I didn't said any of that.
Yes, you
never
did.
said any of that.
Yes, you did. We heard you. It's on tape.
You're lying again. I never said any of that. I didn't say your words. I didn't say any of that. All I've said is...
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. All I've done is ask for a citation which supports this claim. And you can't provide...
I gave it to you.
No, you didn't.
Gas expansion into a vacuum is increase in entropy, Gem Panda.
And that is you drawing a conclusion from that statement.
It's not a conclusion. I just read it.
Interrupting me.
I just read it.
Sorry.
Right.
Question.
The conclusion...
Jem, what's entropy?
The conclusion that you are trying to get to is the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. That's the conclusion that I want to see written down from a reputable source.
You're too stupid to understand what I just said.
I don't need to understand it. I need to see those words written down.
You don't need to see those words. I just gave you those words. Gas expansion into a vacuum is an increase in entropy, sir. Don't talk me. You're the dumbest person in here.
Give me your opinion about those words.
Expansion into a vacuum, Gem Panda. Don't overtalk me.
It's your opinion.
Don't overtalk me. Gas expansion into a vacuum is an increase in entropy. That's it. You're done.
Anyway, I'd like to say one more thing if I can before I go.
No, we don't want to hear you. We want to know if you know what the second law is. State it, please.
No, I'm not going to jump through your silly hoop.
Yeah, you don't know what it is. That's the problem.
You need to establish your claim.
I just established it.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No,
I did.
You just
it's in live stream. You could say nuh-uh and dodged and walked past the graveyard, whistling all the way, but you're finished.
Well, the fact is...
yeah.
Just let me answer.
You didn't cite anything to
go on. You have a go now. You interrupt me now. Go on.
Okay. Why not? You've monologued here for the past 3 hours.
You've looked at that passage. You've read it out. And
you don't know what I did.
Why are you interrupting me?
Can you divine what I do? Are you working at a carnival? Are you working at a carnival? You can divine what I did?
You've just read it out in front of me. I didn't have to divine it.
Doesn't mean I haven't worked in it for all my life.
Just be quiet and let me make my point.
Be quiet. We don't want to hear your bullshit. Its expansion into a vacuum is an increase in entropy. You are saying that it's a decrease in entropy. No, you're in violation of the second law.
Never said that.
That's what I'm saying. You're finished.
I've never said that.
We've already been over this. It's on tape.
Let me finish. Just let me make one point and then you can talk forever, okay?
Better be concise and be correct.
Shut up, you dickhead.
No. You shut up!
Hold on. That is last chance. Come on, let's at least answer the question, Jem.
Well, he shouldn't be telling me that my answer needs to be concise, should he?
Well, it would help if your answer was concise, mate, to be fair.
Do you think he's been concise?
I just want you to answer. Hold on, please.
That's concise.
Yes,
Jeff.
he's giving you the reference. He read it out for you, which is the problem that you need to address. I don't think you understand.
He needs to address it. His problem. His problem is he's making a claim about this.
They won't even let you talk, Jedi.
He's a liar, and
Your sister doesn't mind. You're the dumbest person in here. Where did I lie? Where did I lie?
Watch my channel. You're about to see him lying live.
Channel, you're a piece of shit. You don't even know what an independent variable is. I had to tell you 3 years ago. Get the fuck out of here.
Plenty of episodes of him lying.
You're a clown. You're a clown. Get your ass over to your channel.
Anyway, guys, I've enjoyed talking with you until
you've enjoyed. You're full of shit. You're the dumbest person in here.
Great representative of final debate is here now. So we'll leave you to. I'll leave you to your shouting lunatic.
Hear your color commentary.
Hold on.
How you guys give this guy any credibility?
Jam.
Yeah.
Trying to ask the question.
You don't even know the second law.
I don't need to.
Yeah, you bet you don't.
I do know the second law, but I don't need it. I don't need it. I'm not going to tell you. I am not jumping through your hoops, moron.
Go ahead. What is it?
Until you've supported your idiotic nonsense about
what is the second law?
You established that what you say is true. Show any reputable
source
is the second law in the world that agrees with you. I don't
care. We're not in the business of agree and disagree. This isn't subjective. This isn't our favorite color. This is science.
He's gone. I just want to
fuck out of here.
I just want to point out, sorry guys, I just want to point out for the court that as soon as we started circling around this point, which I was trying to get to, he took his first exit and run because he can't answer this question. He doesn't want to answer this question because it ruins his fucking idea of a spinning ball in a fucking vacuum. That's why he gets upset, and that's why he's gone.
Yeah, he's such a doofus, and he tries to overtalk with his daft monologues. Doesn't know what entropy is. Doesn't know what the second law is. Doesn't know dick. Doesn't know the difference between angular velocity and tangential speed. Didn't know what an independent variable was 3 years ago. None of these people did. They called me independent variable John and laughed, right? Because they're doofuses. They're all retards. Pretender clowns with their epistemology from Wiki. That's it. Period. And the book stops here.
I wanted to make a joke. I wanted to make a joke. I mean, it was brilliant, though. We have to applaud him as the character he is, because we all know he's an numpty, right? But did you peep how he was like, come on, Quantum, I just want to finish, please. And then as soon as Quantum was quiet, you dickhead. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I really felt like it was going positive because I've talked to Jem in the past, and it really about the virus and stuff. So I kind of felt like it diffused the situation the first time, but the second time it just seemed like he wanted to go toxic, and there was nothing going to stop him the second time. Like he was bored with the conversation, it was going to run away the first chance he.
Well, like Jedi said, like we were all circling around the same point. And he was just trying his damnedest not to answer it.
Yeah, like it's the idea is like saying I don't know to them. Like at some point, if they say I don't know, they think that's somehow in the mission of defeat. Instead of saying I don't know, I'm sorry, I don't have a good answer for you because I just don't know. They just can't say I don't know.
He admitted. He just said that he is not interested in proving anything to us or anybody. He doesn't care about proving anything, so I don't even know why he's in this debate.
He just said that an image from space, like Pluto or something, is the same thing as a image of your house or the beach.
Well, wait a second. He said earlier that you couldn't prove anything but in mathematics, so he contradicted himself because he's a numpty dipshit.
Yep.
That's why. Who's the next baller in line?
The coach is here.
That fire was kind of scary. I haven't heard that side of you, Quantum, in a minute.
Kosho, sir, please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball-tard space monkey religion right frigging now. I want the observed natural phenomena, dependent variable. I want the independent variable. You don't have to do it. And I want the experiment that validates your fairy tale religion right now.
Gravity.
Gravity.
Is that Kosho to saying gravity?
No, that
one word
I was
response.
saying. I'm sorry, Kiwi. That was me. I was making a joke about gravity. It grabs things. You know, it grabs it and pulls it down.
Hold on. Let's go with Kosho though. I'm not asking you. I'm asking Kosho.
Yeah, he has
silent.
Yeah, he's being silent.
Let's go.
He's not
in this form. You have to validate your claims. That means scientifically or logically, you have to validate them. No making shit up. We don't want to hear what you think. We don't want your opinions. We want you to validate it.
Can you see?
Let's go.
Kosho's responding to you in text.
I ain't responding in text.
Okay.
Feelings don't count either. I don't want to say he needs to get in here, but I mean, he's been crying to. I'm not going to tell my source. He's been crying to people in here to get in here. He can now get on mic and, make his stance for this love of the globe he has. I'm really curious to see if you have any new arguments, because I do, buddy. Step up to the mic.
Let's see. We have, is this rolling through? Is this on the live stream where people can see the evidence?
Everything's been recorded.
Yeah.
I even made a post over here. Oh, let me just read.
Okay. Well, Kosho, let me say it again. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion. We're going to need the observed natural phenomena, which is the dependent variable, the hypothesis, which includes the independent variable, dependent variable relationship, and then we're going to need the experiment. It doesn't have to be done by you. You can go get it. Please post that right here for the audience, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to evaluate, please. Thank you.
A jury of your
Kosho's not
peers.
here to step up. We got other Globers in here. We got Carnivore and Damon E and Huey, as far as I can see. So if one of y'all want to step up, that'd be cool.
You guys made me cry last night.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk to someone else,
Did you go get a Kleenex and take care of that? Are you back now? Like, are you still crying, or
no?
You came back with bulletproof or not?
You're not the first one. We have many people have cried about this, so don't worry.
You want to take up their champ to left and demonstrate to us that you can have gas pressure without a container?
Guys, I'm not made up for this. I feel so bad for these guys. I'm trying to be tough.
I cried once I figured out how much they were lying to us. The NASA lies, the science lies. It's deep.
I've got Kosho.
I'm still waiting, by the way.
Glober application. Do you want me to post that?
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm still waiting, by the way.
Yeah,
You're waiting for Kosho. You're gonna stay waiting for a little while.
if you could post your Globe Earth application, that's even better because it's going to like
posted his proof to you. He posted his proof to you.
I'm not looking at. I'm looking somewhere else. This is. Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. It's between. Is it between me and Kosho, or is everyone going to chime in?
No, go ahead. I didn't mean to step on you. I completely apologize for that.
I thought it was a simple question. I thought it was reasonable. I've been told for close to 5 years now that to believe in the flat earth, which I don't believe, I know it, and I can show it. However, to believe in the flat earth, that I have to deny all of science and physics. That denotes that they have scientific evidence for their fairy tale spinning ball space monkey religion. I have no problem. If you can provide scientific evidence, I can go home. I can stop. I got other things I can do. Is it unreasonable for me to ask for scientific evidence for their spinning ball space monkey religion?
No.
So please, I'm not looking in text. This is a voice channel. Am I correct?
Yeah, absolutely right. So if Kosho's not in here at the moment, we're going to have to move on to someone else.
Unless he can support, if he can support something that he states after he provides the observed natural phenomena, dependent variable, independent variable, that is the hypothesis, and then the experiment, he doesn't have to do it. It's already, my word, since 1500, since Copernicus, this has been a spinning ball space monkey religion. So give me the fucking evidence right now!
Anyone? You need to calm down there.
I got you, man. I'll be
upset.
Damon, you got anything for that or nah?
Nah, he's screamy. I don't talk to people like that. They're crazy.
If you had the evidence, then
take your
maybe he
snotty
wouldn't
little
scream.
arse, dude. Take your snotty little arse and find somewhere else, dude.
They have another room.
Why would somebody want to talk to somebody that just
Hold on a
screams?
second.
They've been lying to our kids. It's called passion. Don't you dare come for Quantum and his
That's not passion.
and try to
That's not passion.
listen. They're lying to children. Mind you, stealing children, but we won't even go into that. And you want us to be calm about your ignorance? Don't get me started, because it's not 12 o'clock yet.
If you feel that I'm being unfair, there's a room directly above. It's called the live stream. Live stream voice text. You can go up there, and then they can give you some Kleenexes. Down here, this is the arena. If I hurt your feelings, I'm so sorry. Please put sugar on top. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion. Please. Thank you.
Sugar on top.
Now,
With sugar on top. Sorry.
if you didn't look at the text, Kosher says he's getting dinner, so I guess he'll be in here at some point. But I don't know.
Asking that same
I
question.
think you said he had to deliver dinner.
I want that verifiable proof that we can't never seem to find. I want that verifiable proof, not some BS, man.
Yeah.
It should be easy.
It has to be there. It has to be there because they talk about it.
Well, we do have another Glober in here named Carnivore.
Real, that it should be easy as fuck for them to do it.
Yeah, we got another
Carnivore.
Glober named Carnivore.
You're another one, right? Carnivore. So Carnivore and QE. Carnivore, please, with sugar on top and flower petals flowing over your head. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion right now. Or leave.
I guess would be the third option.
Carnivores can be globetrotters.
Is that an unreasonable question, Carnivore? Seems the swan has got it seems the swan has got your tongue. Do you want me to provide evidence of the death of the spinning ball space monkey religion? Do you want me to do that? And we can go over that? Carnivore, give me something. Hello? Something.
We'll keep calling him out. No worries. If he's in the arena, I'm going to keep calling him out. If he's not by his microphone at the moment, I'll give him a chance to come back to him in 5 minutes. You won't have every chance in the world, though.
He had to go poop.
You know what's funny? I haven't heard anyone actually deal with, like, they are really careful at not running into any of the landmines that is actual evidence. Like, I've heard about space. As a matter of fact, I think that's pretty much all we've spoken about so far, right?
Pretty much.
No, we spoke about what evidence is and what proof is, and what this nonsense as well.
They always go to space because they don't want to give it up.
We spoke about your definition.
Hey, OJ Swanson, we're gonna have to do a GoFundMe for your mic. You're killing me, man. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. Evidence is proof. Proof is
How
evidence.
else would you know me, Quantum?
Do we need Yeah, right. Do we need a citation to show that evidence is proof and proof is evidence? Do we need to lower ourselves? That I have to provide citation for something that is prima facie, self-evident, indubitable, friggin' second grade crayon muncher, right? Do I need to do that? I can do it. I'm prepared. Do we need
You
that?
have to do it for the global.
So evidence is proof. Proof is evidence. By definition.
All day long.
Let me post it. Let me post it in here because I know there's some problems. You think I'm making it up, right? No problem. Because it's not what we feel, right? It's what it exactly is. Right? All right. So I'll post it in here. What?
I just want to give you a Kleenex for all the years that no one else has, because literally it's ironic that you provide sources and they literally tell you that you're lying to your face, and that's all you do. I'm sad for you, brother.
That's the irony of it, right? He provides a link for this dude as a reference, and he says, "Oh, that's your opinion." Like,
right?
What?
No,
Gem Panda. Yeah, that's my opinion. Yeah, coming from Oxy.
Provide
Hold on a
evidence for
second.
everybody.
Hold on a second. Yeah, that's my opinion coming from Occidental University, right? From a PhD in chemistry that actually changed the definition of entropy to what it correctly is. Right? And it's my opinion. Yeah, that's all he can say because he's a doofus. Now, let's go over what evidence and proof is. Evidence, these are simple definitions, right? Evidence from Merriam-Webster, an outward sign, indication, something that furnishes proof. Proof, definition, evidence. Proof from Collins Dictionary, test by experiment. There you go. Evidence is proof. Proof is evidence. I have my support. It's as plain as the nose on your face. Can somebody please refute that? That's what I thought. Next baller. Carnivore. Are you still with us? Yeah. I would suggest you stay on mute.
I'm also sad for Damon, who kind of said pick me, and we were like, yeah, anyway.
Yeah, so like a baby room that we can send these people down to, like baby steps, you know, that we can maybe get someone in the beginners class or something like that.
They get that room right above this one. It's called live stream voice text. They can just move on up in there and it's okay. So why are you taking up space? You won't even say a word, right?
That's it.
Didn't they tell you over at Gem Panda's server that QE was a pushover? You could easily refute him, right? I'm sure they said that. Well, come on. Come in, the water's warm. No sharks. Let's get real.
No,
because this argument's over. This is barely palpable background noise, and I'm your Huckleberry.
It's okay. This has been coming for a while. Jim. Yeah.
Excuse me, Stacy. Carnivore.
Yeah.
Please forgive my rudeness. I'm a worm.
Forgive me if I don't shake hands.
Where's the next baller? Carnivore Kosho, which I toe tagged. He's in my toe tag list, by the way. Just see my playlist. Anyone else?
Where's all the maggots? Where's all the maggots falling away to?
I'm sorry, I was stepping all over you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just asking, where's all the maggots? You know, maggot time. It used to be maggot time.
It's funny. It's funny that Soda, Kosho, and Jim all left at the same time. They're all gone.
Yeah, exactly. The same time.
Granted, a couple of blow-ups, but we're not mean. We're not rude. We're not here to obfuscate anybody's points. We're here to hear you out. I have a shoulder for you to cry on and an ear to talk into. I promise you, I will give you at least one.
Yeah, one. The mic
OJ's
stops
the nice New
working.
Yorker.
I don't have no fucking tolerance for crying and bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it's happy hour. It's happy hour for the maggots. So let them.
It's a Queens versus the Bronx, right? Is that how that works?
Well, it's pretty sad that a man can yell at a woman, but a man can't handle a man yelling back at him. Are you freaking kidding me? Jim needs to get a serious grip. I'm serious. I'm very serious on that. Can't wait.
I sat and explained the Coriolis effect to Gem Panda Numpty dipshit 3.5 years ago, step by step, for over an hour and a half. He still has the video on it, by the way. Just go back to the beginning. It was so bad that Timmy Osmond, was in there and was laughing at him. Remember that, Gem Panda? You, sir, are a retard of epic proportions, and your Elmer Fudd sophistry and over talking everyone ain't gonna fucking make it anymore. You hear me, sister? You're done. This argument's over. It's been over for 5 years. This is just, like I said, barely palpable background noise, but we have an audience that would like to hear your scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion, and no one's stepping up. Why is that? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, why is that? From 1500 Copernicus, tell us where we live and the nature of our reality. This should be a slam dunk. I should be finished.
It's because he's dishonest.
Well, he kind of
have a song. Come on.
Well, we're globetrotting on them now, right? I mean, we're globetrotting, freestyling, doing what we want. I'm talking about rainbows and moon phases, all types of different stuff. I'm moonwalking on them.
You should moonwalk on that mic.
Actually, Quantum, I believe he is in the bathroom while he talks to us over here around this time.
That is, why do you know that?
Everybody.
I'm sorry if it was supposed to be a secret.
Because that's that I'm smoking in the bathroom sound, bro.
Yep. That pretty much.
Come on, bro. I'm from New York. I know.
Moonwalk on that microphone.
That was a low blow.
Hey, this is a family show.
Is it PG-13? No, it's PG-18, right?
It's 18. If you have to click 18.
This is not family show.
Oh, that's right. We're in the arena.
We're in the arena.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead and ask the next question.
It's good to hear Quantum get all them frustrations out.
He was holding that for a week.
Yeah, he's been holding back his whole
I can't
life.
lie. I came in here and screaming
out.
at Gem Panda in like 5 minutes, man. I just let it out too. It's like, yeah. It's great.
Oh, no.
Here,
I needed
bro.
that. I've been asking
bullshit.
for that. That man's been on my page talking shit to me and everything else. Is talking my boyfriend's a piece of shit and everything else too. So now I wanted to call him out on that right on live stream and how he played Sven and everything else. And he admitted it all. Go ahead, buddy. You're a liar. Now you lied on my stream now too. Just called you out and showing you what you were.
Did that dipshit say that so many people... Hold on a second. Did that dipshit say, because I heard what he was going into right before I entered. I shut down the YouTube channel. And did he give you the excuse of millions or billions of people know the second law, which he doesn't know? And why would they, remain silent? Did he give you that argument?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gem Panda, listen to me. You fallacious, frigging, numpty dipshit. That's an argument from silence fallacy. That's all you got is fallacies. Sometimes you're stupid, too stupid to even give a fallacy. Just so you know, I'm out here waiting for you. Come on back in here. Water's warm. And bring anyone from your channel. Bring anyone in here to face me. One-on-one. Here it is. All you've been talking about is QE does this and does that. And friggin' Kleenex QE is wrong. Kleenex sniffle, right? Come on in here. Here I am. Get in here.
Kleenex sniffle.
He's gone for the day.
That's the other irony, you know. Every time I go,
He makes me afraid to want to be a Glober.
I've outgrown gym server. I used to try to go over there just to talk to them, but like it just from human to human, but they can't even do that. So it's funny because anything I say out of my mouth always goes back to you're a Nathan Oakley quantum eraser puppet. I've seen them tell that to people who are total strangers. But you are right here. Come on, Globers. Prove them wrong. Take our profit. Please, Globers.
Money down on his response to how do you have gas pressure without a container on fucking Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley. I should have put money on that because I would have been fucking rich by now. I knew that was going to be his answer. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Yep, that's a genetic fallacy.
So the new argument now is I want to see it absolutely written down that the vacuum of space is a second law of thermodynamics.
The other thing is, I'm not interested in that.
Printed in full English paper before they can accept that. He can't make the logical jump of what John posted as a citation, that gas expansion into a vacuum, because that's what the fuck we're talking about, right? That's the increase in entropy, and he just can't make that logical conclusion. He has to have it written down.
He wouldn't understand it. He wouldn't understand it anyway.
Oh,
friggin' doofus.
Bro. What's a reputable source, by the way, for what he's looking for? Harvard peer group.
No, but
anything that agrees with him, and as soon as he got pushed into a corner, show me anyone that agrees with you. This isn't agree disagree genre. If you want to go to agree disagree, you go over to a cake decorating forum or whose favorite color is the best forum, and you plant your dumb ass there. This is empirical. This is objective. This is our reality. It's not agree, disagree, subjective horse shit. This is empirical, objective. So get with the program or go home. Over.
Oh, he went home.
Yeah, he went home and took his ball with him. I'm so sorry. Was that too snarky? I didn't mean to be.
QE let the air out of the ball.
Yeah, so they took his ball.
Pum pum. Pum 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 pum.
Yeah, man, we all live on the same flat Earth.
Not really.
Oh, where do you live?
I live on the globe.
Sorry?
I live on the globe.
I didn't get that.
Well, I've got some evidence we went to space, and that we went to the moon.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. I would like to present my main piece of evidence in the side chat. Would you like to have a look, please, first?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just posted it.
Okay, can you explain?
Yes, first of all, do you know what this is?
No, but from the looks of it, it's a badge and a watch.
Yes, but not some random watch, though. This is a special watch. A very special, actually. This one traveled on the Apollo 13 mission. Are you aware about the Apollo 13 mission?
Yes.
Amazing. Do you see the small badge under it?
Yes.
Alright, do you know what that is?
That's the Apollo 13. That's the one they made a Kevin Bacon movie out of.
Thank you for the assistance. Do you know what that small badge under it is?
Do not tell me this guy thinks a stitched badge.
Let him. No, don't help him, man. Don't help him. Just let him go.
Oh no, I'm doing it step by step.
Content. Exactly.
Okay, go on.
But Old Horse was about to help you.
Yeah, the Kevin Bacon film. So go on.
Alright, do you know what that small badge under the watch is?
No.
That's specifically the Silver Snoopy Award, and it's basically an award from NASA created for excellence, which has contributed to important fabricators of materials, watches, spacesuits, etc. that made an impact on space travel. Now, next to it is a badge. The badge represents the Apollo 13 space mission. So far, everybody can follow along? Any questions so far?
No.
Just making sure. All right.
Hold on. Hey, Rob. I hope you're listening. We have someone more naive than you are.
Mm-hmm. Do you know where this watch is located?
No.
Yes, this watch is exactly about 2-hour drive from my location, and I've seen this watch multiple times. This is currently in Biel, Switzerland, in the original Omega factory.
Okay.
All right, Omega is a producer. Now, how did Omega get possession of this watch?
Maybe they bought it.
No. Actually, this watch was faulty.
Is that an Omega watch?
Yeah, that's exactly an Omega Speedmaster Satellite Edition 321 caliber.
Yeah, they built the watch. That's how it came to be. And I'm guessing if they built it, they would be able to get a hold of it.
Actually, no. Most of the original watches, most Speedmasters, are still in possession of the astronauts or in the possession of NASA, and one that has been stolen. Now, this particular model came back to the factory because there was a unique problem.
It had moon dust in it? It had moon dust in the gears?
No.
The aliens on the moon stole the crystals from the Omega?
Actually, there are no crystals in a mechanical watch. That's just plain
so
stupid.
What could the problem be then, sir?
Have you ever worked with gaskets?
A little bit.
All right. Do you know what happens to gaskets?
Not industrially, no.
Ah, okay. So you know the knowledge. So I'll simplify it as much as I can.
I've
so
ruined
what
some
happens if you put a
before.
gaskets? What happens if you put a gaskets in a vacuum?
Oh Lord! So the watch has a bad gasket, and that's this proof that we're living on a water ball.
Said I had evidence that we went to space and to the moon.
That's your evidence. Okay, Rob. Someone please tell
would you
Rob.
like would you like me to explain it further, or you want
something,
to
something a little more desperate, please.
Yeah, please. Hoss, he needs to explain it. This is great.
If you put a gasket in a vacuum, it tends to break in a lot of cases, unfortunately. So actually, a lot of the original Speedmasters that went into space to the moon and sent forward had gaskets issues. That's why it was sent forward. Now, how do we know how this is the case, that the gaskets were affected by this element? Would you like to know?
One quick question. Did they wear this watch around their spacesuit so it was exposed to the vacuum?
Actually, yes. Multiple of those were worn on the space.
Multiple of them. Does the Omega factory have a vacuum that they test their gaskets in?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
actually,
so maybe it wasn't the moon. Maybe it was the Omega factory, and they said, "Here, how can we apply to another group of people? How about watch?
I love how you were not letting me finish that. So the watch was sent back to Omega.
Yeah, he's helping you, unfortunately.
And to, of course, double check it, because, hey, not all watchmakers are perfect, the watch was sent to 4 independent watchmakers, according as well to the Watches of Switzerland, the Gerald Genta factory, if you know Gerald Genta, I hope so. And they all conclude to the same thing. The watch traveled to 4 independent watchmakers, actually was sent to Rolex as well for an extra check, and also went to Longines, which was still in the time an independent brand. Actually, they found out in multiple watches, because they asked all the original Speedmasters that went to space, were sent in for a service, because a watch has to come into service every 5 years, and they found all similar problem on a major scale. Henceforth, we know the Speedmaster went to space.
Cool story, bro.
Oh, you have no counter, as expected. That's an easy W for the globe again.
Okay. Yeah, Omega guy, I get it. It's fine.
So you're coping. Do you have any counter evidence against that?
No, I suggested that perhaps they just threw the watches in the Omega factory vacuum.
Oh, absolutely not. It was verified by 4 independent watchmakers.
Oh, wow.
Major companies.
That sounds like some
Watches of Switzerland.
4 independent watchmakers. Those sound like some real square dealing fellers.
Yes,
I have a question. What is the one more thing? What is the issue of the watch again? What happened to the watch?
Gasket problems.
Gasket problems. Okay, I have a question. One second.
Hold on,
one second. I have a question about this. I have some watches. I have also, coincidentally, a watch from Switzerland. But my question is, do any other watch except for the ones who went to space can ever have a gasket problem?
Not in that particular crack in particular way, no. Gaskets tend to wear off over time, of course. And it was a specific silicone that was used on that specific models. Actually, if you want to see the original gaskets, you can travel to Biel in Switzerland and see the original gaskets that were replaced, because actually Omega has a great archive when it comes to that stuff. They didn't throw that stuff away.
Do they make you smoke that little piece of crack before they tell you the story?
Wow, this is your counter. You're really getting desperate.
Yes, it is my counter, Eureka!
It's so funny, Flat Earth is seeing you guys cope.
No, your naivety.
I believe you.
I'm bringing you evidence.
Listen, you haven't brought any. You haven't brought any evidence. You've just given us stories. Listen, I want to see the data. I want to see. I want to see the. Can you stop talking so I can ask a question?
Data. You can actually see the watch itself, specifically on file in the Omega Museum.
All right, listen, guy. I want you to present the data. I don't want you to tell me where to go to get it. I want you to present it. If you're not going to present it, you'll stay on mute.
I love the copium. So, first of all, you can see the watch itself and the...
I'm not going to do your homework. Show me the data. Show me the experimental vacuum data and show me the real data that's claimed to be.
Yes, you can actually see the data on the Omega website itself. You're welcome.
No, show it to us. Post it in the chat. Go ahead.
You want to experiment yourself, of course.
This is your claim. Go ahead. You're presenting your evidence. If you don't have anything to present, just say so.
Space. Voila.
So it was just story time.
So,
I'll give you exactly the paper that was also made by NASA as a first argumentation.
So bad caskets.
The Speedmaster guy. The burden of proof is on you. Go do the work. Present us exactly what you want us to see. Okay.
You can read it. The problem about gaskets in the vacuum. You're welcome. So if you need some technical information, I'm sure we can get somebody in here to give it even more. Original gaskets.
All right, good. Thank you for posting the documents. Where's the data?
You're welcome. It's in it.
Where's the data?
You can read.
Show me the page number and table numbers would help.
Old dude, there are many testimonies actually. A lot of the guys,
Speedmaster guy, stop. Focus.
And the problem.
You don't get just to talk through me, Speedmaster. Show me the data. Where on this paper is the data?
Well, you can read, can't you?
Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm reading what you want me to read. So show me the data.
Well, my friend, I gave you the argument.
All right, so he's not going to show the data. He's just going to pitch papers and say, you read it and you interpret it the way you want because it says exactly what I'm saying. And I've proven myself. And like this, in what realm does this fly? Seriously, like, would you present this to your boss as like a finished product? Your boss wants you to present the data and you say, well, here, boss, you can read through this paper and figure it out yourself. That's not how this works, my friend. Your claimed evidence is on trial and you need to present it. And if you're not ready, that's okay. You can take your time. We will be here. We're not going anywhere.
Do the people at Omega know you're doing this?
I love the copium. So I gave the data. I gave the
You didn't give anything. No, you did not give the data. You presented a paper that you're claiming data is in. I don't know that it's in there. I'm not going to spend the next 20 minutes digging through this to find something that may not even be in there.
I have looked at the PDF and it's not in there. It's
That's
just
why he's not giving it to us. Yeah, so he doesn't give us the data. He gives us the results, right? The conclusions, but not the actual data that went. So we need two sets of data. We need what is claimed to have happened, and we also need the experimental data from the lab.
Problem is, it's just not in existence, I guess. Otherwise, he would have posted it a long time ago instead of telling us that we're coping, even though that's projection in itself.
Right. And the next step is he presents a NASA paper. Well, NASA, verified this? NASA verified NASA. This is circular reasoning. So my next question after this would be, okay, you presented the data. Now, where's the validation, Speedmaster guy? You gave us circular reasoning here. We have the fox guarding the hen house. You have the principal agent problem. You're giving us evidence of NASA validating NASA. Doesn't work. You need to find us an independent third party. Because right now, nobody can validate this. Nobody can validate that NASA did what they said they did. So you got two problems, Speedmaster guy. You not only failed to produce data, but you failed to produce independently verifiable data. You gave us NASA validating NASA. Sorry. All right, I'm going to go.
At least he gave us a good story.
That was a new one. 4 independent watchmakers. It sounds like a.
It's a very specific crack in the watch, and the specific crack in the watch is the reason it can only be coming from space, because space makes a specific crack in the watch. This crack doesn't work on the Earth. You only get that bad casket from space with the specific crack. So there you go. 4 people have proven that this crack can only happen in a vacuum of space. It's okay, I blame it on lack of education. Bro, you're saying that we're coping? even though it's a blatant or projection, because you have been several times asked to just get to the point and provide the gravy, but you're just, as usual, as every Glober does. I think the last time Glober was challenged, I asked him about the moon being upside down when viewed from different places on the Earth, and I asked him how he can verify, can he pause an experiment. Didn't do that, he actually ran away. So yeah.
Hello, ladies.
Maybe you want to do the same. Run away.
Isn't it funny? It's funny though that the mission where they didn't make it to the moon is where the watch fails.
Right.
Anyways, yeah, I'm trying to do a reverse search of this and just see what. I'm wondering if some article has recently shown him this, because that's a first.
What?
Someone else said hi.
Show the way, laser shining bright today. Across the lake they travel straight, no curve in sight they indicate. Direct measurements show the way, laser shining bright today. Across the lake they travel straight, no curve in sight they indicate. Black terrain inside, beams align. Surface shows the truth so fine. Vision that's compelling, clear and true. The celestial guesses that they'll in view. Stars and moons up in the sky, theories built on what we spy. But on the ground with tools in hand, we measure the sea of the land. Terrain inside, beams align. Surface shows the truth so fine. Vision that's compelling, clear and true. So let's do the guesses till the view. Terrain inside, beams align. Surface shows the truth so fine. Vision that's compelling, clear and true. So let's deal guesses till the view. Temperate insurrects the evidence we see. Left or curve. surface shows the truth so fine. Measurements compelling, clear and true. Celestial guesses pale in view. Terrain inside beams alive. Surface shows the truth so fine. Measurements compelling, clear and true. Celestial guesses pale in view. Direct source, the data is strong. Flat or curved, we know where we belong. With lasers bright, the truth we find. In the measurements, peace of mind. Direct source, the data is strong. Flat or curved, we know where we belong. With lasers bright, the truth we find. In the measurements, peace of mind.
Surveyors, engineers, and architects are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects, providing another proof the world is a plane, not a planet. Canals and railways, for example, are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature. One surveyor, Mr. T. Westwood, wrote in the January 1896 Earth Review magazine stating that, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature. One of the civil engineers in this district, after some amount of argument on each side as to the reason why no allowance for curvature was made, said he did not believe anybody would know the shape of the earth in this life." Another surveyor and engineer of 30 years wrote to the Birmingham Weekly Mercury February 15, 1890, stating, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels, or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible." Engineer W. Winkler wrote into the Earth Review October 1893 regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is a clear proof of the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line, 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. The average level of the Mediterranean is 6 inches above the Red Sea, while the flood tides in the Red Sea rise 4 feet above the highest and drop 3 feet below the lowest in the Mediterranean, making the half-tide level of the Red Sea the surface of the Mediterranean Sea, and the 100 miles of water in the canal all a clear continuation of the same horizontal line. Were they instead the supposed curved line of globe earthers, the water in the center of the canal would be 1,666 feet above the respective seas on either side. David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "The distance between the Red Sea at Suez and the Mediterranean Sea is 100 statute miles, the datum line of the canal being 26 feet below the level of the Mediterranean, and is continued horizontally the whole way from sea to sea, there not being a single lock on the canal. The surface of water being parallel with the datum line, it is thus clear that there is no curvature or globularity for the whole 100 miles between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. Had there been, according to the astronomic theory, the middle of the canal would have been 1,666 feet higher than at either end, whereas the canal is perfectly horizontal for the whole distance. The Great Canal of China, said to be 700 miles in length, was made without regard to any allowance for supposed curvature, as the Chinese believe the earth to be a stationary plane. I may also add that no allowance was made for it in the North Sea Canal, or in the Manchester Ship Canal, both recently constructed, thus clearly proving that there is no globularity in earth or sea, so that the world cannot possibly be a planet." Thomas Winship wrote, "If the earth be the globe of popular belief, it is very evident that in cutting a canal, an allowance must be made for the curvature of the globe, which allowance would correspond to the square of the distance multiplied by 8 inches. From the Age of 5th August 1892, I extract the following. The German Emperor performed the ceremony of opening the gates of the Baltic and North Sea Canal in the spring of 1891. The canal starts at Holtenau, on the south side of Kiel Bay, and joins the Elbe 15 miles above its mouth. It is 61 miles long, 200 feet wide at the surface, and 85 feet at the bottom, the depth being 28 feet. No locks are required, as the surface of the two seas is level. Let those who believe it is the practice for surveyors to make allowance for curvature ponder over the following from the Manchester Ship Canal Company, Earth Review, October 1893. It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth. The London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, Midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. If the world were actually a globe, however, curvating 8 inches per mile squared, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc, with the center point at Birmingham raising a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. Adding the station's actual height, 240 feet, to its theoretical inclination, 5,400 feet, gives 5,640 feet as the rail's necessary height on a globe Earth. more than 1,000 feet taller than Ben Nevis, the tallest mountain in Great Britain. Thomas Winship wrote, "In projecting railways on a globe, the datum line would be the arc of a circle corresponding to the latitude of the place. That the datum line for the railway projections is always a horizontal line proves that the general configuration of the world is horizontal. To support the globe theory, the gentlemen of the observatories should call upon the surveyor to prove that he allows the necessary amount for curvature. But this is what the learned men dare not do, as it is well known that the allowance for the supposed curvature is never made." David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "In a long line like that of the Great Pacific Railway, extending across North America, the supposed curvature would, of course, be proportionally great, extending to many miles in height, but not 1 inch was allowed by the engineers for curvature during the whole course of the construction of that vast line of railway. And if we think of it, how could it be otherwise? All railway metals must of necessity be straight, for how could any engine or carriage run with safety on a convex surface?" J.C. Bourne, in his book The History of the Great Western Railway, stated that the entire original English railroad, more than 118 miles long, that the whole line with the exception of the inclined planes, may be regarded practically as level. The British Parliament session in 1862 that approved its construction recorded in Order No. 44 for the proposed railway that "the section be drawn to the same horizontal scale as the plan, and to a vertical scale of not less than 1 inch to every 100 feet, and shall show the surface of the ground marked on the plan, the intended level of the proposed work, the height of every embankment, and the depth of every cutting, and a datum horizontal line which shall be the same throughout the whole length of the work." Thomas Winship wrote, 118 miles of level railway, and yet the surface on which it is projected a globe? Impossible. It cannot be. Early in 1898 I met a Mr. Hughes, chief officer of the steamer City of Lincoln. This gentleman told me he had projected thousands of miles of level railway in South America, and never heard of any allowance for curvature being made. On one occasion he surveyed over 1,000 miles of railway, which was a perfect straight line all the way. It is well known that in the Argentine Republic and other parts of South America there are railways thousands of miles long, without curve or gradient. In projecting railways, the world is acknowledged to be a plane, and if it were a globe, the rules of projection have yet to be discovered. Level railways prove a level world, to the utter confusion of the globular school of impractical men with high salaries and little brains. That in all surveys no allowance is made for curvature, which would be a necessity on a globe, that a horizontal line is in every case the datum line, the same line being continuous throughout the whole length of the work, and that the theodolite cuts a line at equal altitudes on either side of it, which altitude is the same as that of the instrument, clearly proves, to those who will accept proof when it is furnished, that the world is a plane and not a globe. If the earth were a sphere, airplane pilots would have to constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as to not fly straight off into outer space. If the earth were truly a sphere 25,000 miles in circumference, curvating 8 inches per mile squared, a pilot wishing to simply maintain their altitude at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles per hour would have to constantly dip their nose downwards and descend 2,777 feet, over half a mile, every minute. Otherwise, without compensation, in 1 hour's time, the pilot would find themselves 166,666 feet, 31.5 miles, higher than expected. A plane flying at a typical 35,000 feet, wishing to maintain that altitude at the upper rim of the so-called troposphere in 1 hour, would find themselves over 200,000 feet high in the mesosphere, with a steadily raising trajectory the longer they go. I have talked to several pilots, and no such compensation for the Earth's supposed curvature is ever made. When pilots set an altitude, their artificial horizon gauge remains level, and so does their course. Nothing like the necessary 2,777 foot per minute declination is ever taken into consideration. Thomas Winship wrote, "It must be obvious to the reader that if the earth be the globe of popular belief, the rules observed for navigating a vessel from one part of this globe to another must be in conformity to its figure. The datum line in navigation would be an arc of a circle, and all computations would be based on the convexity of water and worked out by spherical trigonometry. Let me preface my remarks on the important branch of our subject by stating that at sea the datum line is always a horizontal line. Spherical trigonometry is never used, and not 1 out of 1,000 shipmasters understands spherical trigonometry. Airline pilots and sea navigators fly and sail as though the Earth were a plane. Pilots reach their desired altitude and maintain it effortlessly for hours, never contending with anything like the 2,777 feet per minute of forced inclination due to Earth's supposed curvature. Similarly, ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry. From Navigation and Nautical Astronomy, plain sailing is usually defined to be the art of navigating a ship on the supposition that the Earth is a plane. Even when longitude enters into consideration, it is still with the plane triangle only that we have to deal. But as the investigation here given in the text shows, the rules for plain sailing would equally hold good though the surface were a plane. Thomas Winship wrote, "It must be evident to everyone who understands what a triangle is, that the base of any such figure on a globe would be an arc of a circle, of which the center would be the center of the globe. Thus, instead of a plane triangle, the figure would contain one plane angle and two spherical angles. Hence, if the plane triangle is what we have to deal with, and such is the case, the base of the triangle would be a straight line, the ocean. That all triangulation used at sea is plane proves that the sea is a plane. The foregoing quotation states that a plane triangle is used for a spherical surface, but the rules for plane sailing would equally hold good though the surface were a plane. What fine reasoning! It is like saying that the rules for describing a circle are those used for drawing a square, but they would equally hold good though the figure were a square. Plain sailing is navigating a ship making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were, in fact, a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constant glaring inaccuracies, and the necessity for using spherical trigonometry would become obvious. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, however, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea. Navigation in Theory and Practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming the Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Thomas Winship wrote, "Plain sailing proves that the surface of water is a plane or horizontal surface, and in practice it is shown that this plane extends for many thousands of miles. Whether the voyage is outwards or homewards makes no difference, thus showing that a short voyage to the Cape and back to England can be accomplished by plain sailing. The fact that water is flat like a sheet of paper, when undisturbed by wind and tide, is my working anchor, and the powerful ground tackle of all those who reject the delusions of modern theoretical astronomy. Prove water to be convex, and we will at once and forever recant and grant you anything you like to demand." William Carpenter wrote, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. As the mariner's compass points north and south at one and the same time, and a meridian is a north and south line, it follows that meridians can be no other than straight lines. But since all meridians on a globe are semicircles, it is an incontrovertible proof that the Earth is not a globe." And David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "The needle of this most important instrument is straight, its two ends pointing north and south at the same time. Consequently, the meridians must also be straight lines, whereas on a globe they are semicircles. Even at the equator, the needle points straight, which would be impossible, were that the midway of a vast convex globe, as in such case, the one end would dip towards the north, and the other be pointed towards the sky. Again, the navigator, when he goes to sea, takes his observations and relies on the compass to guide him as to the direction in which he wishes to proceed. He does not provide himself with the model of a globe, which, if the world were a globe, would surely be the safest plan for him to adopt, but he takes flat maps or charts. Thus, in practice, he sails his ship as if the sea were horizontal, though in theory he had been erroneously taught that it is convex.
Good evening, everybody. This is Cathexis, and tonight I have, once again, Quantum Eraser, and we're going to be going over a couple ideas that we've been throwing around, trying to make a distinction between what science is and what we've all been kind of perceiving as scientism. And, you know, I've never seen so many people triggered by using one word, though. Go walk around to some of your college-educated friends and say the word scientism and watch how they behave. It's kind of funny. But yeah, so tonight I want to go through and just kind of make these clarification. John here, he has an excellent presentation where he's going to break down the scientific method and explain why this distinction needs to be made, because there is a lot of fields of science out there that are being called science today that aren't technically science by virtue that they cannot follow the scientific method. So we'll just jump right in. John, how you doing tonight, man?
Good. How's everyone doing out there?
Yeah, we got a pretty good crowd. Everybody, thanks for showing up. Before we go forward with what you have planned there, John, I want to go over kind of my perspective on this and why I'm choosing to talk about this. The definition of scientism is it's amorphous. A lot of people don't really know exactly how to put it. For me, I think some of the definitions of Wikipedia are just fine. This is one that really stands out to me. The belief that the methods of natural science, or the categories and things recognized in natural science, form the only proper elements in any philosophical inquiry, or that science and only science describes the world as it is in itself, independent of perspective. So the scientific method is based off of the rational materialist framework, the philosophical axioms that materialism set forth to choose their scientific method. And there is a tremendous benefit in doing that. The fact that, we are where we are technologically has a lot to do with our lowercase s hard-nosed science. And I think that a lot of critics of scientism get this, people end up getting frustrated. When you say the word scientism, they think you're attacking science. And they don't understand that there is some type of distinction. Even my little brother, one time, I mentioned the word, I was visiting him and I mentioned the word scientism. He stopped me in mid-conversation and said, please don't ever say that word again. Because the implications of it, that it has become a belief system. It has become a religion. If you are straying from the scientific method, or you're accepting answers from fields that are not based in the scientific method, then you are literally following a belief system. And then you throw in the authority complexes of us just believing the white coats. Oh, there's much smarter men than I in higher fields, so I'll just believe what they tell me instead. Personally, I think that's folly. I think that we should know why we believe things. We should know as best as we can, and I think that we should try to believe as little as possible. We should figure this stuff out for ourselves. I don't care how advanced these things are. I mean, after all, we have a lot of people looking into cosmology and astronomy and the world around us, and we're mostly laymen in a large regard. So I think that we have every right to do this. And there's this, from the early 1900s, there's been this move towards scientism, this belief that science is the only way to determine the world around us. And C.S. Lewis was also very big against this notion of scientism. He wrote about it extensively, and there's a lot to be said from his work. Let me see which one it was called. He actually did 3 works, but I'll mention that towards the end. I gotta look it up again. But he coined the term scientism, and he was really worried about this issue of this scientist dictatorship that might come forward, where people just believe, if it's science tested or doctor approved, the white coats tell you it's fine, then it must be true. I think we're all kind of waking up to that, and we're questioning things. So to get back to things, let's take a look at the scientific method and understand how this distinction can be made. Because I think it's very simple. If you understand what the scientific method is, you can apply this understanding to every one of these fields of science and determine if it is valid science or not. So with that, let's go ahead and kick it over to you, John, and let's get through the presentation. And then if I have any questions, I'll jump in and ask you as we go along.
Hey, Cathexis, I agree with most of the things that you said. There's another issue that I think is really prevalent today, and it sows discord. And what it is to, and it's real easy, miscommunication. Mm-hmm. We don't listen to each other, and terms aren't defined. I'm a big fan of the Socratic method. You have to define terms. Everyone has to be on the same sheet of music when discussing a subject. Because if I'm talking about bananas and you're thinking the banana's an orange, then we're going to have some discord and some confusion and frustration when we get to, well, what is a banana? I mean, it sounds silly, but it really boils down to that, I feel. I think, I'm in a lot of conversations with people, and there's a lot of miscommunication, and you can tell people get frustrated real easy. And I think it boils down, say for, the agendas, willful ignorance, and just plain ignorance. I think that's the biggest problem. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, yeah, willful ignorance for sure. But outside of that willful ignorance, just as you said, there's a lot of people who just don't understand what these things are, especially with a term like science and the way that we've been raised in this current society. It's just the term is amorphous, and it shouldn't be. It should mean something very, very clearly understood. And yeah, that's where the miscommunications start, I think.
Yeah, and it is, but it seems that it's been obfuscated. For some reason, I don't want to get into motives. I don't understand most of what you learn in science, real hardcore science. Most of the stuff I'm going to talk about today is 5th grade level science.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it seems
that we can always use a refresher. There's a lot of people who didn't learn it though. I remember back in my 5th grade class, there was plenty of people jumping around waiting for recess, and they didn't care about this stuff. Teachers just moved you right through. You know.
That's true. I agree. If you don't use it, you lose it. There's no doubt about it. So that's a player too. Yeah. Okay. So let's get into it.
For sure, man.
Well, let's go ahead and, like I said, define it. So basically, science is any system of knowledge that is concerned with the physical world and its phenomena and entails unbiased observations, and this is why I underlined and highlighted this: systematic experimentation. To be science, you have to be able to test it. So testing. Without testing, it's not science. The final arbiter of truth in science is experiment, period. That's it. If you're not doing any experiments, and we're going to get into what that entails precisely, then you're not doing science. It's just that simple. From Professor Shenker, who's the chair of physics at Yale, the only way things change in physics is experiments. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind, right?
Yes.
From the University of Rochester, the physics department. This is one of the best short treatises on science and the scientific method. The scientific method requires that a hypothesis be ruled out or modified if its predictions are clearly and repeatedly incompatible with experimental tests. Further, no matter how elegant a theory is, its predictions must agree with experimental results. There's that experiment again. If we are to believe that it is a valid description of nature. In physics, as in every experimental science, which is redundant, by the way, experiment is supreme, and experimental verification of hypothetical predictions is absolutely necessary. Now, I don't know what absolutely necessary means to you, but to me it means you gotta do it. If you don't, then it's not science. Again, what differentiates, science from badminton or ecology or finance? Well, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation. Environment for what? Experimentation. Everyone's getting the gist of this. You gotta do experiments. Now we're on the one that drives me absolutely, and I hear it no matter. Science isn't a result. It's merely a method of inquiry. It's an important method, but that's all it is, a method of inquiry. Science doesn't say run, jump, point to, swim, do the hokey pokey, or anything else.
And this is the biggest issue. This is what it is. You hear so many people who are even aware that this is the way it is, who speak of science as some monolith. And, there are people in this community who do it a lot, but there are just as many people who are with the mainstream, actually, if not more, who constantly speak of science as some monolith. Science says this, science says that. And this is where that belief system comes into play, I think, in the way I look at it, is because they've treated it as some ultimate authority, because they think it's a pure system that will always be able to self-correct because of its method, at least. But we'll get into that a little bit later. But yes,
well, my question is, why would it need to correct? If it needs to correct, then it was incorrect to begin with.
Well, they make mistakes. I mean, sure. But my larger point is that there's fraud and agenda and dogma and all of these within the institutions of science. And this is one of the hardest things I think it is for people to wrap their head around. You know, when a person first gets into this alternative cosmology, like trying to understand, you know, if there's something else going on here, the first thing they run into is that problem of, well, first of all, they're saying science says, and two, they have this belief in the institution, this uncorruptible institution in their mind. I suffered from it myself. I truly did. The longest time, I was a scientism believer. And I think that it's very important to make the distinction as we are, because not enough people are talking like this, and I think that this is necessary to go forward. So I appreciate this, John.
You're welcome. All right, let's continue. Science is about testing variables. So here's the scientific method. It's very easy. The steps are clear, cut, concise. You observe a phenomenon, you do a literature review, construct a hypothesis, you test an experiment, analyze data, you validate or invalidate the hypothesis, and you report the results. Now, most of these, as you can see, are logistical in nature. And I just wanted to isolate the three most important ones and where we head off the rails. So, the scientific method was developed to rid the world of myths, consensus, votes, majority, opinions, loudest voices. In other words, rid the conclusions of the subjective by establishing a method that solely focuses on the empirical, the objective. And here's another term that gets thrown around where people don't know what it means. Empirical simply means observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. That if you could encapsulate the scientific method into terms, that would be it right there. Because as you can see, that takes care of everything in your steps for the most part, except the logistical concerns. So observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. Got to be that, or it's a just so story. So let's go into step one. So observe a phenomenon. It's just what it says. Observation.
Hold on, John. So sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
It looks like I just lost my Wi-Fi connection at my house, and it's rebooting right now, but the main account dropped. I have to get it back in within 5 minutes, or we're going to lose the entire stream. So I just wanted to give you a heads up, and anybody listening, if we go down fully, we'll be right back within 10 minutes. But it looks like my internet connection has gone down. So you can just give us a moment. Hopefully we can work through this. We should be on air still right now, at least.
I haven't checked it.
Well, it's connecting right now. Sorry for the pause, everybody. Hopefully we don't lose the stream. Usually they give you a 5-minute window, but yeah, we just had a rainstorm come through, and it never does this. I think we just get OS by some agency.
You are breaking. I'm
kidding. Up. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Hopefully we can get this. Shoot. Connected. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, reconnect. 1 second. second.
Take your time.
Check the stream. Okay, I think we're still going. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I think we're back up and safe. So we'll continue. Sorry about that, John.
No, that's no problem. Okay. Like I said, we'll go through each of those 3 steps, the important ones that I wanted to isolate and emphasize. So, observe a phenomenon. It's just what it says. Observation and description of a phenomena or a group of phenomena is step 1. From Geosociety, the first process in the scientific method involves the observation of a phenomenon, event, or a problem. You have to observe something so you can ask the question. From Niels Bohr, no phenomenon is a phenomenon unless it is an observed phenomenon. See, this is where most head off the rails. The first step in the scientific method is apparently somewhat confusing. It's not make an observation or ask a question or conjure a phenomenon. It's observe a phenomenon. It's an action that you observe that must be based in reality so as to afford you the ability to test it. It's also not just observe.
Sorry, we had an issue with this the other day when we were talking in debates. I do want to make clear the word phenomenon means to appear or be manifest. So if you go back to the original there, it implies an action, a manifestation, something that's appearing. So I know we had some issues with the language the other day, but I don't think you can really quibble over something like that as they
right.
did.
Right. And there is some confusion with the nouns, because what I was referring to, like I'm saying here, it's also not just observed as an observed concrete nouns. Those are rocks, fossils, trees.
Those are not phenomenons. Yeah, those are not phenomenons.
Right, they're concrete. Yeah. They're concrete nouns. Right.
Gotcha.
Now, you have to observe a phenomenon. It could be an abstract noun like scurvy. So you can't touch or feel scurvy. It has certain characteristics or manifestations of the noun, if you understand what I'm saying. And we'll get to that here in a couple minutes. It'll become more clear. It's an action that you observe. And like I said, it has to be repeatable. It can't be a one-off event. If so, how can you test it? You could just observe something. It's a one-off event, like in astronomy. You can't test anything. You can't cause and effect it. You can make up a story about the cause, but that's about it. Try an example. If you try and circumvent the scientific method and hypothesize observations of concrete nouns, or make just an observation, or ask a question, this is what you're reduced to. And I just looked outside in my backyard. Example 1, I observe a tree. That's a concrete noun. So what's the hypothesis? How did this tree form? Well, that's invalid. It's not observed. I just observed the tree. It's just sitting there in my backyard. So, or what circumstances led to this tree growing in my backyard? Well, I don't know. I moved in 2007. It was kind of small then. It's kind of big right now. So I don't know that. So it's invalid. It's not observed. The tree formed by evolution. Well, that's invalid. It's not observed. And you have a begging the question fallacy in the hypothesis. Evolution. You haven't validated that yet. You haven't even defined it. So these are not valid scientific hypotheses anyway, but I wanted to put them or speak to these because these are typical in what you usually hear, or something to that effect.
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was agreeing with you. Yeah.
Okay. So remember, testing. What's the test? So first you got to actually post the formal scientific hypothesis, and then please elucidate, and we're going to get into these, the independent variable and the dependent variable. We're going to talk about those in a few minutes. So you make a set of observations, then you hypothesize an explanation which accounts for all your observations. Okay, so let's hypothesize an explanation which accounts for all the observations. So with my tree back here, since we just observed the tree, how do we account for all the observations? This is your only recourse. Each and every time you just make an observation of concrete nouns. Every single time, no matter what it is. Your hypothesis from the train wreck observation. In the daytime, open your eyelids, then billions of bits of data hit the retina, which the photoreceptors have to encode and decode, then send to the visual cortex to decode. That's symbolic logic. That's another subject. Voila, a tree. So the independent variable here, or the cause here, is your eyelids. See, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Your eyelids didn't cause the tree. So it's a train wreck. And it could be a tree, it could be fossils, it could be rocks, it doesn't matter. If it's a concrete noun, forget about it. You're done. You can't get past the first step.
And so just quickly, let me ask, did you add this to the presentation after our conversations the other day?
I added, yeah, because
the word phenomenon should be enough, but people are, these scientism believers want to harp on every little thing to make their... don't mind me. I think that's great that you added this.
It's an important point. No, I just added because I said nouns. I was thinking concrete nouns, but I didn't add it in there. So I want to be specific and in detail. So I just added concrete nouns. There you go.
Gotcha.
That's what I mean by it.
And that's absolutely relevant. So
yeah,
I can appreciate that.
All right, so we're going to spend some time here because this one gets taken to the woodshed and bludgeoned incessantly. It's just a simple hypothesis. I get in so many arguments over what this is. It's real simple. A scientific hypothesis is just your experiment statement. You need it to do the experiment. It's what your experiment is. It expresses a testable, proposed cause and effect relationship. I'm going to keep on repeating this because it's so important. Cause and effect. It's all cause and effect with hypotheses. The cause and effect relationship is the phenomena that was observed in step one. Whatever phenomena you observe, you want to identify, isolate the cause. That leads to knowledge. Correct? And we're going to go over a few examples here in a few minutes.
All right.
It's a classic if this, then that motif. So this says it really well. It's from Colorado State University. Scientific hypothesis is a special kind of a prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. That's it.
Yeah.
A hypothesis from chemistry about a educated guess based on observation. It's a prediction of what? Cause and effect.
I didn't know you were being rhetorical.
Here we go
yes,
again.
Cause and effect.
Cause. I want to stress this because it's so important. The scientific method from Drexel University. The scientific method is hypothesis driven. One makes an educated guess to explain a cause and effect relationship. From Lowell, C, becoming a successful scientist from Cambridge. A scientific hypothesis is based on cause and effect reasoning. A scientific hypothesis does not merely state X and Y may be related or correlated, in other words, but explains why they are related. Does everyone, are
Yes.
we on the same page with this?
That is correct.
From California State University, formalized hypotheses contain two variables. We've heard these before. One is the independent, and the other is the dependent. The independent is your cause. The dependent is the effect or your prediction. The independent variable is the one you, the scientist, control, and the dependent variable is the one that you observe and then measure the results. Notice there are two parts to a formalized hypothesis. The if portion contains the testable proposed relationship, and the then portion is the prediction of the expected results from an experiment. An acceptable hypothesis contains both aspects, not just the prediction portion. We're not playing Jimmy the Greek here. Every scientific prediction is a consequent of its necessary antecedent. And its necessary antecedent is the independent variable. Any questions on that?
Nope, crystal clear.
So hypothesis again is elucidating cause and effect. The cause is the independent variable. The effect is the dependent variable. So
Gotcha.
let's use the Socratic method. What an independent variable is. From the University of North Carolina, an independent variable is the presumed cause, whereas the dependent variable is the presumed effect. The independent variable is the core of the experiment and is isolated and manipulated by the researcher. The dependent variable is the measurable outcome of this manipulation, the results of the experimental design. So question, if you don't have an independent variable, do you have an experiment?
Nope.
Nope, because it's the core of it.
Yep.
From the University of North Carolina, again, in an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher. And the dependent variable is the response that is measured.
And I will say that
From Penn State University.
we're definitely stressing upon this because it comes into effect much later when we're talking about what real science is and what scientism is.
Yes, yes.
So
yes, I'm
carry on,
stressing
John.
it because this is a bone of contention with people. They say independent variable and they start laughing.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, I can't understand that because that's tantamount to a carpenter showing up at your door and you giving him a framing square and he starts laughing at it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what it's tantamount to. So I don't know. So I'm going through here. I'm establishing what this is. This is. I don't want to say basic, but you have to know this to pass 5th grade general science. If you don't know what an independent variable is, then your parents paid the science teacher off.
Yeah, and I think that most of this stuff socially, especially if somebody's not in these fields, this stuff is just lost in the mix, lost in translation even, you know, and that's the biggest thing we're up against. We have, especially when we're out here debating these topics and trying to discuss these topics with people, we've come from a certain position of wanting to learn topics that the layman doesn't necessarily look after. And when we go and discuss it with other people who consider themselves smart, they'll end up not knowing the most basic thing, which we're going over right now. So I think putting this out here like this, getting a clear understanding of what we're talking about is helpful. So let's move on.
Okay, I'm going to stress it just a couple more times and then I'm going to leave this one alone. The independent or manipulated variable. The variable that is changed by the scientist, what the investigator is testing. Colorado State. All right. We already went over California State right here. We already did that one above. The variable that is manipulated or changed is known as the independent variable. From South Alabama, an independent variable is a variable that is presumed to cause a change in another variable. In experimental research, the independent variable is a variable that is manipulated by the researcher. I think we're getting it. Okay, from the National Science Teachers Association. An independent variable is the variable that is varied or manipulated during an experiment. Okay, is there any questions?
No, sir.
Hopefully I can't do much more. Maybe I can go get it notarized.
Well, it's like I said, it's definitely necessary to stress, especially as we move forward in making these designations. So
yeah, I could put another, 80 more, but I think everyone's got it now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's review a couple of examples. We're going to go through the process. So we're going to observe a phenomenon. Okay, let's say we're back back in the day, sailors appear crippled after long sea journeys. You know, they've got poor wound healing, they got bleeding gums, they have rashes. So that's a phenomenon. It's called scurvy. There could be a number of possible causes for it, but for brevity, we finally realize it's related to diet. So we construct a hypothesis. So if vitamin C intake is crucial to collagen integrity, and this is in humans, then eliminating vitamin C intake in humans will cause scurvy. You see, I have my if, and then I have, this is a valid scientific hypothesis. This is a testable statement. And what I like to do with people to help them understand this is I always say, go ahead and post a hypothesis. And I always start off, what is your dependent variable? That is to say, what is the effect? What are you predicting is going to happen in this experiment? So what's going to happen in this experiment, we already know from the phenomena, is scurvy. Now we want to know what that causes. The independent variable in my hypothesis above is obviously vitamin C intake. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a population of subjects, I'm going to limit their vitamin C intake, and then I'm going to observe what happens. So I conduct the experiment, and voila. This is very important. If no effect, then try another independent variable. They're endless. Vitamin A, folate, B6, etc.
Sure.
It doesn't have to be even involved with diet. Bear in mind, and this is very important, if you try a variable with no effect, your inquiry and your experiment is not a failure. You've just eliminated a possible cause. That's very important. So example 2, observe another phenomenon. So we have a population of healthy type 1 diabetics who apparently a certain percentage of them are suffering from diabetic ketoacidosis. And this is a very serious condition. It's a life and death condition. So what do? Hypothesis. Given otherwise healthy type 1 diabetes patients, the lack of insulin on board will lead to diabetic ketoacidosis. And again, what did I say? I asked them, what is their prediction in this experiment? And obviously, their prediction is the endpoint is diabetic ketoacidosis. Now, what is causing that? The independent variable is, and that's the insulin or the lack of. So what I do is I take a population of otherwise healthy type 1 diabetes patients. Obviously, we're getting into ethics and morality here with the lack of insulin, because we already know what's going to happen here.
Yeah.
So, but for demonstration purposes, this is very good. It's simple, and it should limit the confusion. It's just this simple. It's always an independent and dependent variable. You got to have both. All right, here's the next canard. Predictions. You'll hear ad nauseum, science is science because it can predict a effect, right? Well, there's a big difference between scientific predictions and Gene Dixon, Edgar Casey, Nostradamus, Jimmy the Greek, and Carnival Tent predictions. That is, scientific predictions, as I said before, are the consequent of the necessary antecedent independent variables. Again, scientific hypothesis what? A special kind of a prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. That is, if you don't have an independent, then you don't have a prediction, or your prediction is in the Nostradamus category. And again, we already went over this. There's 2 parts, not only the prediction portion.
Well, let me just have a quick question about that word prediction, because one thing we hear in this realm of, you know, the things that we look at, you know, alternative cosmology and whatnot, the heliocentric model predicts things. You hear that phrase touted around often. Is that something that varies from the scientific method prediction that you're describing there?
Yes, because you don't have an independent variable. That sort of prediction is the consequent of observing patterns and regularities. See, the Babylonians at 800 BC were already, quote unquote, predicting lunar eclipses, right?
Yeah.
They were just taking series of observations. They were just observing patterns and regularities. That's all they were doing. That's not a scientific prediction. You're just observing patterns and regularities.
So when they say the heliocentric model predicts things accurately, well, it just happens to because it's a system that repeats. They understand the repetition and they're able to demonstrate that. And then we'll get into what model means here quite soon.
Yes, we will.
But let's go ahead and nail down the whole predictions aspect.
So examples of predictions without viable independent variables. Here's 3. Let me go with 2. We didn't want to talk about this one, so let me take this one out of here. If the Big Bang is true, then we will observe galaxies moving apart. There's a prediction without an independent variable. Why? Because what is an independent variable? It's something that you manipulate. Can you manipulate the Big Bang? I don't think so. If evolution is true, then we will observe biodiversity. Yeah, that's not a hypothesis. That's not anything. I'll give you another one. If invisible fire-breathing dragons exist, then we will observe burn and scorch marks on garage walls. That is these are all in the same category. So what are these? Well, they're not scientific hypotheses. Guess what they are? They're textbook fallacies. They're affirming the consequent formal logical fallacies to be precise. This form: if P, then Q, Q, therefore P. The logical fallacy is that P doesn't necessarily follow from Q. Example: if evolution is true, P, then you can insert any Darwinian grab bag post hoc observations, fossils, homology, similarity, genetic variation, Q. Well, we observed these post hoc observations, Q, therefore evolution is true.
And you hear that one a lot. People are like, but the fossil record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And most people see it sounds good. It sounds like it's valid. But once you start digging into it, it's a fallacy. And here is the fallacy. If I eat a whole pizza, P, I would feel very full, Q. I feel very full, Q. Therefore, I have just eaten a whole pizza, therefore P. Well, couldn't I have eaten a 20-ounce ribeye with fries and been full? Yeah. So you have to validate the existence and the veracity of the antecedent first. Then, most importantly, isolate the antecedent or independent variable in experiments to verify it, and it alone produces the specific effect or the prediction. Okay. I think everyone understands that. There's some sleight of hand with this. You just have to practice recognizing these fallacies. They're easy because there's a lot of them out there, and they follow this form. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. They're easy to pick at after a while. Just takes practice.
Yeah, I get you.
So, taking what we've just learned, let's do a little practical exercise. Are these valid scientific hypotheses? So, number 1.
Like you think you know someone and they prove you right in real time. As you just heard, they just heard you say, watch this guy. He's an asshole every day of the week. And he does it. Like right there. In real time. Like not even a speed bump to contemplate why his life sucks so bad. Why he's so miserable.
just right there in real time.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
I couldn't have set it up better. It's almost like a conspiracy theory. You're like, dude, you and Scott came here with some sort of script, didn't you?
Almost like it was Crit.
Yeah. Just like hey, this is what you guys will come in here for entertainment purposes. You say a bunch of stuff, and then Mackie will whack you out.
It's like he came in on cue, dude. Scott, do you think everybody bleeds the same way? That we all have the same blood in our bodies?
Yes.
But you do think you're better than everybody else?
Some people are better than other people at certain things. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's saying like his life is more valuable than yours.
Yeah, definitely not.
No, I definitely think that's what he's saying.
He's just saying like he's better at math than you.
I think it goes a little deeper than that, man.
You can think it all you want, or you can ask, and I'll tell you.
Yeah, you don't know what you think.
With you guys. I don't know what I think. There we go. That sums up this room.
You know, Palestine is flat. Take that, terrorizer.
But I know in you guys' mind, you need to think you're fighting this mythic battle.
It's definitely flatter now.
He left. Feels like Trace or
Nothing
something
against
like that.
atheists. Nothing against them personally, but I kind of feel sorry for people who've never had like any kind of spiritual, mystical, unexplained thing happen to them. You know?
Really? Why?
Well, is that true of you, Scott?
Yeah, I've never had any spiritual, mystical, unexplained thing happen to me. No, I have not. This is true.
It's kind of sad because I've had a bunch, and I've talked to people who've had a bunch, or some sort of.
Well, I mean, do you think you need that to be religious? I'm sure people can be religious without that sort of experience.
Not really.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
I don't think so. No.
Jazzy is talking. Sounds like T-Dub. It could be Dawes Studio. Is that Dawes?
It is Dawes.
Yes.
Okay. So how have these experiences made your life better, do you think?
Did he say it made his life better?
He said he feels sorry for people.
Scott, how do you know what he's thinking, dude?
He says he's sorry for people who've never had them. I inferred that he thinks that they have made his life better.
I get that part.
Way. Is that an improper conclusion?
I don't know. When somebody does it to you, you have a real problem with it.
No,
but it's all right for you to do it to somebody else, though, right? Because of the entitlement, I guess.
Wow, somebody's upset.
Do I sound upset, Scott?
You do, actually.
That's you projecting again, dude. And you just constantly do this, right? All day.
All right. If you say so.
But yeah, my life is a lot better with my Christian faith. Absolutely.
See, you just said it. How is your life better with your Christian faith?
Oh, how long have you got?
All day. Well, I got a few hours. I'm making pesto right now. Just peeling off basil leaves.
When I thought of myself as an atheist, I wasn't very happy.
Okay.
And I was a little bit judgmental before I became a Christian too. But yeah, I'm definitely less judgmental of people. And you just try and do your best by the Ten Commandments. That's about it. To that, you're you can stay out of trouble.
So do you think people cannot do that without? No, sorry. Go ahead.
No, not really. Oh, if you genuinely seek Jesus, then he will answer you.
People have told me that for a long, long time.
Yeah, but you still haven't reached out. So until you genuinely reach out, he won't really show himself to you directly.
No, I'll be honest. I have genuinely. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, get this top up. When he proves himself real to you personally, really hard to share that with any kind of, really hard to explain to someone.
That's fair.
There's no recordings, there's no videos, there's no data, it's just
possibly a feeling.
Once you're there, you can't sort of deny it.
No, but Scott's whole worldview is because everybody else thinks so, right? So many people think this, it has to be the way it is. I'm virtuous.
Ooh.
I'm with the good group. I'm in the cool kid club, right?
No, that's not how I think, no.
It's exactly how you think, dude.
I know. That's how you think, and you need everybody else to think the same way.
Dude, every time that's what your bottom line is, man.
Except it's not.
Why do all these people think this and you guys are the outcasts, the outliers, I'm in the cool group, right?
Still can't figure it out after all these years of explaining to him, answering his questions. Still doesn't get it.
It's his best evidence, right?
Yeah, like the horseshoe
consensus,
theory.
Right?
He's basically Rob Noxious, just the left version.
He's virtuous, man.
He's better than you, and he knows it.
As the MJF.
Scott, are you using the pine nuts?
I will.
Why are pine nuts so dang expensive these days? It's crazy.
Trader Joe's. Get the roasted pine nuts. They're reasonably priced. Get a lot of them.
I do miss Trader Joe's. I used to live in near Los Angeles.
Yeah, it gets you through about 4 or 5 batches of pesto, and I make it every weekend. Niece and nephew love it. Make the fresh pasta along with it. Good stuff, Maynard. That's for all you old people who remember the old oatmeal commercial, I think it was. Or is it Ovaltine?
Yeah, so I think, Scott, you've been American your whole life, right?
I've been American my whole life, yes. Californian even.
Yeah, so you probably live, at least majority according to Christian morality, right?
The majority of my life I've been surrounded by Christians, yes. Immersed in Christian culture and people of Christian faith, correct.
Yeah, but even if you don't call your own values that, they're in alignment, right?
Yeah, but we disagree on the actual source of that alignment. I think Christianity gets its values from a basic humanity that we all share. That's how Christianity became Christianity, because it just is the manifestation of something that's already in us.
Yeah, maybe. That's one of the things I think is interesting about Christianity, actually, is because, the Jewish people were thinking like, they were prophesizing a Messiah, right? And they thought that the Messiah was going to be like this ultra Jewish warlord who was going to kill all their enemies. But then Jesus was like, no, we're not going to kill our enemies. We're going to love them. So it was like total flip around.
So here's where I am not in the cool kids group, not in the in group. I don't believe Jesus actually existed. I think it was a complete story made up by Paul.
Interesting.
And so, yeah. But I'm definitely in the minority, even in the atheist community on that one, because everyone's, well, of course, Jesus, the man, existed. Whether he rose from the dead, is a question we don't think is happening. But I don't even think the man existed. I think the phenomenon is much better explained if it was just a made-up story by Paul.
Yeah, maybe so. I have no idea.
Yeah, neither do I. It's like, I do not assert that as knowledge. It's a random guess that I just came to that position a few years back when I read The Case for Christ, and I realized that's all the evidence they have. Damn.
Both the writers of the Gospel of Luke and the Gospel of Matthew went out of their way to get a guy from Nazareth to be born in Bethlehem is a good indication that they were writing it about an actual person who existed and was from Nazareth. So that's where I'm not a mythicist.
I think every time we get into religion, it just gets fucking stupid.
You can find Jesus in space. The astronauts wrote a book about space Jesus. Came out last year, right before Easter, covered in Fox News and everything.
And I don't mean that religion's stupid. I just mean the conversation turns stupid.
Yeah, if flat earthers piss you off talking about religion, just listen to the astronauts. They'll tell you all about it. Current director of NASA.
That, you guys actually have a lot in common with Scott.
Really? Tell me more.
Well, in what ways does your personal morality not align with Christian morality?
Yeah, I guess I would have to ask you which Christian morality, because there's lots of them as far as I can tell. Because like I said, I'm surrounded by Christians everywhere, and they all believe different things.
That is true. There are a lot of different denominations.
Yeah, I found you put 10 Christians in a room, you get 12 different opinions.
Yeah, I guess.
I'd say it's close. You put... Oh, wait, never mind. I just got the joke. Never mind.
Very few people get the joke.
It's like the three hardest problems in computer science are naming things and off by one errors.
I hate naming things, I'll give you that.
So Paul was thrown in jail and beheaded for a guy he just made up.
That's the story, at least, right? That we got. How do we know any of that actually happened?
So Paul was real, but Jesus wasn't.
Well, no. How do we know that Paul was beheaded? Do you have records of that or something? Because according to at least,
why are we going here for?
All right, fine.
Historical records. Yeah, we have historical records of that.
Of Paul being beheaded? All right.
Yes, we have historical records.
Well, at least Strobel should have included it in his book then. Would have made for a stronger case for Christ.
Seems to be anti-Christ, dude. Seems to be angry at God and Christians.
No.
Reason.
I am not angry at God at all. I don't even.
Because is it about people being gay? God? Perhaps.
Is it what?
No.
I don't even understand the question. I don't understand the question.
People would say, yeah. Oh, what's that? People would say, yeah.
What is the fact that people are gay making me angry at God? Was that the question?
No.
Okay, what was the question? You said something about gay and God, and I'm not sure the connection you were trying to make.
Yeah, is that why? Because God says that gay people are bad. That's wrong.
It does?
Is that why you hate God?
Where?
Is that why you hate God?
No, it had nothing to do with gay people.
It's a popular reason, I find.
Well, but it's not mine.
Okay, I'm just asking because it's a very popular reason.
Yeah, I just one day driving to work at In-N-Out Burger had this, I guess I'd call it a little epiphany that what if God didn't exist? What about that Bible would make less or more sense? And nothing made sense once I considered the possibility that it was all just made up. Like, this is like this Garden of Eden story. I mean, the story doesn't make sense. Why would God put a tree there? I mean, if you didn't want them to eat of the fruit of knowledge, why put the tree there? Just don't do it. How easy is that? Which led me to believe that's just a made-up story. It's a story that, people sitting around a campfire in some ancient days just told each other. And
so, Scott, do you have any views on our existence, buddy? How we came to be?
I have no idea how he came to be.
Told you exactly as I said.
Oh, you're so smart.
Well, you missed that. Maybe you weren't here when I was talking about that. Like, that's exactly what I said. They say they got no replacement. It's just that you're all wrong. I'm better than you. I get why getting's good.
Doesn't someone here say something about falsification is not replacement is not necessary falsification, something like that?
The whole dog story too, Craig. I can totally
that?
see Scott doing that, man.
Yeah, I know. That's what he comes over here. He wants to keep just ruining people's day. Like somehow he thinks that gives him power over someone else.
Says the people who abuse their mute button.
I don't know. You say I don't know, but you claim to know 100% fact that there is no God.
That just makes no sense to me. I said it makes no sense to me. And I haven't heard anybody be able to explain it in a way that I can understand it. If you want, we can go through the stories in the book and see if they make sense to you.
If you don't know,
you can do that another channel, man.
Yeah, I know.
You're just agnostic. You're not really atheist if you don't know.
Are we going to argue about a label? That's not very useful. I don't believe in a God.
No, it can be pretty useful.
Simple as that. Whatever you want to call it that. But I don't believe in a God.
Well, you got to have some kind of idea of how we got here, right?
No, we don't.
It just is.
Yeah, well, when I think about it, I think about, the possibility, was there a start? Which makes no sense to me. And has it been around forever? Which makes no sense to me. Both possibilities that my mind can grasp make no sense to me.
Well, both things you just said, was there a start and have we been around forever, aren't those kind of the same thing?
Tell me more. No, it doesn't seem like that to me. What am I missing?
It just seems like that's the same. Like if there was no start, then we were here forever, or vice versa. Like it's a circle jerk.
No. There's a possibility that there was a starting point, right? The Big Bang and all this kind of stuff. Or, evil.
But even the Big Bang's really not the starting point, right?
I know. But a starting point makes no sense to me. And infinite regression makes no sense to me. Neither of them makes sense.
You do believe in the Big Bang, right?
I believe that event happened, but I don't know how it relates to the start of anything.
Well, to all your lore and mythology about fucking gravity and everything else, like that's your story, dude.
Well, they were aware of gravity.
You profess that you know about all this stuff and that it's true, then that has to be true, right?
No, I don't think so.
Well, then how do you get gravity, and how do we get the initial inertia and all the other fucking bullshit that happens in your story?
Well, we can observe all these things happening and have no idea how they got here.
But that's explaining how those things got here, dude.
Yeah, no, but we don't need an explanation for how they got here in order to observe that they are, right?
Yeah, you do, man.
Why?
Because that's where they came from. That's where gravity came from. That's where your idea of gravity came from, right? Like that's where your idea of how the planet spins and how the stars move and everything else, right? How things are in the sky.
No, it's just got the order wrong.
So how can you argue against that? Like I just don't get it.
We knew about gravity before we knew about the Big Bang. Simple
you
as
did.
That. That's just a fact. Yes. So
I'm talking about the cause of gravity here, Scott. I'm not talking about the effect, buddy.
I don't know the cause of gravity.
But you do. You profess that you guys do.
No, I don't.
But it happens the way you think it happens. Like
Well,
you believe mass
Einstein-
attracts mass and fucking the bending of space and time and all that shit, right?
Well, I've seen mass attracting mass. I don't know how. I didn't.
Where have you seen this, Scott?
Everywhere I've ever been in my life. Everywhere it happens.
What? Things falling to the ground is mass attracting mass?
Yes, that is that's an example of mass attracting mass.
Oh, give me another example, buddy.
That's the only one we have, and it happens everywhere.
So you said it. You see it everywhere. That's the only thing you see is things falling down, and that's mass attracting mass and solidly concrete in your mind.
Yes.
So now we have to go back to where that cause came from, right, Scott?
No. I can watch it happen without
So
knowing how it happened.
no logic in your mind at all, dude. That thing is that's the reason it is, and we don't need any explanation whatsoever.
Like, I have a magnet stuck on my refrigerator. I have no idea how it's doing that.
We're not talking about magnets, Scott. We're talking about the beginning of your fucking universe, dude.
It's the same thing. Magnetism and gravity are remarkably similar in terms of having a force that none of us can actually see, but it does. We can see the effect.
Yeah, I just don't get your logic, dude.
Well, sorry.
Like you believe in something, but you have no basis or foundation behind it at all.
I don't need one.
I get it.
Happen.
You just have to be virtuous and better than everybody else, right? And go with the consensus.
And get what again's good.
I go with what I see.
Yeah, things falling down. That fucking that logically follows to me, Scott.
Well, sorry, it doesn't. It does to most of us.
Like just this fucking entitled bullshit that he brings back, right?
How's it entitled?
I'm sorry that it doesn't.
It's just the story that he's going along with. Like things fall down. Yeah, we know that. Not all things fall down, but it's a story that Scott believes.
But he doesn't believe the whole story, though, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he wants to pick. Wants to pick and choose.
Yeah, he wants to cherry pick out of it, right? And fucking, I'm right, you're wrong.
What am I cherry picking?
That mass attracts mass because things fall down, dude. And then you don't want to tell me why, right? You don't want to tell me the cause.
No, there's a lot of things we don't know the cause of, right? But they still happen.
But who cares, man? We're talking about this thing, dude.
Yeah, no. Do you have a cause?
No, I don't. I don't claim mass attracts mass, dude. You do.
Okay, so why do things go down?
I told you, I don't claim a cause, dude.
So things don't go down then in your world. Okay, cool.
If you want to put words in my mouth, Scott, then go ahead, buddy.
Well, you just said I can't observe mass attracting mass unless I can explain it. But you can say things go down without explaining it.
I can't explain it, Scott. I'm not going to even try. You do.
So, but can you then say that things go down?
Yes, I observe things going down, Scott.
Well, how is that not okay that I can say observe mass attracting mass then? It's the same thing, isn't
because
it?
You can't give me a cause for that, right? Like,
Well,
yeah,
you can't
things
give me a
fall
cause
down,
for
but
things
you're saying the reason things fall down is because mass attracts mass. I'm not saying that.
Well, I'm saying that things don't fall down; they go towards masses.
Yeah,
You're
but
saying things
in
fall
reality,
down. I
what you
don't say
see is
fall
things go down, though, right, Scott?
No, things don't go down. They go towards the mass.
Okay.
Because there's no down in my world.
I get it, man.
Well, dude, that's just what it is. I mean,
So, if you were to dig to China, would you dig down or sideways?
if I were to dig down to China, well, China's not diametrically opposed to us, right? I mean, or
I know it's a
antipodal.
joke, but if you were to dig to the center of the Earth, would you have to go sideways or down?
You have to go to the center of the earth,
So, yes, would you dig sideways or down?
towards the center.
He's not going to give you an answer, dude.
Yeah, which direction?
No,
is that?
I get what you want. You want me to say down because it's a colloquialism.
Don't. I'm
And,
just
yeah.
generally curious what your worldview looks like.
My worldview is
like what I
exactly what I
posted
said.
His
Looks like
worldview
what
is
I posted
consensus,
at
dude. That's all it is, man.
32
Everybody
minutes
else
after
believes
the
this.
hour. His worldview is 32 minutes after the hour.
Towards the center is synonymous with down. It means the same thing in my worldview. And do with that what you want, man.
It'd be down for a little while and then sideways and then slowly up.
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
And if you
But
did
he's
dig a hole
scared to
right to
say
China,
that because that's ridiculous. That's like literally ridiculous.
and if you did dig a hole to China, would you fall out of that hole, or would you be standing straight up, or
Tyson has a
If I-
video about this. If you were to jump into a hole, what would happen? It's called like the gravity elevator.
Mm-hmm.
It's how the model falls apart because it's not internally consistent.
Except it is. Just because you don't understand.
because
doesn't mean
everybody
it's not
else
internally
believes it,
consistent.
right, Scott? Because the consensus says so, right, buddy?
No, it's because the model is internally consistent, just like Crit said it wasn't, but it is.
Yeah, it's not. Like just like the
There's-
core of the Earth is slowing down.
There's
It
no
doesn't mean
model.
anything.
They have no model, and they have no practical example of mass attracting mass ever.
No physicality of anything. That's correct. They never will. They got a chalkboard and a dream.
Well, no model that you guys can accept. But
No, it's
we- we-
imagination, right? You got to imagine it.
That's just an excuse, Scott.
To not show us nothing. How sad.
Apologetics for why you can't practically present something, a demonstration that mass attract mass, or any of the other stories that go along with it. You just make an excuse, that you won't accept.
That's their model. It's black. It's dark matter. It's counter space, and it's an excuse. Just write the big word excuse for globe. So whenever you ask for the globe, it's an excuse. Too big, too small, too little.
Excuses for
You
reality,
don't get it.
dude.
Yeah, the best excuse is they'd explain it, but you won't understand it.
I'll show it to you. Nowhere, no how, no way.
Later, tomorrow.
Or that they have a model, but they can't ever show it.
Their dog ate their homework.
What do you expect me to demonstrate what I'm talking about? That'd be absurd. That'd be reality here, guys. I'm not going to show anything about a globe's temperature or watt or how it works or all the speeds live in a thing at one point in time on an actual object. That'd be fucking stupid.
Gas is going down to the top of a mountain.
Really,
I wanna
what would,
know where that-
what would be really great is for them to show us any practical usage of the globe anywhere from using like any type of technology or any type of practical use at all that the globe is being used. It's not being used anywhere. They don't have one single instance.
They've got-
my buddy just flew in from Australia.
You can fight a global war on terror with this.
A bird just hit a tree.
Yeah, no. You guys
You
got a map
become a
for me to get to
nihilistic
Australia?
atheist asshole with this.
So the Earth's flat. Welcome to you, Australia. Thanks, Australia, on flat Earth. Couldn't do it without you.
You can hit your neighbor's dog and be happy about it with this.
Did everybody in Australia tell it was flat? Even Australia's flat?
So you guys don't have a map to get us to Australia. Okay.
That's how his
No.
logic works, right?
You can cry about maps with this.
But all Scott has is a religious belief.
No, I have a map.
That's totally true, dude. That's what it is, man.
Scott,
we have
you
maps.
got a cartoon
We have
Google
maps.
screen. You don't
We have
have no
religious
fucking
beliefs
map.
and
You
maps.
have
You
rendered.
have blind faith. You have blind faith is what you have.
We have religious
You have a
views and maps.
smartphone, Scott.
When he's getting
Don't forget
destroyed, he
about
just brings
the-
up
don't
maps.
forget about the maps. We have maps.
About them, dude.
highway
Fuck, man.
Antarctica.
What can you prove with a fucking map?
Oh, everything.
In your brain, I guess, in your fucking
Everything.
worldview.
Where's
But
the
we-
highway Antarctica or
but
the
we can- but
closest
we can get-
bridge?
But we can get stuff done with maps, though, which is really cool.
Oh, you
See,
can't.
now it's back to a we.
He said everything. So can you explain why wives and husbands cheat on each other by your map? You said
You're
everything.
so clever. You're so clever.
What's Oak Island? They've been
You
looking
said-
for a treasure
you
on that
said
for
that-
years.
you
You're
said
so
everything.
clever.
He said everything. You
I know,
said
you got me.
everything.
You got me good. Good
You said
job.
everything. You said everything.
You got me good. Very
But
clever.
I can draw you a treasure map right now, and you won't find the treasure, even though I draw the stuff on there and draw you the map. It can be confusing as fuck because there could be 5 trees, 20 little hills, 7 X's. I could put X's everywhere, trees everywhere, hills everywhere, and say the treasure is by the hill, by a tree, by an X. Now, with this map you've got, surely you're going to find it, right, Scott?
And really, the only way you can justify your maps is pictures from space, Scott.
Is Atlantis over here?
We can justify our maps by going to Australia, and it gets us there. It's really cool.
Yay!
Some of us like traveling.
Yeah, on a flat chart.
In order to do that, we need a map.
Yeah, a flat chart that represents the flat
Can
Earth you're
you
traveling
show me
on.
the flat chart that gets me to Australia?
How do you know it's not flat, Scott?
The ones they're using in navigation, those are flat charts. They represent the surface they're traveling along. That's why they get to the place.
Can you show me that one?
Scott, how do you know it's not flat?
A flat map or a round spherical map,
Can
Scott.
you show me that flat chart that gets me from San Francisco to
Show
Look
Australia?
at the attention he's getting.
I know he loves
all
it.
it was a beg for it. Like we're having the functionally normal conversation.
Are you jealous?
He starts freaking out over what I said because he wanted attention.
Oh, someone's
And then you
jealous.
guys gave it to
know
him.
that the maps are all made flat first. No one in the fucking history of time ever just started out with the sphere map in their hand out of their ass. They would have had to made the material, comprehend to even do that, know about a wheel, do all kinds of weird shit, right, Scott?
No, that's true.
No, they just made a spherical map on the back of somebody's forehead, right?
They imagined
No.
it, brother.
No, they wouldn't do that. That'd be stupid.
So where'd the cavemen make their spherical maps?
Oh,
Of
the
fucking
cavemen
their
didn't.
Well, how did they get
I
from
don't
point
get
A to
it,
point
Scott.
B, dude?
The
What
cavemen weren't very
cave
bright.
map
They probably
shows
thought
the
the Earth was flat.
What cave map shows the Earth? When the cavemen are in their caves and when they're dirt rocks and the rocks looking around to find out where it's going to like evolve to and your model, where did they get these spherical maps from, Scott?
Oh, they didn't. They didn't have spherical maps.
They didn't have any. Thank
No,
you.
the cavemen weren't very bright.
So there is no such thing as retards just having fucking magic spherical maps. Everybody had to use a flat one.
So your logic is you can fly from point A to point B, therefore it's a globe.
No, my logic is that I can get a heading to get from point A to point B, therefore it's a globe.
On
Oh,
a flat chart. Yeah, they're on the flat chart.
Yeah,
his
show me,
logic
show, me,
is fucked.
show me this flat chart that gives me the proper heading.
Yeah, the navigators are using it on board their on the aircrafts, on board the ships. They're using them everywhere. They are navigating.
It should be no problem then for you to post it, right?
Well, I'm not the one with the navigational chart that's in the aircraft that's using it.
Oh, so now you're claiming you know what's in the aircraft. Can you show me the evidence?
Don't all these
that
things
they-
come from stars, Scott? Like you look up in the sky, dude.
Can you show me that the evidence that says that the aircraft don't have a globe
Up in
model
the sky, and we
computer?
get a heading, dude. Fuck, man.
All you need is a Sharpie and draw a horizontal line on your fucking window, dude. Seen pilots do it.
All right.
All right.
Show me how they do that.
What do you need to keep straight?
I'm waiting.
Sharpie,
Show me how they do it.
a horizontal line on your window and keep it lined up, Scott. Then you land your plane eventually, Scott.
Yeah, we've been navigating with stars fucking since the beginning of time, Scott.
From San Francisco to Australia? Wow, that's pretty cool.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah,
Scott,
Scott, are you playing dumb as fuck right now, dude, bro? He said birds flew from our roof to the tree. How could they be on anything but a globe?
It's because everybody else says it, man.
Where does this?
No, it's because I've been from San Francisco to Australia. I was on the airplane 3 times that did that. I got there.
Down. The low
And
IQ
you guys don't have a map.
Holy fuck, man. Birds suddenly appear every time Superman's near. It must be a globe.
If the rest of us all waited for you guys to produce something, we'd all be stuck in our houses.
I know, right? Like birds fly south in the fucking wintertime from here, and then they come back in the summer. Earth's a globe, right?
But they don't even got a south.
No,
South
the birds don't plot
What
a
map?
position.
What map do the birds use, dude?
They don't use any map at all. But
No
we do.
way.
Oh, how do they know where they're going, Scott?
I don't know how the birds know where they're going, but I know how we know where we're going.
Oh.
Do I have to know how the birds know where they're going in order to know how we know where we're going?
I was just showing you that it can happen, dude. Fuck.
I'd follow
Yeah,
a bird and
but
say,
it could
that
happen,
bird's
but
going
is that
that
what
way.
we
I'm
do?
gonna Follow that bird.
So are we like birds and we know how to get to
No
Australia?
map needed. No map needed.
I know, but do we know how to do that? Just, we just go to Australia? Do we just use some
Yeah,
kind
you
of bird
get in a hot
sense?
air balloon and you go up and you travel until you find where you want to go. You go in that general direction, dumbass, till the land appears to you and you say, not that one, not that one,
Oh, so
not
they
that
just go
one,
up in
that
the air and
one,
they find
right
out where
there. And guess
okay.
what, Grandma? I went the same
Wow.
way last time, so I'm pretty sure getting a hot air balloon and travel towards the tree in our backyard, and we're going to hit that place again every time, Grandma.
Wow.
You're dumb as fuck, Scott.
Uh-huh.
Why? How?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
How? Agent Scott, did they pay you to be this stupid? They must pay you to be this fucking retarded, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't fucking give you a shiny red nickel or spit on your boots, brother.
Good for you. All right. All right. Good to know. Good to know.
Well, it's because you're a liar. You know what I mean? You have no couth. You have no wherewithal about you. You have no common fucking restraint of like human integrity is like beyond you, right? All you fucking idiots.
Sure.
Nah, he's better, dude. That's what it is, right?
Sure. But I have a map.
Good for
A
you,
map
Scott.
of retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, retard map. I don't want that.
It gets me. It gets us to Australia, which is all I really care about.
I know. It's a
And
retard.
if you guys can do something like that, we can talk more.
Yeah, I know, retard. Go fly to Antarctica and show me where the North and South and East and West Pole are. Stupid ass.
Yep.
Fucking map. Show
Do you
me
think-
where the North Pole is.
Do you think they had maps when they thought the Earth was flat, Scott?
Yeah, but their maps wouldn't get them from San Francisco to Australia.
Oh no.
I posted
No,
a map
no.
for you, Scott. Pick one of the maps I posted and tell me how you get to Australia.
Which maps do you?
It's your
Oh,
map.
the one with 1,000 little things. Yeah, none of those will work.
They're not maps, son?
No, they're not the maps. They're not the maps that the flight navigation systems use to get places. No, those are not. They don't use any of those.
Scott's got his own magic map.
No, I have the map that the flight navigation systems use in airplanes.
Post it for us.
Go to Google Maps. That's it.
Here, I posted
So
it.
the
for
only
you.
way we can get from San Francisco to Australia is on a globe, right, Scott?
Yes.
Google Maps, World War
This is
II,
true.
airport to
Now he just
airport.
needs. Now he just needs to prove it.
No, we prove it every day by using it, and it gets us there.
No,
That
he proves it by
Shit,
consensus.
dude.
Everybody else fucking knows this truth, and you guys are stupid.
No, all that matters is the airplanes that fly there know it, and that's
If
what
the
they know.
navigation system goes out, they use a flat chart.
If the navigation system goes out, they're fucked.
What?
They use a bubble.
I know. If
then
the
how did
internet
they
goes
know?
down, we're done, right, Scott?
Then how did they? Then how did they get to Australia before they had the navigation system of Google Maps that you're claiming?
No, they always had a globe.
Oh, they had a globe on the aircraft and on the ships. Can you show us this global?
No, they
can you
do
show us
not
this
have a-
spherical? Can you show us the spherical navigational chart then?
A spherical navigational chart.
That's what
I
you're
doubt
claiming.
they
That's
have
what you're
it.
claiming.
Claim they had globes on planes and ships.
Yep, that's what he's claiming. Navigational charts that are spherical.
It's so weird how you guys so desperately try to make it seem that none of us know anything just because you don't know.
I
anything.
know. Here we go. It's the consensus thing again, right, buddy?
No, we get to Australia with our maps, with the globe.
Okay,
How do
great.
you? How would you guys get to Australia?
With a fucking map, the same way, dude. Fuck.
Flat charts. Yeah, the navigational charts are flat.
But your flat charts don't work for those distances.
So you say, dude.
They fucking do. How did they get to there? They got to Australia without the navigational system that you're claiming. How did they get there?
With multiple maps for which they have to correct for changes in latitude.
They used a flat chart to navigate.
Yeah, and they have to correct for changes in latitude. Is it?
There's
Yeah, I remember Columbus doing that, man. Fucking, he was correcting all over the place, right?
Go down below the mountain. Is that what you mean by that? What are you talking about? What do you mean
I
you
just wonder
gotta
if there's
adjust?
somewhere in one of your minds that understands that you guys don't have anything and you can't
How
do
are you
anything.
adjusting by flying horizontal and level, dumbass?
And if that bothers you at all.
It bothers you,
me. The
obviously.
plane doesn't.
No, I'm just curious. I mean,
It bothers you.
The
You're
plane
here every day.
The plane
yeah,
doesn't tilt or
I'm
dip.
trying to understand you every day.
Listen, he's here
Every day I learn a little
He's
bit
always
more.
trying to understand us people, us lower life forms, right, Scott? Fuck.
Yeah, listen. Scott's here every single day except for when Nathan Oakley is on live.
It's the only way he can feel superior, though, right? Because he's got the consensus behind him, and he knows that he's right. He's superior.
Remember, that's his first comment. He's better. He's better than all of you. He wants you to know it.
Everybody. So I was better than you, Crit.
You better than DMOC? You better than
I'm better
Radlin?
than, yeah, I haven't met a person not better than DMOC. DMOC is quite possibly the stupidest person I have ever encountered.
See, look, there just keeps going. Just a wind-up toy.
No, just DMOC.
In his worldview that he doesn't even fucking believe.
That's all subjective.
No, it's a very objective. We have maps.
Yeah,
to
you
prove
got
it's objective.
triggered over a character called Steve Shives. That wasn't even the real one.
No, but we have maps which make the world objective.
You have a mouse in your pocket? I mean, how long are you going to carry on this charade, Scott?
Which one?
Your day in, day out charade here. Your tap dance act. Your projections. Your copings. That one. Your charade. Your charade.
Coping.
Yeah, here it goes repeating. So I guess
I'm not sure how I'm
forever then.
coping.
Great.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
great
the thing,
for your
right?
presence.
I got a theory, right?
Until I come up with some kind of explanation for how you guys believe wrong things.
Spit it out, Scott.
Scott was always the outcast, the loner, you know, the guy that didn't get to pick to be on the team, and now he's part of a whole, right? And he can be part of that team, you know. Now he's in with the group, right?
He is we.
Yeah,
Him and
he's
the
we.
mouse in his pocket.
Interesting how you need to do that. Interesting.
It's just
hilarious.
reality, dude. Fuck, I'm sorry, man.
It's reality. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it is for you.
Listen, he's stuck on repeat. This is great. This is my favorite part of your charade.
Okay. Glad I can
He
entertain you.
loves doing this. Every ounce and fiber in his body just loves doing this. He gets endorphins out the ass.
Fucking right, he does.
Yeah, it's like running over the neighbor's dog. This is his version of
Yeah,
it.
fucking right, man.
What? You're the neighbor's dog? Wow, that's
he runs
insulting
back
of you
and
guys.
forth between the bad news on NPR and here.
I
Can't
will
get
not
enough
be
of it.
denied this.
You
You
voting
should
for
not call
Biden,
yourself the
Scott?
neighbor's dogs, man.
Scott, are you going to vote for Biden?
I already told you this. Of course I am.
He told us he already mailed in his ballot 4 months ago. The guy's out of his mind.
He's not going
Yeah,
to be
vote for
around
a
by
re-
the time the
vote
election
for a
comes.
Don't care. I'll vote for him if he's dead.
Vote for an abject retard that can't even freaking spell or read.
Everybody else gonna
Yeah,
vote for him, right,
you know
Scott?
they
You
have
better vote
nurses.
for him too.
We have
Well,
nurses,
I really do hope everybody else votes for him. That would be a good thing for this
Scott
country.
doesn't
think that
know who he's
everybody's
voting
gonna-
for yet because NPR
I
hasn't
hope
told him yet. You might have to get that ballot back.
He's only voting for the person because he's told to do so. He just goes along with what everybody says, what everybody else says.
100%. Listen to him giggle. He knows he's got his hand caught in the cookie jar. Whoops.
Whatever he thinks the consensus is, that's what he goes along with.
Yeah, whatever sanctimonious pile of bullshit smells the best to Scott.
This is. I'm embarrassed to say this is entertaining. I really shouldn't. It's not when I'm at my best when I think
It's
this is
beneath
fun.
you, right, Scott?
Yeah, because you're retarded.
Yeah, it's
kind of sadistic. It's manifesting a bit of sadism in me that I really wish I didn't have, because that does not make me a good person.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. You spend more time here with us than you do with your own family. It's great.
Now he's talking to himself. Another one of his standards.
Hey, Scott, the other day on Nathan's show, I don't know who it was who decided they were going to, it was Manufactotum, debunk angles or something. Celestial navigation is only done on a globe. When they broke it all down, the correction chart is not for a globe. It doesn't match. So what do you got to say about that?
Well, I say you're wrong.
It doesn't match, dude.
Well, you're just wrong. It's funny. I've offered to show you guys.
You're
for several
wrong.
weeks now
You're
how
wrong.
to
You're
do
right,
special
right, buddy?
navigation, and nobody has taken me up on it. It's almost as if you're afraid to see the truth.
We did
I
it
know
in
you
here
didn't hear
on
Brian the
Friday.
other day, dude, but he put the nails in your coffin, man.
Stars are not below the
Wow.
Celestial
Don't
navigation.
feel dead. Don't feel dead.
Stars do not go below 2 degrees. They don't go under the dirt. They don't go below. They don't go down below anything. Neither does the sun. Neither does the moon. So how the fuck would your celestial fake spherical navigation work if you imagine a whole sphere of stars around you?
Because stars do go below 2 degrees. They do it all the time.
No, they don't. Show
Yes,
us.
they do.
Show us where
In your imagination.
Show us getting a helicopter or hot air balloon and show us where the dirt stops, where your curve is, and the stars keep going down, and you watch them. Not that way, right in front of you, stupid. Show us where there's no dirt and water in front of you, where the fucking stars continue down to at least 33 degrees. We'll wait.
At least 33 degrees? Yeah, I looked at...
33-degree angle down below zero, motherfucker, like an upside-down protractor. Don't act like you're stupid all of a sudden, Scott.
33 degrees below zero?
Below zero, motherfucker. Yeah, stupid. You said they go down, right? Sun go down around, past Australia, back down. That's way past 33. Don't act fucking dumb, Scott.
So you asking me how I can
Below
see
the
through
dirt
the
and
earth?
water, brother. Are they doing it? When can you show us?
So I show you a picture of seeing through the earth to see a
I
sun
want
at
you
minus
to have
30
a
degrees
video
elevation.
of the
That's
with
weird.
no dirt and water in front of you. You're on Earth. You're up above the ground about a foot. You fly out. You're sitting there. No dirt and water. No earth in front of you. In your helicopter. In your fucking drone. In your hot air balloon. Right? And then film the stars. You'll have ample view of everyone around you, down, below, up, everything. The dirt right there below your feet that stops, that's going to be zero. So clearly you're going to see them below zero, 90 degrees below, or something like that, some crazy fucking amount. Yeah, I know, it's magical, isn't it?
Quite possibly the stupidest person I've ever encountered in my 60 years
No,
on
I'm
this
looking
planet.
for the edge of your fucking globe to see the stars going down.
Never was on a planet.
Quite
You still
possibly
think
the
you live on a
stupidest
star?
person I've ever encountered, Demick.
Because you don't know
Sorry,
where your
man.
globe stops, and you can't get there, and you can't get
You
around.
think if I go up in a helicopter, I should be able to see 33 degrees
curves and
below elevation?
No, but you should be able
Below
to see the
zero.
curve, dude. I truly believe that, man.
You can't find it.
Yeah,
That's where
and
the curve
that's the
is.
problem.
That curve
You
is at
don't
the
know what
same
to
spot where you would
expect.
watch stars, Scott.
Yeah, we do know
The same
what to
exact
expect,
spot.
Scott.
No,
You
you
got a
don't.
fucking measurement for your fucking globe, right?
You don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Waiting for you to get your ball
the
out of the
problem.
classroom and get your little drone and show us what the fuck I'm talking about, baby, because what I say is true 100%, motherfucker. A sphere will show you the attribute of itself, and you will see the floor, and you will not see the sphere no more. That's
Wow.
rotten to the core.
Wow. Profoundly stupid.
There should be
Fly
a
away
place
from
where
it.
this curve is. Where is this curve at?
It's supposedly at 3 miles for a 6-foot person, right?
Yeah.
Right, Scott?
Told
The
us
curve is
this
the curve is everywhere.
Oh, so you don't want to answer that question, right, buddy?
everywhere that you
I
can't
answered the
measure it.
question. It's
Everywhere,
everywhere.
but it's everywhere, but you can't measure it. That's smart.
And you
But
can't
we
see
can
it.
measure it. But we can see it.
You can't
We
touch
can measure it and we can see it.
Can't see
Both.
it,
Put a
dude.
flag
Fuck
in
you.
it.
We can both measure and see it.
Why do we entertain
Okay,
this
well-
liar every day?
I know, man. Somebody needs to just kick him out, please. Fuck.
Because
And then who would you talk to?
We would talk to each other. We were doing fine before you got here, Scott. We really were, man.
Yeah, it was a
Wow.
pleasant conversation.
turn into
All
flat
right, all right.
It was a functional, normal
mute up.
conversation. You
I'll
chimed
mute
in
up.
and
You guys can
shit
go. You guys continue with the circle jerk. Go right ahead.
Buddy.
Look,
Bye.
he's edging now. He's edging.
Yeah, he triggered over something I said, and now look what happened. He got all the attention he wanted, and that's the story. Tomorrow, it's
Story of
same.
your life, Scott. Nobody wants you, buddy.
Like I said, he spends more time here than he does with his own family. Go figure. if he even has a fan.
See,
If he
Scott,
has,
I feel bad for saying that last comment, dude, and I'm gonna apologize to you. Okay.
Yeah, I think Scott's a good guy. I just think his head's in the wrong place, and he's just, I don't know. He's just something not right about him. There's something. He's a nice guy, but there's something just not right about him, and it's the globe.
Yeah, he's working very hard to believe.
I disagree. I think he's a narcissist piece of.
It's the news. It's the news. I asked him one specific question, and no matter what, he said he'll vote for Biden if he's dead. He watches the news, and he only goes by what other people say.
Yep.
Yeah, did you guys watch the interview yet with last night?
No,
Stephanopoulos?
I didn't watch it.
It was yeah, I would say like
Made
fuck.
for TV.
Like, it's almost as bad as the ISS videos. Like all the cuts and everything, it's like holy shit.
Yeah, it's
Like
just
you
drama,
can't even
eh?
get through an interview. Well, on the news source that's all in. They're all in to give him a good interview. And he
But at
couldn't
some
even do
point,
it.
you got to ask yourself why. Why would they even bother, right? Like, why would they do this kind of? Why would they show you this?
Yeah, it's like to show that the people aren't gonna care. Like they'll vote for him anyway.
Like, this is the leader of the free world, for fuck's sakes, man.
I mean, the same thing happened with Reagan on Reagan's second term. He was barely checked in, but this is like way worse than Reagan was.
Well, I don't think many Democrats actually believe that Biden is, and they're making decisions and stuff. I think they're voting for the Democratic Party, like the apparatus behind Biden.
Yeah, they're
That's just-
communists.
that's so fucked up, though, right? That you have a president, but you know that he's not the president, right?
yeah, they're just as retarded as the president. The president's just a puppet there, but those people that are voting for a puppet are retarded.
I think American Idol is run smoother than the presidency. Looking for the next American Idol president.
Both
Yeah, I
TV
mean,
shows.
there was an episode of Black Mirror, or maybe it's like Electric Dreams, or one of those despotic shows where they do that. They basically that's how they determine who was going to run. It was just like an American Idol.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Well, everybody thinks there's not a way to cheat on ballots or electronically or voting and this and that. There really always is. Somebody's got to input that last number, whether it's old Grandma Betsy or Uncle Tom's cabin. I don't know. Could be Bob
That's
Ross.
just so fucked up. You know he's not the president, right? Like, you know it. Like, it just deletes everything. It deletes your vote. It deletes all of that fucking bullshit, right?
100%. But people still watch TV and say, "Oh man, this, and this," because they said. But we know this guy. We know that doesn't make any sense. But we're gonna do it. We know what not to jump off this cliff, but we're gonna do it anyway because the news said so. That's exactly what it is. Jumping off the Biden cliff, the Trump cliff, the Obama cliff. Which one do you want to jump off of? That's the
Like, let's
question.
just keep playing along with the charade, right? Like, fuck me, man.
Right. Same with the globe shit. Which scientific cliff do you want to jump off? The math science cliff, the non-physical, the point and look that way cliff, like the no model cliff. Like, let's just fucking jump off all of them. You know, what the hell?
At what point do you confront it, man? Like, or you just keep playing along, right? Like, whatever.
Right. Fucking Geronimo in here. Everybody's Geronimo off the globe cliff. Just jump off. Just go for it. Yep. It's all true. There you go. Look, splat. Yeah, you're gonna look splat. Yep, splat. Next. It's that crazy. These people are lining up to jump to the bottom of a cliff of ignorance. It's weird. Nobody stop and say, "Hey, man, Don't go up to the cliff. Tell that dude F off. Push that fucking dude off the cliff. What the hell? Why are we... Why would you fight with your neighbor and fight with the guy down the road or fight with the... Like, what? We have people we can fight with. The motherfuckers that stand up there in a $5,000 suit talking about work and this and that and the American... Get the fuck out of here. The American way for who? And if they're what they show you is to just get up and take what you want and do what you want, stand up and say F what you're doing. I'm gonna be sleepy Joe Biden in my suits and do cocaine and then nobody knows nothing and who gives a fuck, right? About all these people, right? So why would we give a fuck to be nice and let them keep doing it?
He's worse
See
than the
Joe Biden?
president from Idiocracy.
What do you say to him if you see him standing there?
I would just click in front of his and wave in front of his face and see if he, see if I get any reaction. That's what I do.
Snap your fingers in his ear, right?
Yeah. Like, go, hey, go. What do you want in your horse's ass?
Well, who are the people that own the buildings they get to stand in?
Yeah, we own them.
All right, so like down at the end of the day, you got these people that let them come and do this shit, or people with like applying them supplying them the ability to do all this shit. Like what? Those people are bad too, in a way. I mean, it's not really that they're bad; it's just they shouldn't do that. And that they're like, "Hey, man, Joe Biden wants to speak in this thing." I don't care. Go tell Joe Biden to jump in a fucking dumpster for all I care. I wouldn't let him speak shit of mine. Or Trump. None of them. None of the actors. None of the science dudes, Joe Rogan, none of them. I'd say you stand the fuck outside on the sidewalk. I'll do the podcast with you from the inside of my spot, and you stand on the sidewalk like a piece of shit. Until you motherfuckers can stop lying.
And that's the way society is. You kind of have to go along to get along, right?
Yeah, and it's weird.
Yeah, it's interesting that all these blue-haired, purple-haired, orange-haired, like nose-ringed, tattoos all over them, they don't look too happy to me. The ones that the Biden voters, in other words, they don't look very happy.
No, the time's being stolen by Trump.
They seem kind of pissed off, actually, about everything.
They could have built 3 houses, but instead they're yelling for Trump. Takes a lot of energy to yell like that, you know?
So you think all 82 million people voted for Biden have nose rings and blue hair?
I don't think 82 million people voted for him, Scott. I think it's all a big show, dude. That's what I think. Man.
Yeah, or the abject retarded, they'll vote for him too.
All part of the conspiracy, huh?
Yeah, regardless of hair color, Scott, you don't have any hair, but they're all useful idiots. Yeah, it's true. You are a useful idiot as well.
How am I useful to
So
them?
Scott, figure this out for me, buddy.
Yeah.
So Biden got 82 million. Trump got 80 million too, right?
No, he got 76 or something like that.
So that's 150 million. How many people you think voted in America? You think 150 million people voted in America?
Probably, yeah.
Do you think there's 150 million people that are eligible to vote in America?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think that adds up to 150, does it? 140? Or maybe 150, I don't know.
What, you can't do math now?
Not in my head, no. I've been on a computer too long.
Wow.
These things go away if you don't use them. But anyways, yeah, as many people voted as showed up. Yeah, this is true. You believe they're not?
You were the one hyping up the whole mail truck thing, Scott. That was you 4 months ago.
So Scott,
you said, I pray to God that we'll be able to vote by mail forever. That was you, Scott. What do you mean? Who
Scott,
shows up?
how
You're an
many
idiot,
people?
dude.
How many people are in America, dude?
330 million.
All right. So
Right
of
around
those
there.
people, how many people do you think are of age to vote? Like, do you think it's 50% are kids and the other
Something like
50% are adults?
225, something like 225, 250, or over 18.
You think so?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
I saw it one time.
Yeah, he
You can
saw
look
the
it up.
globe one time
What
too.
year?
Just
You
like
can
the
look up the
globe.
you can look up the population distribution, right? I mean, it's pretty easy.
He saw the globe one time too. That's right. He saw it.
It's
So you
weird how you
think
get
more than half? So you
everything.
think more than half are not children, right? Or
That's
not
what
under
I
the
saw,
age
yeah.
of 18?
That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah.
It does,
He
doesn't
saw,
it?
he saw
Why
it on
not?
TV. He saw it on TV. Why would you doubt that?
I just thinking logically in my head, right?
All the single
Yeah.
moms with like
Huh,
7
we-
kids and 5
for
kids apiece.
We
All the
count
dads
everybody
with
from
5
18 to
kids and 2 kids.
60, or eight. Well, you know, I don't know what's the oldest age, the oldest person, 100, but you know, most people make it to 80, right?
I don't know about that.
Oh,
Well,
hell no.
okay, so most people make it to 70, and so
No,
we have
not
18
the guy
to
riding the
70. That's
motorcycle the other
what
day.
52. That's 52 years.
Let's
of
say
people?
60, Scott. That would probably be more realistic.
Yeah, I'd say
Well,
69, 68, 69.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm turning 60 very soon, and none of my friends are dead yet, and they're all 60 with me.
Seriously,
So
none of your friends are dead, dude?
no,
So you don't have very many friends then, right?
I have no friends who have died yet.
You have no
unfortunately.
friends. I get it.
Yeah, whatever. But anyway,
Makes your statement true, I guess.
okay, so let's say we count 18 to 60. That still leaves us with what, 42 years? Whereas 0 to 18 is 18 years. Which group do we think would be bigger? The people that account for 42 years of life, or the people
God,
account
who
for 18
engaged
years of
Scott
life?
again?
I
Fuck.
know, man. Fuck me. It's my
Because-
fault. I'm sorry, Crit.
Because I mentioned his
just saying,
compatriots, the ones with the blue and colored hair, and he had to speak up about that because he doesn't agree. But yeah, those are all his compatriots.
I
This
just
is
wondered
the-
if they all have
And
blue
just for
hair.
shits and giggles, Scott. Just for
Scott,
shits and
this
giggles,
makes
dude. What's the census of how many people vote in the United States? What's the percentage?
I think
Shit,
it's like
let's go
50
back
some,
to the
I think
topic
there's
of the
50 some
channel.
percent in the last.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah. All right. Heretic
Yeah,
is spoken. I obey.
Scott's demonstrated he has
What I
no
do, I
idea about
obey.
numbers, and that explains a lot how he gets tripped up by this 39-59 water ball now.
We've been-
It's all
yeah,
starting to
okay.
come together, Scott.
Okay.
No, in his opinion, 100% voted, right?
No, we're not doing that. Heretic asked us to go back to the flat Earth, and it's his room.
It was going to turn into a refraction chant of sorts, anyways. However many
No,
are,
we're-
however, whatever number is necessary, right, Scott, for refraction. It's funny though, you just exposed that you can't even do 70 plus 80. What's up with you?
I can do that. That's 150. But
Oh, we gave you the answer. Anyways, so that explains a lot why this whole 39-59 water ball remains embedded in your psyche. You don't know shit about numbers.
I can tell you how to get the latitude and longitude if you have 3 stars where you know the GPs. Can you do the same?
I don't know, Scott, but
Yeah.
Apparently not. Huh?
I was able to add 70 and 80.
Well,
Yeah, I
can
can.
you give me the latitude and longitude if I gave you the GP as the 3 stars?
Yeah, let me go get my whiteboard and spend the rest of the day doing this, Scott. Start spitting out the numbers and just post it to the class.
So
You can't
can.
do math,
Okay.
therefore the Earth's globe.
Like
Yes,
that.
you're just saying I can't do math.
Like that. I just posted it for you.
I'm better at it than you are.
Sure, of course you are.
70 plus 80. I got it 3 minutes before you did.
Requires a flat plane for the GPs and a flat plane for the stars.
Okay, and then what do you do? What's step 2?
Your angle to them. Know what time
Okay.
it is. Get your book out. Look it up.
Three
Okay.
circles of
And step 3?
circles of equal elevation circles.
Okay, and then what do you do once you get the equal elevation?
Yeah, you
How
don't
do you-
have
how
that
do you-
on a globe. Period.
How do you create the circles of equal elevation?
You don't do it on a globe. That's for
Not on a
one.
ball.
Number one.
Okay, how do you do it then?
You
Let's
use a
not talk
flat
about-
surface, Scott. You use
Okay,
a
let's not
flat,
talk about
flat surface,
okay.
buddy.
So you have your flat surface. What do you do with it?
You call it not a globe.
You use it.
Okay, you use it. Very specific. Good job, guys.
So you're pointing out you need a flat surface, right, Scott?
And as soon as you point out how you use it,
So
then
you need a flat surface, right, Scott?
You
No,
use
you
it
don't.
that it matches your flat chart that you're doing this all.
You just said you needed a flat surface, Scott. Now you're going to back up and say you don't.
No, because I can show you how it's actually done
Show
without
me
a
how
flat
you do it on a
surface.
round surface, buddy.
Well, I'm cooking right now, but I've offered it many times in the last few weeks to give you guys a demonstration, but nobody was
You
willing
did it
to
on
look.
Friday. You didn't show up.
Nobody's willing
You
to
got
look.
debunked. You got debunked on Friday. The correction tables do not match where the curve of the Earth is supposed to be.
Yep.
Yeah, the almanac. You know that thing, Scott, that you use to get your
Fact
GPs?
remains. Fact remains. You guys ran when I offered. Every one of you.
Oh, yeah,
Nope,
we were
not
all
looking. Not
lying,
looking. Not looking. You can't make me look.
I thought you were.
It's like you're not showing up for Nathan's show to debunk him.
Yeah, the one thing Scott can't do is provide us how somebody's actually doing it the way he says. He doesn't have that.
On a real ball.
Well,
Just theoretics.
I'm still waiting for you guys to tell me what step 3 is.
Scott, do it on a curved surface for me right now, buddy. Do it on a curved surface for me.
How do you get
please?
your circles of equal elevation? What's step 3? Come on, man. You guys can
No,
do
why
it.
don't you show us how to get an elevation,
That's how we get 'em.
angle? Show us how to get an elevation angle from a curved surface first.
Yeah, and 3 equal altitude of elevation ones. 3 circles that are equal altitude on a curve from your position when you're up above fucking 2 of the circles, and you can be lined up with 1. No, hell no. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, the other thing Brian
Well-
showed too is how you fucking correct for dip, right?
Yeah. How do you correct for dip?
Yeah, you remove the height of the observer, man. Put the fucking measurement on the floor, dude. You don't do some fucking cockamamie tangent bullshit.
So how do you calculate the dip angle?
Like I told you, you remove the height of I from the fucking from the equation.
This is a number thing. This is a number thing.
No, you can
gotta
make
come
it a
up with-
number thing. I'm telling you how it is, dude.
Well, when they do it, they use numbers, right? And they get a dip angle.
See,
How
I
do they
listened
get
to
the
Jedi a
dip?
few times, dude, and there's a reason why they took the measurement from the crow's nest before they leave the harbor, dude.
Okay, how do they get the dip angle?
Why do they do that? Why do they take the measurement from the crow's nest before they leave the harbor, Scott?
To get the height above the sea.
All right. So what do you need the height above the sea for, Scott?
As part of your calculation for the dip angle.
A horizontal reference, no.
To bring the measurement down to the floor, dude.
Incorrect.
Properly, right? Because the ship is
Incorrect,
loaded in the harbor, right? And fucking
No.
you got to know how high you are above the ocean, right, dude?
Yes. And then they put it into a calculation. Do you know
And
what
then
that
they
calculation
minus
is?
that off, dude, and bring that
No,
fucking.
they don't minus that.
Okay, if you say
That's
so,
not what they
dude.
do. Well, it's a fact. And this just shows
And
you
why
guys have
do you-
no idea what you're talking about because you think they minus something. What do they
And
minus?
and you think that fucking almanac lines up to your fucking curve math, and it doesn't, dude.
What do they minus?
The height of
They're
I, dude.
minusing the point.
Okay, so they take the height of I. Let's say the height of I is 30 meters, or no, that's pretty high. Let's say 10 meters. What do?
They put it down to the floor, bro.
They
So
subtract
they
that
take the
make it
so
down to
the
the
dip angle at 10 meters is what?
I don't know, dude. I'm not gonna fucking get into
Exactly.
fucking mathematics. with you, Scott.
Exactly.
I just explained what I meant, and if you don't understand it, that's not my problem, man.
No, the thing is, you don't understand it.
I totally
Not
understand what I said.
Because in order to do thrust navigation, they have to get numbers. They need a dip angle.
Yeah, and
they
it's
can't
not
say
a-
it's something. That doesn't work to just say, oh, it's something. They calculate a
You're not
specific
measuring
dip
anything
angle.
down
What is
below.
that?
You're not measuring below a horizontal. You're measuring to a fucking horizontal, and you're stopping right there.
Okay,
There is
blah,
no
blah, blah, blah,
dip
blah.
angle.
What's the dip angle from 30
Blah,
meters?
blah, blah,
Okay,
blah,
10
blah.
meters.
Brother,
What's the
brother.
dip angle from 10 meters?
It's the point of contention beyond your motherfucking ability to see or describe what you're doing. It's a point beyond your contention where you want to make
No,
shit up
the-
and be
no.
retarded.
The
Right?
correct
So
answer
then you-
would be a number.
So then you bring it to math, right? When you could have a side view of reality.
That's what
and
they do at
fuck all
thrust
this
navigation.
shit,
They
right?
bring it to math.
Stupid. A side view would guarantee, and you could shut the fuck up.
So what are you talking about, Scott? The 1.76 times the observer's height in feet or squared? Is that what you're talking about, dude?
But he's not
Is
adding.
that the number? Yeah. Is that the equation? 1.76 times the height?
What are we
Yeah,
over?
but
Squared.
it doesn't equal his curve, though.
I know.
No,
It
we're
doesn't,
over a
it doesn't
horizontal
equal the
plane.
globe. It doesn't equal the globe. It was debunked on Friday.
Now, can you
We're
tell me
over a
where they got that
horizontal plane.
1.76
All
number
they're
from?
adding
From a
is the
flat Earth
extended-
measurement, dude.
Right.
Okay, tell me how they did it from flat Earth measurement.
You can take your globe math and try and figure it out with the 1.76, dude, and it don't work.
But that's how they got the
Really a
number.
lift.
Dude,
That
And
number
it
was
can
derived
move
from the
on
height
top.
and the radius. That
Go
number was
listen to
derived from the
Friday's
height and the
show.
radius of Earth.
Yeah, go listen to Friday's show. It's probably streamed on 4 different platforms. You guys got smoked.
Whatever, dude.
Yeah, there is no radius of Earth. The fuck?
Except for that 1.76 number is derived from that.
No, it's not, dude.
No, it's
It
not.
is. It is. It is.
No,
It is.
it's derived from the model, from your
it's
globe
derived
model.
from
They never
39,
tested it
59
in
miles
actual
forward.
practice, because when we do practice it and measure it according to this formula, then we see that it is not what it actually states, that an object falls below the horizon. Because we can still see the whole object in full.
Right. If you're using that formula, it would only consist of from your feet a 39, 59 fucking horizontal line to whatever object or whatever. That would be their R. That would be their.
Okay, so the moment you guys can tell me where they got the 1.76 from, let's talk.
You didn't get
Go
shit.
figure
They
it
got it
out.
from a flat Earth, Scott. That's where they got
Okay,
it from, dude.
how did they get it from a flat Earth?
Because it's
Say they
fucking
got it from a
flat, dude. Prove me it's
Okay.
curved, man. Fuck you with your bullshit, man. Prove the curve, dude.
Somebody's
That's all you got to
upset.
do is prove the curve.
Oh no.
No, Scott, here's the thing. It was
Somebody's
debunked on
upset.
Friday. We compared your globe numbers to using that to a flat number, using that, and it matches flat versus it doesn't match globe at all. It's off
How'd you
by.
guys derive the flat number?
Go ahead and
It's
listen
in the
to
almanac,
the show.
Scott.
You've never done it here.
Listen to the show and then talk to us.
Yeah. You guys don't understand it then, do you? Because you
You
can't
don't
tell
know
me
what
how
your
to derive
dip
the flat
correction
number.
is. That's how
I
fucking
do.
dumb you are. You keep talking about your dip correction. Now you're asking us about a horizontal. You're making the horizontal.
Well,
You
I
dip-
can
you
I
dip
can
inside the dip.
actually do the dip correction myself,
It's not a dip.
but it is.
No, it's a horizontal line.
It's not.
You fucking retard.
It's not.
That's how
If there
dumb
were-
you are.
If the Earth were flat, we would need no dip correction. This is so you guys can't grasp that.
No. It's not a globe. Therefore, dip correction.
No.
The height of eye is the
Yeah,
thing,
because
regardless of if it's flat or a globe. It's going to be a height of your eye above the surface of the water.
Where would the horizon line be in terms of angle elevation if the Earth were flat?
We can only get an angle from a flat surface. You can only
Okay.
get a horizon
Once again,
from a flat.
where would the horizon line be in terms of angle,
Yeah,
angle
see,
of
so you're-
elevation if
so
the
Scott,
Earth were
you're
flat?
stating that you know where how far away the horizon is, dude.
Nowhere.
So let's fucking talk about the curve now, buddy. So that fucking curve is supposed to be fucking at 3 miles, right, Scott?
No.
And what's the horizon?
It's not?
No.
So what size is
only-
your globe then, dude?
It's only at 3 miles if you don't account for refraction. But
What
it's
size
actually
is your
part-
globe then, Scott?
Refraction is part of that
Is
calculation.
refraction part of your fucking calculation when you figure out the size of your globe?
No, water and dirt are not
No.
refraction. We're measuring water and dirt, Scott. Measuring tools, measurement like a fucking surveyor. Surveyors
we are.
don't measure refraction when they do surveying in your backyard, or the fucking people that come put bushes in and trees and hills and little ponds. They do not measure refraction.
Like, that's how fucking idiotic this is, dude. You bring refraction into geometry, man. What the fuck?
No, I bring refraction into optics, and you're talking
No,
about
I'm talking
scale.
about geometry, and you know I'm talking about geometry, but
Well,
yeah, you bring up fucking
geometry,
refraction.
geometry, it is where you said it would be. We're talking just geometry.
But you just told me it wasn't, dude.
Well, I thought you were talking about observing it.
No, I'm talking about the distance to your fucking fake horizon, man.
Yeah, but the distance is not where we observe it.
Holy
Can we get
shit.
a side view? Can we get a confirming side view, or we just gotta imagine?
No, can we get a confirming fucking answer out of this guy, man? One time it is, and one time it isn't, right? Like, what the fuck?
Well, if you can't, if you don't understand the difference between observation and
No, you
idea,
don't understand the fucking difference, dude.
no, I do.
Yeah, he brings
He doesn't know what
imagination.
he's talking about because we asked him to get there earlier. We said, "Can you get a hot air, a balloon, a drone, or a helicopter to that exact position or location?" And then he got all stupid. So quit saying you can find a fucking location on Earth or you're accounting for dip of it when you can't find it. So how does your accounting fucking work when you go out there, it's not there no more? What did you account for?
Do you have a distance to your horizon or don't you, Scott?
A physical location. We really love to sit right there and put a building on it, a little tent.
Yes, the actual distance to the horizon is done by the Earth Curve Calculator that you guys all know and love.
All right, now prove that fucking curve, you fucker.
Yeah,
I'm
go
back,
to that
boys.
spot.
I can only prove it by observation.
By imagining it, I get it.
No, by observing it.
You at that
And
location.
observing it must include refraction. That's the
He
way
just said you
that's
couldn't
the way
observe
observations
it.
work.
He said just a minute ago you couldn't observe it. Now he's saying you have to
No, I didn't
observe it.
say. I didn't say it's. I didn't say. I said we don't observe it where it really
You-
is.
It's funny
You
how they
have to
jump back
ima-
and forth,
You
right?
have to imagine it, don't you? You imagine it.
No,
Yeah.
we calculate it.
No, you imagine. That's what I mean. You imagine it.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess I guess if numbers are hard for you to deal with, I guess you would think it's all imagination.
The only way you have a globe is on a piece of paper on a fucking table. A
Inference.
flat table,
No.
by the way. That's the only place your globe exists is on paper.
For those of us who don't have a problem with numbers, they're more than imagination.
It doesn't exist in the real world, in the natural world.
I get it. I get it. The world's confusing to you. I get it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
your curve doesn't exist in the natural world.
I've got a problem with no live visuals of any side views, of any curves, of anything going down. Like, where's the boat going over the Niagara fucking globe?
So Brian brought
Yeah,
up another point too,
that's-
Scott, right?
right.
You use 1.76 times the observer's height in feet squared, right?
For the dip angle?
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
So how do you get a fucking angle from a squared equation?
What do you mean?
What I just said.
That doesn't make any sense. And if you understood math, you would say, okay, that's not a problem.
It's not a problem.
How do you get 4 from 2 plus 2? It's the same
Well, we're
question.
talking squared,
you just
dude.
Do. You just do. Why is squared a problem for a number?
Because it fucking
You get 'em-
refers to your fucking ellipsoid, man.
Yeah, I know. But why is this a problem for you?
It just
I
is,
don't
dude.
understand that. It's not, though. For anybody who understands math, this makes perfect sense, and it's easy.
Just imagine it.
Well, I'm sorry this stuff is confusing for y'all.
No,
really
it's
am.
confusing for you what he's saying. The checkerboard and your floor, they're done by square. How many square of your house? It wouldn't be done that way if you lived on a globe. I'm sorry that's fucking confusing for you, dummy.
You know the Pythagorean theorem has squares in it too, right? A squared plus
Brother,
b
you
squared
hear
plus c
what
squared, and those are all straight lines. You
Let's
get
go
that,
get
right?
Just go get
How
a
does,
sphere.
how does the Pythagorean theorem have squares in it if they're all straight lines?
Brother, go get a sphere and show us, you fucking idiot. Stop making claims you can't back in reality. Go get a real sphere like a cue ball. Show us all these fucking straight lines you got on there.
See, this
And
is the problem.
I'll bet you your check that when we look at it from the side, they're all curving.
See, our default position is reality. His default position is sphere.
Imagination. We get it.
Right. Which he cannot demonstrate with the real ball ever. He wants to imagine ball somewhere, but when you get a real ball in your hand, doesn't contend with flat earth, doesn't match up, doesn't contort or conform.
With reality.
Right.
Yeah, I can go outside and look at reality. He's got to fucking go up into space and look at fucking pictures.
I get it. That fraction's not easy for everybody. I get it.
Yeah, one flat's worth 2 globes in the bush. We get you.
But then it's interesting that you think the fact that the dip angle has a square in it means you can't calculate an angle from it, and that's just
You're not dipping.
weird.
You're dipping outward. It's an extended.
It demonstrates a fundamental inability to understand math. And you think it's a disprover of something, but it just shows that you can't understand math.
Listen, it's not my fault that you can't measure a fucking horizontal line. Then you got to imagine it a fucking sphere and then make it an extended horizontal line again because you're retarded. That's not our problem, dipshit. Dip
Except we
angle.
can, except we
That's
can
what a
make maps.
dipshit. The word dipshit came from dip angle. You fucking dip.
Yep.
Don't do it.
Except we can make
It's not
maps.
real, you dippy motherfucker.
Oh, we're
You
back to
understand?
maps.
The maps are really cool. You guys should learn how to make one day.
What is?
Maps.
The
They're
treasure
really
map
nice.
I gave you with all the X's on it and all the hills and trees?
Yeah,
Yeah,
a treasure map. That's
exciting.
exactly what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
you'll
A
be
treasure
dead by
map.
the time you find it. Yeah, I know, stupid fuck. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
But we've used these things to do things that
You
some of us
haven't
want
done
to do, like
shit.
travel
I
to
haven't
other.
seen you get a ball on camera yet and show us anything.
Yeah, that's stupid. Nobody would do that
Yeah,
for you.
that's what you're supposed to be proving, the attribute of a ball, you fucking idiot. How stupid is that now? It's real stupid,
Except-
ain't it? See how they think a
for-
ball is so fucking stupid to get out and show us? But yet they want to claim everything about it, nothing but ball. They pray to it. It's the religion. But yet when I say get a ball out and show us, they say that's fucking stupid. I know the ball's stupid. We know your religion's dumb. We're trying to point that out to you.
Yeah. Okay.
While you run from a real ball and the attribute of a real sphere and deny all reality. Look at a chalkboard.
You should
I
go
know.
watch that video, dude. Your buddy Manufactotum got his fucking ass slapped all over the fucking room with the same argument that you're fucking presenting right now, man.
Yeah.
I know you won't go watch it because you don't want to fucking confront reality. I get it.
We're just gonna make clips and play them in here every time you're in here. Then.
Cool. Sorry.
All right, we got any other Globers? That's Scott Mackey.
Don't burn yourself.
Yeah. I got to mute you up. Turn on the blender.
Fucking thank God. Any other Globers in here? Come on, man. Bring out your evidence. Show us it's a globe.
So if you're measuring a tangent to a circle in math, do you have to account for refraction?
In Scott's view, you do. He just stated that, I'm pretty sure.
No, to actually do any math with a real circle on a flat piece of paper, you shouldn't have to do any magic because the circle would be on the paper. We could all see it and use the same circle and do all of our stuff and touch each physical point to comprehend it's real, right? The attribute of. On this said globe, that's not the case, brother. Mathematics just pointing that way and looking at fucking air, they do not conform with each other. Mathematics of an actual thing like a car, a boat, a thing like you're getting the time, the ratio, the compression, the gearing, the speed. Okay, you can use a number. Okay? And you can convince me that number might be, applicable for what we're talking about. And I'd say, okay. But or if you have an apple in your hand and another apple. But if I say how much is one apple tree plus one apple tree, it's not going to be two fucking apples anymore, is it?
Nah, they got to use imagination, dude, to get that distance to the horizon, right?
Right. And what they're doing is, since they know it's an extended flat plane, it's not a dip angle they're correcting for. They're correcting for an extension. It's a direct extended plane, and they're correcting for perception where they didn't add perception in any of the fucking calculations to begin with. They're adding the R, they're adding the angle, they're adding
No, but you heard him, man. Like, fuck, when you're trying to get that tangent to that horizon, dude, and he starts bringing in fucking refraction and fucking magic and everything else because he can't fucking explain how he fucking got that.
because it's not the physical fucking spot where their globe ends. It keeps going like flat Earth, and that's what they're mad about. Their globe has to stop right there. Like at 3959s, where forward from me, the globe's edge has to be right there. It has to be
In their fucking worldview, yeah.
right. And what's not happening is we see past that point, and we can see beyond that point, and that's proving flat Earth. So what they're adding is flat Earth distance instead of the dip. They're adding the distance forward, and they're saying, "Oh well, the light is making it appear to be an extended horizontal plane." Now we can see farther. It's fucking stupid. It's stupid. The math is it's only a piece. It's only a chunk of math added, extending your perception. It's adding your perception, your perspective, and then adding a little more of your perspective beyond that. Because it's like more of your perspective you'll need to cover more ground. So they're taking you and putting you in front of yourself, and that's the dip correction, that's the angle, that's the variation they're doing basically, or dropping you below, like you said, dropping you down accordingly to the zero.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
No, the zoom cameras fucked them, right? Like fucking both go over the horizon and then fucking we zoom that shit in and there it is. Like what the fuck? The horizon's not there, is it?
No, and that's why the Jesse and them have to go up to the top of a mountain, and that's why they always want to go up, right? They want to add that distance to their up and not even worry about it, and then not worry about perspective also. They want to act like that's no big deal. Because we can only see so far, right? And then when they go up higher, all they're doing is seeing a little further. They're adding just another, it's perspective.
Angle, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but you don't see that curve though, right? As you're going up, man. Like fuck, man. The boat's going over the fucking horizon, but you don't see that shit, right? Like what the fuck?
Here's the way to put it. Mount Rushmore, you still see the whites of their eyes and their nose and their teeth and their mouth and their face. There's no tilt. You don't see the boogers. You'll never see up the nose of Mount Rushmore. Correct. 100%. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, it only goes one way, right? It goes apparently over the horizon, but not to the left or right. There's no slope at all, ever.
Right.
So their perspective and how they view it is fucked.
Right, you're looking at a horizontal line in the center and supposedly a dot edge curve, and dot edge curve somewhere imaginary that way to your left and that way to your right. That's not how the curve works. The curve would be most prevalent in the center focal point of your fucking horizon.
Yeah.
That would look like a protractor in a way.
It's simple though. That boat's going over at 3 miles, man. Like fuck, it's not further. It's 3 fucking miles. That's right. You know, like fuck.
I know, and that's what pisses me off about them not using side views. When I can stand here at a certain distance away from you while you're 3 miles away from that boat and see the boat and you both meet up with a horizontal line and so does the water, what are we even here talking about?
Yeah, no, and then 30 miles away you see the same fucking thing, right? Like fuck me.
Right. What's even in contention here? None of them will fly a drone out. Tell them to get their most badass drone, fly it out 8 inches over water. Tell them to fly it out fucking 500. Tell them to get their buddy to fly his drone to them. Tell them to fly it 1 foot out past him, 8 inches above the water, and they're way across the lake. So his drone in their view should be able to drop fucking down and not get wet. Now all your buddy has to do is drop his drone. He just flew out away from him to you. Drop it down. Stack like it was your drone flying away. Now it's supposed to be able to drop down. And if the lake is fucking 20 miles, 10 miles, 5 miles, all we want you to do is drop it down 8 extra inches. So start at 1 foot and drop down 8 inches. So 20 inches. So drop down 20, drop down 19. Fly your drone down.
And then their excuse, they're just convinced that it's too big to see, right? Like, fuck, is it too big or is it at 3 miles? Like, what the fuck is it, man?
This drone experiment, it's nowhere. You can't drop your drone down to this dude's not going to be able to go a foot above water and ever drop his drone down more than a foot. It's done. He can't drop it down 13 fucking inches. It would be his drone to be done. It's hitting water. They're done, son.
By the way, how is that device called that measures the sea level if you are above or under?
A barometer.
Barometer. So it is done at sea level, right? So every ocean stays at the same height overall. It's everywhere. So the only way to measure your position where you actually are is by this gyrometer, because I don't know how they do it, but it's not a GPS thing,
No,
right?
it's by a barometer and an altimeter, and it's by up and down. It's not by arc. It's by, just like you said, a horizontal sea line.
No, they have to imagine a center of the earth, right? Some imaginary fucking spot.
No, mark that spot. Mark that spot and prove that spot's the center of fucking gravity for that area of orientation. So, yeah, that's what you need to do. So throw some shit from some place, mark that spot, and that's where the shit should go to from where you're above. Shouldn't fall any other way. Use water, get a big tank of water, put it right over that spot, and then that focal point, that fish tank is that center point of gravity from where you just marked it. Throw everything towards that spot, and if anything falls away, you just debunk the whole globe. So simple. There is no focal point.
Yeah. If at all, it just attach or buy 2 of those barometers and attach one at your place and one at the drone, yeah, and just fly it out and see what happens.
Can you imagine all the focal points of gravity if there were strings and hands really pulling on you from every orientation as you move to the center of a sphere? Oh my god.
Yeah, I wonder about those places where the needle is spinning all the time, where there's actually no focus at all. I
You're
wonder
talking
how
about
they
the
explain
compass,
that.
right?
Yeah.
Would you just float in the center and spin around when you dug down to the center? Would you just float and then you'd have to climb out, so you'd be going against gravity?
Would it crush you?
You'd just be floating around.
Oh, this shit goes on all day, man. Fucking, there's so many fucking holes in this story. It ain't even funny.
I thought gravity was going to make a big bang and crush us all to a focal point. Now it's just going to leave us alone. It's going to be like, leave me alone. I'm in the Lagrange.
Yeah, because it evens itself out. It wants to crush you, but at the same time it doesn't, so it just leaves you alone.
Oh, like the eye of the storm, baby. I like it.
Yeah, you need that distance to the horizon to get your fucking tangent, dude. So let's just fucking admit that that's at 3 miles.
You dig straight down and then you want to go back up. If you just move over 1 inch and then start going up, you'll be like so far away from where you started.
How about if you go down in water, right? Just go straight down in the ocean and then take a right or a left towards the horizon. Shouldn't you just pop out the surface? Why are we not doing this shit, man? Fudge. Just dive down in the ocean at 45 degrees and then pop out. This dive into the surface and pop out the surface.
I posted Manufactotum's downfall for everybody. It's at 3 hours and 32 minutes it starts. It gets to a slow start because I think Nathan was getting coffee or something. But anyway, you'll get the gist of his questions. And I know Scott won't watch it, so we'll give you a rundown. He gets smoked. That's the rundown.
Thanks, buddy.
It's our show, not Nathan's, because Nathan's show was before it, and Manufactotum wouldn't come on during the show. They always wait for afterwards, and then if Nathan leaves, they say, oh, well, I see he was afraid he wouldn't stick around. This time he stuck around for almost 4 hours. I'm just one of the muters. I don't make noise during these shows. I just mute people and remove them.
Anyone heard from Manufactotum since?
No, dude, I haven't seen him in here, man.
Not.
R.I.P.
Yeah, it could be it.
We need some of our clippers to get that section out of that 11-hour video so that we can chunk it down into like a sound bites, just for sound bites purposes.
Rich was upset that he got booted. I said, dude, you've got this globalist who's doing a one-on-one. He's getting roasted, and here you are changing your username to Manufactotum to spread confusion in the VC and the TC. He's like, oh yeah, my bad. I go, why do that? Yeah, and that's why he was upset.
Because it screwed them up. Now we're causing chaos. Fuck that. I just got rid of them.
I said, what on earth made you think that would be appropriate? Like that, like everyone would be like, oh, look at, there's like a whole, like imagine if everyone just started doing that. All the globalists just all changed their name to Manufactotum, so you didn't know who was talking. There's no way of clipping it and really getting a good, solid soundbite. Which Manufactotum was that? Who posted what? See, they all were running ear interference. They just saw this demolishing. I mean, it's good that it came back all full circle. Because 10th Man's the guy who brought up celestial navigation to begin with. And it's good that he brought, the Nathan Oakley panel brought it home. They knocked it out of the park. How many years ago was that? And now it's reached its crescendo. The guy who thought that they rolled out, here's Manufactotum, he is their celestial navigation guy. And his goose was cooked.
I think I was there listening to, I think I was in, yeah.
Yeah, it was rough. I mean, the globals were doing all whatever they could, It was just like with Evans just trying to, sow chaos. He's like, we got to burn it down, shut it down. He saw the train wreck and, oh, go ahead.
Dinosaurs on flat disk memes. Those guys came in. Boom, boom, boom. I got rid of them just like that.
All this rhetoric and all this narrative painting. I experienced something very different yesterday. But yeah, keep going.
Yeah, he diffused you. Nathan Oakley knew that you came in triggered. You're upset that Flat Earthers lied to you. And he said, hey, let me try something. I'll give him exactly the answer he wants and see what he does. And you didn't know what to do.
Right.
You just kind of stood there.
Why are you narrative painting? Why can't you just stick to what actually happened?
Yeah, you got to ask your question. He answered you.
I posted the show for everybody to watch. You'll be in that part of the clip because I think you were white knighting at some point.
Let's see if Crit's memory is working. Do you remember the question? You remember the question I asked Nathan that he never answered?
You were like, nuh-uh. And he was like, who's this white knight? Somebody mute him.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he told you perspective. That's the answer you wanted.
Happened.
You wanted perspective. He gave you the answer, and you still freaked out.
People with a clear mind, they know what happened. Like I asked Nathan a very simple question, and he said, "I don't know."
Yeah, he told you perspective.
Clear mind, my.
Nobody knows what.
Do you remember the question?
Yeah, he said nobody knows what the things are in the sky. Yeah, I don't know. I said I don't know to you. I also told you I don't fucking know.
How is that a win for anybody? Saying
he
that
said
you
perspective.
Don't know that's not the answer. We know it's not perspective. That's
How
the
do you
point of me
know,
asking
dude?
the question. That's why I asked the question, because I know the answer is not perspective.
What's not perspective?
The cause of the stars declining 1 degree every 69 miles.
But,
and they're sitting here acting like they have a reason to.
Yeah, the stars move, brother. We get it, man. Fuck, man.
Dude, this fake victory lap is so weird. Like, I experienced Nathan not answering my question. So
what do you use besides perspective to look or to view?
So do you think that star's dropping, or is just the Earth moving, dude?
Well, we know that if they were to be dropping because of perspective, then you should see the distance between stars change.
Do we know the distance?
No.
So then how the fuck can we know if it's changing?
Do you know the laws of perspective?
Yeah.
Well, then you could rule out the cause.
Like those stars could be so fucking far away, dude, that you couldn't tell, man.
You could rule out the reason for the stars declining being perspective because it doesn't follow the laws of perspective.
It doesn't fucking necessarily give us your answer, man.
Laws of perspective.
I mean, you could either understand or just argue.
No, I don't think you understand anything because you want to commit. You're construing like different things, dude. You're saying like space, and then here where we're at, up close and personal, and how far we can see, and then like looking up to what the fuck you don't even know the idea of something, space, and the medium of that, or even what a fucking star is to begin with, or how far it really is to begin with. Like all this stuff you just make out of your ass and you try to like mix them and cross them up. Like, perspective, billions of light. No, idiot. No. Perspective has to do with fucking reality here on Earth. Reality, man. How far you can see.
Your celestial
the laws of
navigation
perspective.
requires the stars to be at the same
Are you
height.
gonna let me respond to this that people are saying to me? Yeah, the laws of perspective say that when things lower due to perspective, that they also change angular size. Okay, you do not observe that happening. No one
How
ever
do you know
has.
you don't observe that happening, man?
Go
Here,
ahead,
I'm
find
gonna
me an
unban
observation of
Rich
that.
so he can come in and tell and give his side of the story. He was listening on
It's
YouTube.
running interference.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. The guy who was running interference yesterday wants to come in and tell you
No,
why.
you're running interference on me right now. Like you don't want this point
Dude,
to
this
be
isn't your
the
platform.
conversation.
You can just like fuck off.
Yeah, you're changing the conversation. Yeah, because you're running
Dude, I
interference.
posted the video so everybody can watch you yesterday, so you don't have to explain it again.
That's a good thing
what's
about
up?
being, on.
You did need it explained again because you're on a victory lap and you didn't win anything.
Hey, Crit.
Neither did you, dude.
It reminded me since I saw Elijah just jump in here. The mod over at like the room owner, not Fox, and also Ben. They said they were having a good conversation with you when you're not busy. They wouldn't
Oh
mind.
yeah. I've been
Yeah,
meaning to go by there again. It's been a while since I talked to those guys.
Yeah, I just want. They were talking about you today, and they said it would when if somebody wasn't too busy when everybody was slow, maybe Elijah or yourself could talk to them.
Yeah, I will. You can tell. I've been meaning to stop by there again. I just haven't done it.
Nice.
So Evans, dude, tell the tale. Why did you feel like you had to run interference when Manufactorum was getting Rick just rolled, just bent over?
Nick Evans, you're up.
Yeah, I just like unbanned you just so you could tell the tale. Your side of the story. What was going on in Globetardia?
Globetardia.
He can't talk. His mom is vacuuming or something.
You lift your feet up.
Big Daddy. Big Daddy Flurf. That's you're funny, bro. Good to see you on here. It's been a while.
He's claiming absolutes about something he has no fucking idea of, though, right?
Yeah, he's 100% sure it's not exactly what happened.
Well, I can tell him what happened. I saw that he changed his name, and I banned him. Tried to screw up the chat. You got to say to that, Dick Evans. I don't ask permissions when we're doing live shows like that. You act normal or you get kicked out.
Proving himself a troll, dude.
I mean, if he's gonna listen in on YouTube, might as well just have him listen in. In general.
Posted his side of the story for you to look at.
That's epic.
I love your response, classic Radwin.
Yeah.
Oh, that is
I'm gonna
perfect.
do?
Yeah, because I never give reasons, do I? I mean, I don't have to give them a reason. They already know the reason. I usually tell them that it's happening beforehand.
Is that the point of contention, Rich, about the name change? That you weren't allowed to change your name?
I changed my name, Rich. I'm a mod, and I wasn't participating at all. I was there to stop all and red mic all of you fucktards that want to make noises and do dumb shit and change your names and stuff like that to the person being spoken to at the time. So if somebody changed they're named a doctor-ish, and then those two couldn't figure out who they were really talking to, I would expect I would get banned because I changed my name to doctor-ish, and then now there's two doctors. So yeah, during a show like that, you're gonna get banned. I see you're afraid to speak. Is your mom still vacuuming?
No, he's like these fact checkers, though, right? When they go to check the facts, they don't even check the main topic. They just check the side facts, right? Like he always tries to divert the fucking argument, right?
I'm back, baby.
Classic Radwin.
Rogue mod, just
What's up,
banning people for no reason. Like, doesn't give a reason, doesn't explain shit.
What's up, Blue Da Vinci? After I muted you over in the Theus experience, are you over here to prove how you know the globe exists?
I want to be reasonable, so like I'm not gonna. I'm
mute
just
this
gonna.
guy.
I'm
Mute
gonna
this
go
guy.
along with what you guys are saying. I'm not gonna impose myself.
Smart, man. That's pretty smart.
Yeah, you go along to get along. That's what the Globe says to do. And they told you that. They told you, like,
I still have my own intentions.
Oh, I bet.
All right, what's your best globe proof?
What's my best globe proof? Globe proof?
photographs from space. Is it photos?
No, yeah, the moon landing. Like
landing. We haven't been back in 60 years, but fucking it's real, right?
Oh,
could the moon
let's
be?
Let's not. Israel is such a minute point. Like it's not.
What?
Let's not.
Could
Let's
the
not
moon,
even.
could the moon be? Could you have a sphere above a could I have a basketball above a basketball court? Could I have a sphere above a plane?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the moon? How the moon's a sphere, therefore the basketball court's a
But some
sphere?
people like that's like I'm not trying to prescribe as if I know everything, right? Maybe there's a reflection on this sphere on this plane that you're speaking of that projects another sphere above your whole existence, right? Like I'm not I don't I can't with in good conscience I can't tell you how it is, right?
Or maybe
That's
there's
not
something
up to
round
me.
up there, right, brother?
Well, so be it. Like, what difference does it make? What difference would it make if it's flat or round? You know,
Exactly, man. That's our point, bro.
Doesn't that go towards like if they're lying to us or they're not? Like, let's say your significant other was lying to you your whole life, or they were being completely honest. There's a difference in that, and that's the only thing that the flat Earth and the round Earth, like the round world brings about.
That's an unfair comparison because flat and round is not a dichotomy.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's not a dichotomy for sure. And I still don't know. You said somebody was cheating on you. All right.
That has nothing to do. Like
I
I
had
think you're
nothing to
just
do
trying
with
to
it.
put a wrench in the whole thing.
No,
That
I mean,
has
I had
nothing
nothing.
to do.
I was out of nowhere. Is all you're like,
Yeah, but it's fine. Okay, it doesn't have a dichotomy. Okay, cool. That's literally not the whole point. Like what I'm
Yeah, what was the
saying
point?
is, if you guys will allow me, I'm saying like the whole flat Earth and then global, like the round Earth thing, is only if they're lying to us.
Yeah,
Like
don't worry about it. It doesn't matter if you're getting cheated on.
Well, I mean, the bottom line is this really is a real comparison because if I claim to you that, hold on, you guys probably are complaining that I'm a little low.
What are you like a psychic? You're psychic now?
Yeah, I mean, somebody was going to say something at some point.
Yeah,
So
you're good though.
a good comparison would be if I tell you that I have a Ferrari in my garage and you come by and there's no Ferrari in my garage, then the claim that I made to you is false. So they say that the earth is geometrically
the size that it is. And so by association, the horizon is a specific distance. That's not a claim that can be verified. That's just not in the garage. And that's all we're saying. Like I don't have to call the world a liar to tell this very simple truth. I just showed my girl that yesterday. And she was like, well, I don't really understand the numbers, but what I do understand is they're saying one thing, and I can clearly see that that's not the case. And that's all you have to do.
Just like those who claim that there's a firmament, right?
Who claims that?
If someone claims a firmament
who claimed
and then
that, Rich?
doesn't,
Rich, who claimed that?
I said someone.
Who?
Yeah, that's a false.
I said someone.
That's a false comparison.
So what? We're just making up a scenario here in your brain.
Yeah, if someone claimed a firmament and then didn't provide any empirics behind it, they would be doing the exact same thing as what
You're
he's
exactly
critiquing.
right, dude. You're exactly right, man.
So it's pretty clear what Elijah just said. The Ferrari's simply not in the garage. We checked.
Yep,
It's not
no
there.
firmament.
Has nothing to do with the firmament. Her firmament.
It actually does have something to do with the her firmament.
No, it doesn't.
Well, the horizon, listen, the horizon isn't intrinsically linked to a globe.
No, who just said that? Who just
So-
said firmament?
so-
Who?
Yeah. So, but what's not the same is gas pressure, because gas pressure is intrinsically linked to the walls of its container.
What about atmospheric pressure?
So yeah, that's the claim that can't be validated. You think we're making a claim about a dome? No. These people make a claim about a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum adjacent to the air we breathe. So we're saying, no, absolutely not. Can't even verify it. It's not the same as somebody looking in my garage and there being a Ferrari there or there not being a Ferrari there. Two completely different things.
So you think you got a gotcha, Rich, by changing gas pressure to atmospheric pressure?
I mean, it's something you guys won't even engage with. So
I'll engage with you. What do you want to know? What's the difference, dude?
So you're saying gas pressure requires a container. Why would that make atmospheric pressure?
So what's the difference
require a
between
container?
atmospheric and gas?
Gas pressure is within a container. Atmosphere is around a planet.
Can you prove that?
It's definitional, buddy.
What's definition?
If you don't like the definition of atmospheric pressure, you can take it up with the actual scientist.
So atmospheric
means
pressure is the
air.
pressure around a planet?
Correct.
Atmo means air. Air doesn't make sphere shapes.
You've never
And
obviously
air
never
is
seen a
gas.
bubble.
A bubble is not air. What are you talking
What's
about?
in a bubble?
Like a bubble in what? Like a soap bubble?
It can be air, right?
Okay.
But
So then, okay, there we go.
This is a fucking dumb argument.
Doesn't Atmo has atom in it, so atom is
no. If you move
I'm
the
a
letters
retard,
around,
right?
I guess.
Can you
No, yeah,
demonstrate
it's
gas
etymology.
pressure
You're talking
without
about
it?
definitions. That's the
Atmo
you're talking
is
about
not
definitions.
atom.
So what makes up the atmo?
But it's in there. It's in there. Like, you not understand etymology? Like,
Yeah, and the word
their whole-
night, as
it's all
in
conducive
good
to
night,
one another.
is in the word
Let's break
night,
it down,
as
Rich.
in person who has a shield and sword.
Oh,
So they
shut
must
up.
mean the same thing.
What's in the atmo, dude?
They're probably they're probably a conductor of the fucking night for sure. That's what it means to me.
Those are homonyms, moron.
What's a homonym?
Right, but he was talking about how ATMO can be rearranged to ATOM, thereby
homonym,
making
it's,
it have to do with atmosphere.
Well,
And a
that was
homonym is a
sidetracked,
word that
man.
sounds the same but has a different meaning.
Now he gets to go off on his little tangent, right, Rich?
I'll
You want to talk about the topic?
You asked me what a homonym was. So
You want to talk about something else, Rich?
didn't. I informed
the way,
you.
the way you
moron.
guys describe some certain definitions doesn't even it's not even universal. You know that,
Well,
right?
in academia, it is. Your reluctance to join academia is
Yeah,
not.
like I don't
issue.
prescribe. I don't care about the law. I've never cared about the law. This European law thing that you guys created is not anything that I fucking
Who's you
prescribe to.
guys?
You Europeans.
I'm North American.
Yeah, you're European. Like North America was
No,
never
no.
yours to begin
I'm
with.
pooping.
You're a poop. You're what?
I'm not a peeing, I'm a pooping.
You're a piece of poop. Is that what you're saying?
We all have some poop inside of us.
Your jokes are hideous, Itch.
Yeah, but if you're North American, you're probably from Europe. Like
if you're from North America, you're probably from Europe. Genius.
To me, it's hilarious when you guys try and act like you're North
Yo,
American.
Da Vinci, stop talking louder
your-
when other people talk.
Your name, like if you were literally.
This is what got you muted before.
Who gives a fuck, man?
Of course, the person who loves to yell over people would say that.
Yeah, you want to sidetrack again, Rich? Let's get back onto this fucking atmosphere bullshit, man.
Yeah, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container, please?
What? We're talking about atmospheric pressure, Duncan. Catch up.
Atmo is air pressure. It's the same thing.
Is air pressure and gas pressure necessarily the same
Hey, Rich.
thing?
All right, Rich, I'll straighten you out. When I do
And
my
why?
vacuum chamber experiment, I remove the atmosphere from the vacuum chamber, and the water turns into gas. So, what do you have to say about that?
Okay, now have miles of air. Make that vacuum chamber miles long
Okay, and then what?
and straight up, and then do the same experiment.
Okay, all right. Still sucks it all out. Whatever.
Wow, you made a
value
miles tall vacuum chamber that quickly?
Yeah, he did, man.
Yeah, I think
I
he's a
can-
liar.
I can
But why
talk
would he
about
lie?
that.
Why would you lie, Doctor?
So let's
Doctor?
sidetrack again, right, Rich? Your only fucking defense, buddy.
So we unmuted you.
Aaron
We
Gas
unbanned
is
you
the
so
same
you can
thing.
act like an asshole today.
I'm just asking questions.
Air and gas are the same thing.
Air is a
Rich,
gas.
when he
Good
ma- when
job.
he made- Rich,
Gas
when he
is
made
not
the
necessarily
container-
air.
Richard, when he made the container a mile long.
So
are
what
you
is
saying
air then,
now
Rich?
Now there's no container required when you have a mile long container. What was your point?
Hold on.
Well, when you have miles long container going straight up, you're gonna have a lot more air on top of the other air, right? So the air
So
at
what
the
is air,
bottom.
dude?
So if you start
When you say air, what is
pumping,
it? Hold on. When you say
Oh my
air, what is
God.
it? When you say air, what is it? What is air?
We're talking about the
No,
air.
when you say air, what is it?
I'm just trying to give you the definition. Don't say no and then stop me mid definition.
Because you want to go off on a tangent, dude. I'm trying to hold you to the topic.
What's the
man.
definition? No, don't tell me the definition. Tell me the definition. Don't tell me the
Here we
definition.
go again, right, Rich? Can you give it to me?
Yeah, he'll give it to you, fucking faggot.
Let Rich pray again.
Come on, man. Definition of air.
The atmosphere of Earth is a planetary atmosphere of Earth composed
Yeah,
of a layer of
that's
gas
what you
mixture that
sounded-
supports
yep.
the Earth's planetary
Perfect.
surface, both lands
Definition
and
of air?
oceans.
No.
Yeah.
Known
Yes.
collectively as air.
Definition of air, Rich.
Do it
I
in
just gave
Latin
it.
now.
Come on, buddy.
I just gave
You
it.
can do it.
I just gave it to you. What are you?
I didn't
deaf?
hear it. Please
So
give
a
it to me.
collection of gases, so it is gas.
What is air, Rich?
Composed of a layer of gas mixture that surrounds the Earth's planetary surface,
So
both lands and oceans, known
Presupposing
collectively
planet.
as
You
air.
imbecile.
Air is
No
gas.
mention of a sphere in there.
Air is a gas, correct.
Right.
No mention
so,
of a sphere. You said
air
planetary
pressure-
surface.
Sorry, air pressure is the same as gas pressure, and gas
No, it's
pressure
not.
needs a container.
You're reading from your hymn,
You just said-
your
you just said
hymnal,
air is
Rich.
gas.
Air is a gas, but that doesn't
Yeah.
mean that gas pressure and atmospheric pressure are the exact same thing.
Get a
Well,
life.
since air is gas, that means it is the same thing. Because
No, it doesn't.
So, what's the difference between air and gas then?
No, so gas
You
is a
suck it, Rich.
category of matter, right?
So gas.
You
is
can
not-
have air, which is a gas, or you could have sulfur hexafluoride, which is a gas.
That's
So
definitely in air.
Right? But that's sulfur hexafluoride is not
You just said-
air.
You just said air is gas.
Air is a gas,
Yeah, and gas
but
pressure.
but
pressure
it's and
are the
sulfur
same thing.
hexafluoride is a gas.
Disperses in all
But
directions
sulfur
over time.
hexafluoride is
Dance for
not
us,
air.
monkey.
Over
Dance.
time. Disperses in all directions over time.
You just said air is a gas. So we got air pressure and gas pressure, the same thing, and gas pressure needs a container.
No, you're just repeating the incorrect statement I've corrected multiple times.
You can't
Well, keep
demonstrate
saying that air
atmospheric
is a
pressure.
gas.
That's the difference.
Yeah, keep saying air is a gas. So
So I'll do what you guys do when you're asked to demonstrate something. Go outside. You'll see atmospheric pressure without a container.
that is.
Don't
a
let your
begging
eyes
question
deceive
logical
you.
fallacy. That's a begging the question logical fallacy. You're
Just
assuming that
take reality
you're
for what
using
it
the
is.
thing you're trying to prove as evidence of the thing you're trying to prove. No. You
And
need to
that's
demonstrate.
exactly what you're
No.
doing, buddy.
No, you need to demonstrate gas pressure without. I can demonstrate gas pressure with a container all day
Can you
long.
demonstrate that you require a physical material container in order to have any form of gas pressure?
Duncan, if
Do
you
it.
wanted
Do
more,
it. Do it.
yeah, I
Yeah,
agree. Rich.
tire
Duncan,
Do
if
it.
you wanted to increase the pressure within a container, how would you do that with just one single gas?
No, sorry. Duncan is going
I'm
to
talking to-
demonstrate
sorry, I'm
for us
talking to
that in order to have
Right.
any form of pressure,
Shut the fuck
you need
up,
a
dude.
material
Shut the
container.
fuck up, man.
Yeah,
Just shut up.
tire
Gases
pressure.
aren't resting on top of other gases. That is retarded. Your
No, that's not.
definition, right? Atmospheric pressure is bullshit. It does not exist.
Well, you can claim it doesn't exist all you want, but that just sounds like you're running away.
Doesn't, because gases don't rest on top of each other, idiot.
Well,
Gases
if you
can't
want to just keep
contain
repeating
itself.
things and hopefully it comes true, then I mean, go for it. But you haven't. You're just saying
Gas
no.
Gas
No, we can't.
Gas doesn't contain itself. It needs a container.
Not atmospheric.
We just said that atmo is air and air is gas, and air and gas pressure are the same thing. You just said air is gas. So, yes.
Rich is expressing his religiosity right now. We have to realize that.
Duncan, if you were going to increase the pressure within a container with just gas that already had gas in it, how could you do that?
Heat it up.
You would need a source to put the gas in. You need a production of gas.
No.
Okay, now
you could also heat it up.
If it's like, okay, now that tank has 15 psi of pressure in it, how would I get more pressure?
You could heat it up.
Duncan.
Sorry, you had what with pressure in it?
I have a container, like of whatever volume, and it's a tire. So I have a tire, and it's 30 psi. How can I get more pressure, a higher pressure?
You put a pump in it. You pump in air.
Yeah. So more stuff within a set volume increases the pressure. All right, now, Rich, now it's your turn. He did it with a tire. Now you increase the pressure. Good. Without a container.
You heat it up.
Good.
I said.
Heat up what?
The gas.
Okay. Without a container?
Gas pressure still needs a container, though. You haven't demonstrated gas pressure.
Not within an
without a
atmosphere. The weight of the gas above it is
But we
what is
just said
keeping
that
it down.
atmo is air and air is gas, and air and gas pressure is the same thing. You said air is gas, so it's the same thing.
A horse is a mammal, and a goat is a mammal, and I can ride a horse, so I should ride a goat. That's what you're doing.
That's a false comparison fallacy. We're talking about air.
If that's a fallacy, then what you are committing is a fallacy.
We're not talking about horses and goats. We're talking about air and
I
gas.
know, that's why it's an analogy to point out the bad logic.
No, it's a false comparison
Bad
fallacy.
analogy, yeah.
Highlighting your bad logic.
Perfect analogy for what's going on here.
Well, we're not talking about horses and goats. We're talking about air and gas and how they're the same thing. And you just said that they're the same thing.
I didn't say they're the same thing.
Richard,
You said
I'm saying air is a gas. Sulfur hexafluoride is a gas. Air is not sulfur hexafluoride.
Well,
Show me a gas molecule sitting on top of another gas molecule. Show
Can
me
you provide your
please.
demonstration, Richard? He took the air and he put more air into a specific amount of volume and increased the pressure. Can you do the same thing without the container, please?
Yeah, I said heat up the air.
Then what happens?
Then the pressure increases.
Where?
Where the air is.
Define pressure.
What?
It's mass over volume.
I'm going to get a lot.
That's density. That's density. Sorry, that's density. Pressure would be a more complicated equation. I'm not familiar with, but the idea here being that saying that air is a gas, right, and gas pressure requires a container is a conflation on the word gas, right?
Define gas
Because
pressure.
you're saying that as soon as something's a gas, in order for it to be under pressure, it immediately becomes gas pressure when we're showing a different case, which has a different term, which is atmospheric pressure.
All right. So,
right?
Rich, I have a butane. I have a container of the butane right here. I'm gonna squeeze the trigger and I'm gonna hold the lighter. What you're telling me that it's going to increase the pressure of what?
That's going to increase. If you're in a room, it would increase the pressure in the room.
Okay, can you show me?
The room being a container?
Not an airtight one. The gas is still going to slowly escape from there, but
so
it
without a
won't do it
container-
immediately,
So if it's not
as
airtight,
you all,
then
for
gas
some
will
reason, would
escape.
expect it to do if it was next to a vacuum, even though we have a
So if
pressure
it's an
gradient.
open container, then the gas will escape. Is that what you're saying? An open
At
container?
a particular rate, yeah, for sure.
Gas escapes from open containers. And is Earth an open container?
Yeah.
Oh, so gas escapes from Earth, but it doesn't
Not
happen.
very much, no,
So-
because the particle of the gas would have to reach escape velocity. So,
Escape velocity of what? What does that mean?
well, it's Google is a free resource and it's very helpful.
First of all, I asked you to define pressure.
Hold on.
and
First
you
of all,
can't do that
particles
for me.
don't have to reach escape velocity because they're not affected by gravity.
Why would a particle
First
not be
of all-
affected by gravity?
Because gravity is not a force. It's never been shown to be a force. It's never been proven.
Because gravity doesn't exist. Okay,
There's no
well,
scientific evidence of gravity.
why do things fall down?
So if he's not
Think
going to
not
be
everything
serious at
falls.
this point, because listen, we got away from the point of there not being a geometric horizon for the geometric claim of the thing, and then we started talking about this, and the bottom line is, well, there is no scientific evidence for gravity being
What makes
anything
things fall
but
down?
again, asking me what makes things fall down doesn't change the fact that we
Well, no,
do
but
have-
obviously, my
we do have
explanation
a-
for as to things fall down is gravity. I want to know what you think is the explanation for why things fall down, since you think gravity doesn't exist.
Things
Well,
fall when they are more dense.
listen. No, listen. An explanation is not scientific evidence. So, like I said, there's no scientific evidence for the claim that gravity causes any mass to move towards each other. There's no scientific evidence of that.
Yeah, because
So
you just reject Cavendish for no reason.
No, it's not scientific evidence.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. You just say it's not science. There's no actual rebuttal. No implication of an unfound variable within the experiment, so as to make it null and void. You just say that's not an experiment.
So what's the hypothesis?
Of the Cavendish? You want me to look it up for you?
Yeah, because the hypothesis.
Google Earther.
Because the hypothesis is a supposition as to what is causing an effect. So I would like to see that.
Yeah, I'm sure if you took a minute out of your day to do your own research, you'd find it, and acting incredulous would no longer be necessary.
I bet you $100 in a bag of dicks that when you Google it, you won't find it. So how about that?
I already have the experiment up.
Dude, there's lots of dicks for you.
How the hell do you even know it's an experiment?
Like I said, I asked for the hypothesis. You said I can Google it. I said I'd pay you $100 in a bag of dicks.
Okay.
If you could Google it and find it.
All right.
And like I said, a hypothesis is a supposition as to what is the natural cause of a natural phenomenon.
Get ready with that $100 and bag of dicks, because the hypothesis of the Cavendish experiment is that the mass of the objects of a larger object rather would result in the result. What you just asked me? What are you just asked me to present it? I'm presenting it. Don't cut me off.
Post it.
So y'all heard? Hold on. Put him on mute because you all heard what I asked.
What a little bitch.
All right. Well, put him on mute until he can do what I asked him to do. I didn't ask him to tell me anything. He said Cavendish. I said, go ahead. He said, I can Google it. Go ahead and Google what the hypothesis was. And it has to be a supposition as to what caused the natural phenomenon. That's what I asked for.
It was the
You
maths
can't
of
live
the
up to that,
objects, obviously. Like it's not that hard.
so he can't do it. He's not gonna do
Those
it. So
idiot.
whatever.
Can't do it.
It's $100 on the line and a bag of things, and he still can't do it. That's what's crazy.
Yeah,
Unless
come on. Are you hungry, Rich?
unless
For
space
knowledge?
time is the independent variable, it's irrelevant.
Aren't you thirsty for the truth, Rich?
Yeah, and good
No,
luck showing us.
I'm
Hey,
full up
Rich,
on the
good
truth.
luck,
Thank you very
Rich.
much.
Good luck showing us mass attracting mass outside of the shed contraption.
Yeah, because somehow if you make a shed, it's no longer in nature, right?
Yeah, you've exposed yourself to be an imbecile. Well done.
That's all you get.
Richard, you're not even trying anymore. You gave.
I'm
you're giving
literally
up on
looking
everything.
to. I'm trying to find it expressly written just as he wishes it to be.
Okay.
Yeah, it requires an independent control variable.
Man, if you guys know so much about science, you should probably go out and do some of your own. Not just,
that'd be easy to
shooting
find.
down and being hyper skeptic to all of science's claims.
Why don't
You should
provide
go out
your-
and
why
actually
don't you-
verify
why
the things
don't
that you
shut the
believe.
fuck up. Shut the fuck up and provide your scientific proof of your spinning globe tard.
Of a spinning globe tard?
Turd. He said turd. Fuck off. Find it.
Yeah, you don't
You
have
guys,
that.
you guys are really angry today. Something
Yeah, you don't have
I hate
that
you,
either.
Rich. Find it.
Isn't it funny he's here every day with his showing off his pain? Like he doesn't really have anything better to do but to show off his pain about flat Earth because he knows it's
How am I
true deep
pained?
down. Because you know
Have you
it's true
found it yet,
deep
Rich?
down.
Extremely.
And you're fighting. You're just displaying your cognitive dissonance for everybody. It's hilarious.
What cognitive dissonance have I highlighted? Please highlight that.
Oh, well, you say air is not, or air is gas, and you say air isn't gas. So double speak right there instantly.
That qualifies, Itch.
A Clydesdale is a horse, and I can ride a horse, and a pony is a
You're a
horse, so I can ride a
moron,
pony.
And then
False
you
Retarded logic.
False comparison.
No, you can't just say false comparison without actually highlighting what is the difference, other than saying it's not a horse. Because what we're doing here is classifying objects upon a
you're
category
saying it's
and then
not a horse.
deriving a truth about them, which is
Yeah,
not
I agree.
necessarily the case.
You're the one
I don't even know what's your
Muted.
point here, Richard.
What a
Saying
mic
that
Bogart.
Yeah, runaway retards.
So we're
Mute me.
looking for a scientific
Projection.
experiment, Rich, and we're just chasing a hypothesis because that's part of it. So it's sort of similar to what you're talking
Yeah,
about. Can you
when I
post that
tried
up for us?
when I tried to
Yeah, but
present
just
it to
shut the
him
fuck up and post
via
it.
my
You just
voice,
keep getting
he
sidetracked.
started crying. So I don't know
He is
why you
getting
would ask
sidetracked.
me for the explanation of the hypothesis of this experiment and then not just go and actually seek it out yourself.
Just find it. You're
Fucking it. No, like honestly, you guys are making me not want to look it up because you guys are just that intellectually lazy.
Seems like you can't find it. That's all it seems like, Rich.
Oh, you're afraid
Yeah,
to
well,
look at
I mean, if you want to go out and actually do something and search for yourself and come back with a
Okay, so
positive case that you
this is
couldn't
the
find
issue
it,
why
then
you
go
shouldn't
for it.
argue it because you don't even know what you're talking about. Because
No,
when we asked you to provide
the
something,
difference
you
is I
can't
was about
provide
to explain it, and then you guys said no, don't explain it. Give me the
We
link. So
don't
if you
want
want
your
to, if you
stupid
just
ideas,
want a
Rich,
link,
that's all.
look
Just
up the
post the
fucking
things.
link
Gee whiz.
yourself.
You need to calm down, buddy, and just Google that hypothesis for us.
Yeah, Google is a free resource. I didn't understand. Maybe while he's looking that up, somebody else can explain it to me. Maybe all right. So a horse, you can ride it, right? So the equivalent would be that that's an animal.
saying
and
you
the
can ride a
riding
horse?
is the container. So we have the container.
No,
and we
him
have
saying
the
you can
gas.
ride
So
the
we have the
horse.
horse. I'm not you, Rich. You're looking the thing up. So we have the
Jesus Christ.
horse.
Well, you're just
and then
you're not
you can ride
understanding
a
the
horse.
analogy.
And then you have a donkey or a goat, and you can ride a goat. So we have gas that requires a container. And then you have the donkey or air that requires a container. Therefore, you can't ride air. I didn't really understand it. So maybe
Yeah,
somebody
no
else while he's
shit,
looking
you
it up
didn't
can break it
understand
down.
it. Holy shit.
This is his analogy. He's trying to say that that a Clydesdale
And a pony are both a horse. As you were saying, air is gas and sulfur hexafluoride is a gas.
Shut up, dude. While somebody
Why?
else
Why should I let a bunch of dumbasses try to recite my intellectual ability? Why don't you just let me?
No, this is what he's trying to do. He's trying to say a gray horse and a white horse are a horse, but they're also not horse. That's what he's saying with air and gas.
Yeah, so it seems like they're saying they're also not horses. Yeah.
Yeah, keep him on mute.
Yeah,
Keep him on mute. Keep him on mute until he shows us the independent control variable as part of a hypothesis for Cavendish. Keep him on mute until he shows it in the text.
Yeah, so I mean, the analogy
That's kind of silly since there isn't one.
The silly false equivocation he gave for the antecedent and the you got the antecedent, whether it be a horse or a rider, and then you got gas and air having the antecedent being for pressure, air pressure, gas pressure being containment. Saying that that wasn't a good intellectual equivocation.
Papers of the side chat.
I just want to point out first we're going to need an observed phenomenon. That's first. Can we get that, please?
You guys need to make up your fucking minds on what you're asking me for. So have a little talk amongst yourselves. Figure out what all of you want, and then you can come to the smart guy, and we'll actually talk about it, okay?
Step 1, observe a natural phenomenon. Go ahead.
No. Talk with your friends, make sure you're all on the same page, and then come back to me once you have
I'm happy with it. We're going to run through the scientific method.
Okay, so that's one other flurf.
Yeah, we all agree. Let's go.
That's only 2 flurfs. 2 flurfs is not all flurfs.
Rich. You're not a little monkey. Just go. Step 1.
He doesn't know.
I know.
You guys don't know what you fucking want. First you want me to tell you a hypothesis, and then you want me to give you the paper, and now you want an observed phenomena? I mean, you guys would never be happy with what I fucking give you.
It contains the observed phenomenon, genius. So
the phenomenon is obviously gravity, you dumbasses.
I'm trying to make it easier for you.
Yeah, gravity's the phenomena. Things falling down is the phenomena. The naturally observed phenomena when an apple falls from the tree.
Got it.
Not
Apple
going
falls from tree.
sideways.
Apple falls from tree. Got it. What is the cause of apple falling from tree?
The mass of the earth.
Okay, how are you going to vary and manipulate the mass of the earth to prove it causes the apple to fall? Oh, you can't.
Why is that necessary?
Vary and manipulate.
Why is that necessary?
Because that's the independent variable.
Why does that happen? That could be the dependent variable, could it not?
No.
The mass of the earth.
You're trying to change the earth, are you?
No, the independent variable could be that this amount of surface area that the object has that's falling towards the earth. That way we can find that if they both fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. If you're going to get mad at me for over talking people, you can't have 3 tards over talking me at the same time.
Completely retarded. You're retarded.
You're wrong.
Yo, that's all you have to
the
say?
Independent variable is the cause.
Dumbass.
I'll tell you why,
the independent
dumbass.
variable is the cause. Your cause is the mass of the earth. How are you going to vary and manipulate the mass of earth to prove it causes the effect? You can't. You have no scientific evidence of gravity.
And he's quoting Cavendish as for things going down. Aren't those things going sideways? The wrong direction.
Still mass attracting mass. Shows how much you understand.
No, it isn't.
So what's the observed phenomenon?
Yeah, it is. It's mass attracting mass, just like the mass of the Earth attracting things at 9.8 meters per second squared.
What's the observed phenomenon?
Do helium balloons attract to Earth at 9.8 meters per second? Oh, they don't? They go up away from Earth, not down? Clouds don't go down to Earth 9.8 meters per second. Gas doesn't. So your observed phenomenon is wrong. Your observed phenomenon is wrong.
What?
Your observed phenomenon is wrong.
So a rock falling at 9.8 meters per second squared and a tungsten cube doing it, like we can't, like that is not just not an experiment because a little kid has a balloon that went up. Like that's so fucking stupid.
You said everything falls at 9.8 meters per second. I just gave you several examples.
Yeah, and does the balloon without helium in it fall at 9.8 meters per second squared?
No.
Yeah, it fucking does.
No, it doesn't.
What? Okay, show me. Show me a balloon without helium in it not falling at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Sure, just drop one.
Does a feather?
You have to show me. That's your claim. Don't just tell me to validate your claim, right? I thought you were supposed to be some epistemically honest scientists in here who could do an experiment to show your position.
No, you're still on Cavendish. You're still showing. You're supposed to be showing us the independent control and your hypothesis, starting with the observed natural phenomenon with Cavendish. That's what you're on. We're still waiting for that.
Yeah, your observed phenomena has been proven wrong of things falling. So you need another one.
A balloon with no air or helium in it falls.
And does
it's a piece of rubber? Yes.
What
about a feather falls too? But because of the amount of surface area that the feather has, it falls slower than 9.8 meters per second squared, unless you are somewhere with an extremely little atmosphere or to no atmosphere, in which case they would fall at the same rate, as was shown on the moon through the validated footage.
There's so much wrong with that just now. So a feather doesn't fall at 9.8 meters per second, you said?
Everything in a vacuum falls at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's what I said.
Oh wait, so by changing the relative,
I brought up the surface area having to have resistance upon the air, dumbass. Don't be so dishonest.
So the relative density of the medium controls whether objects rise or fall, not gravity, because you changed the medium to a vacuum, and now that causes things to fall at a different rate. So not gravity.
Yeah, the medium, not gravity.
Wait, if that were the case, why does a helium balloon fall in a vacuum chamber?
Are you providing us the natural phenomenon for Cavendish?
No, there's air, right? Balloon goes up, helium less dense than air go up. Then you remove the air, which is even less dense, and then the helium balloon falls. Why is that?
Okay, does the helium fall?
Yeah, the helium in the balloon falls.
Does the helium by itself without the balloon fall?
The balloon is more dense than its surrounding medium inside the vacuum, so it'll fall.
Are you attributing it to the rubber as well?
Yeah, the balloon, the object itself is the balloon with helium in it in a vacuum. It'll fall because it's more dense than its surrounding medium, not because of gravity.
Why does it fall down?
Because it's more dense than its surrounding medium.
But why down?
Because it's more dense than its.
Why down?
Because it's more dense than its.
You're just begging the question. You're not giving an explanation as to why down is any better of an explanation than it falling up.
More things that are more dense than surrounding medium always fall down.
Well, yeah, you just keep saying that. You just keep saying that, but there's nothing to justify that. Why does it fall down?
Because it's more dense than its surrounding medium. That's why it falls.
But why does something that is more dense than its medium fall down?
That is the reason why it falls.
No, it's what? Okay, where's the experiment that shows that as the independent variable?
Yeah, I can prove it. Prove it.
Go.
Besides your example, I have a regular uninflated rubber balloon. I drop it. It falls because it's more dense.
Why down?
Wait.
Why down?
Wait. Now I add mass in the form of helium, and it goes up. So actually adding mass.
Why up?
Contradicts your observed phenomenon because it's
why up?
Because
oh my god! You're just assuming you're just saying it goes up. Planes go up because planes go up. Planes go up, then planes go up and then come down because planes go up then come down.
We don't need to assume reality; it assumes itself.
What do you mean? Why is building tall? How is building tall? Building tall.
That makes sense.
Easy.
No, it's fucking asinine. It's asinine reasoning.
Hey, Rich. In which direction?
A balloon make it go up, Rich.
In which
you don't
direction
know. You just say go down. Go down.
What's up?
Rich, in which direction does it fall on a globe?
Falls towards the center of the mass of the Earth.
Okay, which direction is that?
Down.
Okay.
Down is the center of the ball.
But if I would go make a line through the center, then it would be up again, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but it could also fall left. You could name it falling left because there is no real direction on your ball, right?
If I was laying on my side, it would be to my left. Because directions are relative.
So so it's all relative, right? So it actually doesn't fall down. It just, it's just.
No, it does
relatively
fall
falling.
down, as down is towards the center of the Earth.
Wait, that's just.
I don't say things fall down because gravity down.
No, helium falls towards the sun.
So what? It doesn't matter. The directions are relative. That's such a. It's not even any kind of critique.
So helium should go that way to the sun horizontally, right?
What?
Helium. You're the guys on that side of the ball. Helium, when you release it, it goes that way towards the sun, falling down at them. When I'm standing on top of the ball looking at the sun and I imagine it goes down and I release my helium balloon, it goes fucking vertical. When they release their helium balloon where the sun's dropping down, where little Tommy and Tiny Tim are over there, they're releasing their helium balloon. It's supposed to go to the sun.
Hey, Duncan, do you see any problem with me saying the Earth's a globe because the Earth's a globe?
I would ask for proof.
Well, I just gave it to you. It's a globe.
Where do we see Earth curve?
It's a globe. So there's curve.
Where do we see Earth curve?
This is what's called doing a tautology, right? I'm just assuming the end, right? I'm just asserting the position that I should be verifying. So I'm doing the same thing you're doing when you think things that are dense fall down. Things that are dense fall down. So Earth's a globe. Get over it. If you guys are allowed to use that tautologies just to prove your points, then so am I.
So much pain.
Yeah, it's painful talking to people who have such little understanding of logic and knowledge.
Rich, I think you should be more consistent with your. You should be more consistent with your paradigm because it's just all relative. I mean, you invoking down could be up for someone else in your paradigm.
That's not a problem whatsoever.
Okay.
We haven't proved that.
So why do you decide to use down?
Because of the observation of gravity, right? The fact that everything, aside from surface area, would fall at 9.8 meters per second squared towards the Earth is the observation and the measurement which is verifying gravity. That's why I say it falls down. I don't just randomly keep asserting that dense fall down, not dense go up, because that doesn't have any explanatory power. It's just stating the obvious.
But is there a up and down on the globe? Is there in your paradigm? Is there a real up and down, or is it just what
real up? What's real up and down?
Yeah, real up and down.
The up and down that God instantiated, the objective up and down. No,
on flat Earth.
No, I'm talking about like.
You can look at the universe as a plane, right? Like it's more elongated than it is thick. So we could say that there would be an up and down based on that relatively, but nothing is to say that is the real or actual or objective up and down.
But exactly, because your paradigm doesn't give us real up and down because it's all relative. There is no.
How do you get real up and down?
Because
down could be sideways to someone else. So show us your sideways down anywhere else.
You guys just obviously don't understand perspective.
Yeah, you don't have it. You have no example of a sideways down on your globe. You have no globe, no curvature, no sideways down.
No, it's obviously a globe because it's a globe.
Down.
It's obviously a globe because it's a globe.
Sideways down. Your globe would require a sideways down compared to somebody else. Yes, it would.
Yeah.
You don't have it.
See, you guys love the black swan fallacy. It's like literally what you guys run through your veins.
Well,
you guys cannot live without making the black swan fallacy.
I can understand that the globe might be confusing to you, but you gotta be consistent with it.
You know what's even more confusing than the globe model that has been verified and shown and demonstrated is an enigmatic, vacuous assertion that the Earth is flat with zero empirics to back it up. That's even more confusing to me than the globe.
But I think you're mistaken, sir. The Earth represents itself to be equal to you and me, so there is no need for the interpretation of me and you The Earth
We get some
is.
How can the Earth be flat if we observe the stars rotating clockwise from the facing south from the southern hemisphere and
we
counterclockwise
observe-
facing north of the northern hemisphere,
Rich,
or north of
we
the equator?
observe and utilize the Earth equally, and we observe and use it equally as a topographical stationary plane. Whatever you do,
pilots
it's
don't.
gonna be that. Pilots do the same thing, man. Don't lie.
No. The path that they would take in
Oh.
order to have the shortest path on a flat Earth would be different than on a globe.
No pilot.
But we
is
always see that
No
they take the
pilot-
shortest
listen,
route on the globe.
Listen, Rich. Listen really carefully so you learn something. No pilot is going to think about a certain path he's taking. Every little path that a commercial pilot these days takes is a pre-written grid-based system, like a spider web, and it's like it's a invisible highway with intersections, with smaller roads, bigger roads, and so forth.
Where is there
right?
an intersection?
And there's so-called intersections. You can look
What?
it up in aviation. Look it up.
They're
Aviation
floating
intersections.
fucking traffic signs?
No, it's not. See, this is why you need to learn a little bit about aviation. It's not equal to what you see on the road, but it's also called intersection because they're intersecting where you
They
can
might
gonna
hit
have
each other.
many arms into different.
Look, you're not even addressing
Anyways,
my point, Clay. You're not even addressing my point whatsoever.
No, you claimed that pilots utilize the Earth as being a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball, which is not true.
Yes,
They utilize
they
it as
absolutely
being a topographical, still plane. Okay.
No, they absolutely do not.
Okay, then you're mistaken, sir. Then you should look up flight training data and so forth.
You should look up flights across the southern hemisphere.
It's non sequitur has nothing to
No,
do
it's
with
absolutely has something to do with it.
No.
If the Earth was flat as projected,
No.
that you guys don't like to project.
It's about pissing you off, and it's working.
Yeah, flat Earthers could do everything in society except make a fucking map.
Dude, every
All
map
maps
you're
are
gonna
flat.
utilize on Earth is gonna be a flat grid system. If I
No,
tell
it's
you,
not.
it is. Every map you're gonna use.
Maps are
listen,
flat, you got
every map you're gonna utilize where you have your small road in your neighborhood to get like a 2-hour drive, and you gotta see all the minute little roads. Everything is gonna be on a scale where it's being practically used and utilized as being a flat
my
topographical
phone
grid
screen
system.
is flat. My phone screen's flat. Therefore,
Bro, it's just the truth. If you want to use a map that is useful, is always gonna be flat.
Oh my!
I mean, you can.
That's just if that is supposedly a point to you, then that's just a reification fallacy.
Bro,
You're literally saying the map is the place.
That's all it is.
Bro, you
haven't got your
invoked.
globe map.
Bro, you invoked. You invoked that we can't make maps, but
Yeah,
you
absolutely, you cannot.
simultaneously forget that every map you're gonna utilize as being practical to get from point A to point B is gonna be a flat base grid system.
Yeah, you're just talking
Therefore,
about on an
the Earth
extremely
is a
small
flat-
scale of yourself to your grandma's house. I'm talking about intercontinental flights.
Then say sorry, and you're wrong because every map being practically used is flat. No one has a
Sorry,
toy
you're
globe
wrong
on their car.
because the flight paths that are taken across the southern hemisphere make zero sense across a flat globe.
Oh, you're
Or flat Earth,
bro,
sorry.
Bro,